My name is Lin Fan, and I'm from the modern world. One day, after falling asleep at my computer following a long gaming session, I suddenly found myself in a world resembling ancient times. In this new world called the Dalong Dynasty, life is full of hardships due to long-lasting wars and heavy taxes. Despite this, the government distributes wives to single men to increase the population. One morning I woke up and realized that I had indeed ended up in this strange new world. My home was a clay hut with dilapidated walls, and life here was much tougher than in the modern world. My mother had died in childbirth, and my father had died in an accident, leaving me alone in this harsh world. On this particular day, I learned that the government was distributing wives, and I decided to go to the distribution site with Uncle Wang. When I arrived, I saw several other men waiting for their turn. As the group of women approached, I noticed 3 incredibly beautiful girls among them, which was completely unexpected. The other men chose strong and sturdy women, leaving the 3 beautiful girls unchosen. These women began to beg to be selected. They approached me with tears in their eyes, promising to be obedient and do any work. One of them said,
"Please choose me. I can do anything and will listen to you."
Another added,
"I can also do anything and eat less."
The third, with desperation in her voice, pleaded,
"Please, young master, choose me."
I realized that if no one chose these girls, they would be sold into slavery. Despite my own difficulties, I decided to save them all. Even though I knew it would mean significant financial hardships due to the taxes, at that moment, a system activated, promising various rewards for marrying multiple women.
System detected the host's dilemma. Matching system activated. Marry and get rich. The more children, more blessings system is now at your service.
System. Lin Fan was surprised but not entirely shocked by the sudden arrival of the system. As a transmigrator, having a system was almost a standard feature. However, this particular wife and wealth, many children, many blessings system left him a bit puzzled. How could marrying and having children lead to wealth? Ding dong. This system is tailored for you, host. Do not doubt its capabilities. Oh? Quite smart, aren't you? Lin Fan found himself amused. Compared to other aloof systems, this one seemed much more user-friendly and intelligent. Alright then, tell me your functions, Lin Fan said in his mind. The system didn't waste any time. Upon receiving the command, it immediately sent a stream of information to his brain. The information wasn't complicated, and in a short while, Lin Fan understood the system's functions. As the system's name suggested, he could indeed marry to gain wealth. The more children he had, the more blessings he would receive. By simply getting married, he could earn various rewards, from money to skills and items that could lead to wealth. Having children would bring him good fortune, and with enough children, he could even find money on the ground. Moreover, he would turn misfortunes into blessings, encountering only good things while bad things would stay away. Even if something bad happened, it would turn into something good. This was quite extraordinary. In modern society, such requirements might be difficult to meet. After all, modern regulations didn't allow for multiple marriages. But in the Dalong Dynasty, this was a fantastic opportunity. These 3 lovely women were waiting for him to marry them, weren't they? Previously, he had been worried about not being able to pay the head tax. But now, with the system, there was no need to worry. If the system couldn't solve this, it would be useless, and Lin Fan might as well go to the border as a soldier and die early to reincarnate. Young man, what are you thinking about? Hurry and choose, or you'll have to wait until next year. Aunt Yun's urging voice pulled Lin Fan out of his thoughts. Tiju's child, these women aren't the best. Maybe you should wait until next year. Village head Wang spoke up. He knew Lin Fan's family situation well. Choosing such women now would mean being dragged off to serve in the army when the next head tax payment came due. He had been close to Lin Fan's father, Lin Tiju, and had watched Lin Fan grow up. Naturally, he didn't want the only son of his deceased friend to end up in the army. Before, Lin Fan might have listened to this advice. But now, Lin Fan smiled and directly asked Aunt Yun, "Aunt Yun, can I choose all of them?" All of them. Aunt Yun was stunned. Are you crazy? Village head Wang's eyes widened. The 2 dark-skinned bachelors who had already chosen their wives also looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. This was madness. Choosing 3 wives was possible. Every citizen of Dalong had this right. But the head tax for 3 wives would be unbearable for even a moderately wealthy household. Given Lin Fan's poverty-stricken situation, even 1 wife would be a struggle. 3? That was asking for death. Can I? Ignoring everyone's reactions, Lin Fan asked again. In his current situation, choosing 1 or 3 made no difference. If the system didn't work, he wouldn't be able to pay the head tax even for 1 wife, so he might as well take a chance. Moreover, Seeing the three lovely women so pitiful, how could a kind-hearted man like him not give them a reliable home? It wasn't about being a saint. A good man should be bold. Are you sure you want all of them? Aunt Yun asked, hesitating. The three women, who had been pitifully waiting, now looked at Lin Fan in surprise. They had hoped he would choose one of them but didn't expect him to choose all. Yes, all of them, Lin Fan said firmly. All right, Aunt Yun nodded. In Dalong we don't refuse multiple selections, but I must remind you, choosing 3 wives means the head tax will be compounded. I understand, Lin Fan nodded. You know, yet you still choose 3. Foolish village head Wang scolded, looking at Lin Fan with disappointment. Lin Fan was helpless but didn't know how to explain. He couldn't just say, I have a system that will make me rich, that would get him labeled as a weirdo and possibly burned at the stake. Aunt Yun spoke again, since you know, I won't say more. I have the marriage contracts here. If there are no objections, sign them, and these 3 will be your wives. The government's distribution of wives was straightforward. Marriage contracts were prepared in advance. Once signed, the couple was considered married and could immediately take their wives home without any ceremonies. Except for the wealthy, ordinary people didn't hold banquets for weddings. These women had brought their belongings with them, the bundles on their backs holding all their possessions. Once assigned to a husband, they didn't need to return home. This was quite humane. All right, Lin Fan said, stepping forward to sign the marriage contracts. Village head Wang, seeing this, wanted to stop him again. But Aunt Yun gave him a stern look. Properly distributing the women was part of her job performance. While they could be sent to brothels, that was a last resort, and it would affect her record. Having someone willing to take all of them was excellent for her. While advising was fine, forcibly stopping him would be seen as obstructing government orders. Seeing this, village head Wang reluctantly stopped, sighed, and turned to leave, shaking his head. With no one stopping him, Lin Fan smoothly signed the marriage contracts. He signed 3 in one go. The system's notification sounded 3 times in his mind. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying. You have received the reward Dragon Vitality Pill. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying. You have received the reward Master Blacksmithing Skill. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying. You have received the reward Tiger Fist Technique. 3 consecutive reward notifications, each offering skills or items that could lead to wealth. Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled knowingly. However, it wasn't the time to claim the rewards. First, he needed to take his 3 lovely wives home. Let's go, my wives. Follow me home, Lin Fan said to the 3 women. This was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine in the modern world, but the 3 women didn't refuse. They obediently followed him, their faces filled with gratitude. Regardless of whether Lin Fan could pay the head tax next time, at least for now, they wouldn't be sent to a brothel. Moreover, Lin Fan's appearance met their standards. Compared to the rough men, he was much better and didn't despise them. No matter what the future held, for now they were satisfied. In their hearts, Lin Fan was their husband. This might seem absurd in the modern world, but in Dalong it was perfectly normal. Lin Fan's home was on the edge of the village, with no neighbors nearby. The first reason was that Lin Fan's father was an outsider who came here fleeing famine. The second reason was that Lin Fan's father was a blacksmith and needed to hammer and forge, which would disturb the neighbors if they lived too close. So, when they settled, they chose the village's edge. A small stream flowed beside the house, surrounded by wildflowers, creating a picturesque scene. However, no matter how beautiful the external environment was, the fact that the house was bare and empty could not be concealed. The 3 women's faces turned pale when they saw the condition of Lin Fan's home, but they quickly steeled themselves. Lin Fan had been observing them and nodded slightly when he saw their reactions. The system was reliable. Supporting a family would not be a problem. The key was whether his wives were capable. Their reactions did not disappoint him. As for deeper matters, that would be revealed over time. Ladies, this is your husband's home, and it is also your home now, Lin Fan said as he opened the courtyard gate and led the 3 women inside. Yes, husband, the 3 women replied, their faces flushing with a bit of shyness. Ahem, you all rest in the hall for a bit. I'll go make some food for you, Lin Fan said with a light cough, planning to entertain his new wives and help them get to know each other. It would also serve as their wedding banquet, albeit a simple one. However, the women quickly protested, how can we let you do the work? Let us handle it. The eagerness to do chores was something unimaginable in the modern world, yet here they were, 3 women vying to do the work. Lin Fan, who had initially lamented his transmigration, now found himself pleasantly surprised. But he intended to use the pretext of cooking to process his system rewards, so he wouldn't let the women interfere. He firmly made them sit and wait while he went to the kitchen. The three women, seeing this, couldn't help but feel moved. Lin Fan could only marvel at how pure-hearted the women of this world were. Shaking his head slightly, he headed to the kitchen to get down to business. The system claimed the first reward Lin Fan commanded mentally. Ding dong! Reward is being issued. The system notification sounded, and a red pill appeared in Lin Fan's hand. The Dragon Vitality Pill. The name was simple and straightforward. Consuming it would strengthen his body, giving him the vitality of a dragon. Lin Fan had been worried about marrying 3 wives given his naturally weak constitution. He had feared he wouldn't even manage one wife properly, let alone 3. This reward was a timely boon. Without hesitation, Lin Fan swallowed the pill. It dissolved instantly. Boom! It felt like thunder exploding inside him, causing a dramatic transformation in his body. First came a swelling sensation, as if he were a balloon being blown to its limit. Then came the pain, an endless agony as if his bones and muscles were being reformed. The pain was excruciating. Lin Fan almost screamed out loud. But the next moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if he were swimming in a moist, smooth place. The alternation of pain and pleasure was like experiencing both ice and fire. Though it felt long, it was actually over quickly. When the pill's effects subsided, Lin Fan regained control of his body. Outwardly, he looked the same, still pale and weak. But in reality he was brimming with energy, feeling as if he had limitless strength. No wonder it's a system reward. This could be considered a divine elixir. Lin Fan marveled at his body's transformation, and eagerly anticipated the next 2 rewards. The Master Blacksmith skill. This reward was highly compatible with his inherited trade. His father in this world was a blacksmith, and their home had the necessary tools and forge. He could start working immediately. Being a blacksmith might not sound prestigious, but skilled blacksmiths were highly valued and revered. Legendary blacksmiths like Ganjiang were prime examples. The current emperor of the Dalong dynasty, Emperor Longwu, was often at war, fostering a culture that esteemed martial prowess and valor. Skilled warriors highly prized sharp weapons, willing to spend fortunes on renowned blades. Crafting sharp weapons would ensure he never lacked money. While not making him extremely wealthy, paying the head tax would certainly be no problem. Without hesitation, Lin Fan claimed this reward. Unlike the physical transformation from the pill, this skill was imparted directly into his mind, causing a slight discomfort but nothing compared to the previous ordeal. Instantly he found himself in a special space, practicing blacksmithing for countless years. He forged everything from simple farming tools to intricate cold weapons, and even some complex mechanisms. Though it took only a moment, Lin Fan felt as if he had experienced countless years. When he regained his senses, his entire demeanor had changed. The blacksmithing tools his father had used were not far from the kitchen. Previously, he had been unfamiliar with these tools due to his weak constitution, but now he felt an intimate connection with them. It seemed he could transform the most ordinary piece of iron into a sharp weapon. Marrying for wealth truly isn't an exaggeration. Just this master blacksmith skill alone ensures I won't be in dire straits. And this is only the beginning. If I keep marrying, I'll become even more powerful. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel grateful. The system was indeed a transmigrator's ultimate cheat, never disappointing. Suppressing the urge to fire up the forge and create a divine weapon, he moved on to the 3rd reward. The first reward had fixed his physical shortcomings, giving him the foundation for a revolution. The second was a livelihood skill, allowing him to marry without worries. The third, judging by its name, was a means of self-defense. In this martial-spirited era, great wealth was desirable, but without the means to protect it, such wealth could bring unimaginable calamities. The practice of robbing the rich to aid the poor was common among the warriors here. It didn't matter if you were evil or not. If you had wealth, you were deemed a tyrant. Without productive labor, how else would these warriors afford their lavish lifestyles? And with his many beautiful wives, who knew if some flower thief might covet them? Without self-defense skills, trouble would inevitably come. The system's reward was very thoughtful. Very nice. With a smile, Lin Fan claimed the 3rd reward. Once again his consciousness entered a special space, where he seemed to transform into Wu Song, constantly fighting tigers or on the way to fight them. The tiger subduing fist. The name was crude, but if it could bring down a tiger, its effectiveness was clear. Wu Song's fame came from killing a tiger with his bare hands. With 3 tigresses at home, I'll have plenty of practice after dinner. Lin Fan chuckled, clenching his fists, already thinking of training with his 3 new wives. With this enthusiasm, he killed the only hen left at home, preparing his first ever wedding banquet. It was a simple banquet, but it moved the brides more than any lavish modern wedding ever could. A pot of stewed chicken soup. A large bowl of yellowish millet rice. The sight of this simple meal brought tears to the eyes of the three women. "Hey, why are you crying?" Lin Fan asked as he was arranging the meal, noticing his wives suddenly in tears. "Is it because you feel wronged or miss home?" he wondered aloud. "No, we are just so moved. You are so kind to us, husband," one of them choked out, their voices thick with emotion. They had expected that even if someone chose them, it would be a rough, uncouth man or even a widower, leading to a bleak future. But now, not only was their husband gentle and refined, he also treated them with great kindness. Lin Fan laughed and said, "Oh, I thought it was something serious. There's nothing to be so moved about. Since I am your husband, it's my duty to treat you well. As long as you don't mind the humble home, it's all good." Bringing three wives home without any grand ceremony, and even lacking a proper meal, with just a large pot of stewed chicken on the table, would have been scorned in modern times. Even in the hardship of ancient times, it seemed rather shabby for a wedding feast. "Of course we don't mind," the three women replied in unison, shaking their heads. "Husband, you don't despise our plain looks, how could we mind?" Lin Fan laughed again and said, "Great, then let's eat. You must be hungry from the long journey." The journey for newly allocated brides through villages and towns was indeed a strenuous task, and hunger was inevitable. Not to mention, these three women had been rejected countless times, traveling far and wide. "Please, husband, you eat first," said the tallest of the women shyly as she served him some food. Lin Fan, smiling, nodded and invited them to eat as well. Finding a wife in the modern world was incredibly difficult, yet he had managed to bring home three in just a few days. Each one was beautiful and had an excellent figure. During the meal, Lin Fan became more familiar with his three wives. The tallest and most graceful was Ye Xiaoru, gentle and considerate, with a faint air of a noble lady. She had come from a well-off family that had fallen on hard times, leaving her alone after several misfortunes. The second wife, Su Xiaoxiao, though not as tall and graceful as Ye Xiaoru, was broad-minded and generous, with a warm heart. The third wife, Wang Nanan, was simpler compared to the other two but had a baby-faced look that made her seem no older than her early teens, giving her a unique charm. Each of the three wives had their own strengths and unique beauty. Marrying even one would be a blessing, and now he had married three at once. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel that his life as a transmigrator was extraordinarily fortunate. As they ate and chatted, time flew by. They started at noon, and by the time they finished, the sun was setting. After tidying up, evening was approaching. In the mountainous village, night fell quickly. Without any proper lighting, the only candle in the house was in Lin Fan's bedroom. After freshening up, Lin Fan led the three women into the bedroom. Seeing the single bed and no chairs, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Were they supposed to sleep together? It felt too intimate. Serving one husband together was not unusual in the Dalong dynasty. Many wealthy and powerful men had multiple wives, but sharing a bed was another matter, causing shyness. Before they could speak, Lin Fan said apologetically, "My dear wives, I'm sorry for the poor conditions. There's only this one bed for now." Seeing Lin Fan's remorseful expression, the three women quickly shook their heads, saying, "No need to apologize, husband. It's an honor that you chose us." Their words were sincere. If Lin Fan hadn't chosen them, they would have been sent to brothels by now, enduring unimaginable horrors. Their current situation was infinitely better. They had even decided that if Lin Fan couldn't pay the head tax and was sent to the army, they would all commit suicide to remain faithful to him. Since they were already married and there were no other family members to worry about, this decision didn't seem too drastic to them. "Thank you, my dear wives," Lin Fan said, embracing the three women. Holding three lovely young women and inhaling their unique fragrances felt incredible. "Shall we retire for the night, my wives?" Lin Fan asked, looking at them. The women blushed and lowered their heads but did not refuse, softly agreeing. Lin Fan, full of vitality, blew out the candle and gently carried each of his wives to the bed. That night was destined to be sleepless. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Lin Fan finally opened his eyes, stretched luxuriously, feeling thoroughly refreshed. The bed was tidied up, and his wives were no longer beside him. This is what life should be, Lin Fan thought, feeling invigorated. The Dragon Vitality Pill was truly a miraculous system reward. Compared to his life in the modern world, it felt like he had wasted so many years. Determined to maintain this life, Lin Fan decided to focus on his path to prosperity. Paying the head tax was a significant hurdle, but with the skills granted by the system, it wouldn't be a big problem. Stepping outside, he saw his 3 wives busy with various chores, one cooking in the kitchen, one washing clothes, and one clearing a piece of land in the yard to create a vegetable garden. Each wife was diligently working, with no quarrels, their faces radiating happiness. Regardless of what the future held, they were content now, and Lin Fan's resolve strengthened. "Good morning," husband Ye Xiaoru greeted happily while hanging up the laundry. The other 2 wives also smiled, having genuinely settled into their new roles as his wives. "Good morning. You've all worked hard," Lin Fan replied with a smile. "Breakfast will be ready soon," husband said Su Xiaoxiao, who was responsible for the kitchen. "All right," Lin Fan nodded, then walked to the blacksmith's forge at the side of the yard. There were tools for smelting, some half-finished iron farming tools, and some charcoal. Although the setup was simple, with his master blacksmith skills, this was not an issue. Lighting the fire, Lin Fan began his journey toward wealth and a better life. "Husband, are you going to forge tools?" Wang Nanan, who had just finished tilling the ground, walked over and asked curiously. Lin Fan nodded. "Yes, I'm planning to forge a general-purpose longsword." "Wow. Husband, you're amazing. You can even forge a longsword," Wang Nanan exclaimed in surprise. In her previous village, there was a blacksmith who made farming tools like hoes and sickles, and at most, plowshares. Swords and knives were a different matter. She had never seen anyone forge them because the quality required for swords was far higher than that for farming tools. Ordinary blacksmiths simply couldn't manage it. After all, one was for combat, and the other for farming. There was a fundamental difference. Although Wang Nanan didn't understand the specifics, she was proud that her husband could do what others couldn't. "Of course I am amazing," Lin Fan laughed, gently tapping his wife's delicate nose. Her admiration filled him with joy. "Husband, you're the best," Wang Nanan said playfully, her eyes turning into happy crescents. "Husband, can you really forge swords?" Ye Xiaoru, the eldest wife, asked excitedly as she approached. "Yes," Lin Fan replied, understanding her thoughts. Coming from a once prosperous family, Ye Xiaoru knew the significance of being able to forge swords better than Wang Nanan did. Confirming this, tears welled up in Ye Xiaoru's eyes. "Oh no, why are you crying?" Big sister Wang Nanan, not understanding the situation, was puzzled by her tears. "It's nothing. She's just happy," Lin Fan said, putting down his work and gently wiping Ye Xiaoru's tears. "Don't worry. Since I brought you all back, I will take good care of you. I won't let you suffer anymore," Lin Fan reassured his eldest wife, giving her his promise. Ye Xiaoru nodded repeatedly. She was the most resilient due to her experiences, but also the most fragile, having lost all her family. "Dinner's ready," Su Xiaoxiao called out, having prepared the meal. "Let's eat first. We can talk about the rest later," Lin Fan said, washing his hands and leading his 2 wives to the dining hall. There was still some chicken soup left from yesterday, along with some wild vegetables picked from the yard, making the meal quite hearty. It might not seem like much by modern standards, but in the harsh times of the Dalong dynasty, this was a feast. Everyone sat down to eat. When they were almost done, Su Xiaoxiao hesitated before saying, "Husband, our grain is running low, and we're out of salt." "Don't worry, I'll handle these things, including the head tax. With me here, everything will be fine," Lin Fan assured his wives before she could finish. Having multiple wives meant having to repeat such reassurances, but Lin Fan didn't mind. After all, many men would envy such problems. After the meal, Lin Fan didn't talk much, knowing actions spoke louder than words. Returning to the blacksmith's workshop, he poured all the remaining charcoal into the forge. The tools hadn't been used for a while, and the big hammer and other items were rusted. For an ordinary blacksmith, forging even farming tools under these conditions would be tough, let alone a sword. But Lin Fan, a master blacksmith with system-enhanced skills, could handle it. Even with the simple setup, he could forge fine swords, if not legendary weapons. The quality of the materials was crucial, and he only had some half-finished hoes. With such raw materials, creating a legendary weapon was impossible, but a fine sword was achievable. Su Xiaoxiao returned to her duty, watching the fire and working the bellows to maintain the temperature. Ye Xiaoru and Wang Nanan helped with whatever was needed. With his wife's help, Lin Fan began the forging process. He melted the half-finished hoes to get the required metal, then made a mold. Once the molten iron was poured into the mold and roughly formed, Lin Fan picked up the heavy forging hammer. Before, he might have struggled just to lift it, let alone use it effectively. But now, thanks to the Dragon Vitality Pill and his master blacksmith skills, he handled it with ease. The hammer fell with a heavy clang, sparks flying. Each strike was precise, the repeated hammering gradually refining the sword. When it was time to quench the blade, the long sword was almost complete. The finishing touches would come next. The three wives watched in fascination. Others might find blacksmithing crude, but seeing their husband at work was mesmerizing. Despite his slender build, Lin Fan wielded the hammer with grace and strength, leaving them full of admiration. "You look great," husband Wang Nanan said, her baby-faced cheeks blushing with admiration. "You look great too," Lin Fan replied, smiling, then looked at his other two wives. "You all look like heavenly fairies." The three women smiled shyly, delighted by his praise. Time flew by, and as the sword's quenching process finished, it was getting dark again. Lin Fan decided to continue the work the next day, as there was still some time before the head tax was due. After storing the half-finished sword, Lin Fan took a comfortable bath, helped by his wives, and had a simple dinner. When night fell completely, he loosened his belt and led his shy wives back to the bedroom. In ancient times there was little to do at night, so the only entertainment was their lovely wives. This time both sides were familiar with each other, making the night even more enjoyable. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Lin Fan got up from bed. Looking at the sleeping beauties beside him, his determination to succeed surged. He headed to the blacksmith shop to complete the final steps of the unfinished longsword. Thanks to his master-level blacksmithing skills, everything went smoothly, and no major issues arose. Despite some imperfections due to limited resources, the sword was still far superior to most sold in the market. "Husband, you're up so early." Su Xiao, who usually got up the earliest to prepare breakfast, noticed Lin Fan had been awake for a while. "Just finishing some final touches," Lin Fan replied, glancing at his sleepy wife with a smile. "You've worked hard, husband." "I'll make breakfast right away," Su Xiao said with concern. She wasn't naive, she understood why her husband was working so hard. With three wives, the cumulative head tax was a significant burden. Living expenses were also substantial, and all this pressure fell solely on Lin Fan. The wives tried not to burden him with their worries, but they were fully aware of the immense pressure he faced. "Thank you." Lin Fan smiled warmly as he continued his work. Soon, the other two wives also got up. Seeing their husband working so early, they felt both moved and heartbroken. "What's wrong? Why do you look like you're about to cry?" Lin Fan asked playfully, noticing his two wives' teary eyes. "Because I feel like crying," Wang Nanan answered honestly, her lively and innocent nature showing. "That's not allowed. I don't like consoling people in the morning. Save your tears for the evening," Lin Fan teased with a mischievous smile. "Why?" Wang Nanan asked, confused, while Yi Xiaoru blushed deeply. "I'll explain tonight," Lin Fan said with a raised eyebrow, planning to give her a special focus that evening. Just then, Su Xiao called them for breakfast, ending the conversation. After a simple breakfast, Lin Fan announced, "I'm going out for a bit. Wait for me at home." "You're going to sell the sword, aren't you?" Yi Xiaoru, sharp and well informed, immediately understood his plan. Yes, Lin Fan nodded, though the idea of selling swords felt a bit awkward to him. He quickly dismissed the thought, grabbed the finished sword wrapped in an old cloth as there was no material for a proper sheath, and headed out. Despite the sword's rough appearance, Lin Fan was confident in its value due to his master blacksmith skills. It was a rare treasure despite the limited resources. "Take care, husband," his three wives said, eyes filled with concern. The times were dangerous, and it was not uncommon for travelers to face severe threats, including wild beasts and bandits. "Don't worry. Your husband is strong and capable," Lin Fan reassured them with a wave before setting off toward the county town 50 miles away. 50 miles would have been exhausting for his former weak self, but with his newfound strength, it was a breeze. However, he hadn't gone far before two men with mocking expressions blocked his path. "Lin Fan, heard you took home 3 beauties as your wives. Didn't leave your house all day yesterday. Aren't you afraid you'll die in bed?" one of them jeered. "Yeah, Lin Fan, with your frail frame, don't die on us now," the other added. Lin Fan frowned, his eyes flashing coldly. He knew these two well. They were Wang Fefa, the son of a small village landlord, and Wang Ergu, the village head's nephew. Both had tormented him since childhood due to his weak constitution. "What's it to you?" Lin Fan retorted, his gaze icy. "We're just worried you'll die in bed and end your family line," Wang Fa sneered. "Get lost before I get angry," Lin Fan warned, his patience wearing thin. He had important matters to attend to, and no time for their nonsense. "Oh? Married a few wives and now you're tough? Huh?" Wang Ergu taunted, rolling up his sleeves. Wang Fa stopped him and addressed Lin Fan, "We're not here to fight. We have some advice for you." Advice? Lin Fan was skeptical. "Yes," Wang Fa nodded. "The head tax is due soon, and you won't be able to pay it. So we're here to show you a way out." "You expect me to believe you're being helpful?" Lin Fan scoffed, knowing their true nature. "Hey! When have we ever been unhelpful?" Wang Fa grinned maliciously. It's simple. You've got 3 beauties at home. Why not let us have 2? We'll pay you well and even introduce you to more clients. The head tax won't be a problem then. Yeah, just let us have some fun. Wang Ergu chimed in, but his words were cut off as Lin Fan's fist slammed into his face, knocking out a tooth and making him scream. You're looking for trouble, Wang Fa shouted, furious. No, you are. Lin Fan's face darkened. Insulting him was one thing, but no man could tolerate such insults to his wives. With newfound strength and skills, Lin Fan unleashed his tiger-subduing fist. The 2 men tried to fight back but were quickly overpowered, left groaning on the ground. This is just a warning. Insult my wives again, and you'll pay dearly, Lin Fan warned coldly before continuing his journey. He's gotten strong. What do we do? Wang Ergu asked, now fearful. Don't worry. I'll tell my brother about this. I've never been beaten like this. This isn't over, Wang Fei said with a vengeful glare, watching Lin Fan's departing figure, with a dragon-like vitality. The 50-mile journey was not far for Lin Fan. Almost jogging the entire way, he reached a city by noon. This was Tianfeng City, located at the edge of the Dalong Kingdom. Though not particularly prosperous, it was a central hub for several major cities, attracting a fair amount of traffic. The city gate was guarded, with guards checking the people coming and going. Since Lin Fan wasn't carrying any goods, he passed through without paying any tax. The streets of Tianfeng City were laid out in a cross pattern, lined with various shops, inns and street vendors. Standing on the street, Lin Fan felt like he had stepped into an ancient costume drama. Steamed buns, freshly made meat buns. If they're not fragrant, you don't have to pay. Candied hawthorns, sweet and delicious candied hawthorns. Hey, get lost, you beggar! Go away! The various sounds filled the air. There were always vendors selling buns and candied hawthorns wherever you went, and of course beggars were a constant presence. Lin Fan smiled wryly. Some things never change. Seeing the delicious meat buns made him hungry. After all, he had been walking since morning, and his stomach was growling. But he had no money. Better sell the sword first, Lin Fan thought, suppressing his hunger, and walk deeper into the street. The original owner of his body had been to the county town a few times, so Lin Fan was somewhat familiar with it. The best place to sell weapons was at the crossroads in the bustling part of town. There was a specialized weapon shop there, Shenbing Pavilion. It was said that Shenbing Pavilion had branches in many cities across the Dalong Kingdom, doing brisk business selling weapons highly sought after by martial artists. Even the imperial court had dealings with them. Lin Fan wanted to make a long-term business of forging weapons, so he naturally aimed for these big merchants. The streets of Tianfeng City weren't very long. Soon Lin Fan arrived at the entrance of Shenbing Pavilion. It was indeed a large establishment, occupying several acres on the busiest street of the city. This alone spoke volumes about Shenbing Pavilion's wealth. Martial artists frequently entered and exited, indicating brisk business. Sir, what do you need? A young attendant approached Lin Fan courteously as he paused at the entrance. Although Lin Fan's attire didn't suggest he was wealthy, the attendant didn't look down on him, maintaining a polite demeanor. This professionalism was part of why Shenbing Pavilion was so successful. I'm here to sell something, Lin Fan replied, nodding amicably. Oh, what are you selling? The attendant asked with the same polite smile. I have a sword to sell, Lin Fan said, unwrapping the long package on his back. A sword? The attendant's eyes lit up. Swords were always in demand among martial artists, especially the young ones who dreamt of roaming the world with a sword. Please come inside. I'll have our second shopkeeper appraise it, the attendant said, gesturing for Lin Fan to follow. Thank you, Lin Fan replied, entering Shenbing Pavilion. The interior was spacious, with weapon racks displaying all kinds of weapons, from common swords and knives to rare axes, halberds, longbows, and even hidden weapons. However, Lin Fan wasn't there to buy, so the attendant led him to a side room. Please have a seat and rest while I fetch our second shopkeeper, the attendant said, offering Lin Fan a chair and a cup of tea before leaving. Lin Fan sat down, unwrapping the cloth from his sword but not touching the tea. Shortly, the attendant returned with a middle-aged man. Second shopkeeper, this gentleman wishes to sell a sword, the attendant said, introducing Lin Fan to the middle-aged man in a long blue robe, his hair neatly tied. The second shopkeeper subtly assessed Lin Fan before focusing on the sword. Initially, his expression was calm, but as Lin Fan removed the cloth, his eyes lit up. You may leave now. The second shopkeeper dismissed the attendant and sat opposite Lin Fan. What is your name, young man? He asked with a warm smile. Is it necessary to know my identity to sell something at your shop? Lin Fan replied, his expression unchanged. No, it's not. The second shopkeeper maintained his smile. I just thought you seemed interesting and wanted to know you better. "Oh, it's my pleasure then," Lin Fan responded politely. "Not at all," the second shopkeeper replied, still smiling. Seeing Lin Fan wasn't inclined to reveal his identity, he smoothly transitioned to the next topic. "Are you selling this sword?" "Yes," Lin Fan nodded. "May I inspect it?" the shopkeeper asked, eyeing the sword. "Please," Lin Fan gestured, placing the sword on the table. The shopkeeper expertly picked up the sword, and as he examined it, his eyes grew brighter. "A fine sword indeed," he praised sincerely, running his hand along the blade. Hearing this, Lin Fan's lips curved slightly. Of course it was a fine sword, at least as good as those displayed in the main hall. "May I test its sharpness?" the shopkeeper asked, looking at Lin Fan. "Go ahead," Lin Fan nodded. The shopkeeper took a block of hardwood specifically used to test weapon sharpness and durability. Weapons needed to be sharp and sturdy for combat. Though not a martial artist, the shopkeeper handled the sword with practiced ease, slicing the hardwood diagonally. The wood split cleanly with a faint scraping sound, the cut smooth as a mirror from top to bottom. "Excellent, excellent," the shopkeeper praised again, clearly satisfied with the test. Though confident in his skills, Lin Fan was relieved to see this, knowing his trip was worthwhile. "Young man, are you sure you want to sell this longsword?" The second shopkeeper took a deep breath and placed the sword down gently. "Of course, otherwise, why would I come here?" Lin Fan replied calmly. "Very well," the second shopkeeper nodded. "If you truly wish to sell it, Shenbing Pavilion is willing to offer 50 taels of silver. What do you think?" 50 taels. Lin Fan's eyes brightened at the offer. In the Dalong dynasty, currency was in gold, silver and copper coins. 1 tael of silver could be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins. For perspective, a meat bun cost just 2 copper coins. 1 tael of silver could buy 500 meat buns, enough to support a large family for a month. 50 taels could sustain a family for 5 years. Lin Fan had spent less than 2 days forging the sword using ordinary materials, even repurposing a half-finished hoe. He hadn't expected such a high price. His master-level blacksmith skills were even more impressive than he had imagined. "Yes, 50 taels. What do you think?" the second shopkeeper smiled. The price was fair, without any attempt to swindle Lin Fan. Naturally, while Lin Fan might make a significant profit, Shenbing Pavilion would still benefit. With some polishing and packaging, the sword could easily be sold for over 100 taels. Wealthy families and noble households would pay handsomely for such a fine weapon. Lin Fan knew Shenbing Pavilion would profit, possibly more than he would. However, he was satisfied with what he was getting and saw no need to be greedy. "Deal. Let's make the exchange," Lin Fan said, pushing the sword across the table. The second shopkeeper picked up the sword again and called for an attendant to bring 50 taels of silver, which he handed to Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt the weight of the silver, knowing that not only was the head tax covered for this year, but household expenses were also secured. In one stroke he had achieved prosperity. The system's promise of marrying for wealth was indeed genuine. With master-level blacksmith skills, he could continually produce various weapons. With the right materials he could even forge legendary weapons. Creating a divine weapon isn't urgent now. It might bring more trouble than it's worth. "Let's stabilize our current life first," Lin Fan thought, calming his excitement as he put away the silver. He thanked the second shopkeeper and the attendant, and left Shenbing Pavilion. Shenbing Pavilion's reputation was solid. There were no shady tailings or attempts to rob him afterward. "Perhaps 50 taels isn't worth their trouble," Lin Fan mused, glancing back at Shenbing Pavilion before heading to the other side of the street. His father's stock had been almost entirely used up for the sword. To continue forging new weapons, he needed to buy more raw materials, including high-quality coal for higher temperatures essential for forging top-quality swords. Lin Fan made his way to the county's coal and iron market, a semi-official establishment. "Hello, what can I get for you?" The reception was somewhat indifferent, typical of semi-official departments. But Lin Fan didn't mind. He handed over his father's blacksmith certification and said, "I'd like to buy some high-quality coal and raw iron. Please prepare the bill." "How much do you need?" the clerk asked after verifying the certification. High-quality coal and iron were regulated items in the Dalong dynasty, only available to certain professions like blacksmiths to avoid waste. Lin Fan specified the quantities he needed. "That'll be 5 taels. Do you need delivery?" "It's 200 copper coins extra within 100 miles," the clerk calculated and offered. Considering the weight of coal and iron, Lin Fan opted for delivery. He provided his address, paid a deposit, and received the receipt, then left the coal and iron market. His purchases would be delivered the next day, with the remaining payment upon delivery. Leaving the coal and iron market, Lin Fan returned to the bustling street to buy some household essentials. He bought grain, daily necessities like salt, sugar, and soap. Passing a jewelry shop, Lin Fan decided to buy some accessories for his wives. Not knowing much about women's jewelry, he bought a variety of items, making sure to get 3 of each. This shopping spree cost him 10 taels Shenbing Pavilion. While Lin Fan was settling into an inn for the night, a distinguished figure arrived at Shenbing Pavilion. This important individual commanded such respect that not only did the second shopkeeper, who had assisted Lin Fan, stand attentively waiting for instructions, but even the seldom-seen chief shopkeeper was present, showing his utmost respect. "Is this sword a recent acquisition?" the distinguished elder asked. He was an old man with white hair, but his face was ruddy, and he spoke with a powerful, resonant voice. He held the longsword, examining it carefully before addressing the 2 shopkeepers. "Yes, great elder. This sword was purchased around noon from a young man for 50 taels of silver," the second shopkeeper replied, bowing deeply. 50 taels is a fair price. "Do you remember what this young man looked like?" the elder continued. "Yes, I remember him well," the second shopkeeper nodded eagerly. "Good. Go find an artist to sketch his likeness for me," the elder instructed. "Understood," the second shopkeeper replied promptly. "Now you may go," the elder waved him away. After the second shopkeeper left, the chief shopkeeper, who had remained silent until now, spoke up with curiosity. "Great elder, is there something special about this sword that has caught your attention?" The elder chuckled and explained, "There is no secret, but the forging technique used is quite intriguing. It is the 100 refinements technique, long lost to the martial world. I am curious to find out who has mastered it again." The 100 refinements technique, the chief shopkeeper gasped. He was not as composed as the elder. The 100 refinements technique was legendary in the weapon-making industry. While it might be unknown to many, Shenbing Pavilion, being a specialized weapon store, was well versed in such techniques. Their success was partly due to their extensive knowledge and training of blacksmiths, though none of their trained blacksmiths had mastered the 100 refinements technique. It is said that this technique can transform even the most ordinary iron into a formidable weapon. "Is that true?" the chief shopkeeper mused. "Indeed," the elder confirmed. "This sword, for instance, was forged from common scrap iron. Yet, under the 100 refinements technique, it has been transformed into a fine, sharp blade." "Remarkable. Truly remarkable," the chief shopkeeper exclaimed again. "Yes, it is," the elder agreed. "It's a pity that the sword appears to be aged. Otherwise we could have easily tracked down the master who sold it." "Who says it's old?" the elder asked rhetorically. "Isn't it?" the chief shopkeeper was puzzled. His position required a sharp eye, which had never failed him before. "Of course not," the elder smiled. "This sword has been intentionally aged. The technique is impressive, but my inner QI detected a fresh aura within. This sword was recently forged." So the chief shopkeeper's eyes brightened with understanding. "Yes," the elder nodded. "Finding the person who sold this sword gives us a high chance of discovering the master of this lost technique. I will oversee this matter immediately," the chief shopkeeper said with renewed vigor. "There's no need to rush. Let the second shopkeeper handle this. I have another task for you," the elder said, his tone turning serious. The chief shopkeeper stopped and respectfully awaited instructions. "Please instruct me, great elder. I will do everything in my power to assist you." "Sit down," the elder said, nodding with satisfaction. He then sighed and continued, "The reason for my visit is that the young mistress ran away from home recently. The last intelligence report places her in the Tianfeng City area. I need you to mobilize our resources to find her discreetly." "The young mistress has run away," the chief shopkeeper gasped again. "Yes. Keep this matter confidential to prevent our enemies from exploiting it. Conduct your investigation as quietly as possible," the elder instructed. "Understood, great elder. I will handle it with the utmost care," the chief shopkeeper promised, suppressing his inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Lin Fan. Unaware of the events at Shenbing Pavilion, Lin Fan had secured a room at an inn. He arranged for the innkeeper to bring some food to his room and then lay down to rest. Accustomed to having soft company, he found it difficult to sleep alone, but with nothing else to do, he forced himself to rest. The next morning, Lin Fan rose early, packed his belongings, and quickly checked out of the inn. He headed straight to the coal and iron market to accompany the delivery cart back home. Unfortunately, the driver responsible for his delivery had fallen ill, delaying the shipment until the next day. With no other option, Lin Fan decided to return home alone. His wives would be worried if he stayed another night, especially since they were out of food. He couldn't bear the thought of his wives going hungry, so he set off with his purchases. Not far from the city, he encountered a familiar face, Yun Niang, the woman who had delivered his wives to him. "Yun Niang," he called out, recognizing her immediately. "Well, if it isn't the young man," Yun Niang replied after a moment, taking a second to recognize him due to his significant change in appearance. Yes, it's me. But I'm not a young boy anymore. I'm a grown man now, Lin Fan clarified with a smile. You certainly are, Yun Niang said, playfully tapping his chest and laughing. Absolutely, Lin Fan chuckled, stepping back slightly. Seems like you're doing well. Buying all these things, Yun Niang observed, noticing the large bundle he carried. Yes, thanks to your help, Yun Niang, Lin Fan replied sincerely. Oh, don't tease me, Yun Niang laughed. Should I bring more young wives to your house next time? Sure. Why not, Lin Fan replied cheerfully. With his system, the more, the merrier. You wish, Yun Niang laughed heartily, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Well, take care, young man. Lin Fan, sensing the conversation turning playful, quickly excused himself and continued on his way. He passed through the city gates and soon heard the roar of a tiger in the nearby forest. The sound of the tiger's roar stirred Lin Fan's curiosity and excitement. His tiger subduing fist technique was specifically designed to fight tigers, and this was the perfect opportunity to test it, becoming a tiger slayer. Feeling an overwhelming surge of excitement, possibly influenced by his tiger-slaying martial arts, Lin Fan was eager to confront the beast. Besides, there was another motivating factor: tigers were valuable. Tiger pelts, bones, and meat could fetch high prices. The phrase "the tiger's entire body is precious" wasn't just a saying. Even in modern times, despite being a protected species, illegal traders still took the risk to hunt tigers because a single one could fetch millions. This business, although illegal, was nearly as profitable as drug trafficking. In this world, though not as extreme, tigers were still highly prized. Wealthy individuals bought tiger pelts for luxurious decor, and tiger bones and meat were sought after as potent supplements for strengthening the body. And the tiger's penis? Well, everyone knew its infamous reputation. Calculating the potential profits, Lin Fan no longer saw a tiger in the forest ahead, but a moving treasure. Without much hesitation, he headed toward the sound of the roaring tiger. He didn't rush blindly. Instead, he approached cautiously to assess the situation. Before he could see the tiger, a young man came running toward him in a panic, shouting for help. Help! Help! The young man cried, stumbling and looking utterly terrified. When he saw Lin Fan, he clung to him as a lifeline. There's a tiger up ahead, a huge tiger. His words were jumbled and frantic, clearly terrified. Seeing that the tiger was endangering people, Lin Fan knew he had to intervene. He quickly set down his belongings and ran towards the danger. The young man barely finished his warning before he saw Lin Fan charge fearlessly toward the tiger. He was stunned and momentarily forgot to keep running. Regaining his composure, the young man gritted his teeth and followed Lin Fan back. In the forest path, a fierce tiger was roaring and attacking another figure, a young man dressed as a martial artist. Unlike the panicked youth, this martial artist was skilled, wielding a long sword to fend off the tiger's attacks. His sword flashed like a silver shield, creating an almost cinematic scene. Against an ordinary tiger, he might have succeeded in driving it away. However, this was no ordinary tiger, it was a tiger king, a beast larger and more powerful than regular tigers. Roaring mightily, each of its attacks brought a gust of foul wind, its overwhelming presence silencing the forest and making all creatures shudder. Its size was comparable to that of a water buffalo, a living tank capable of crushing anything in its path. Although the martial artist was adept, the Tiger King's terrifying power quickly overwhelmed him. He was struggling just to hold on. Defeat seemed inevitable. The young man who had fled earlier almost fainted at the sight. Knowing the youth was useless in this fight, Lin Fan appreciated the courage it took for him to return. However, he didn't expect or need his help. Young hero, step back and rest. I'll handle this tiger, Lin Fan called out, taking deep breaths as he advanced toward the Tiger King. The martial artist, already struggling, glanced at Lin Fan. Seeing a frail scholar-like figure, he shook his head. Run. This is beyond you. A true heart of chivalry, Lin Fan thought, nodding. Even in his perilous state, the young martial artist didn't try to drag Lin Fan into his predicament. This noble spirit only made Lin Fan more determined to help. A life was at stake, and he had the means to save it. This was just a Tiger King. He wanted to test his skills. With his strong physique and specialized tiger-slaying fist technique, Lin Fan felt confident. While he might struggle against martial artists, he wasn't afraid of a mere tiger. Resolutely, he stopped talking and focused on the tiger. Finding an opening, he leapt and unleashed his most powerful move from the tiger-subduing fist technique. Tonight I slay the tiger. Though the name was crude, the technique's momentum was extraordinary. As he launched the attack, the Tiger King's dominance faltered. The tiger, distracted by the martial artist and suppressed by Lin Fan's unique technique, had no time to react before being struck and sent flying. The massive tiger, weighing nearly 1,000 pounds, was thrown back as if hit by a speeding car. "Impressive," the martial artist exclaimed, eyes wide with amazement. The tiger crashed into a tree, breaking it, and fell to the ground with blood trickling from its mouth. Lin Fan's strike had inflicted significant internal damage. But the Tiger King, seasoned by countless battles, wasn't deterred. Instead, its injuries ignited a fierce rage. Roar, the deafening roar, even made the experienced martial artist momentarily freeze. But Lin Fan remained unaffected, his blood boiling with excitement. During his training in the system's simulated space, he had faced countless tigers. The roar didn't intimidate him, it only fueled his fighting spirit. "You beast, prepare to die." Lin Fan's eyes blazed with determination. He looked fiercer than the Tiger King, shedding his scholarly demeanor for that of a fearless tiger slayer. Without any weapons, just his bare fists, he launched an all-out attack on the Tiger King. The tiger's subduing fist might appear simple, but each move countered the tiger's attacks, keeping the beast on the defensive. Despite its furious roars, the Tiger King couldn't regain control. Is this the true essence of martial arts? The young martial artist wondered, unable to intervene, reduced to a mere spectator. "Are you all right, young master?" The panicked youth rushed to the martial artist's side. "I'm fine. Didn't I tell you to run? Why did you come back?" the martial artist scolded, though with a hint of gratitude. "I was worried about you," the youth muttered. "This hero here is someone I met on the road. When he heard about the tiger, he didn't run away but came to help." The youth's chatter clarified the situation for the martial artist. Facing a ferocious tiger without hesitation, he is truly a hero, the martial artist praised, watching Lin Fan with admiration. Indeed, the youth nodded repeatedly. "The tiger is losing," the martial artist observed. It was true. Under Lin Fan's relentless assault, the Tiger King was suffering multiple fractures, blood spilling from its mouth, indicating severe internal injuries. With one final, powerful punch to the forehead, Lin Fan brought the massive beast down. While Wu Song needed a cudgel to defeat his tiger, Lin Fan required nothing but his fists. What incredible strength, the martial artist marveled. Though breathing heavily, Lin Fan recovered quickly, his vigorous physique showing remarkable resilience. Just as he prepared to secure the tiger's body for sale, the seemingly defeated tiger sprang back to life. With a powerful jump, it fled into the dense forest. The silver treasure he had nearly secured vanished in an instant, leaving Lin Fan standing there in disbelief. His plans thwarted, Lin Fan's triumphant mood was dampened. Unexpected encounters and ambitions. Who would have thought that a king of the forest would play dead? As soon as Lin Fan let his guard down, the tiger sprang up and disappeared into the forest, leaving not even a trace of its fur behind. A king of the jungle, choosing to survive by deception instead of perishing in battle. Lin Fan hadn't anticipated this. His potential windfall vanished before his eyes. "Thank you for saving my life. I am Jian Shixi, forever in your debt." The young swordsman sheathed his sword and approached Lin Fan, not realizing what Lin Fan was thinking. Seeing Lin Fan defeat the Tiger King so decisively, he was immensely grateful. Without Lin Fan's intervention, he would have been in grave danger. Jian Shixi. Lin Fan paused at the unusual name but quickly shook his head. "No need to thank me. It was a small effort. Don't worry about it." His main motive had been the tiger's value, not the presence of the young swordsman. Whether the swordsman was there or not, he would have acted the same way. Jian Shixi, unaware of Lin Fan's true motives, admired Lin Fan even more for his apparent humility. Bowing once more, he said, "Your act of saving my life is as if I were reborn. How can I ignore such a debt? I will repay this kindness tenfold in the future." Repay in the future? Lin Fan couldn't help but feel skeptical. Promises of future repayment often meant nothing. How many people actually followed through on such words? "May I know your name, kind sir?" Jian Shixi wanted to get to know Lin Fan better. "My surname is Lin," Lin Fan replied, still curious about the young swordsman in his world. "Brother Lin, pleased to meet you." Jian Shixi, with his refined features and skilled swordsmanship, indeed looked like a gallant knight from a drama. "Pleased to meet you," Lin Fan replied, bowing in return. After a brief introduction, Jian Shixi asked, "Brother Lin, your tiger-slaying technique was extraordinary. May I ask which martial sect you belong to?" "I don't belong to any sect. I trained on my own," Lin Fan replied honestly. Self-taught. Jian Shixi's eyes widened. The tiger-slaying fist technique, which he had observed closely, seemed simple yet profound, powerful enough to subdue even the king of the jungle. Such a technique would be rare even among the top martial arts sects. Indeed, self-taught Lin Fan reiterated. It was partly true, as the system had provided the guidance, but he had honed the skills through his own efforts in the simulated space. Brother Lin, you have remarkable talent, Jian Shixi remarked, though he found it hard to believe. Lin Fan didn't care whether Jian Shixi believed him or not. They were just passing acquaintances. Thinking about his wives waiting at home, Lin Fan felt no urge to prolong the conversation. He bid farewell to Jian Shixi, picked up his belongings, and headed home. Jian Shixi didn't try to detain him, watching Lin Fan leave with a thoughtful expression. Younger master, where are we headed now? The young companion, seemingly a servant, asked Jian Shixi. Home. Jian Shixi replied calmly. Aren't you worried about? Worried about what? Swordmaster must have finished his retreat by now. Who would dare to threaten me? Jian Shixi's tone changed subtly, his confidence evident. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was unaware of these developments. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have been concerned. With the system's support, he just needed to live well, marry, and have children to secure a happy life. After marrying 3 wives, his life had already transformed significantly. The vitality pill had turned his frail body into one stronger than a tiger's. His master-level blacksmithing skills meant he could forge valuable weapons with ease. The tiger's subduing fist, despite its unassuming name, had proven its effectiveness against a formidable tiger king. If Wu Song's fame came from killing a tiger with a stick, what would Lin Fan's feat of defeating a tiger king with his bare hands mean? There was no exaggeration here. The system's rewards were powerful enough to change an ordinary person's destiny. If he could earn such rewards by marrying, imagine what 100 wives could bring. 3,000 wives might even make him unstoppable. Who in the Da Long dynasty would dare challenge him? Marrying 3 times brought golden bricks, 30 times could bring a kingdom, and 300 times might yield immortal elixirs. What if he married 3,000 times? Moreover, having children also brought rewards, including intangible but valuable luck. Given the system's nature, this luck was sure to be extraordinary. Nations, too, relied on luck for stability. Strong luck ensured a lasting dynasty, while weak luck led to turmoil. If Lin Fan's luck was strong enough, he might become the favored son of fate, with the world revolving around him. Reflecting on this made Lin Fan excited. Returning home to his wives and having more children became his immediate goal. Motivated, Lin Fan quickly covered the remaining distance back to his village. However, upon reaching his home, he saw the courtyard gate forcibly kicked down, his expression instantly turning cold. Wang Fei. You're courting death. A clash of will and power. Inside the courtyard, Wang Fei, who had been beaten up a few days ago, now swaggered in with a group of strong men, having kicked open the gate. You dare steal my family's rooster? Today I'm taking you to the authorities, Wang Fei sneered, pointing at a rooster with a broken wing lying in the yard. We didn't steal it. You threw the rooster into our yard yourself. Su Xiao and Wang Nanan trembled in fear, but Ye Xiaoru stood firm, her face cold as she refuted the accusation. HMP. You think your word counts? We all saw it with our own eyes. And the rooster is here in your yard. Let's see whom the authorities will believe, us or you, Wang Fei scoffed. In the ancient times, the bias of the officials was a given. On one side was a landlord's family, and on the other, a poor peasant. Even a child could guess whom the authorities would side with. Wang Fei was confident that they would not dare face the authorities. As expected, Su Xiaoxiao and Wang Nanan turned pale at the mention of going to the authorities. They were from ordinary farming families and had a natural fear of officials. Ye Xiaoru, though more composed, also hesitated, knowing well how biased the officials would be in such a situation. Although Lin Fan had remarkable skills, their family was still just another poor household. Seeing the women's fear, Wang Fei smirked, feeling more triumphant. Where's Lin Fan? Is he hiding like a coward? Wang Ergu, who had also been beaten, joined in, eager to find their main target. They were here to trouble Lin Fan, and wouldn't leave without him. Where's Lin Fan? Wang Fei echoed, scanning the yard. His eyes lingered on Lin Fan's beautiful wives, his thoughts becoming increasingly vile. Our husband isn't home, Wang Nanan blurted out innocently. Not home, Wang Fei sneered. I bet he's fled out of guilt. No matter, you 3 will come with us to see the authorities. The women had no intention of going with them. Scared of getting caught, aren't you? Wang Fei taunted, enjoying their distress. His scheme, though simple, was proving effective. By framing them, he justified his intrusion and avoided being accused of unlawful entry. The rooster in the yard was undeniable evidence. And he could easily summon officials if they resisted. He even began to entertain the idea of keeping Lin Fan's wives for himself. If Lin Fan couldn't pay the tax, he'd be sent to the frontier, and his wives would be left behind for them to use. If you don't want to face the authorities, there might be another way, Wang Fei said, his intentions now clear. What do you want? Yi Xiaoru asked, disgust evident on her face but determined to protect her family in Lin Fan's absence. It's simple, Wang Fa leered. We've been feeling a bit under the weather. You three can help us feel better. Yeah, your husband Lin Fan made us very unhappy. So today you three will make up for it, or you'll all go to jail, Wang Ergu added, his eyes roaming greedily over their bodies. We'd rather die than betray our husband, the three women said in unison, their voices firm and resolute. HMP. As if you have a choice. Search the house for other stolen goods and take these women inside. Make them confess, Wang Fefa ordered, his desire overcoming any pretense of justice. The strong men, hesitant but obedient to Wang Fei's command, moved towards the women. Stay back, Yi Xiaoru, anticipating trouble, pulled a pair of scissors from her sleeve, while Su Xiaoxiao and Wang Nanan grabbed wooden sticks, standing ready to defend themselves. Their defiance, though brave, was futile against the stronger men. The more you resist, the more fun it is for me, Wang Fefa laughed, his intent clear. The women were pushed back, their makeshift weapons no match for the men approaching them. Lin Fan returned just in time to see this scene unfold. Rage filled him as he dropped his belongings and charged at Wang Fa. You're asking for death. With a furious roar, Lin Fan lunged at Wang Fa, delivering a flying kick that sent him crashing to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. His heart burned with a murderous fury at the sight of his wives being harassed. Lin Fan, Wang Ergu stammered, trembling in fear. They had assumed Lin Fan was hiding, but here he was, back with a vengeance. Seeing Lin Fan's murderous gaze, Wang Ergu was petrified. None of you will escape, Lin Fan declared coldly, his eyes burning with deadly intent. The confrontation. Dear husband. The moment the three women saw the familiar figure standing protectively in front of them, their despair turned to tearful relief. The sight of his seemingly slender back brought them a profound sense of security. It's all right now, I'm here, Lin Fan said softly, his murderous intent dissipating as he comforted his wives. Amen. They nodded through their tears. Just moments ago, they had been ready to take their own lives to protect their honor. But now, their husband had appeared like a hero from a drama, arriving in their darkest hour to rescue them. Their love for Lin Fan surged at that moment. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not being here to protect you, Lin Fan said, guilt filling his heart as he looked at his tearful wives. He had anticipated retaliation from their enemies, but hadn't expected such a frantic and ruthless attack. They had barged into his home, intending to defile his wives in his absence. Their conflict had been minor, mere village disputes. He had been weak and bullied before, and now that he was strong, he retaliated. Such conflicts were common among villagers, often escalating over minor issues like water for irrigation. Yet, no matter how fierce the arguments, no one had ever acted so insanely. If he had returned a bit later, knowing his wives' determination, they might have ended their own lives to preserve their dignity. The thought nearly drove him mad with rage. Lin Fan's mind raced, his fury boiling over. With a powerful punch, he sent Wang Ergu flying, leaving him sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain. The two instigators lay motionless, their bones shattered from Lin Fan's strikes. The three women didn't stop him. These villains deserved no mercy. Kill him. Kill him now, Wang Fa screamed in agony, shouting orders to the strong men he had brought along. You still want to kill me? Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with a deadly coldness. Lin Fan, don't do anything rash, one of the helpers shouted, sensing the danger. You aid this scum, so you're no better. Lin Fan's disdain for them was evident. Their survival shouldn't come at the cost of his family's. Well, they stammered, unsure how to respond. HMP Lin Fan dismissed them, ready to strike again. Just then, the sound of clapping echoed from outside. A young man, resembling Wang Fei, walked into the courtyard. The young man, clad in martial attire, moved with confidence. His strong build and vigorous aura revealed his prowess. In the Great Long Dynasty, martial artists were common, but they rarely ventured into remote villages like this. No wonder my brother suffered. You do have some strength, the young man said, eyeing Lin Fan with interest. Who are you? Lin Fan asked, recalling the information from his memory. Wang Wei, the man replied with a smirk. He was Wang Fei's elder brother, a prominent figure in the Tiangfeng region, and a core member of the Sisui gang. He was well versed in martial arts, and rarely visited the village, usually handling the gang's affairs in the county. Recognizing Wang Wei, Lin Fan's gaze hardened. Since you know me, Neil, do you think a bit of brute strength can defy me? Wang Wei said arrogantly, looking down on Lin Fan. Kneel to you? You're not worthy, Lin Fan retorted. He had never been one to seek trouble, but he wasn't one to back down either. This man, who enabled his brother's crimes, deserved no respect. Wang Wei laughed loudly, as if hearing the most ridiculous joke. It seems people have forgotten who I am. Wang Feifa, sensing his brother's anger, felt a surge of hope. His brother's prowess was unmatched, even a tree trunk couldn't withstand his punch. Lin Fan, despite his newfound strength, stood no chance. I'll give you a chance. If you beat me, I'll let this matter go. If not, your 3 women will serve as compensation, Wang Wei said coldly. Thank you, brother. Wang Fe, despite his pain, grinned smugly. You're asking for death? Lin Fan's voice turned icy. Using his wives as bargaining chips was an unforgivable insult. Angry, aren't you? Show me your strength then, Wang Wei taunted, eager for the challenge. Lin Fan's wives, sensing Wang Wei's dangerous aura, grew anxious. Don't worry, Lin Fan reassured them before advancing toward Wang Wei. As they faced off, a formidable aura emanated from Lin Fan, the same that had subdued the Tiger King. Kill. Lin Fan charged without hesitation. Against such a vile opponent, only strength could speak. He needed to defeat them to bring peace back to his family. Kill. With a powerful shout, Lin Fan launched his attack. As a man, the thing he hated most was anyone bullying his wives, and this was something he could never tolerate. Moreover, the arrogance of his opponents only fueled his rage. Unable to bear it any longer, he struck with all his might. You actually dare to attack? You clearly know nothing of the power of a martial arts master. You think brute strength alone can oppose me? How laughable, Wang Wei scoffed initially, not taking Lin Fan seriously at all. But as Lin Fan struck, Wang Wei's expression changed dramatically. The unique aura emanating from Lin Fan, though not that of a tiger, still imposed a suppressive force on Wang Wei. It felt as if he were facing a massive mountain, a formidable presence capable of crushing everything in its path. How is this possible? Wang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he sensed this overwhelming power. Nothing is impossible, Lin Fan replied coolly, his fist driving forward with unstoppable force. After his battle with the Tiger King, the system-awarded martial arts had evolved significantly. He was confident he could face even stronger opponents than a mere third-rate martial artist. Roar. Wang Wei tried to dodge at the last moment, but Lin Fan's fist still connected with his left shoulder. The impact was accompanied by a loud, dull thud, sending Wang Wei flying and crashing to the ground just like his brother. A so-called third-rate expert couldn't even evade a single punch. Although Wang Wei managed to get up, he quickly realized his left arm was likely broken, leaving half his body numb. One punch. Just one punch, and his left arm was crippled. If he had been just a fraction slower, the blow would have landed on his chest, potentially killing him instantly. This is impossible. I am a genius of the Sisui gang, an accomplished martial artist. Wang Wei couldn't accept the reality that he had almost been killed with a single punch. If his opponent had been a famous martial artist, he might have understood. But this was a mere village bumpkin, someone he had always looked down upon. Despite his newfound strength, Lin Fan had been a frail nobody, unworthy of his attention. That's why Wang Wei had demanded Lin Fan kneel before him. Yet the difference in their strength wasn't what he had imagined. The disparity was immense, but not in his favor. Lin Fan was the cloud, he was the mud. Seeing this, Wang Fei and his cohorts were equally shocked. They had bullied Lin Fan countless times, but since he had married, everything had changed. He no longer cowered or ran away but stood his ground and fought back, even defeating them. Could it be that marrying 3 wives really makes a man stronger? Wang Fa thought, now deeply confused. He had always believed that marriage would weaken a man, not empower him. But Lin Fan's transformation was undeniable. Ever since he got married, their attempts to bully him had backfired spectacularly. Even his powerful elder brother had been defeated. Nothing is impossible. Today you will pay for your crimes, Lin Fan said, ready to continue the punishment. The commotion had finally drawn the attention of the villagers. Led by the village elder, they hurried towards Lin Fan's house. Village chief, it's Lin Fan's house. I saw Wang Fefa break down the door and scare the young women, a young boy exclaimed as he led the way. He had been tending his cattle by the stream near Lin Fan's house and had witnessed the incident. Daring to break into someone's home, are they not afraid of being sent to the military? An elderly villager grumbled. Wang Fei's constant troublemaking had long been a source of frustration. His family's minor wealth and his brother's influence had protected him until now. But now, things have gone too far, another elder agreed. They could no longer tolerate such behavior. If the village ignored this, it might happen to anyone next. Let's see how Wang Fei's family handles this. If he doesn't address this, how can the village remain peaceful? One elder directed at the village chief, demanding action. The village chief, close to Lin Fan's father, felt a deep anger as well. However, dealing with Wang Wei was another matter entirely. As a key member of the Sisui gang and a skilled martial artist, Wang Wei was not someone they could easily confront. Any wrong move could have fatal consequences. Let's go see what's happening. We need to resolve this, the village chief finally decided, hoping to de-escalate the situation. As the villagers arrived, they were shocked by the scene. Instead of the expected chaos, they found Wang Fei and his men beaten and bloodied on the ground, while Lin Fan stood unscathed. "What's going on here?" they muttered, completely bewildered. The scene before the villagers was perplexing. Those who should have been standing were lying on the ground, bloodied and battered. Among the fallen was Wang Fei, who looked somewhat relieved at the sight of the arriving villagers, as if he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. "Isn't that Wang Laokai's eldest son?" a villager exclaimed, eyes widening in recognition. It was Wang Wei, a well-known figure in the village. The villagers had feared his return, expecting trouble, but now he stood silently, his injured brother on the ground. Despite his reputation, Wang Wei's presence offered no help. He too seemed relieved at the sight of the villagers, a subtle but telling gesture that mirrored his brother's. Could it be Lin Fan? The villagers' eyes turned to the figure standing dominantly in the middle of the courtyard. To their astonishment, it was indeed Lin Fan. The village elder, Wang Licheng, knew Lin Fan well. He had been a sickly child, often needing assistance to even walk. Wang Licheng had helped Lin Fan's father settle in the village during hard times, and had often looked after Lin Fan. Seeing Lin Fan now, standing strong and facing Wang Wei without fear, was a shock. How could the frail boy he once knew have transformed into someone capable of subduing such a formidable opponent? Could it be that marrying those 3 wives truly changed him? Wang Licheng's eyes fell on Lin Fan's wives. Lin Fan's recent marriage had been the only significant change in his life. The village elder had initially disapproved of Lin Fan taking multiple wives, but now it seemed to have brought about an incredible transformation. However, this was hard to believe. Wealthy families often had many wives without such dramatic changes. How could Lin Fan's marriages lead to such a drastic improvement in his health and strength? "Wang Licheng, you arrived just in time. Lin Fan not only stole my chicken, but he also attacked me when I came to confront him. Arrest him and take him to the authorities," Wang Fa shouted, trying to seize the moment to turn the situation in his favor. "Lin Fan, did you steal his chicken?" Wang Licheng asked sternly, his brows furrowing. "Uncle Wang, that's nonsense. I just returned from the county. Several villagers saw me arrive," Lin Fan replied calmly, glancing at the nearby villagers for support. "I can vouch for him," a woman stepped forward. "I saw Lin Fan returning to the village. So did Ni and Shan Washington." "Wang Fei, what do you have to say to that?" Wang Licheng asked, turning to the accuser. Wang Fei's face contorted with anger and desperation. "They're lying. My witnesses can confirm that Lin Fan was home all along and attacked us without provocation," he insisted, pointing to his followers. Yes, that's right," the followers mumbled, though their eyes betrayed their fear and uncertainty. "Enough," Wang Licheng interrupted. "Tell the truth, or I'll deal with you myself," he threatened, turning to Wang Yergo, one of Wang Fei's accomplices and his own nephew. He wasn't home," Wang Yergo finally admitted, trembling under his uncle's glare. With this admission, Wang Fei's accusations fell apart. Wang Wei, realizing the situation was hopeless, decided to leave silently. He knew better than to escalate the situation further, especially with so many witnesses around. "Lin Fan, we will settle this another day," Wang Wei muttered, casting a threatening look at Lin Fan before helping his brother and followers leave. Lin Fan did not stop them. With so many villagers present, he knew he couldn't take drastic actions. But he also knew this conflict was far from over. In the courtyard, Wang Fei, now deprived of his support, dared not utter another word. Supported by a few tenants, he groaned and limped away, knowing it would take months to recover from this beating. Wang Yergu, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. His uncle kept him behind, planning to deal with him personally. "Lin Fan, I apologize for the behavior of these foolish relatives of mine. Rest assured, I will give you a satisfactory explanation when I return home," Wang Licheng said, dismissing the other villagers and turning to Lin Fan with a sincere apology. "Uncle Wang, there's no need to apologize. I owe you a lot for all the help and care you've shown me over the years," Lin Fan replied, shaking his head. He appreciated Wang Licheng's immediate response to his family's distress, even though he didn't need the assistance. The elder's concern was clear and heartfelt, making Lin Fan genuinely grateful. In this unfamiliar world, Wang Licheng was one of the few who cared for him deeply, aside from his wives. Lin Fan respected him greatly, and decided not to pursue the matter with Wang Ergo, who had already paid the price with a few broken bones. However, the issue with Wang Fei and his brother Wang Wei was far from over. Wang Wei's hateful glare as he left had sounded a warning bell in Lin Fan's mind. While he had the strength to protect himself, his wives did not. He knew he had to address this threat once and for all, but that would have to wait. Unaware of Lin Fan's inner thoughts, Wang Liqiang patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, Lin Fan. You won't suffer any injustice. Ergo will face consequences for his actions. Turning to Wang Ergu, he scolded, You fool. If you ever act up again, you'll regret it. And stop hanging around with that troublemaker Wang Fei. Yes. I understand, Wang Ergu muttered, trembling at his uncle's reprimand. With the situation resolved, Wang Liqiang and the others left. However, Lin Fan kept the young coward behind. Xiao, thank you for your help today. Why don't you stay for a meal? Lin Fan invited with a smile. Will there be enough to eat? The coward asked eagerly. Of course, Lin Fan laughed. The boy, named Wang Xiao, was typical of rural families where names were simple and practical. Lin Fan's own name had been given by a scholar his father had paid to consult. Otherwise, he might have ended up with a name like Big Dog, which was common in the village. I'll just tie up the cow and bring a bowl, Xiao said excitedly, running off to tend to his chores. His family was poorer than Lin Fan's, and he often went hungry. The promise of a full meal was too tempting to resist. Watching Xiao leave, Lin Fan turned to his wives, who were still shaken by the recent events. Don't worry. It's over now, and they won't bother us again, he assured them, pulling them into a comforting embrace. Thank you, husband, they murmured, tears in their eyes. Feeling safe in his arms, the three women relaxed. However, Ye Xiaoru, the eldest, voiced her concern. Husband, please don't do anything reckless. The laws are strict, and I don't want anything to happen to you. Don't worry. I won't, Lin Fan replied, gently patting her head. Reassured, Ye Xiaoru leaned against his left shoulder, while the other two rested against his right shoulder and chest, filling his embrace. Lin Fan sighed inwardly, knowing that if he had more wives, he wouldn't be able to hold them all at once. In this world, without the system's rewards, it was difficult to achieve success. Offending powerful people could lead to unknown dangers. To protect his family and thrive, he needed to grow stronger, and the quickest way was through the system's rewards, either by marrying more wives or having children. While marrying wasn't something to rush, as he was particular about choosing partners, having children was more straightforward. Glancing at his wives, Lin Fan felt a surge of determination. However, with Xiao coming for dinner, he decided to wait until night to show his wives just how strong he had become. You're naughty, husband, one of them giggled. Lin Fan laughed heartily. It's not naughtiness, it's love. After sharing a moment of light-hearted banter, Su Jiaxiao stood to prepare dinner, but Lin Fan stopped her. Wait, I brought back some supplies. Let's organize them first, he said, bringing in a large basket filled with items he had purchased in the county. Wow! Such fine cloth, Wang Nanan exclaimed, marveling at the smooth fabric. There's so much rice and it's so white. Is this crystal rice? And look, there's salt and. Is this sugar? Su Xiaoxiao added, equally excited. Ye Xiaoru, the eldest, stayed calm but was equally pleased. The supplies meant that Lin Fan's sword had fetched a good price, easing their financial worries. Ye Xiaoru's eyes welled up with tears of gratitude. She realized that her husband had done everything he could to provide for them. Now, it was their turn to contribute by bearing him children, ensuring their family's future. As these thoughts passed through her mind, she leaned closer to Lin Fan, ready to support him in every way possible. Ye Xiaoru, being the eldest wife, always considered the long-term implications of their situation. Previously, they had been burdened by the heavy head tax, a looming threat that seemed insurmountable. But now, with her husband's newfound skills, that worry had diminished. As the head wife, her thoughts naturally turned towards securing their family's future, especially through offspring, an essential duty in their traditional society. Xiaoru. Why is your face so red? Lin Fan asked, noticing her flushed cheeks. It's nothing, Ye Xiaoru replied, embarrassed to share her thoughts openly. She intended to discuss her concerns privately later. Lin Fan, thinking his wife was just excited, began unpacking the household goods and fabric he had brought from the county. Then he took out the delicate jewelry he had purchased for his wives, one piece at a time. Husband, what's in those packages? The three wives asked curiously. Something good, Lin Fan replied with a smile, revealing the beautifully wrapped jewelry. As the packages were opened, the exquisite pieces of jewelry dazzled the women, capturing their attention. Are these jewelry? They asked, their eyes fixed on the sparkling items. Yes, these are for you, Lin Fan confirmed, handing each wife a share of the jewelry. I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I bought a bit of everything. Holding the jewelry, the three women felt tears welling up in their eyes. It wasn't just about the gifts, it was about how much their husband cared for them. They had thought of themselves as unwanted, but their husband treated them like treasures. Why are you crying? Don't you like them? Lin Fan asked, puzzled by their tears. He had expected them to be happy. We love them. We're just so happy, they replied, smiling through their tears. They were overwhelmed by joy and gratitude, realizing how much Lin Fan valued them. However, their joy was tinged with worry. Such beautiful jewelry must have cost a fortune, and their husband hadn't bought anything for himself. Even his worn-out shoes were still the same. Husband. Thank you, they cried, tears streaming down their faces. Lin Fan, unsure whether to comfort them or laugh with them, found himself at a loss. He had never encountered such a situation before, and his modern knowledge offered little help. Just then, Wang Erxiao, the coward boy, returned with bowls and chopsticks, providing a distraction. The three wives began to settle down and organize the supplies. Brother Fan, why are your wives crying? Wang Erxiao asked, puzzled. It's nothing, kid. Just adult stuff. You wouldn't understand, Lin Fan replied with a chuckle, masking his own confusion. Okay, Wang Erxiao shrugged, though he soon couldn't contain his excitement. What are we eating today? Chicken, Lin Fan said, pointing to the rooster left behind by Wang Fei. Isn't that Wang Fei's rooster? Are you really going to eat it? Wang Erxiao asked, concerned about possible repercussions. Why not? Save it for New Year, Lin Fan retorted, grabbing a knife to slaughter the rooster. Help me pluck the feathers. Coming, Wang Erxiao responded eagerly, pushing aside his worries to help with the chicken. As they worked, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh at Wang Erxiao's enthusiasm, reminding him to wipe his drooling mouth. Dinner was a feast, with not only the chicken but also lamb and dried fish Lin Fan had brought back. The aroma of Su Xiaoxiao's cooking filled the air, making everyone's mouths water. Wang Erxiao, holding his bowl, was overwhelmed. This smells amazing, he exclaimed, though he waited for Lin Fan to start eating before he dared to take a bite. Go ahead and eat, Lin Fan encouraged, handing him a chicken leg. Thank you, Brother Fan. Thank you, sisters, Wang Erxiao said politely before diving into the food. Suddenly he began to cry as he ate. With many siblings and struggling parents, he had rarely been cared for like this. Now, with people showing him such kindness, he couldn't control his emotions. Why are you crying? When I'm better off, you'll have meat to eat every day. This is just the beginning, Lin Fan assured him, patting his head. Thank you, Brother Fan. If Wang Fa ever bothers you again, I'll help you deal with him, Wang Erxiao declared, determined. Hey, you'll need to grow a bit more first, Lin Fan laughed. Okay, Wang Erxiao agreed, taking Lin Fan's words to heart and vowing to protect his benefactor. As dinner wrapped up, Lin Fan signaled to Ye Xiaoru, who packed the leftover food for Wang Erxiao to take home to his family. Are you sure? Wang Erxiao asked, surprised. Take it home. Share it with your siblings and parents, Ye Xiaoru insisted gently. Thank you, Brother Fan. Thank you, sisters, Wang Erxiao said, tears of gratitude in his eyes as he carefully carried the food home. After Wang Erxiao left, Lin Fan looked at the darkening sky and turned to his wives with a serious expression. Ladies, your husband has walked 100 miles today. It's time to help him bathe and change, he declared. Of course, husband. You've worked hard, they replied, their cheeks flushing as they prepared to attend to him. Nightfall at the Wang family estate. That night, in the grandest and most imposing courtyard of Wangjia village, Wang Fa lay on his bed, groaning in pain after being treated by the doctor. Brother, are we just going to let this go? Wang Fei asked his elder brother, his physical pain overshadowed by the humiliation he felt. Who was Lin Fan after all? An outsider. A sickly weakling who, until now, could be bullied at will. But today, not only was he beaten severely, but he was also forced to flee in disgrace in front of everyone. The thought of it gnawed at Wang Fei's pride. Let it go? Wang Wei sneered coldly. Your brother has never suffered such a loss. Do you think I'll just let it slide? Hearing this, Wang Fei's eyes brightened. However, recalling Lin Fan's terrifying strength, which even his brother couldn't match, his hope dimmed. But we can't beat him. How are we going to get revenge? Wang Fa felt more and more frustrated and powerless. After all, he was merely a spoiled scion relying on his family's status. When that crutch failed, they were left helpless. I may not be able to defeat him, but in the Sai Shui gang there are plenty who can. Wang Wei's expression turned even colder, the pain in his left arm fueling his hatred for Lin Fan. He couldn't beat him, but the Sai Shui gang had stronger fighters. Brother, are you going to ask for help? Should I come with you? Wang Fei's eyes lit up again. You just focus on healing. I'll handle this. Once my injury stabilizes, I'll head back to the county town tomorrow. Wang Wei pressed his left arm, needing some time to recuperate before traveling. Alright. I'll wait for your good news. Wang Fe felt a rush of excitement, already envisioning the downfall of his nemesis, Lin Fan. You'll get what's coming to you, he thought vengefully. The next morning, Lin Fan woke up feeling refreshed. Compared to the grand Wang family estate, his home was much simpler. But to him, it was a haven, especially with his beloved wives by his side. Darling, I'm going to make breakfast, Sushiaxiaxiao, the resident cook announced as she got up. Thank you, my dear, Lin Fan replied, watching as Wang Nanan also rose to help. I'll assist, sister. Thank you, dear. With his wives busy preparing breakfast, Lin Fan also got up, feeling energetic despite the nightly exertions. His robust body never felt tired. Yi Xiaoru, his eldest wife, also got up to help him dress, despite his protests. Ah. This is the life, Lin Fan sighed contentedly. Why do you sigh, my husband, Yi Xiaoru asked. I'm just happy to have you all, he replied with a smile. Me too, she said, leaning into his embrace. After a moment, Lin Fan remembered something and handed her a pouch. What's this, she asked, taking it with curiosity. Open it and see. When she did, her eyes widened. Silver. Why are you giving me this? You're the head wife, so you should manage the household finances, Lin Fan explained. With her background in education, she was the best suited for the task. I'll do my best to manage it wisely, she promised, taking on the responsibility with determination. After a simple breakfast, Lin Fan started working on refurbishing the forge with yellow mud, with the help of his wives. It didn't take long before Wang Erxiao came running in, shouting that someone with a cart was looking for him. It must be the coal and iron delivery, Lin Fan realized, and he went out to meet them. At the gate, a white-haired driver and 2 guards with swords had arrived with the delivery. Are you Lin Fan? One of the guards asked. Yes, I am. Please show your receipt. Lin Fan handed over the receipt, which the guard checked before nodding. Everything is here. Please inspect and settle the remaining payment. With the help of his wives and Wang Erxiao, they quickly unloaded the coal and iron, storing them in the forge. After ensuring everything was in order and paying the balance, Lin Fan excused himself, telling his wives he had some business to attend to. Considering the time, Wang Wei should be recovering enough to seek help, Lin Fan thought, heading towards the forest along the road to the county town. In the village there were too many eyes. Some things were better handled in the secluded woods. There, he waited for the inevitable encounter with Wang Wei's reinforcements, ready to face whatever came next. On a peaceful dirt road, only the sounds of birds and beasts broke the silence. It was rare to see anyone pass by on such a remote path. In this place, any unusual noise would stand out starkly. Indeed, as the sound of horse hooves approached, it could be heard clearly from a distance, startling the birds and beasts. Riding the horse was a young man dressed in traveler's attire, his expression cold and stern. He occasionally lashed the horse with his whip, as if hurrying for some urgent matter. However, as he passed through a dense forested area, he abruptly pulled the reins and halted. Who's there? The young man shouted, his eyes wide with alarm as he spotted a figure emerging from the forest, blocking his path. Have you forgotten me? So quickly the figure stepped forward, revealing a smiling face under a straw hat. It's you. The young man's eyes widened further with a mix of shock and fear. Do you plan to kill me? The young man, Wang Wei asked. The man blocking his path was Lin Fan, whose intentions were now unmistakable. Lin Fan smiled. If not, should I wait for you to gather reinforcements and come back to kill me? Wang Wei's membership in the Sai Shui gang was no secret in the village. His brother, Wang Fe, often bragged about it. Everyone, from the elderly to the children, knew of it. Lin Fan wasn't foolish and had anticipated Wang Wei's reaction after suffering such a loss. Knowing what Wang Wei would likely do, Lin Fan chose not to sit idly by. Eliminating the threat was the proper course of action, rather than waiting for trouble to come knocking. HMPF. I'm a core member of the Sai Shui gang. You dare to kill me? Wang Wei threatened, flaunting his status. It's precisely because you're a core member of the Sai Shui gang that I must kill you, Lin Fan said calmly. Enough talk. If these are your final words, then let's end this. With that, Lin Fan charged forward. His immense strength propelled him like a cannonball. Wang Wei's horse was the first to fall victim, its head crushed by a single punch. The horse let out a pained whinny before collapsing dead. Damn it, Wang Wei cursed, caught off guard by Lin Fan's swift and brutal action. Although he managed to roll off the horse and avoid injury, the pain in his previously wounded arm flared up. Damn it, he swore, the pain intensifying his hatred for Lin Fan. Yet before he could react, Lin Fan's next attack came. Without any flashy moves, Lin Fan aimed a powerful stomp at Wang Wei. If it landed, Wang Wei would be severely injured or worse. Facing the threat of death, Wang Wei rolled on the ground to dodge. "Let me get up and fight," he shouted. "HMP. I'm not giving you a chance to get up," Lin Fan replied coldly. He had no intention of fighting fair. Scoundrel Wang Wei, reduced to rolling on the ground, looked nothing like his usual arrogant self. Lin Fan didn't waste time with more words. He unleashed his full strength in a relentless barrage, leaving Wang Wei no room to recover. Already injured and caught off guard, Wang Wei soon found himself overpowered. First, a sidekick from Lin Fan broke several of Wang Wei's ribs, followed by a brutal stomp on his chest that left his bones shattered. Wang Wei spat blood, his strength waning rapidly. The light in his eyes began to fade. "The Sai Shui gang won't let you get away with this. You'll join me in death soon enough," he gasped. "I'll be waiting," Lin Fan said coldly, pressing down on Wang Wei's neck and snapping it with a swift motion. With a final crack, the fight ended decisively. Lin Fan knew that to protect his family, he had to eliminate Wang Wei. He might be strong enough to escape, but his wives wouldn't be safe if he left any threats alive. After dealing with the body and erasing any traces of the fight, Lin Fan's hands still trembled slightly. It was his first time killing someone, and the gravity of the act weighed on him. Murder was easy to talk about but hard to carry out. Even seasoned criminals often ended up mentally disturbed. Though Lin Fan's strong body helped him cope, he still felt unsettled. However, the thought of his wives' safety strengthened his resolve. Back at home, Ye Xiaoru and the other two wives waited anxiously. They had sensed something was amiss when Lin Fan left but didn't want to burden him with their worries. "Don't worry, sisters. Our husband is capable and will be fine," Ye Xiaoru reassured them, though she herself was nervous. As time passed, their anxiety grew, despite their efforts to stay calm. "Let's prepare dinner. Our husband will be hungry when he returns," Ye Xiaoru suggested, trying to keep them occupied. By the time Lin Fan returned at dusk, seeing his wives busy with household chores, he smiled with satisfaction. It was all worth it. This was home. The return and revelation. "Darling, you're back." Ye Xiaoru, who had been maintaining a calm facade to keep the household stable, finally let her true emotions show. She had been the most worried, as she had an inkling of what her husband had set out to do. Her relief was immense as she saw Lin Fan return safely, and she could no longer hold back her tears. All her pent-up anxiety was washed away with her tears. "Yes, I'm back," Lin Fan replied with a gentle smile, ruffling his wife's hair. "I'm sorry for making you worry." "No, it's not your fault." Ye Xiaoru shook her head firmly. How could it be her husband's fault? She knew just how much he had sacrificed for their family. "All right, let's have dinner," Lin Fan said, steering the conversation away. Dinner that night wasn't extravagant, but everyone ate with contentment. The next few days passed peacefully, filled with simple joys and happiness. Lin Fan didn't immediately forge weapons to sell for money. Instead, he took a couple of days off and then started making farming tools for the household. His 3 wives, wanting to help alleviate his burden, had persistently requested it. Unable to refuse their pleas, Lin Fan crafted various household implements for them. He made kitchen knives, axes, hoes, and even fine scissors. Using high-quality materials, these tools were superior to any he had made before, sharp enough to cut through iron and shave hair effortlessly. Had he not tempered their sharpness, fearing for his wives' safety, they would have been even more formidable. As a master blacksmith, his skills were unparalleled, likened to that of a legendary craftsman in the martial world. "Darling, this axe you made for me is so sharp, much better than the old one." "Thank you," Wang Nanan said, smiling as she chopped firewood effortlessly with her new tool. "You're welcome. I'm glad you like it," Lin Fan replied with a smile. Over the past few days, his once troubled heart had found peace. He had no regrets about his actions and believed he had done the right thing. While Lin Fan found tranquility, Wang Fefa was growing increasingly anxious as he awaited his brother Wang Wei's return. Initially, he was hopeful, expecting his brother to return with reinforcements. But as days turned into nearly a week, his hope turned to doubt, and then to fear. Finally, 2 robust men with a distinct air of the martial world arrived at his home, seeking him out. "Who are you?" Wang Fei asked, a sense of foreboding growing within him. "We're from the Sai Shui gang," one of them replied coldly. "When was the last time you saw Wang Wei?" From the Sai Shui gang, Wang Fa was taken aback. He had been waiting for reinforcements from the gang, but his brother had not returned. "It was 6 days ago," he stammered, fear creeping in. "Did something happen to my brother? Wang Wei has been missing since he returned home. We suspect foul play and are investigating his movements over the past few days," the man replied. Wang Fei began to tremble uncontrollably, and his father, Wang Yukai, nearly fainted upon hearing the news. Wang Wei was his pride and joy, often boasting about him. In contrast, Wang Fei was a disappointment, tolerated only because of Wang Wei's frequent interventions. Impossible. This can't be happening, Wang Yukai shouted in denial. Silence, one of the investigators commanded. Think carefully. Before Wang Wei disappeared, did he have any conflicts or act unusually? It's Lin Fan. It has to be Lin Fan, Wang Fa screamed like a madman. Who is Lin Fan? The investigator's eyes lit up. Finally, a lead. Wang Fa, now frantic, recounted the entire conflict with Lin Fan, detailing every event. Describe everything in detail, the investigators ordered. Without hesitation, Wang Fa told them everything. A villager with extraordinary strength, the two investigators exchanged glances and quickly reached a decision. You are not to speak of this to anyone, one of them warned. We'll handle it. If you disobey, don't blame us for not following the code of the martial world. With that, they left. Though they were merely investigators, their return would signal the beginning of more severe actions. The Sai Shui Gang, a notorious organization in Tianfang County, controls numerous illicit enterprises, causing ordinary citizens to avoid them at all costs. The gang's leader, Tai Chengfei, is a renowned second-tier martial artist, known as Iron Leg Waterwalker, for his formidable strength and ability to cross water by sheer power. He founded the gang in Tianfang County, attracting many martial artists to join him. However, due to age, he has semi-retired, leaving most of the gang's affairs to his deputy. This deputy is Wang Wei's backer within the gang. When Wang Wei went missing, it was this deputy who initiated the search and dispatched gang members to find him. Upon receiving the report from the two investigators, the deputy, a short but strong-armed man with an imposing presence, gave his orders. To be able to defeat Wang Wei with one punch, this Lin Fan must have some skill. But challenging the Sai Shui gang with such meager strength is foolish. Protector Lu, you will personally lead a team to capture him. I want to question him myself about his involvement in Wang Wei's disappearance. Protector Lu, a peak third-tier martial artist far superior to Wang Wei, responded promptly, yes, Deputy Chief. Soon Protector Lu and his men set out from the gang's headquarters. Lin Fan's unawareness. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained oblivious to the Sai Shui gang's movements. His lack of experience in the ways of the martial world left him unprepared for the gang's ruthless methods, where mere suspicion could lead to lethal repercussions. In the martial world, actions often spoke louder than evidence. Any perceived threat would be swiftly and brutally dealt with. Despite his efforts to cover his tracks, Lin Fan could not entirely eliminate the risk of discovery. Killing Wang Wei might have seemed like a solution, but it only postponed the inevitable retribution from the gang. The village knew about his conflict with Wang Wei, making it impossible to escape scrutiny. After a leisurely meal, Lin Fan and Wang Erxiao, the young cowherd, decided to go fishing in the nearby river. Unaffected by industrial pollution, the river teemed with fish. Brother Lin, I've got the worms ready, Wang Erxiao said eagerly, always keen to help. Lin Fan appreciated the young boy's enthusiasm. All right, let's go, he replied, taking his bamboo fishing rod and heading toward the river. His three wives stayed behind, busying themselves with sewing clothes from the fabric Lin Fan had bought. These tasks, though tedious, brought them joy. Just as they were settling into their work, a gentle knock echoed through the courtyard door. Could it be our husband, back already? Wang Nanan wondered aloud, setting down her work to answer the door. Instead of Lin Fan, she found a group of strangers. An elderly man led the group, accompanied by a beautiful young woman and two servants. If Lin Fan had been there, he would have immediately recognized one of the servants as the assistant shopkeeper from the Divine Weapon Pavilion, the very man who had traded with him earlier. Now, this man stood humbly, carrying bags and deferring to the elder and the young woman. Who are you looking for? Wang Nanan asked cautiously. Is this Lin Fan's residence? The elderly man inquired politely. Yes, it is. What do you need from him? Wang Nanan asked, her guard up. We are here to discuss some business with him, the old man replied, sensing her unease. Rest assured, we mean no harm. Hearing the commotion, Ye Xiaoru and Su Xiaoxiao joined Wang Nanan at the door. What business do you have with my husband? He isn't home right now, Ye Xiaoru said, her eyes scrutinizing the visitors. The assistant shopkeeper stepped forward, recognizing the need to reassure them. I recently conducted a transaction with Mr. Lin, he explained. We have no ill intentions, only some questions to ask. You traded with my husband? Ye Xiaoru asked, relaxing slightly. She recalled Lin Fan mentioning a sale of a sword to the Divine Weapon Pavilion, a reputable establishment known for its integrity. Yes, that's correct, the shopkeeper confirmed with a friendly smile. Relieved, Ye Xiaoru turned to Su Xiaoxiao, asking her to inform Lin Fan. She then invited the visitors into the courtyard, extending hospitality. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. My husband should return soon," she said, moving to prepare tea. While they waited, the visitors observed their surroundings. Wang Nanan, shy around strangers, continued chopping firewood with the new hatchet Lin Fan had made. At first, this didn't draw much attention. But when the visitors saw how effortlessly the hatchet cleaved through the tough wood, their curiosity was piqued. "Miss, may I examine that hatchet?" the elder asked, visibly intrigued. Wang Nanan was taken aback but handed over the hatchet without hesitation. The old man carefully inspected the hatchet, his expression growing more intense. "This is the legendary thousand forge technique. Only master blacksmiths know this method," he muttered in amazement. The group from the Divine Weapon Pavilion had come with a specific purpose, seeking to learn more about the blacksmithing techniques Lin Fan had demonstrated. They had finally tracked down his residence and were eager to gain insights into his methods. Meanwhile, Protector Lu and his men were closing in on Lin Fan, their mission clear and ruthless. The stage was set for an inevitable confrontation, one that Lin Fan was yet to realize was coming. The scene was unexpectedly tense as the elderly man examined the hatchet with an intense fervor. The assistant shopkeeper was taken aback by the elder's reaction, knowing full well who this elder was, a man of immense renown and respect in the entire Da Long dynasty. His presence alone could cause the martial world to quake. Even the young woman who had accompanied him, usually calm and composed, grew curious. "Grandfather Jian, why are you so excited about this hatchet?" she inquired, her voice clear and melodious, captivating everyone present. The elder took a deep breath, attempting to calm his emotions. "Young lady, have you ever heard of the thousand forging technique?" "The thousand forging technique," she echoed, her interest piqued. "Yes, precisely," the elder confirmed, nodding slowly. The young woman pondered for a moment before recalling, "I remember reading about it in the ancient books of our library. It's said to be a supreme blacksmithing technique mastered only by legendary smiths. But, are you suggesting this hatchet was made using that technique?" The elder nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. "I can scarcely believe it myself, but this hatchet indeed appears to be forged using the thousand forging technique." The assistant shopkeeper, overhearing the conversation, was stunned. "A master blacksmith," he muttered, his mind reeling. Such craftsmen were the stuff of legend, capable of forging divine weapons that could change the balance of power in the martial world. "Are you saying this simple hatchet was made by a master blacksmith?" the young woman asked, still trying to grasp the enormity of the revelation. The elder explained, "Indeed. The hatchet's blade has been tempered to perfection and its edge sealed to make it safe for ordinary use. This kind of craftsmanship is the hallmark of a true master." Meanwhile, Wang Nanan, oblivious to the significance of the conversation, remarked casually, "It's just a hatchet my husband made for chopping wood." Her words landed like a bombshell among the visitors. The elder's excitement resurfaced. "Young lady, did you say your husband made this hatchet?" "Yes, he did." "Is that important?" Wang Nanan replied, now slightly nervous from their reactions. The elder's eyes gleamed with barely contained excitement. "If your husband is indeed the one who made this, then he is no ordinary blacksmith." At that moment Lu, the enforcer from the Si Shui gang, arrived at the village with his men. Led by Wang Fei, they stormed into Lin Fan's courtyard with murderous intent. "Lin Fan, come out and face your death," Wang Fei shouted, his voice filled with hatred. He was consumed by the desire for revenge, believing Lin Fan had killed his brother. Lu and his men, exuding a menacing aura, followed closely behind, ready for violence. The elder, observing the unfolding chaos, saw an opportunity. His earlier worries seemed to dissipate. However, Wang Fei, still unaware of the elder's significance, began searching the courtyard. Liu, recognizing the elder's stature, quickly intervened. With a powerful slap, he struck Wang Fei, sending him sprawling to the ground, his mouth bleeding profusely. "What are you doing?" Wang Fei stammered, utterly confused and humiliated. "Aren't we here to kill Lin Fan?" Liu's eyes blazed with anger as he hissed, "You fool! Do you even know who you're dealing with?" He gestured towards the elder, who stood silently, his presence commanding respect. Wang Fei was too stunned to respond. The situation had taken an unexpected turn, leaving him bewildered and terrified. Wang Fei was utterly bewildered. 3 times. 3 whole times. In the past few days, every attempt he made to cause trouble for Lin Fan had ended in disaster. The first time, Lin Fan had beaten him up. The second time, he had called for his big brother's help, only for both of them to be defeated by Lin Fan. The third time, he thought bringing experts from the Sishui gang would ensure victory. But to his shock, he was beaten once again. And this time, it was even more humiliating because he was hit by the very people he thought would support him. He was utterly confused. Why? Why are you hitting me? Wang Fa asked, his voice trembling and leaking. Tears began to fall as he couldn't comprehend why he was always the one suffering. The Sishui gang enforcer who slapped him didn't even glance at him. Instead, he fearfully approached the elderly man, saying, "I didn't realize Swordmaster was here. I deeply apologize for any disturbance. I deserve to die for this." "You know who I am?" the elderly man asked calmly. Though he had been previously shocked, the commanding aura of a significant figure now enveloped him, making the enforcer shiver. "Yes, Sword Master. I once accompanied our leader, Iron Leg Fei, and had the honor of seeing you." The enforcer was sweating profusely, his whole body tense with fear. It wasn't because he was weak. The elderly man in front of him could easily crush him. Even worse, if the elder expressed displeasure, the half-retired leader of the Sishui gang would undoubtedly eliminate him to make amends. No one dared to mess with the godly sword manor. Sishui gang might extort protection money from any business in Tianfeng City, but they wouldn't dare touch anything associated with the godly sword manor. The man in front of them was not just a powerful figure in the godly sword manor but the Grand Elder, the current sword guardian, and a peerless martial artist renowned across the martial world. Just the mention of his titles would terrify the entire Sishui gang. The enforcer thought about killing Wang Fa right there for dragging him into this mess. But the elder continued, "Not just a friend, he's an honored guest of the godly sword manor, a distinguished guest." The enforcer was on the verge of collapse. A friend of the elder was enough to doom him. An honored guest of the godly sword manor? He was as good as dead. This is all a misunderstanding. A terrible misunderstanding. "We were misled by this troublemaker, and had no intention of offending your friend," the enforcer pleaded, finally crumbling under the pressure and kneeling. The gang members, seeing this, were equally at a loss. They didn't recognize the elder's significance, but quickly understood the gravity of the situation from their leader's reaction. They all knelt as well, knowing their fate depended on their compliance. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with kneeling figures. Wang Nanan, initially frightened, was now completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, the intruders had kicked open their door, clearly here for revenge. But now they were all kneeling, with Wang Fefa, the instigator, lying on the ground, beaten. All because of the elderly man who had shown such interest in her chopping knife. Leaf Xiaoru, hearing the commotion, rushed out from the kitchen and witnessed the scene. She too realized the elder's status was far greater than she had imagined. Such a presence could subdue these men with just a glance. Despite not knowing their exact identities, their initial murderous intent made it clear they were dangerous. Yet now, they were groveling on the ground, pleading for mercy. What kind of person could have such an effect? Xiaoru looked at the elder with a mix of awe and concern. Not understanding why someone of his stature would seek out her husband. The elder, unaware of her thoughts, looked coldly at the kneeling Sishui gang members. "I don't care about your grievances with my friend, nor do I care who is right. This matter ends here. Otherwise I won't hesitate to visit Iron Leg Fei personally. Now, get out." "Yes, master," the enforcer responded, grateful for the chance to leave alive. He prepared to leave but was stopped by the elder again. "Take this trash with you, and make sure my friend is never disturbed again. Do you understand?" Understood, the enforcer replied, bowing repeatedly, then grabbed Wang Fa as if he were a piece of garbage. Wang Fei's departure marked the end of his troubles. By the river, Lin Fan was fishing. One must admit, the natural resources in this world are truly excellent. There was no need for elaborate setups or expensive fishing gear. A simple bamboo rod and a worm were enough to catch fish effortlessly. Kingfisher? An angler never goes home empty-handed. Wang Erxiao was tending to the cattle by the river, occasionally helping to unhook fish and bait worms. The two of them worked well together. However, just as Lin Fan was about to cast his line again, his second wife Su Xiao came running over, her chest heaving with exertion. "Husband, there are people at home looking for you," Su Xiao said, panting from her rush. "People looking for me?" Lin Fan frowned slightly. Apart from his wives and the villagers, he didn't know many people in this world. Even those he did know were mere acquaintances, not the kind to seek him out personally. "Do you know who they are?" Lin Fan asked as he started packing up his fishing gear. "They said they're from the Divine Weapon Pavilion," Su Xiao replied, after thinking for a moment. The Divine Weapon Pavilion. Lin Fan's eyes flickered with realization. He had an inkling of what this might be about. "Let's head back and see," he said, packing up his things and starting back home. Wang Erxiao stayed behind to tend to the cattle and handle the caught fish, while Lin Fan and Su Xiao quickly returned home. The river wasn't far from the house, so they arrived in no time. Husband, his two other wives, Leaf Xiaoru and Wang Nanan, greeted him, relieved to see him. The earlier commotion had scared them, but seeing Lin Fan reassured them. Sorry for making you worry. Lin Fan comforted his wives before turning his attention to their guests. Seeing the familiar face of the second shopkeeper, he was about to ask their purpose when a surprised voice interrupted. It's you. The voice belonged to the young woman addressed as Miss. Her clear, melodious voice carried a hint of astonishment as she looked at Lin Fan. And you are? Lin Fan was puzzled. He was certain he had never met such a strikingly beautiful woman before. Her unique aura, like a gentle but sharp sword intent, made her unforgettable. The woman seemed taken aback by his confusion, but quickly regained her composure. Lin Fan, have you forgotten your little brother so soon? You're Jian Shixi. Lin Fan's eyes widened as he recognized the familiar voice. This was the young swordsman he had rescued from a tiger attack not long ago. The name Jian Shixi had left a lasting impression on him. But he hadn't expected this. The person he thought was a young man had turned out to be a stunning woman. This is absurd. It seems you remember me. Jian Shixi, now Jian Ling, smiled, appearing genuinely pleased. Of course I remember, but your transformation is significant. Lin Fan said, still in shock. The Jian Shixi he remembered was rough around the edges, while the person before him now had flawless, jade-like skin and a well-defined figure. This is a disguise I use for traveling safely in the martial world. I hope you don't mind. Jian Ling explained with a gentle smile. I understand. Lin Fan nodded. Traveling with her real appearance would indeed attract unwanted attention. Jian Shixi isn't your real name, is it? Lin Fan asked, curious. No, my real name is Jian Ling. Jian Shixi is a pseudonym I use for a personal mission, she replied. After some brief pleasantries, they got to the main topic. So, what brings you here? Lin Fan asked. Jian Ling didn't hesitate. I'm the young mistress of the Divine Sword Manor, and the Divine Weapon Pavilion is one of our enterprises. Her words were simple but carried significant weight. You're quite the wealthy lady, aren't you? Lin Fan was genuinely surprised. He knew the Divine Weapon Pavilion was a massive entity within the Dalong dynasty, a true giant in the business world. Jian Ling blushed slightly at being called wealthy. I might be wealthy, but I'm not old enough to be called a lady. You make me sound ancient. Lin Fan laughed heartily. Despite her disguise, her personality hadn't changed. Come inside. We can't have a proper conversation in the courtyard, Lin Fan said, inviting them into the house. The elder and the second shopkeeper both smiled, feeling that they had now truly earned the friendship of a legendary blacksmith. Though their meeting had been unexpected, the outcome was more than satisfactory. Inside the house, everyone took their seats. Lin Fan's current home was quite modest, exuding a sense of simplicity. Yet, none of the guests looked down on it. Instead, they saw a profound meaning in its simplicity. Such is the influence of a master craftsman. Even a humble home seemed imbued with significance. Apologies for the humble abode, Lin Fan said courteously. Not at all, the guests replied, waving their hands. Jian Ling smiled. Lin Fan, you're being too polite. As travelers of the martial world, we've seen all kinds of places. There's no such thing as humble surroundings for us. Alright, please enjoy the tea, Lin Fan said, indicating the tea. Leaf Xiaoru and the other two wives served the tea, and then left, understanding that as inner house members, it was not appropriate for them to be present during serious discussions. Lin Fan didn't mind, but the three women insisted, so he didn't argue. Lin Fan, is it true that you forged the household knife yourself? Jian Ling asked directly after taking a sip of tea. Lin Fan had anticipated this question and nodded, yes, I did. Hearing his confirmation, Jian Ling expressed her admiration. When we first met, I knew you were no ordinary person. But I didn't expect you to be a master craftsman. It's just a survival skill. Lin Fan waved it off. For him, it was indeed just a survival skill, a gift that came with marrying his wives. But to others in this world, a master craftsman was an unimaginable existence. This is the magic of the system. A skill given casually was invincible. Lin Fan, you're too modest, Jian Ling said, shaking her head. If the skills of a master craftsman are merely survival techniques, what ability in this world could be worth mentioning? The master is indeed too modest, the elder chimed in, unable to hold back his admiration. The more one understands, the more one realizes what a master craftsman represents. It's no exaggeration to say that if their Divine Sword Manor could have a master craftsman, their status in the martial world would soar, possibly even reaching unparalleled heights. Many top-tier martial artists would seek out a master craftsman to forge weapons tailored to them. With such a desire, who would oppose the Divine Sword Manor? It was evident. Who might this be? Lin Fan asked, noticing the elder's formidable presence. Jian Ling introduced him. This is one of my elders, the current sword guardian of the Divine Sword Manor, a highly respected figure in the martial world, a true authority. Sword guardian Lin Fan's eyes flickered with realization. The Divine Sword Manor must be one of the top forces in the Dalong dynasty to manage such a massive enterprise as the Divine Weapon Pavilion. For this elder to be the sword guardian, earning the respect of Jian Ling, he must be a truly significant figure, far above the level of third-rate experts like Wang Wei. Lin Fan didn't expect to encounter a true martial arts master, which explained the sense of pressure he felt. To think I'm in the presence of a senior, I apologize for any disrespect, Lin Fan said, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture. The master is too kind. I'm merely older by a few years. If you don't mind, you can call me Elder Sword. There's no need for formal titles, Elder Sword replied courteously, not daring to act superior before a master craftsman. This hard-won friendship must not be jeopardized by arrogance. Lin Fan nodded. All right. I'll call you Elder Sword then. That would be best, Elder Sword said with a smile. The second shopkeeper, who initially wanted to speak, realized he was now insignificant and kept silent, merely smiling politely. Lin Fan, to be frank, we originally came to invite you to join the Divine Weapon Pavilion to forge weapons for us. But now it seems that's beneath you. With your skills, even our Divine Sword Manor isn't qualified to command you. We can, however, discuss a partnership. What do you think? Jian Ling proposed directly. Lin Fan appreciated her straightforwardness. I indeed have no intention of serving anyone. As for a partnership, he took a sip of tea and smiled. I'm interested. I trust Jian Ling's character. That would be my honor, Jian Ling replied with a radiant smile, making her look even more attractive. Lin Fan was momentarily entranced by her beauty and demeanor. Jian Ling, being naturally free-spirited, didn't mind his reaction. She saw Lin Fan as a benefactor and didn't care about his slight impropriety. Elder Sword, however, noticed the interaction and his eyes twinkled slightly. With the agreement reached, the atmosphere became even more pleasant. Lin Fan, do you remember I promised to repay you when we met again? Jian Ling asked with a smile. Repay me? Lin Fan chuckled. He hadn't expected to see her again so soon. Yes, to repay your kindness. But for now, I'll give you a small gift first. Jian Ling laughed heartily, her demeanor both charming and approachable. Before Lin Fan could respond, Jian Ling handed him a piece of yellow paper. It was a deed. Lin Fan looked at it, puzzled. Are you giving me a house? He asked. Yes, it's an estate outside Tianfeng County, originally purchased by the Divine Weapon Pavilion for my leisure. But since I'll be returning home soon, it's a waste to leave it unused. So I'm giving it to you, Jian Ling explained. Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel at her generosity. This was no ordinary gift. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, he felt what it was like to receive such a gift and thought, this is amazing. With a grand gesture, she gifted him an estate. This was the hallmark of true wealth, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This is too valuable, Lin Fan said, though he was clearly tempted. After all, it was a large estate. However, he felt it was undeserved. Saving her from the tiger was something he did without expecting any reward. Accepting such a lavish gift now seemed contrary to his principles. Moreover, with the system's golden finger, he knew he wouldn't lack such things in the future. This is nothing, Jian Ling said, shaking her head as she saw Lin Fan hesitate. Compared to the life you saved, this is just a trifle. Do you think my life isn't worth an estate? All right then, Lin Fan agreed, seeing her sincerity. She wouldn't take back the deed, and she seemed ready to be offended if he refused. I'll accept your estate, but not as repayment for saving your life. I acted on impulse back then and didn't expect anything in return. Let's consider this as a gesture of friendship. Looking at her sword, he added, your sword has good materials but is roughly forged. I'll refine and reforge it for you as a return gift. Thank you, Lin Fan. Jian Ling's eyes lit up. Having a master craftsman personally work on her sword was priceless. Compared to casually forging something out of scrap, refining a weapon was another level of skill. It required significant effort and couldn't be done perfunctorily. Her sword, made of meteorite iron, was already a rare and valuable item. The cost of its initial forging was immense. If a master craftsman refined it, it might not become a legendary weapon, but it would be close. She had wanted to refuse, as she genuinely wished to express her gratitude, but Lin Fan's offer was too tempting for any sword practitioner. Elder Jian, standing nearby, was equally thrilled. He realized that his lady had secured a significant friendship with a master craftsman. Although he found the talk of life-saving a bit confusing, it didn't matter. The important thing was their good relationship. The rest could be discussed later. As long as they maintained this bond, the divine sword manner would gain the upper hand. In time they might even persuade Lin Fan to forge a true legendary weapon. Lin Fan, this is my Qingfeng sword. I entrust it to you, Jian Ling said, handing over her sword. Lin Fan took it with a smile. No need to be so formal. It's just a small task. Although the Qingfeng sword was roughly forged, it had good potential. Using his advanced forging techniques, he could refine it to its full potential. Seeing that the sword was made of meteorite iron, Lin Fan felt eager to work on it. A master craftsman always seeks quality materials to fully utilize their skills. But refining it might take some time. You can rest in the house for now, Lin Fan said, heading to his workshop with the sword. How could we let you do all the work alone? I can help with the furnace, Jian Ling insisted, not one to be idle. The others had no objections. They knew that refining a weapon required the wielder's input on their preferences and usage habits to ensure a perfect fit. A master craftsman could achieve this level of personalization, but it required cooperation from the sword's owner. Lin Fan thought he would call her when her assistance was needed, but seeing her determination, he agreed. All right, you can help stoke the fire. Initially he thought she might fumble with the task, but to his surprise, she was quite adept at it. In no time, she had the fire going. How much coal should I add? Jian Ling asked. Fill it up, Lin Fan replied. In no time, the furnace was ready. Watching her skilled movements, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel impressed. She was no ordinary young lady. Is there something on my face? Jian Ling asked, seeing him staring. No, your face is spotless, Lin Fan joked, teasing her. Jian Ling blushed slightly but quickly regained her composure, focusing on her task. Lin Fan, too, turned his attention to his work, pulling out a newly forged iron hammer. Unlike his old rusty tools, this one was crafted with great care, using advanced techniques to increase its weight and stability. With his god-tier forging skills, Lin Fan entered a state of flow. He examined the Qingfeng sword carefully before starting his work. Refining a weapon didn't take long but required meticulous attention to detail to fix any flaws and enhance its quality. This wasn't just about adding a few touches, it involved remolding the sword to fit Jian Ling perfectly. This level of work was challenging, but for Lin Fan, a master craftsman at the peak of his abilities, it was manageable. With a deep breath, he began the process. The first strike of his hammer resonated with a profound power, each blow creating a melody rather than noise. Jian Ling, watching intently, was captivated by the display. She had never seen such masterful technique, each strike transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary. This was the work of a true master craftsman at the headquarters of the Sisui gang. While Lin Fan was busy refining Jian Ling's sword, Protector Lu and his gang members, who had gone out on a mission, returned in a rush, as if their tails were on fire. They hurried to find their deputy leader as quickly as possible. Upon seeing the deputy leader, they collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. What's going on? The deputy leader demanded, his face stern as he awaited their report. His prized disciple had been killed, and he wasn't going to let this matter rest easily. However, before he could ask further, he saw the entire group collapsed on the ground. Could it be poison? This thought made the deputy leader uneasy, and he stood up abruptly from his seat. Deputy leader, we have a major problem, Protector Lu said, gasping for breath, his face pale. What's the problem? And where's the person I sent you to capture? The deputy leader shot back, firing off 3 questions in quick succession. Don't even ask, Deputy Leader Protector Lu said with a bitter smile. The problem arose precisely because we tried to capture that person. What do you mean? The deputy leader was confused. The person he had ordered to be captured had been investigated thoroughly, and was just an ordinary villager with some unusual strength. Protector Lu, though only a third-rate expert, was at the peak of the 3rd tier. He should have easily captured an ordinary strongman, even if they had some unusual strength. By his reckoning, this should have been a simple task. Even if there were complications, Protector Liu's strength should have been more than enough to handle it. But now, it seemed things had gone wrong. Explain in detail, the deputy leader commanded, growing impatient with Liu's hesitant demeanor. Under normal circumstances, when the deputy leader was angry, even a protector would apologize profusely. But this time, Protector Lu just kept his miserable expression. This unusual reaction made the deputy leader feel increasingly uneasy. Tell me what happened, he demanded, even more agitated. He was not disappointed. As Protector Lu recounted the entire event, his expression one of terror, the deputy leader sank back into his chair, his eyes wide with shock. You're telling me that the villager we were supposed to capture is a friend of the sword master? The deputy leader was stunned, his eyes bulging. It's true, Protector Lu replied, his face ashen. And not only that, The sword master himself said that the villager is not just his friend but an honored guest of the divine sword manor, a highly esteemed guest. Boom! Hearing this last part, the deputy leader felt as if his brain had exploded. His head buzzed, his mouth hung open, and he was speechless for a long time. When he finally gathered his wits, he fixed his gaze on Protector Lu. "Are you sure about this?" Protector Lu nodded. "Yes, you can ask the others. They were all there." The deputy leader looked at the other gang members. No need to ask. Their expressions, relieved to have escaped a dire fate, confirmed the story. On the way back, Protector Lu had explained everything to them. They had encountered a figure of immense authority. The Divine Sword Manor was a top-tier power in the martial world, a giant among giants. Such a force could annihilate the Sisui gang with a mere sneeze. They wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just the news that the Sisui gang had offended the Divine Sword Manor would attract countless experts eager to curry favor by wiping them out. Oh my god, the deputy leader was stunned. He realized that his actions had inadvertently offended the Divine Sword Manor. How could he possibly continue as deputy leader? As for keeping this under wraps, it was impossible. Protector Lu, seeing the deputy leader's reaction, excused himself and went to report the matter to an elderly man in a small courtyard. This elder, playing with a bird, was none other than Tai Chengfei, the semi-retired leader of the Sisui gang, also known as Iron Legs Waterwalker. He had been content and relaxed, even smiling when he saw Protector Lu. But after hearing Liu's report, the birdcage fell from his hands. His cherished bird shrieked. But he paid no attention. "What did you say?" Repeat that. Tai Chengfei's eyes glinted with cold light as he stared at Protector Lu. Protector Liu's scalp tingled, but he repeated himself, "The deputy leader's actions have offended the sword master and the Divine Sword Manor." Bang! Before he finished speaking, a metal-colored leg struck him, sending him flying into the courtyard wall, which shook from the impact. Protector Lu spat blood but did not dare to resist. Struggling, he got up and knelt again. He knew his punishment was over. Though severely injured, his third-rate martial artist body could withstand it. Death wasn't likely, but severe injury was inevitable. "You should all just die," Tai Chengfei roared, his eyes red with fury, almost ready to explode. Just a few days ago, the sword master had sought their help, allowing him the honor of meeting this legendary figure. He had been proud of this. But now, he had learned that his subordinates had offended the sword master and the Divine Sword Manor. It was as if the heavens themselves wanted him dead. How could he not be furious? "Get that damn deputy leader here." Tai Chengfei tried to suppress his anger but failed. The loss of a potential friendship with the swordmaster was bad enough, offending him was worse. If the swordmaster sought retribution, the entire Sisui gang would be doomed, including Tai Chengfei himself. Sitting at home, he had unwittingly brought calamity upon himself. The poor old leader felt like crying in his frustration. This matter needed a resolution. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Yes, Protector Lu felt a weight lifted off his shoulders and quickly left the courtyard. The deputy leader was in serious trouble now, but that was no longer Protector Liu's concern. Having taken a severe beating, he had extricated himself from the mess. But the deputy leader, who had orchestrated the whole affair, was not so lucky. Someone needed to take the fall for this, and it would have to be the deputy leader at the Creekside house. After a busy half-day, the refining process was finally completed as dusk settled in. "Try it out and see if it feels right. If there's anything that doesn't feel smooth, let me know," Lin Fan said, handing the refined Qingfeng sword back to Jian Ling. "All right," Jian Ling replied, wiping the sweat from her forehead before taking the sword. Although the Qingfeng sword's appearance hadn't changed much after the refining and semi-recasting process, it felt entirely different in her hand. Previously, the sword had felt merely comfortable. Now it felt like an extension of her own arm, responding seamlessly to her every movement. She could even sense the sword's subtle breathing. This as she began, her eyes widening in astonishment. "The materials were still somewhat lacking, so although I've managed to imbue the sword with a spirit, it's only at the level of a semi-divine weapon," Lin Fan explained with a smile, noticing her reaction. The process of imbuing a weapon with a spirit was the first step toward creating a true divine weapon. This didn't mean the weapon would develop a sentient spirit like in some fantasy tales, but rather that through meticulous forging, special spirit patterns were embedded into the weapon. These patterns not only improved the weapon's balance and handling but also enhanced the wielder's ability to channel their inner strength through the weapon. This is why legendary swords like the Heaven-Reliant Sword and the Dragon-Slaying Saber could effortlessly unleash powerful energy slashes. Their creators had embedded such spirit patterns, allowing the wielders to convert their internal energy into deadly attacks. In this martial world, While it wasn't overly high fantasy, there were indeed experts capable of cultivating various forms of internal energy. Possessing a weapon that could enhance their internal energy attacks would significantly boost their combat prowess. A semi-divine weapon, while not as potent as a full divine weapon, still held considerable power. With such a weapon, Jianling could easily defeat the Tiger King she had previously struggled against. Confirming the weapon's quality, Jianling was stunned. She hadn't expected Lin Fan to refine a semi-divine weapon for her. At the Divine Sword Manor, the epitome of swordsmanship, there was only one such weapon, held by her father, the current lord of the manor. She had hoped to inherit it someday. Now, she had a semi-divine weapon of her own. Holding the Qingfeng sword, she stood silently, overwhelmed by emotion. "What's wrong? Does it not feel right?" Lin Fan asked, noticing her silence. "No, it's perfect," Jianling replied, shaking her head. The idea of a master craftsman forging a weapon for her meant it couldn't be anything less than perfect. "Good, that's what matters," Lin Fan said, smiling. In just half a day, he had created a semi-divine weapon, a tight time frame, but the outcome was satisfying. "Thank you," Lin Fan, Jianling said earnestly. "There's no need to thank me. We're friends, aren't we?" "No need for formalities," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Although the work had been taxing, his vigorous physique made it manageable, almost akin to his daily physical training. The materials were Jianling's and Lin Fan had only used a bit of coal. The cost to him was minimal compared to the value of the estate she had given him. Jianling noticed Lin Fan's sincerity and lack of pretension. Her gaze softened, a subtle change in how she viewed him. But she quickly regained her usual demeanor and laughed heartily. "All right then, Lin Fan. We'll skip the formalities. From now on, we're good friends." "That's the spirit," Lin Fan said, matching her hearty laughter. With the matter settled, Jianling and her entourage took their leave. It was getting late, and with many men in their group and women in Lin Fan's household, it wasn't proper to stay longer. As they left, a young girl who had remained inconspicuous until now approached Lin Fan quietly. "Lin Fan, do you remember me?" Under normal circumstances, Lin Fan wouldn't have recognized her. But knowing Jianling's identity, he guessed the girl's identity as well. "The young lad who nearly wet his pants at the sight of a tiger? How could I forget?" Lin Fan teased. The young girl was indeed the same person who had been terrified by the tiger, now revealed to be a girl. "Of course I remember you," Lin Fan said with a smile. The girl, now known as Yao Qing, had grown into a sweet and petite young lady, her bright smile showing off her crescent-shaped eyes. She was undeniably adorable, the type easily frightened by such dangers. Hearing that Lin Fan remembered her, she beamed with joy. But when he mentioned nearly wetting her pants, she pouted in protest. "I did not wet my pants." Sure, Lin Fan said, chuckling and nodding. Though his agreement seemed to acknowledge her denial, Xiao Qing couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. "Xiao Qing. Let's go," Jianling called out, noticing her lagging behind. "Coming, Miss," Xiao Qing replied, taking a few steps before turning back to Lin Fan. "Thank you for saving me, Lin Fan. My name is Yao Qing. I hope we meet again." "Until next time," Lin Fan replied, waving. Night fell quietly. Inside the house, however, Lin Fan's three wives were far from calm. Staring at the property deed on the table, they were in a state of disbelief. If it had been an ordinary deed, they wouldn't have been so surprised. Their old house also had a deed. But this was the deed to an estate. An estate bought by the Divine Weapon Pavilion for their young mistress couldn't be a simple one. Though they hadn't seen it, they knew it must be grand. They had always known their husband was capable, able to forge swords and earn money. But they hadn't realized that in just half a day, he could secure an estate. Moreover, they had noticed Jianling's expression as she left, looking almost embarrassed, as if she had gotten the better end of the deal. In just half a day, she had given up an estate, yet felt she had received a great bargain. Their husband's abilities far surpassed their expectations. At that moment, they felt incredibly fortunate to have been chosen by him, attributing their luck to ancestral blessings. Otherwise, how else could they have been chosen by him at their lowest point? "Why are you all staring blankly? Put the deed away. In a few days we'll arrange to move. This house, though cozy, is too small. We'll need more space when we have children," Lin Fan said, breaking their reverie with a playful smile. At the mention of moving, the three women seemed ready to protest. But at the mention of children, their faces flushed. "We'll do as you say, husband," they murmured. Lin Fan laughed heartily, embracing them as he began another night of hard work. Tonight would be another busy night, by the creekside house. Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel at his own vitality. Despite a demanding night, he felt invigorated as he woke up early the next morning. However, Before he could even begin his morning exercises, a rapid knocking echoed from the courtyard gate. Through the small window, Lin Fan saw that it was still barely dawn. He wondered who could be so insistent at this early hour, banging on the gate with such urgency that it seemed it might collapse at any moment. In just a few days, the gate had been kicked down several times and was now barely holding together. If the knocking continued, it might fall again. His wives, woken by the noise, looked at him with concern. Lately, any disturbance at the gate had rarely brought good news. "It's all right, I'll go see who it is," Lin Fan reassured them softly before getting out of bed. His wives, still uneasy, got up and dressed, following him out. "Who is it? Knocking so early in the morning?" Lin Fan asked irritably. Being woken up like this first thing in the morning would put anyone in a bad mood. "It's me, your Uncle Wang." Open the gate quickly, came the voice of the village head, Wang Lichang, sounding as urgent as his knocking. Sensing something serious, Lin Fan hurriedly opened the gate. Standing outside was Wang Lichang, his eyes red-rimmed and his expression anxious. "What's going on, Uncle Wang?" Lin Fan asked, more curious than ever. "Something terrible has happened," Wang Lichang blurted out, a classic line for bad news. "What happened?" Lin Fan's expression grew serious. Wang Lichang took a deep breath to steady himself before speaking. Early this morning, a villager went to borrow something from Wang Yukei's house and found his entire family had been slaughtered. They were slaughtered. Lin Fan was genuinely shocked. This was indeed a grave matter, especially in a rural village like theirs. However, something didn't add up. If Wang Yukei's family had been killed, reporting it to the authorities would be the first step. Why was Wang Lichang here, frantically knocking on his door? Lin Fan didn't have a close relationship with Wang Yukei's family. If anything, his family would be the last to be informed about such a tragedy. "Uncle Wang, you don't think I had anything to do with this, do you?" Lin Fan asked, frowning, feeling a bit offended. Wang Lichang didn't respond immediately, but it was clear he suspected as much. In the village, Lin Fan was one of the few with both the motive and the strength. After all, he had easily dealt with Wang Wei, a known martial artist. Given their animosity, Lin Fan was the prime suspect. "Just tell me the truth. If it was you, you should leave now. Some villagers have already reported it to the authorities. Once the officials arrive, it'll be too late to run." Wang Lichang sighed, trying to sound sympathetic. "It wasn't me," Lin Fan replied firmly. "Really?" Wang Lichang was still doubtful. "Really?" Lin Fan looked him straight in the eyes. "Then who could it be?" Wang Lichang muttered to himself, bewildered. Could it be some bandits who targeted Wang Yukei's wealth? But nothing seems to be stolen. "No need to guess, Uncle Wang. It was the work of the Sisui gang. You'd better stay out of it. Since the authorities have been notified, let them handle it. But don't be surprised if it gets brushed under the rug," Lin Fan explained. "The Sisui gang?" Wang Lichang's eyes widened in shock. "How do you know?" Lin Fan briefly recounted how Wang Fei had brought members of the Sisui gang to trouble him the previous day. However, he didn't mention Jian Elder or the Divine Sword Manor, only stating that a powerful friend had been visiting, scaring off the Sisui gang members. The gang, angry at Wang Fa for causing trouble with a big figure, took their revenge on his family. Wang Lichang, understanding the situation, was stunned. The Sisui gang was a notorious group in the county, feared by all within 100 miles. Even the local authorities had connections with them. For them to be scared off by Lin Fan's friend was shocking. Their retaliation against Wang Fei's family made sense, given their ruthless nature. Lin Fan had not anticipated the Sisui gang's ferocity, directly wiping out an entire family. This gave him a first-hand glimpse of the brutal reality of the martial world. The world is truly chaotic. Strength is essential to live peacefully here, he reflected. Meanwhile, Wang Lichang was still processing the information. Knowing the Sisui gang was involved left him more apprehensive. Their influence was immense, and they had no qualms about eliminating threats. When the villagers reported the massacre, the officials only sent 2 constables and a coroner for a cursory investigation. They quickly concluded that the family had died from accidentally ingesting rat poison in their syrup. This official declaration shocked the villagers, as the bodies showed clear signs of violent death, with Wang Fei's limbs brutally severed. The absurdity of the official explanation was evident to all. However, the constables ignored the villagers' protests, signing off on their report and leaving the case closed, leaving only a pot of syrup laced with rat poison as evidence. "It's a blatant miscarriage of justice. Who would drink such a concoction willingly?" one indignant villager shouted. Despite the absurdity, others, especially those wronged by Wang Yukei's family, felt a grim satisfaction. Wang Yukei had exploited many, including seizing land and causing one man to lose his family, leading to his suicide. Serves them right. Heaven has eyes after all, one villager muttered, reflecting the general sentiment. Among those watching was Lin Fan. Observing the scene, he felt a mix of thoughts. As the constables and coroner left, the villagers' outrage was palpable. Wang Yikai's relatives, initially vocal, quieted down, realizing the general animosity toward the family. Back at home, Lin Fan reflected on the events. The saying, "What goes around comes around," had proven true once again. Those who harm others often meet their own downfall. With Wang Fei, the troublemaker, out of the picture, Lin Fan's life finally settled into a peaceful routine. However, in a few days, once the vegetables in the garden were ready for transplanting, he planned to move to a new home. Although Wangjia village had a pleasant environment, their current house was too humble and remote. While Lin Fan could defend himself, his delicate wives would be vulnerable if he ever had to leave. The terrifying experience with the Sisui gang, who didn't hesitate to wipe out an entire family, opened his eyes to the harsh realities of this world. Many such ruthless gangs existed, making it unsafe to stay in such an isolated place. Moreover, every trip to the county required traveling dozens of miles through the mountains, which was time-consuming and dangerous. Even buying basic supplies like firewood, rice, oil, and salt involved a significant journey. For the safety of his wives and the convenience of their daily lives, moving to a more accessible and secure location was the best choice. Besides, why live in a mud house when he had a luxurious manor waiting? "Dear husband, look. The seeds I planted are sprouting." Wang Nanan cheerfully dragged Lin Fan to the garden to show off her work. Lin Fan smiled and patted her head. "You're amazing, my dear wife. From now on, you're in charge of the vegetable garden." "Leave it to me." Wang Nanan clenched her small fists, determined to do her best. Lin Fan laughed at her serious expression, ruffling her hair until it was a mess. "He, don't worry." Wang Nanan giggled, enjoying his affection. After their playful exchange, Wang Nanan returned to tending the garden with enthusiasm. Despite her petite size, she was incredibly diligent. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao approached Lin Fan with a robe. "Husband, could you try on this coat to see if it fits?" Winter was approaching, and they needed to prepare warm clothing. Aside from the youngest wife, who focused on the garden, the other two had been busy sewing. The fabric Lin Fan had bought was almost entirely used up. "All right," Lin Fan agreed, reaching for the coat. But Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. "Stand still, husband. I'll help you put it on." "Is this how a wealthy landlord lives?" Lin Fan teased, feeling a bit pampered. "Don't you want my help? Are you rejecting me?" Su Xiaoxiao pouted, pretending to be upset. "Of course not. Go ahead." Lin Fan relented, amused by her antics. "Good." Su Xiaoxiao giggled, her eyes sparkling mischievously. She had learned that her husband was very soft-hearted, and always gentle when she acted upset. Lin Fan, shaking his head with a smile, allowed her to help him with the coat. "This coat is wonderful. It fits perfectly and feels very comfortable." "Thank you," Lin Fan praised, genuinely impressed by the quality of her work. Su Xiaoxiao beamed, clearly pleased with his approval. "It's our duty to take care of you, husband. You did an excellent job. Where did you learn to sew like this?" "If you opened a tailor shop, it would be incredibly successful," Lin Fan complimented, not expecting her sudden change in mood. One moment she was smiling, and the next her face fell, and her mood became somber. "What's wrong?" Lin Fan asked, puzzled by the sudden shift. "It's nothing," Su Xiaoxiao whispered, but Lin Fan noticed her tears. "Did I say something wrong?" Lin Fan gently lifted her chin, wiping away her tears. "It's not you, husband. I just miss my mother. I wonder if she's doing well. If her leg pain has worsened with the approaching winter," Su Xiaoxiao confessed, her voice choked with emotion. Understanding dawned on Lin Fan. She missed her family, especially her mother, who had taught her to sew. In the olden days, married women rarely had the chance to visit their parental homes due to the demands of their new households. Many never saw their families again after marriage. But for Lin Fan, this was no issue. He could visit his in-laws any time. "Don't cry. Once we settle into our new home, I'll take you to visit your mother. If she's willing, we can bring her to live with us in the manor. Our home isn't short of room," Lin Fan promised, comforting her. "Really? You'll take me to see my mother?" Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up with hope and gratitude. "Yes, really," Lin Fan confirmed, hugging her tightly. Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Xiaoxiao looked up at him. "Husband, I want to have many children with you." Lin Fan laughed heartily. "All right, let's do that." That night he resolved to fulfill her wish with all his might. 2 days later, Lin Fan found himself even more grateful for his robust physique. Early in the morning, just as he was about to start his daily routine, there was an urgent knock at the gate. Peering through the small window, he saw that it was barely dawn. The persistent knocking seemed like it might break the gate down. Who could it be so early in the morning, he wondered aloud. His wives, awakened by the noise, looked at him with concern. It's all right, I'll see who it is, he reassured them, getting out of bed. His wives, still uneasy, got dressed and followed him. Who's there, knocking so early? Lin Fan called out, irritated. It's me, your Uncle Wang. Open the gate, came the anxious voice of the village head, Wang Lichang. Sensing urgency, Lin Fan quickly opened the gate. Wang Lichang stood there, eyes red and anxious. What's wrong, Uncle Wang? Lin Fan asked. Something terrible has happened, Wang Lichang blurted out. What happened? Lin Fan asked, concerned. Wang Lichang took a deep breath. This morning a villager went to borrow something from Wang Yukai's house and found his entire family slaughtered. They were slaughtered. Lin Fan was shocked. However, something didn't add up. If Wang Yukai's family was killed, it should be reported to the authorities. Why rush to inform him? Uncle Wang, you don't think I had anything to do with this, do you? Lin Fan asked, frowning. Wang Lichang didn't respond immediately, but it was clear he suspected as much. In the village, Lin Fan was one of the few with both the motive and strength. Just tell me the truth. If it was you, you should leave now. Villagers have already reported it to the authorities. Once they arrive, it'll be too late to run. Wang Lichang sighed. It wasn't me, Lin Fan said firmly. Really? Wang Lichang was still doubtful. Really? Lin Fan looked him in the eyes. Then who could it be? Wang Lichang muttered, bewildered. Could it be bandits? But nothing was stolen. It was the Sisui gang. Don't get involved, Uncle Wang. Let the authorities handle it. But they'll likely brush it off, Lin Fan explained. The Sisui gang? Wang Lichang was shocked. How do you know? Lin Fan recounted how Wang Fei had brought Sisui gang members to trouble him. He explained that a powerful friend had scared them off, leading them to take revenge on Wang Fei's family. Wang Lichang was stunned. Knowing the Sisui gang was involved left him more apprehensive. Their influence was immense. When the villagers reported the massacre, the authorities sent 2 constables and a coroner for a cursory investigation. They quickly concluded the family had died from accidentally ingesting rat poison in their syrup. This absurd official explanation shocked the villagers, who knew the family had been violently murdered. Despite the villagers' protests, the constables ignored them, signed off on the report, and left, declaring the case closed. It's a blatant miscarriage of justice. Who would drink such a concoction willingly? One indignant villager shouted. Many in the village disliked Wang Yukai's family, especially those wronged by him. Serves them right. Heaven has eyes after all, one villager muttered. Among those watching was Lin Fan, reflecting on the events. The saying, what goes around comes around, had proven true once again. Those who harm others often meet their own downfall. Evening had arrived in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan was about to sit down for dinner with his wives after a busy day when a commotion broke out in the village, accompanied by the frantic barking of dogs. What's going on? Lin Fan wondered, setting down his chopsticks and heading outside to investigate. The village was typically very quiet in the evenings, with no entertainment to speak of. Aside from tending to household chores or playing with their children, there wasn't much to do. But tonight, something was causing a significant disturbance. Brother Fan. Wang Erxiao came running from a distance, shouting anxiously when he saw Lin Fan standing at the gate. What's the matter? Lin Fan asked, puzzled. Something big has happened, Wang Erxiao blurted out. Calm down and tell me slowly, Lin Fan said, trying to soothe him. Wang Erxiao struggled to catch his breath. A big tiger has entered the village. It killed Uncle San's sheep and injured him. A tiger in the village? Lin Fan's wives, who had followed him outside, couldn't hide their alarm. A tiger, an apex predator. Even in modern times with advanced weaponry, dealing with a tiger required utmost caution. For the village, it posed a significant threat. However, tigers rarely ventured into human settlements. Villages, with their numbers and defenses, were usually enough to deter them. But now, a tiger had entered the village and injured someone. This was a serious and rare occurrence. Before Wang Erxiao could respond, a blood-stained tiger appeared at the end of the street, its majestic, blood-soaked fur gleaming ominously as it charged toward them. Watch out, cried Wang Lichang, leading a group of armed villagers in pursuit. He wielded a powerful bow but couldn't get a clear shot as the tiger was too fast. As Lin Fan and his wives stood in the tiger's path, the beast's ferocity became apparent. With a deafening roar, it lunged at them, its gaping jaws revealing rows of deadly fangs. Lin Fan's wives screamed in terror. Facing such a beast, even the bravest men might falter. Wang Erxiao, though terrified, stood his ground. If you want to harm Brother Fan's family, you'll have to get through me first, he shouted, trying to bolster his courage. Despite his small frame and malnutrition, he was ready to sacrifice himself for Lin Fan and his family. Seeing this, Lin Fan felt a deep appreciation for the boy's bravery. Your courage is commendable, he said, moving Wang Erxiao behind him. But leave this to me. Brother Fan Wang Erxiao was bewildered. Lin Fan had moved him effortlessly, like an eagle grabbing a chick. The villagers chasing the tiger were equally stunned. They couldn't believe Lin Fan was confronting the beast alone. Is Lin Fan really that brave? Some young men murmured, recalling the frail, sickly Lin Fan they once knew. What happened next was even more astonishing. Lin Fan locked eyes with the charging tiger, his gaze firm and unyielding. The tiger suddenly halted, sensing a threat it couldn't understand. What's going on? The villagers whispered, baffled. They had seen how ferocious the tiger was, but now it hesitated, cowed by Lin Fan's stare. The tiger, now wary, turned and fled into the nearby creek, its majestic form disappearing into the water without a backward glance. He scared the tiger away with just a look. The villagers were dumbfounded. Brother Fan, you're amazing. Lin Fan's wives were awestruck, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Wang Erxiao, too, was stunned. He had faced the tiger's terrifying presence up close, and knew the power behind Lin Fan's gaze. That was incredible, Wang Erxiao muttered, unable to comprehend how Lin Fan had intimidated the beast. The villagers, having witnessed this, began to speculate. Could it be that Lin Fan was behind Wang Yukai's family's demise? One of them suggested, recalling the recent tragedy. As the pieces fell into place, a middle-aged man who had also offended Lin Fan turned pale with fear. Could Lin Fan truly be so formidable? With the troublemaker Wang Fa out of the way, Lin Fan's life became much more peaceful. In a few days, when the vegetables in the garden were ready for transplanting, he planned to move to a new home. Although Wangjia village had a pleasant environment, their current house was too humble and remote. While Lin Fan could defend himself, his delicate wives would be vulnerable if he ever had to leave. The terrifying experience with the Sasui gang, who didn't hesitate to wipe out an entire family, opened his eyes to the harsh realities of this world. Many such ruthless gangs existed, making it unsafe to stay in such an isolated place. Moreover, every trip to the county required traveling dozens of miles through the mountains, which was time-consuming and dangerous. Even buying basic supplies like firewood, rice, oil and salt involved a significant journey. For the safety of his wives and the convenience of their daily lives, moving to a more accessible and secure location was the best choice. Besides, why live in a mud house when he had a luxurious manor waiting? Dear husband, look. The seeds I planted are sprouting. Wang Nanan cheerfully dragged Lin Fan to the garden to show off her work. Lin Fan smiled and patted her head. You're amazing, my dear wife. From now on, you're in charge of the vegetable garden. Leave it to me. Wang Nanan clenched her small fists, determined to do her best. Lin Fan laughed at her serious expression, ruffling her hair until it was a mess. He, don't worry, Wang Nanan giggled, enjoying his affection. After their playful exchange, Wang Nanan returned to tending the garden with enthusiasm. Despite her petite size, she was incredibly diligent. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao approached Lin Fan with a robe. Husband, could you try on this coat to see if it fits? Winter was approaching, and they needed to prepare warm clothing. Aside from the youngest wife, who focused on the garden, the other two had been busy sewing. The fabric Lin Fan had bought was almost entirely used up. All right, Lin Fan agreed, reaching for the coat. But Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. Stand still, husband. I'll help you put it on. Is this how a wealthy landlord lives? Lin Fan teased, feeling a bit pampered. Don't you want my help? Are you rejecting me? Su Xiaoxiao pouted, pretending to be upset. Of course not. Go ahead, Lin Fan relented, amused by her antics. Good. Su Xiaoxiao giggled, her eyes sparkling mischievously. She had learned that her husband was very soft-hearted, and always gentle when she acted upset. Lin Fan, shaking his head with a smile, allowed her to help him with the coat. This coat is wonderful. It fits perfectly and feels very comfortable. Thank you, Lin Fan praised, genuinely impressed by the quality of her work. Su Xiaoxiao beamed, clearly pleased with his approval. It's our duty to take care of you, husband. You did an excellent job. Where did you learn to sew like this? If you opened a tailor shop, it would be incredibly successful, Lin Fan complimented, not expecting her sudden change in mood. One moment she was smiling, and the next, her face fell, and her mood became somber. What's wrong? Lin Fan asked, puzzled by the sudden shift. It's nothing, Su Xiaoxiao whispered, but Lin Fan noticed her tears. Did I say something wrong? Lin Fan gently lifted her chin, wiping away her tears. It's not you, husband. I just miss my mother. I wonder if she's doing well. If her leg pain has worsened with the approaching winter, Su Xiaoxiao confessed, her voice choked with emotion. Understanding dawned on Lin Fan. She missed her family, especially her mother, who had taught her to sew. In the olden days, married women rarely had the chance to visit their parental homes due to the demands of their new households. Many never saw their families again after marriage. But for Lin Fan, this was no issue. He could visit his in-laws anytime. Don't cry. Once we settle into our new home, I'll take you to visit your mother. If she's willing, we can bring her to live with us in the manor. Our home isn't short of room, Lin Fan promised, comforting her. Really? You'll take me to see my mother? Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up with hope and gratitude. Yes. Really, Lin Fan confirmed, hugging her tightly. Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Xiaoxiao looked up at him. Husband, I want to have many children with you. Lin Fan laughed heartily. All right, let's do that. That night, he resolved to fulfill her wish with all his might. As the threat of the tiger subsided, the villagers gradually dispersed. However, the day's events left everyone deeply unsettled, especially Wang Ergu's father, who left in a visible state of shock. He was genuinely terrified. If Wang Yukai's family's massacre was indeed linked to Lin Fan, then his family might also be in danger. After all, his wayward son had been involved with Wang Fei and had also offended Lin Fan. Despite assurances from his elder brother, Wang Liqiang, who had mediated and said there was nothing to worry about, the old man couldn't shake his fear. What if Lin Fan held a grudge? What if he sneaked into their home on a dark, windy night? With the authority to intimidate a tiger with just a glare, could his family survive? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. But Lin Fan, the central figure in this situation, was unaware of the old man's fear. He had respected Wang Liqiang's request for mercy and had already punished Wang Ergu, so he had no intention of pursuing the matter further. After all, his earlier punch, thrown in anger, had already broken several of Wang Ergu's bones. Had it been more severe, it could have killed him. It's all over now, Lin Fan reassured his wives as he watched the villagers leave. Husband, how did you do that? Wang Nanan asked, her eyes wide with admiration. To her, scaring away a tiger with just a look was almost divine. Lin Fan chuckled. It's simple. You just have to be fiercer than the beast. Wild animals don't want to get hurt. If you can make them feel threatened, they won't risk a confrontation. Wow, husband, you know so much. You're amazing, Wang Nanan exclaimed, her admiration deepening. Lin Fan enjoyed the feeling of being admired. After soaking in the praise, he turned to Wang Erxiao. You were very brave, he said. Wang Erxiao scratched his head, embarrassed. Your bravery is commendable, but next time you face such danger, think carefully. Don't sacrifice yourself needlessly. It's important to take care of your life, Lin Fan continued, his tone serious. He appreciated Wang Erxiao's courage but didn't want him risking his life. Wang Erxiao nodded obediently, although whether he truly understood the lesson was uncertain. All right, it's getting late. You should head home so your parents don't worry, Lin Fan advised, not inviting Wang Erxiao to stay for dinner. Okay, Wang Erxiao nodded again, and hurried to catch up with the departing villagers. He was too afraid to walk home alone after the tiger attack. Lin Fan watched until Wang Erxiao was safely among the other villagers before turning back. Husband, we should have thanked Erxiao earlier. Why did you scold him instead? Su Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled by Lin Fan's behavior. Wang Erxiao's actions, though futile, were brave and selfless. Shouldn't they have shown gratitude instead of reprimanding him? It's precisely because of his bravery that I had to speak to him that way, Lin Fan said, not offering further explanation. Let's go back inside and eat. Our food is getting cold, and reheating it will take time. All right, the two younger wives agreed, heading back inside. Only Ye Xiaoru stayed behind, understanding Lin Fan's reasoning. Lin Fan smiled at her, took her hand and said, let's go back inside, eat, and then we can wash up and rest. Yes, Ye Xiaoru blushed, knowing that rest implied something more. She often wondered how her husband managed to keep up with 3 wives. No wonder he could scare away a tiger he was even fiercer than one. Lin Fan, unaware of her thoughts, finished dinner quickly, and then called for his wives to wash up. The night passed quietly, filled with love and laughter. As dawn broke, and a new day began, Lin Fan was still asleep after a long night when the front gate was knocked on once again. Seriously, Lin Fan muttered. He felt as if the gate had offended someone and was constantly being harassed. Husband, who could it be this early? His wives asked, still drowsy from the night's activities. I don't know, but it seems we really can't stay here any longer, Lin Fan sighed. Go see who it is. They must have something urgent, Ye Xiaoru suggested gently. Nodding. Lin Fan got up and dressed quickly, declining his wife's offer to help. He headed out to see who was at the door. "Uncle Wang, it's you again," Lin Fan said, surprised to see Wang Lichang and a few others, including someone being carried. "Uncle, what's going on?" Lin Fan asked, seeing the strange procession. "This is your Uncle Wang Ayer. We're here to apologize on behalf of his son," Ergo Wang Lichang explained, pointing to a middle-aged man who resembled Wang Ergo. Lin Fan quickly understood the situation. Wang Ergo's father was genuinely terrified of Lin Fan's potential for retribution. He had even broken his own son's leg to show sincerity. "All right, bring them in," Lin Fan said, understanding the gravity of their fear. The procession entered, and Lin Fan addressed Wang Er. "No need for such drastic measures. The matter was already resolved. I hold no grudge against your son." Wang Er broke down, grateful for Lin Fan's mercy. The atmosphere lightened, and the villagers slowly left, relieved. In less than half an hour, the apologetic father left, taking nothing with him. He did, however, leave behind a pile of dried mountain goods and some cured meats that were usually reserved for the New Year celebration. Seeing Wang Ergo being carried away, looking utterly defeated, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "Hopefully this will teach him a lesson," Lin Fan said, watching them go. "Ah, such a disgraceful son. I hope this time he finally learns some sense," sighed Wang Lichang, who had stayed behind. "I believe he will," Lin Fan replied with a smile. Wang Ergo wouldn't dare cause any more trouble anytime soon. With Wang Fei's entire family being wiped out, there was no one left for him to follow in mischief. Wang Lichang sighed again, and then turned to Lin Fan. "I heard you're planning to move? Is that true?" "Yes, it's true," Lin Fan confirmed. "Where are you planning to go?" Wang Lichang asked with a frown. He didn't know about the grand estate gifted to Lin Fan, and was concerned about him moving away. Lin Fan's late father had entrusted him with the responsibility of looking after his only son, ensuring the family's legacy continued. "I'm thinking of moving near the county town," Lin Fan replied. Though he hadn't seen the estate yet, he knew its general location. The second manager of the Divine Weapon Pavilion would help him with the move, so he had no worries. "That's not a bad idea," Wang Lichang nodded approvingly. After a moment of silence he added, "When you're ready to move, let me know. I'll gather some folks to help you." "Thank you, Wang," Uncle Lin Fan said sincerely. Wang Lichang nodded again and left, his mind reflecting on the changes in Lin Fan. Over these past days he had seen Lin Fan transform into someone with remarkable abilities, someone he could no longer fully understand. From defeating the local tough, Wang Wei, a known martial artist, to associating with influential figures who made even the notorious Sishui gang back off, Lin Fan had become someone powerful. The local government's reaction to investigating Wang Yukui's family's deaths had only confirmed this. And then there was the tiger. Wang Lichang, having served in the military, was certain that the fierce tiger had been scared off by Lin Fan's presence, not just by a look but by an overwhelming aura. Such a powerful aura was rare and something only seen in mighty generals. All these events made it clear Lin Fan had become a hidden dragon finally emerging. And this transformation seemed to have started the day he brought home his 3 wives. Could it be that marrying brought out such strength in him? Wang Lichang mused as he walked away, briefly considering rekindling his own youth. But he quickly dismissed the thought, knowing his wife would never allow it. Back at home, Lin Fan shook his head as he watched his elder leave. He then turned to admire the thriving vegetable garden, fetched a bucket of clear well water to wash, and headed to the forge to stoke the fire. With some free time on his hands, Lin Fan decided to forge a batch of swords. Though the iron he had wasn't as fine as the celestial iron he used for Jianling's sword, it was still much better than the scrap metal he had previously. If he worked diligently, he could produce some exceptional swords. As the rhythmic clanging of ironwork filled the air, his 3 wives awoke. Seeing their husband already hard at work, they felt a bit ashamed of their laziness and quickly busied themselves with their chores, cooking, cleaning, and tending to the garden. The morning passed in a comforting routine, with the scent of food mixing with the sound of metalwork, creating a warm and homely atmosphere. Lin Fan smiled contentedly, enjoying the peaceful moment before returning to his work. Moving day. The next morning, the second manager of the Divine Weapon Pavilion arrived with a convoy of carts, ready to help with the move. "Master, the convoy is ready, and at your service," the second manager said, bowing respectfully. "Thank you for your efforts," Lin Fan responded courteously. "It's my honor, Master," the second manager replied with a broad smile, grateful for the opportunity to assist. Working for a living legend like a master blacksmith was a rare privilege. Several days earlier, his superior had been envious of him for securing this task. The head manager had even offered to help move Lin Fan, hoping to present his daughter as a token of goodwill to the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Such a rare opportunity, the second manager thought, thrilled to be a part of it. Serving Lin Fan well could bring endless benefits, possibly elevating his status far beyond what he ever imagined. Lin Fan, unaware of the manager's inner thoughts, focused on the task at hand. In this world, social hierarchies were starkly different from his previous life, and he was still adjusting. Unlike in modern society, where people were treated more equally, here, social status was everything. The recent incident with the Sishui gang, who had unhesitatingly wiped out Wang Fei's family to appease Jian Ling, was a stark reminder. With everything packed and loaded onto the carts, Lin Fan turned to his wives, who were standing by eagerly, anticipating their new home. Su Xiao was especially excited, as it meant she could soon visit her mother with Lin Fan. Despite everything being ready, Lin Fan didn't immediately signal for departure. He stood looking toward the village entrance, as if expecting someone. "What's the matter?" husband Su Xiao asked, noticing his hesitation. "Just waiting for someone," Lin Fan replied with a smile, turning back to watch the road. "Master, are you waiting for someone?" the second manager cautiously asked as he approached. "No. Just lost in thought," Lin Fan replied with a smile and a shake of his head. This was where his journey had begun, where he had walked out from and returned with 3 wives, marking the turning point of his life. Now, as he was about to leave, he felt a pang of nostalgia. But there was no hesitation. After a brief moment of reflection, he turned to his wives. "Do we have everything we need?" "Yes, everything's ready." "Good. Let's head to our new home." Lin Fan nodded, then personally locked the courtyard gate. Although he might not return often, this place was where it all began, a significant part of his journey. The convoy set off, a rare sight for the remote Wang family village, where a convoy like this was a once-in-a-year event. As it rolled through the village, it drew the attention of all the villagers. Seeing Lin Fan seated on the carriage, the villagers understood what was happening. The news of Lin Fan moving had already spread through the village over the past couple of days. Seems like Lin Fan has met a benefactor. Look at him now. Indeed, otherwise how could a sickly lad transform so drastically? I envy him. When will we ever meet such benefactors? Watching Lin Fan's convoy, the villagers couldn't hide their envy. They knew all too well what Lin Fan used to be like. His transformation seemed nothing short of miraculous to them, though they were unaware of the system that had brought about these changes. For them, meeting a benefactor was the only logical explanation for Lin Fan's reversal of fortune. They yearned for similar luck. Wang Lichang, standing quietly among the crowd, was pleased to see Lin Fan had assistance for the move and did not interfere. Instead, he silently watched as the convoy departed. "Tai Zhu, your son has made you proud. You can rest easy now, knowing that the Lin family legacy will continue. Your boy hasn't let you down," Wang Lichang thought to himself, feeling that he had fulfilled his promise to his old friend. "Stop for a moment," Lin Fan's voice rang out, bringing the convoy to a halt. As the carriage stopped, Lin Fan jumped down and walked over to Wang Lichang. "Uncle Wang, this is for you," Lin Fan said, handing him a long rectangular wooden box. "What's this?" Wang Lichang asked, puzzled. "You'll know when you open it," Lin Fan said, handing over the gift before returning to the carriage. The second manager, who had been accompanying Lin Fan, looked at the gift with envy. He had a good guess about its contents. Wang Lichang, unaware of its true value, accepted the gift as a parting token from his nephew. The convoy continued its journey out of the village, but at the entrance, a young boy stopped them. It was none other than Wang Xiao, the coward boy familiar with Lin Fan. "Brother Fan, you're a capable person. Can I work for you?" Wang Xiao asked, determined but nervous. "Why do you want to work for me?" Lin Fan asked, curious about the boy's sudden request. Wang Xiao hesitated before speaking. "My siblings are growing up. Just herding cows won't help my parents support them. Staying in the village means I'll be stuck herding cows forever. I want more out of life. You think working for me will give you a better future?" Lin Fan asked with a smile. "Yes," Wang Xiao nodded firmly. "All right, get on the carriage," Lin Fan said, pointing to the convoy. Really, Wang Xiao was surprised by how easily Lin Fan agreed. "Yes, really. Why else would I ask you to get on?" Lin Fan responded, rolling his eyes playfully. "Thank you, brother Fan." Wang Xiao, his face flushed with excitement, climbed onto a carriage, clutching his small bundle. "You came prepared," Lin Fan remarked, noticing the bundle. Wang Xiao grinned sheepishly. He had indeed planned this. Hearing about Lin Fan's grand estate, he saw an opportunity to change his destiny. Lin Fan said nothing more. He knew he needed trustworthy people around, not just for guarding the house but for various tasks. His plans were starting to take shape, and Wang Xiao's determination fit right in. The convoy set off once more. This time, the journey was smooth. and by late afternoon, they arrived at a massive estate on the outskirts of the county town. The estate was impressive, nestled against the mountains with expansive grounds that included gardens and an artificial lake, spanning several hundred acres. "Is this the estate that Miss Jian Ling gifted to me?" Lin Fan asked, looking at the grand property. The second manager nodded, his eyes reflecting admiration for the scale and beauty of the place. This was merely a temporary retreat for leisure, showcasing the vast wealth and generosity of Miss Jian Ling. Such a fortune, Lin Fan mused, taking in the sight before him. This truly shows the extent of her wealth. "Yes, this is indeed the estate our young lady gifted to you," the second manager nodded with a smile. He had personally chosen this place, forcibly purchased from a wealthy merchant. It was a brand new estate, never lived in, and even received praise from Jian Ling. The gift was a testament to her sincerity. Although Lin Fan eventually gifted her a semi-divine weapon in return, which she greatly benefited from, her initial gesture was full of genuine goodwill. "It's a wonderful place. Please convey my thanks to your young lady," Lin Fan said, taking a deep breath. "No need to be so formal, Master Lin. Our young lady will be thrilled to know you are pleased," the second manager replied, his face beaming with satisfaction. As long as Lin Fan was content, future collaborations would be smoother. This also meant that the second manager's own status would rise accordingly. Even now, Lin Fan had no idea how influential his full-level blacksmithing skills were. "You've done well. From now on you'll be my point of contact with the Divine Weapon Pavilion. I'll mention this to Elder Jian the next time I see him," Lin Fan said, understanding the manager's ambitions and deciding to accommodate them. Having a familiar contact would save him a lot of trouble, especially one as proactive as the second manager. "Thank you, Master Lin." The second manager's face flushed with excitement, his goal achieved. "Keep up the good work. There's a long road ahead." Lin Fan patted the manager's shoulder, hinting that their partnership would last. The gift from the wealthy lady, and the reputation of the Divine Sword Manor made the collaboration worthwhile. As they stood in front of the grand estate, the gates opened. A group of maids led by an elderly steward stepped out to welcome them. "Master Lin, these are the servants of the estate, led by butler He. He has decades of management experience and is highly trustworthy. You can rely on him for anything." The second manager introduced the staff. These servants were carefully selected for the young lady of the Divine Sword Manor, ensuring they were reliable. As long as Lin Fan maintained a good relationship with the manor, he could trust them implicitly. "Thank you." Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Managing such a vast estate alone would be impossible, even with his numerous wives. "Welcome home, Master," the maids and servants greeted in unison. "No need to be so formal. As long as you do your work well, you won't be mistreated," Lin Fan said, aiming to strike a balance between authority and kindness. "Understood," the servants responded in unison, clearly more relaxed. "These three are your mistresses." Lin Fan introduced his wives to the staff. "Greetings, mistresses," the servants said, bowing respectfully. "You don't need to be so formal," Su Xiaoxiao and Wang Nanan said, waving their hands awkwardly. Only Yi Xiaoru nodded slightly, understanding her husband's intentions. "All right, let's get everything inside," Lin Fan concluded, signaling the end of formalities. "Erxiao, just supervise the move. From now on, you'll be by my side for instructions," Lin Fan instructed Wang Erxiao, stopping him from helping with the move. He wanted Erxiao for more important tasks. "Yes, Brother Lin," Wang Erxiao responded obediently, grateful for the opportunity. The bustling servants envied Erxiao's position, recognizing it as a sign of absolute trust. Though they didn't know much about their new master, they knew he was extraordinary from the way the second manager treated him. "What are you all doing? Didn't you hear the master's orders? Get to work, butler," he shouted, snapping the servants back to attention. His experience was evident, ensuring discipline among the staff. "Uncle He, I'll rely on you to manage the household." Lin Fan acknowledged the butler's capabilities. "It's my duty, Master Butler," he replied humbly, not underestimating Lin Fan due to his youth. "My wives, let's go see our new home." Lin Fan invited his three wives with a smile. "Yes," they replied, following him inside. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, in the Divine Sword Manor, Jian Ling and her party returned, causing a stir among the senior members. Not only had they brought back a semi-divine weapon, but also the news that a legendary master blacksmith had reappeared. The semi-divine weapon was crafted by this master, who now worked with Lin Fan. The first impression Lin Fan had of his new home was its sheer size, immense and grand beyond belief. To put it in perspective, 1 mu is approximately 666 square meters. An ordinary house occupying that much land would already be considered substantial. But this estate spans several hundred mu, making it unimaginably vast. If someone with poor eyesight stood at one end, they might not even see the other end. Standing within its grounds, One felt exceedingly small. The estate was divided into an inner courtyard and an outer courtyard. The outer courtyard housed the servants and guards, while the inner courtyard was reserved for the family. Only the maids serving the family could enter the inner courtyard without permission. In addition to the courtyards, there was a sizable garden and an artificial lake, blending nature with elegance. Building such an estate wasn't cheap. The cost was conservatively estimated to be over 10,000 taels, and even that might not suffice. The disparity between the rich and the poor is enormous in any world. It's so big, Wang Nanan exclaimed, overwhelmed by the size of her new home. She had lived in simple, modest houses all her life, whether in her own home or Lin Fan's. This mansion was a world apart. Su Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. This place is enormous. I doubt there's a larger estate in the entire county. Ye Xiaoru smiled and nodded as well, gaining a deeper appreciation for her husband's capabilities. She had expected the estate to be large, but not this large. What seemed like a desperate gamble had indeed paid off. She had chosen a hidden dragon. At this moment, an old memory she had given up on began to resurface. Seeing your reactions, it seems you're all quite satisfied with our new home, Lin Fan asked, smiling at his wives. He felt a sense of nostalgia. It had only been a month since he arrived in this world, but his life had changed drastically. He had gone from a single man to having 3 lovely wives and now living in a grand estate. No wonder everyone dreams of traveling to another world. It's truly wonderful, Lin Fan thought. His good days were just beginning, and he was already enjoying them. In the following days they settled into their new home. Lin Fan, along with Wang Erxiao, built a blacksmith shop by the artificial lake. As a master blacksmith, he was familiar with his tools and wanted everything to be just right. Brother Fan, when did you learn Uncle Tai's skills? You didn't know how to forge before, Wang Erxiao asked, puzzled. Lin Fan, who previously had no interest in blacksmithing, laughed and said, I didn't know it before. But life has a way of teaching you things. Brother Fan, you're amazing, Wang Erxiao said with admiration. In his eyes, having a skill meant being capable. And Lin Fan was not only skilled but also someone the entire village respected. Keep working hard. One day you'll be amazing too. I have high hopes for you, Lin Fan encouraged Wang Erxiao, who nodded vigorously and threw himself into his work with renewed vigor. Lin Fan smiled, appreciating the enthusiasm of youth. In the days that followed, Lin Fan worked hard to ensure a good life for his wives. As a responsible man, this was his duty. When things finally settled, Lin Fan prepared to take his second wife, Su Xiaoxiao, to visit her mother. But just then, 2 unexpected visitors arrived. Master, there are 2 visitors, an elder and a young girl, waiting outside. They seem distinguished, reported the butler respectfully. Lin Fan, busy with his work, was intrigued. Did they mention who they are? Having lived in this world for a while, Lin Fan hadn't made many acquaintances, especially after moving to his new home. The butler should recognize any familiar faces. They didn't say much, only that they wished to discuss something with you, the butler replied. Invite them to the drawing room. I'll be there shortly, Lin Fan instructed, wiping the sweat from his brow. He was curious about these unexpected guests. Yes, master, the butler said, and left to make arrangements. Lin Fan quickly washed up and changed into clean clothes with the help of his wives. Within half an hour, he was ready and entered the drawing room. Inside he found 2 people, a young girl and an elderly man. They had been waiting for a while and looked up as Lin Fan entered. Seeing how young he was, they both seemed a bit surprised. We haven't met before. Who are you, Lin Fan asked, his curiosity piqued. The girl in the red dress spoke first. We haven't met, but soon we will become well acquainted. Oh, Lin Fan chuckled. And why is that? Could you elaborate? The girl was strikingly beautiful, with a fiery figure, almond-shaped face, large eyes, and a radiant complexion. Despite her beauty, Lin Fan maintained his composure. She was a stranger, after all. I am Dao Miao Miao Miao, the young mistress of the Overlord Sword Manor. We seek a partnership with you, the girl introduced herself. Dao Miao Miao Miao? Overlord Saber Manor? Collaboration? Lin Fan was thoroughly confused. He understood every word she said, but the meaning behind them was lost on him. Collaboration? What kind of collaboration? Lin Fan asked directly. Just like your collaboration with Divine Sword Manor, but better. Whatever Divine Sword Manor can offer, Overlord Saber Manor can match and exceed, Dao Miao Miao said confidently. Lin Fan remained silent, furrowing his brows slightly. The details of his collaboration with Divine Sword Manor were known to very few. Apart from Jian Ling and her group, and the diligent second manager, no one else knew. Even his identity was a secret to others. The second manager had every reason to keep it under wraps, relying on Lin Fan for his promotion and wanting to avoid competition. Jian Ling and Jian Lao were core members of Divine Sword Manor, and their interests were aligned with the manor's. As for Xiao Qing, Jian Ling's close maid who grew up with her, it was unlikely she would leak anything. Yet, someone had found him. And it was clear they knew his identity and his collaboration with Divine Sword Manor. Someone must have leaked the information. How did you find me? Lin Fan asked after a moment of silence. Dao Miao Miao smiled. We have our channels. To show our sincerity, we'll admit it came from Divine Sword Manor. Consider this a reminder that Divine Sword Manor isn't as reliable as it appears. And Overlord Saber Manor is. Lin Fan chuckled. Of course, Dao Miao Miao nodded without hesitation. You can ask around. Our Overlord Saber Manor's standing is unparalleled, far beyond Divine Sword Manor. Lin Fan said nothing. He had never heard of Overlord Saber Manor, let alone knew their background. So, what do you think? Dao Miao 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 asked confidently. What do I think about what? Lin Fan glanced at her. The collaboration. Dao Miao Miao's eyes widened, clearly an impatient person. I'm not interested, Lin Fan replied, shaking his head. He valued his credibility and had a good relationship with Jian Ling. Their collaboration wasn't based on the manor's status but on his trust in Jian Ling. Moreover, as a master blacksmith, finding collaborators wasn't difficult for him. As for the leak, large organizations inevitably have their share of rotten apples. He wasn't overly concerned. His future collaborations and weapons would eventually be sold, making his abilities known to others a matter of time. Not only Jian Lao could recognize quality. Are you kidding me? Dao Miao Miao couldn't believe it. She had thought her pitch was flawless, but Lin Fan refused without hesitation. As the heiress of Overlord Saber Manor, she was used to being treated with reverence. But here, she faced outright rejection. Have you not heard of Overlord Saber Manor? Dao Miao Miao asked, bewildered. Lin Fan nodded honestly. I haven't. Why don't you enlighten me? Dao Miao Miao's demeanor brightened. Well, let me tell you. Overlord Saber Manor is on par with Divine Sword Manor, if not superior. We're one of the four great powers in the Jianghu: Eastern Sword, Southern Saber, Western Fist, and Northern Kick. We, the Southern Saber, dominate with our exceptional sabers and deep military ties. She continued explaining their exclusive weapon sales through BA Dao Pavilion, a stark contrast to Divine Sword Manor's general weapon trade. Their sabers were highly sought after, even within the military. Lin Fan listened, absorbing her passionate exposition. You have a grudge against Divine Sword Manor? He asked bluntly. Grudge? Not exactly. We just don't see eye to eye, Dao Miao Miao retorted dismissively. Despite her nonchalance, the tension between the two manors was evident. So, now that you know, can we talk about our collaboration? Dao Miao Miao circled back to her proposal. My answer is still no, Lin Fan replied. Dao Miao Miao was taken aback. Her frustration bubbled over, and she stood up abruptly, the movement emphasizing her fiery demeanor. Are you really going to pass up this opportunity? Dao Miao Miao demanded, glaring at Lin Fan with a mix of anger and incredulity. Dao Miao Miao stared at Lin Fan with fierce determination, as if ready to leap forward and bite him. Lin Fan chuckled. What? Is your Overlord Saber Manor in the business of coercion now? Don't talk nonsense. Dao Miao Miao was clearly angered, her words sharp. Then what do you mean? Lin Fan motioned towards her, indicating the aggressive stance she had taken. I'm merely asking if you want to collaborate. When did I say I would force you? I'm not like Divine Sword Manor, Dao Miao Miao said with a huff, taking another opportunity to disparage her rival. Lin Fan sighed inwardly. It was evident there was animosity between the two manors. I appreciate the offer, but I'm not looking to change my collaboration partners at the moment, Lin Fan reiterated firmly. Dao Miao Miao's chest heaved with frustration, straining her red dress to its limits. Lin Fan wondered if it might burst under the pressure. The older man accompanying her, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Master, are you sure you won't reconsider? Compared to Dao Miao Miao's fiery demeanor, the elder was calm and respectful. Yet, as soon as he spoke, Lin Fan sensed the same formidable presence he had felt from Elder Jian, recognizing him as another top-tier master. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he still shook his head. I've already committed to Divine Sword Manor. It wouldn't be right to break my word. If I ever reconsider, I will think of Overlord Saber Manor first. The elder paused briefly before nodding. Very well. Here is my token. Should you ever change your mind, present this at any of our branches, and they will bring you to me. Lin Fan accepted the token. It was simple, with the character Dao Saber engraved on it, signaling the elder's high status. Dao Miao Miao was reluctant, but, seeing the elder's decision, she had no choice but to leave. As they exited the manor, they ran into Jianling. Jianling's mood had been great. She had gained the friendship of a divine craftsman and received a semi-divine weapon, elevating her status within Divine Sword Manor. Some even suggested her father should step down in her favor. But upon arriving at Lin Fan's new home and seeing her arch-rival, Dao Miao Miao, her mood soured. Dao Miao Miao Miao. Jianling. Their eyes met, and sparks flew. The elder from Overlord Saber Manor and Elder Jian also locked gazes, their auras clashing invisibly. Still alive, old man Elder Jian sneered. As long as you are, I will be too, the elder retorted. How about a duel sometime? Any time. The elder's confrontation was subtle, befitting their status. However, the younger generation had no such restraint. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be swinging your big saber at home? Jianling taunted. Hey, I go where I please. Shouldn't you be preparing to get married and have children, as your father wishes? Dao Miao Miao shot back, hitting a sore spot. Jianling took a deep breath to calm herself. At least someone wants to marry me. Unlike you with your temper, who would dare? No one but your family's wealth keeps you from the brothel. Who says no one wants to marry me? Dao Miao Miao retorted, her anger evident. Whoever responds, Jianling replied nonchalantly, easily getting under her skin. Though Dao Miao Miao's beauty and status attracted many suitors, her fiery temper and the fate of several suitors dissuaded others. You'll see. This isn't over. I'll steal him away from you. Dao Miao Miao fumed, storming off. Initially, after Lin Fan's refusal, Dao Miao Miao had intended to leave it at that, respecting the temperament of a divine craftsman. However, after Jianling's provocations, she swore to win Lin Fan over, just to spite her rival. Dao Miao Miao stormed off in a huff, leaving Jianling to revel in her victory as she approached Lin Fan, who had just set down his teacup. Brother Lin. Jianling greeted warmly, her mood lifted by her triumph over her rival. Lin Fan smiled back. Miss Jianling, how come you have time to visit so soon? Jianling didn't answer directly but instead asked nonchalantly, Brother Lin, did someone from Overlord Saber Manor come to see you just now? Yes. Lin Fan nodded without hesitation. What did they want? Jianling's expression turned serious, her suspicions confirmed. They wanted to discuss a collaboration, offering better terms than Divine Sword Manor. Lin Fan replied with a smile. Did you agree? Jianling's face was filled with concern. She had just managed to restore her family's honor, and losing Lin Fan would be a devastating blow. What do you think? Lin Fan responded with a mysterious expression. Jianling hesitated before shaking her head. I believe Brother Lin is a man of his word and wouldn't agree. Thank you for your trust, Lin Fan said with a smile. I didn't agree to their proposal. But I am curious, how did they find out about our cooperation so quickly? Jianling fell silent, realizing that someone within their ranks had betrayed them. Otherwise, how could Overlord Saber Manor have known so quickly? Miss Jianling, I continue to work with Divine Sword Manor because I trust you. However, I hope such incidents will be rare. I don't like being disturbed, Lin Fan said, expressing his displeasure. Rest assured, Brother Lin, I will get to the bottom of this and give you a satisfactory explanation, Jianling promised, her eyes flashing with determination. Elder Jian also spoke up. Master Lin, I guarantee this won't happen again. It better not. Let's keep our cooperation smooth, Lin Fan said, satisfied that his point had been made. With the heavy topic out of the way, the conversation lightened. Jianling inquired about Lin Fan's new home and offered any help he might need, which he politely declined. By the way, Elder Jian, can we have second steward handle future sales? I'm not comfortable with strangers, Lin Fan asked, fulfilling a promise he had made. Of course, Master Lin. Whatever makes you comfortable, Elder Jian readily agreed. Thank you, Lin Fan said, appreciating the accommodation. With the matter settled, they discussed some details of their cooperation, and Jianling left a deposit of 1,000 taels before departing. They were eager to address the internal betrayal and reassure Lin Fan of their reliability. With no more interruptions, Lin Fan prepared to visit his mother-in-law's home with his second wife, Su Xiaoxiao, and the ever-helpful Wang Erxiao. The manor had a carriage left by Jianling, now gifted to Lin Fan. Wang Erxiao, experienced with ox carts, quickly adapted to driving the carriage. You're doing well, Lin Fan praised as Wang Erxiao expertly handled the horses. They first stopped in town to buy some gifts before continuing their journey to Su Xiaoxiao's home village, 80 li away, further than Lin Fan's original village. As they neared her home, Su Xiaoxiao grew increasingly emotional, her eyes welling with tears. What's wrong? Lin Fan asked, though he knew she was feeling anxious about returning home. Thank you, husband, for bringing me back home and for treating me so well," Su Xiaoxiao whispered, hugging him tightly. "You're my wife. It's my duty," Lin Fan said gently, stroking her hair. Moved by his words, Su Xiaoxiao leaned against him, her heart full of gratitude. As they approached Sujia village, a lively and bustling place despite its remote location, the villagers were stunned by the sight of the luxurious carriage. Who could that be? Such a grand carriage in our village, they whispered among themselves, noting the rarity of such a sight even in the county. Curious children were quickly pulled back by cautious adults, wary of offending the important visitors. The village chief and elders hurried over, not daring to be negligent. Seeing the impressive carriage, they assumed a significant person had arrived. "Everyone, be respectful. We mustn't offend these distinguished guests," the village chief warned, leading the elders to greet the newcomers. Just then, a familiar voice called out from the carriage, "Uncle Su, elders, what brings you all here?" The villagers' eyes widened in shock as Su Xiaoxiao, supported by Lin Fan, stepped out of the carriage. "It's Xia Shui's daughter," they exclaimed, recognizing her. The villagers' disbelief turned to astonishment. The grand visitor was their own, a woman sent away by the authorities, now returning in style. It was a moment of immense surprise and curiosity for everyone in the village. In the Dalong dynasty, daughters allocated by the government were treated no differently than spilled water. Their status in their husband's household was exceedingly low, almost akin to that of an obedient slave. Had it not been for these arrangements, girls wouldn't have been distributed in such a manner. Many families in Sujia village faced similar fates. This was the tragic reality for women in ancient times, except for a tiny fraction of wealthy families, most lived humble and sorrowful lives. Unlike modern society, where women could achieve great heights and men often felt the pressure to meet high expectations, back then, women's opportunities were severely limited. If men were dissatisfied, there was even a warning about bearing children to pressure them. But now, in this ancient context, Su Xiaoxiao, who had recently been allocated, had returned. Accompanied by an important figure and riding in a luxurious carriage, she came back with great fanfare. The array of gifts taken out of the carriage by the servant dazzled everyone. It was clear she was back to visit her family. When had a girl sent off by the government ever received such treatment? Are we seeing things? One of the elder clan members rubbed his cloudy eyes hard, thinking he might be mistaken. Otherwise, how could they be witnessing such a scene? "Su Xiaoxiao, is that really you?" the village chief asked in disbelief. Looking at the familiar elders, Su Xiaoxiao nodded excitedly. "Yes, it's me. You haven't made a mistake." Upon confirming it was indeed her, the people of Sujia village burst into another round of exclamations. Who would have thought that Su Sansui's daughter would rise to such heights? If Sanshui knew, he could rest in peace with a smile, the villagers said enviously. Especially the women, who now looked at her with longing. But it was just wishful thinking. Not everyone could be like Lin Fan, capable and respectful of his wife. "Never thought we'd meet again," the village chief sighed. When Su Xiaoxiao was allocated, he had seen her off, thinking it was a farewell forever. The men needing government-allocated wives were typically from impoverished areas, and they preferred strong, hard-working women. Su Xiaoxiao, being delicate, would have been a last choice. With such economic pressure, marrying a wife who couldn't bear hardship and do farm work could potentially ruin the whole family. The head tax was no joke. Many men preferred to remain unmarried rather than choose such women, whose ultimate fate often was to end up in brothels, contributing to the state's revenue. It was a sad reality, but that was the Dalong dynasty twisted beyond belief. Su Xiaoxiao was filled with mixed emotions, mainly gratitude towards her husband. Without Lin Fan, she wouldn't have returned in glory. She might have ended up humiliated in a brothel. "It's good to have you back," the village chief mumbled, then cautiously turned to Lin Fan. "Su Xiaoxiao, is this your husband?" Su Xiaoxiao nodded joyfully. "Yes, Uncle Su, this is my husband Lin Fan. He's come with me to see my mother and my family." Her words, brimming with happiness, made other allocated women envious to the point of tears. They wished to be in her place, but their burly figures and coarse skin were not to Lin Fan's taste. "Hello, Uncle Su," Lin Fan greeted politely. It was important to show respect to his wife's elders. You too," the village chief responded cautiously, not daring to assume the authority of an elder. Lin Fan's distinguished aura and luxurious carriage commanded respect. "No need to be so formal, Uncle Su. Since you're an elder to my wife, you're also an elder to me," Lin Fan said kindly, dismissing the notion of social hierarchies. But the village chief couldn't bring himself to think that way, remaining respectfully cautious. Lin Fan shook his head with a wry smile and let the matter rest. Su Xiaoxiao wanted to say something, but a choked voice called out from the crowd before she could. "My little girl. Is that really you? Come to mother, a white-haired, plainly dressed elderly woman cried, pushing through the crowd, her eyes filled with tears but unfocused. Mother Su Xiao cried, running to her and throwing herself into her mother's arms, tears streaming down her face. It's really my little girl is back, the elderly woman wept, holding Su Xiao close. Initially too emotional to notice, Su Xiao soon realized something was wrong. Her mother seemed unable to see her, and only reacted when Su Xiao spoke. Mother, what happened to your eyes? Su Xiao asked through her sobs, noticing her mother's cloudy, unfocused eyes. Nothing, dear. I'm just old, and my eyesight has faded. Don't worry about me, I'm fine, the elderly woman reassured, gently wiping Su Xiao's tears with a mother's love. But her words only made Su Xiao cry harder. Uncle Su, what happened to my mother-in-law's eyes? Lin Fan asked the village chief, noticing that his mother-in-law was blind. The village chief sighed when Su Xiao was taken away and rumors spread that she was unwanted and likely to end up in a brothel. Her mother cried herself blind, believing she had ruined her daughter's life. Su Xiao, pampered and well cared for, had always been cherished by her family. Knowing her daughter's fate, her mother couldn't bear the guilt. Lin Fan fell silent, having expected a different scenario where he might need to seek revenge. But this was a heart-wrenching reality. He had seen such stories on television, but witnessing it in real life, especially involving his own family, left him at a loss for words. After a while of mutual tears and embracing, the emotional waves finally calmed. Things had reached a point where crying wouldn't change anything. With the village chief personally leading the way, Lin Fan arrived at his wife's family home. How to describe it in one word? Poverty. The small courtyard was a mix of mud and straw. As they approached, a child as thin as a monkey was peeking over the wall, looking both curious and fearful. Supporting her mother, Su Xiao saw the child and called out excitedly, Xiao Wu Yu. You are Auntie Xiao. The child squinted at her, trying to make sure he recognized her. Yes, it's Auntie Xiao. I'm glad you still remember me, Su Xiao replied, smiling for the first time since seeing her mother's blindness. Without needing Lin Fan to ask, the village chief once again took the initiative to explain. The timid child was Su Xiao's nephew, her brother's son. Auntie Xiao, the child rushed out from the courtyard and hugged Su Xiao's leg tightly. He was small and malnourished, his grip weak, but he held on as if afraid she might disappear again. This indicated how much Su Xiao was loved at home, with her little nephew especially attached to her. Uncle Su, where is my brother? Is he not at home? Lin Fan knew his wife had an older brother but hadn't seen him, so he casually asked the village chief. The village chief replied, Go inside and you'll understand. Su Xiao's family has faced many hardships recently. If you truly care for her, you should be prepared to offer a lot of support. Lin Fan sensed that something was indeed amiss. It seemed his mother-in-law's blindness was not the only misfortune. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they were hit by the strong scent of medicinal herbs. Under the eaves were piles of herb residue and a large cauldron used for decoctions. Where is my brother? Isn't he home? Su Xiao asked, holding her nephew and noticing the herbal remnants. Her mother, instead of answering, just sighed and began to cry silently. Seeing this, Su Xiao's legs gave way, and she almost collapsed if Lin Fan hadn't been quick to support her. Little Wu Yu, tell Auntie Xiao what happened to your father? Su Xiao asked her nephew, trying to regain her composure. The child replied simply, Father's leg is broken. He has been bedridden with a lot of medicine. A broken leg? How did that happen? Su Xiao's face turned pale. Unlike modern times, a broken leg in these days could mean lifelong disability or even death from infection. She hadn't imagined that in just 3 months, her family could suffer so much. Her father had died years ago, but her brother had managed to keep the family afloat, with her mother sewing to make ends meet. Now, her brother's broken leg and her mother's blindness were devastating. If I had come back any later, would I ever have seen them again? She wondered, her heart heavy. I don't know. One day there was a lot of noise in the village, and father went out with his hoe. Later, some uncles carried him back covered in blood. It was very scary, the child explained, shaking his head as he recounted what little he knew. Her mother continued to cry silently, unable to provide more details. Lin Fan turned to the village chief for more information. The village chief sighed again, It's a long story, but your brother-in-law can tell you himself. It's best you hear it directly from him. All right, Lin Fan agreed, realizing the full story would come out soon enough. Shall bring Uncle Su some venison jerky as a greeting gift, Lin Fan instructed. Sure, Brother Fan Wanger Xiao promptly fetched a beautifully packaged gift box. These finely crafted gift boxes were usually reserved for affluent families. Even the box itself was valuable, not to mention the venison jerky inside each piece worth at least 5 taels of silver. The village chief was taken aback. He had heard of venison jerky as a luxury item, seen it displayed in shops from afar, but never tasted it himself. Now, receiving it as a simple greeting gift left him astonished and increasingly respectful of Lin Fan. "This is too much," he began, but Lin Fan interrupted. "Just take it. It's just some meat." Seeing Lin Fan's generosity and realizing it would be rude to refuse, the village chief accepted the gift, expressing his gratitude before leaving, promising to be available if needed. Lin Fan's mother-in-law felt both relieved and pleased. Her daughter had not only married well but had a loving husband who cared for her deeply, evident from the long journey and the numerous gifts they brought. But thinking of her son's plight, she sighed deeply, her face etched with worry. As they entered the house, they were greeted by the sound of a weak cough. "Elder brother." Su Xiaoxiao recognized the voice and quickly ran into the room from where the coughing came. Lin Fan motioned for Wang Erxiao to put down the gifts and followed her inside. The sight that met them was a simple wooden bed, upon which a pale man lay half reclined. One of his legs was bound with bamboo splints, wrapped in cloth, and emanating a strong smell of herbal medicine. Su Xiaoxiao, kneeling by the bed, began to cry, her tears falling continuously. First her mother lost her sight, and now her brother's leg was broken. The repeated blows were too much for her gentle nature to bear. "Don't cry, Xiaoxiao. Your brother isn't dead, it's just a broken leg. It'll heal with time. Seeing you doing well makes me happy," the man on the bed reassured her with a faint smile. Despite his own suffering, he was relieved to see his sister looking well and accompanied by Lin Fan, who appeared dignified and capable. Brother-in-law Lin Fan greeted as he approached the bed. "Yes, you must be Xiaoxiao's husband," the man smiled weakly, showing his approval. "Yes, I am. Thanks to Xiaoxiao, we are now husband and wife," Lin Fan replied, his eyes filled with affection as he looked at his wife. "Please take good care of her. She was always delicate, and I never let her work hard. I thought I was protecting her, but it turns out I was wrong. Fortunately, she met you," the man said, his voice tinged with regret and relief. "Don't say that, brother-in-law. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to marry such a wonderful wife," Lin Fan replied sincerely. The man's eyes widened for a moment before he laughed heartily, his spirits visibly lifted. Indeed, if Su Xiaoxiao hadn't been so delicate, she might have been married off to someone else long ago. And Lin Fan, with his noble demeanor, would never have settled for anything less. "Xiaoxiao, stop crying. It's your husband's first visit, and you're making him stand around. Your brother and I can't move much, and your sister-in-law is out in the fields. Please take care of everything," her brother gently urged, successfully distracting her from her sorrow. Su Xiaoxiao sniffled, wiped her tears, and hurried off to fetch a stool and some hot water for everyone to drink. Lin Fan took this opportunity to address his brother-in-law directly. "Brother-in-law, what exactly happened to your leg?" The village chief mentioned it wasn't an accident. The man sighed heavily. "Brother-in-law, I can see you're not an ordinary person, and you want to help. But this is a complicated matter. Just treat it as an accident. Knowing Xiaoxiao is happy is enough for me. I don't want to cause you any trouble." "If you say that, you're treating me as an outsider," Lin Fan responded. "I may not be very powerful, but I can certainly stand up for my wife's family." Seeing Lin Fan's resolve, the man finally relented and began to explain. Apparently, this conflict started a few months ago over water rights between Su family village and the neighboring Lai family village during the autumn planting season, leading to a physical altercation. While common in rural areas, such disputes rarely escalated severely, as local authorities would usually intervene. However, things took a darker turn when a villager from Li family village, who had been injured in the fight, managed to enlist the help of a local big shot to seek retribution. This villager had been injured by Su Xiaoxiao's brother during the scuffle. Her brother had forgotten about the incident, as he too had sustained minor injuries and quickly recovered. But recently, the big shot had shown up at their home, demanding retribution. Despite trying to defend his family, her brother was no match for the big shot and his trained henchmen, resulting in his leg being broken. Several villagers who attempted to help were also badly injured. "A big shot," Lin Fan mused, rubbing his chin. The involvement of someone with trained fighters indicated they were dealing with a significant figure. No wonder his brother-in-law had been reluctant to talk. But Lin Fan was undeterred. If the renowned sword spirit manor boasted such strength and had encouraged him to rely on them in times of trouble, this would be a good test of their sincerity. "I see. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I'll handle this matter," Lin Fan reassured him. The two men exchanged a look of understanding. For Lin Fan, ensuring his wife's family was safe and respected was paramount, and he was ready to use his connections and strength to achieve that. Having made up his mind, Lin Fan didn't dwell on the matter any longer. With his decision made, Lin Fan didn't dwell on the issue further. He planned to consult the village chief later to find out who was causing trouble, and then hand the matter over to Sword Spirit Manor for resolution. There was no need to let his injured brother-in-law worry about it. However, to his surprise, he didn't even have to act. Trouble found them first. Or rather, the troublemakers came looking for his brother-in-law again. Su Jianwu, have you prepared my medical fees? If you can't pay today, it won't just be one leg, it'll be all four limbs broken. A voice rang out arrogantly from outside. Then, the old wooden gate was kicked open, and a young man with a contemptuous expression, flanked by several burly men in martial attire, swaggered in. These men, with their bulging temples and fierce auras, were clearly not ordinary individuals. Lin Fan's brother-in-law, who had been about to say something to Lin Fan, turned pale upon hearing the commotion. Brother-in-law, quick! Take Xiao and hide, he urged frantically, clearly knowing who the intruders were. But Lin Fan didn't move. There was no time to hide, and more importantly, there was no need. He wasn't one to avoid confrontation, especially when he had the strength to face it. He had taken down the king of the forest and effortlessly defeated the third-rate expert Wang Wei. He wasn't about to let some random thugs intimidate him into fleeing. Are these the ones who broke your leg? Lin Fan asked calmly. His brother-in-law sighed and nodded. Yes, it's them, led by Lai Lai. I'll try to stall them, but you shouldn't confront them directly. These men aren't ordinary. I understand. You just rest. I'll handle this, Lin Fan replied, then stepped out of the room. His brother-in-law, despite wanting to intervene, was too injured to even sit up. He could only lie back in frustration. Outside, Su Xiao, who had been boiling water in the kitchen, came out upon hearing the noise. Seeing the group of thugs, her face turned pale, but she maintained her composure. Well, what do we have here? A pretty lady? You must be Su Jianwu's sister. Who would have thought that wretch had such a beautiful sister? What a waste! Lai Lai, the leader, sneered, his eyes lighting up with lascivious intent. Did you hurt my brother? Su Xiao demanded, her voice trembling with anger. Li Li laughed, thoroughly enjoying her reaction. Yes, I did. So what? Su Xiao, furious but not used to confrontation, was at a loss for words. Ha! What a feisty woman! Li Lai laughed louder, his eyes roving over her with undisguised lust. Fueled by his newfound power and connections through his influential sister, he had become increasingly arrogant. This was just another opportunity to flaunt his newfound status. Pretty lady, your brother owes me medical fees. If you don't want him to become a complete cripple, you'd better serve me well. Make me happy, and we can talk about reducing his debt. Lai Lai leered. You're despicable, Su Xiao exclaimed. It was the harshest thing she could think to say. Li Lai's grin widened. Is that the best you can do? You haven't seen anything yet. He took a step towards her, but before he could get any closer, a large fist came out of nowhere. Bam! With no embellishment, a simple punch landed squarely on Li Lai's face, sending him sprawling. His mouth was bloodied, and he struggled to cry out in pain, rolling on the ground in agony. Dear! Su Xiao found her anchor in Lin Fan's presence. Don't worry, I'm here, Lin Fan reassured her gently, patting her hand before turning his icy gaze on Lai Lai, who was writhing on the ground. Now, tell me, how do you want to die? His voice was cold and devoid of emotion, a clear sign of his growing anger. Threatening his family was his greatest trigger. Li tried to speak but could only manage incoherent gurgles through his broken mouth. Seeing their leader down, the henchmen, realizing they were up against a formidable opponent, decided to take action. They exchanged a glance and charged at Lin Fan. HMP. You're courting death, Lin Fan muttered, meeting them head-on. Bam! 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 4 punches, 4 fallen thugs. In mere moments, the ground was littered with their bodies. He's too strong. Call for reinforcements, one of the remaining henchmen shouted. One of them quickly pulled out a signal arrow and fired it into the sky. The sharp whistle of the arrow could be heard for miles, a clear call for backup. Lin Fan stood his ground, ready for whatever might come next. He had made up his mind, this wasn't just about defending his family anymore. It was time to show these bullies that there were consequences for their actions. The commotion naturally drew the attention of the villagers. The village chief, who had just returned home with gifts, was excitedly planning to boast to his wife. However, before he could say much, the piercing sound of an arrow startled him. What's happening, he wondered. Though he had never heard such a signal before, the noise filled him with a sense of foreboding. His first thought was of Lin Fan, the only outsider in the village. Such things shouldn't be happening here. Having just received a gift from Lin Fan, he couldn't afford to let anything go wrong. Without much hesitation, he quickly donned his clothes and rushed out the door after informing his wife. Other villagers reacted similarly. Upon hearing the signal, they emerged from their homes. But before they could do anything, a luxurious carriage, escorted by a group of men on horseback, rode into the village. An arrow through the clouds. Thousands come to meet. What's going on? Is someone else coming to visit their family? The villagers speculated, recalling the earlier visit by Lin Fan. Ordinarily, such events were rare. Yet today, it was happening again. The village chief saw the carriage and felt an even stronger sense of foreboding. This was quickly confirmed as the group headed straight for Su Xiaoxiao's home. This he stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts, and hurried after them. No matter what, Lin Fan was now a part of Sujia village, having married into it. He had been respectful and generous, and the village chief couldn't ignore his troubles. Erhu! Gather the men and bring whatever weapons you can find, the village chief ordered a nearby man. Got it, Chief Erhu replied, running off to summon the others. I hope I'm overthinking this, the village chief muttered to himself. He soon reached Xiaoxiao's house, but couldn't enter. The yard was surrounded by burly men in black martial attire, whose presence was intimidating. He watched as the door of the luxurious carriage opened, and a man and woman stepped out, assisted by a stool. Boss, the yard is surrounded. Not even a fly could get out, one of the burly men reported to the man who had just stepped out. Well done, the man nodded approvingly. Are our men hurt? Who attacked them? Just some light injuries, boss. The one who hurt them is the son-in-law of this household, the burly man replied. What about my brother? The woman, who had also stepped out, asked anxiously. She was beautiful but carried a sultry aura, reminiscent of a courtesan. Madam, your brother was seriously injured. All his teeth were knocked out, and he's unconscious from the pain, the burly man reported. What, she screamed, her voice losing its coquettish tone. My brother's teeth knocked out. Unconscious. Yes, madam, he confirmed. Lu Lang, you must avenge my brother. He's my only sibling, she cried, turning to the man beside her. Don't cry, my dear. I will make sure whoever did this pays, Lu Lang reassured her, holding her hand gently. Although she was a courtesan, she was highly skilled, and had captivated Lu Lang. He had paid a hefty price to redeem her and bring her home. They were in their honeymoon phase, and he doted on her completely. Are the attackers under control? Lu Lang asked the burly man after calming his wife. Well, the burly man hesitated. What do you mean? Lu Lang's face darkened. Facing his boss's anger, the burly man broke into a sweat. Boss, the attacker seems extraordinary. He arrived in a luxurious carriage and carries himself with an air of nobility. Ah, my poor brother, the woman cried again, fearing that her avenger might back down. Lu Lang reassured her once more and then snorted. Extraordinary or not, he's no match for our Sishui gang. Today, no matter who he is, he will pay the price. With that, he led the way into the simple courtyard. Inside, Li Lai lay unconscious, his mouth a bloody mess. The 4 henchmen who had been beaten were still groaning on the ground. The woman, Li Lai's sister, had once been rejected as a village wife and ended up in a brothel. There, she had met and ensnared Lu Lang, who eventually redeemed her and brought her home in style. Seeing her brother's state, she wailed, "Little brother," and rushed to him, wiping his blood with a handkerchief. Lu Lang, kill the man who hurt my brother. Kill him. In the past, Lu Lang would have comforted her and then unleashed his fury. But now, upon seeing the attacker, he froze. You want to kill me? Lin Fan asked calmly, his gaze fixed on Lu Lang. In an unbelievable turn, the once arrogant Lu Lang knelt down, trembling. This is a misunderstanding. A big misunderstanding, he stammered, as if seeing something terrifying. In the courtyard, the unexpected scene left everyone stunned. The man who had stormed in with such bravado now knelt before Lin Fan, trembling in fear. The audacious woman who had been shouting fell silent, her mouth agape in shock. Only Lin Fan and his wife, Su Xiaoxiao, remained calm. They recognized the man as Lu Hong, a former enforcer of the Sishui gang who had once knelt in their courtyard, spouting similar pleas. He had since been promoted to deputy leader, strutting around with an air of authority. But no matter his rank, Lu Hong was nothing in front of Lin Fan. One word from Lin Fan to Elder Jian would end him. Lu Hong knew this well, having seen his predecessor fall from grace for offending Lin Fan. Thus he immediately dropped to his knees. The others might not understand how Lu Hong rose to his position, but he knew it was because he had swiftly pleaded for mercy during the previous incident. Offending Lin Fan would mean certain doom, worse than his predecessor's fate. Is this really a misunderstanding? Lin Fan asked coldly. My brother-in-law's leg was broken by your men. Is that also a misunderstanding? Lu Hong trembled, his voice shaking as he replied, It's all my fault. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have dared to offend you, not even with 100 lives. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. My brother-in-law's leg was broken. What do you say about that? Lu Hong turned pale. He pointed to the unconscious Li Li, his anger now directed at the source of his predicament. It's all his fault. If it weren't for him, this wouldn't have happened. Li Li's sister was dumbstruck. Liu Lang, how can you say that? She cried. Shut up, Lu Hong snarled. You caused all this trouble. Silenced, she realized her brother had provoked someone even Lu Hong feared. Su Xiaoxiao's brother, propped up by Wang Er, witnessed the scene with disbelief. It was clear Lu Hong was a significant figure, yet he knelt before Lin Fan, abasing himself to avoid punishment. My sister really found someone extraordinary, he murmured. Have our ancestors blessed us. Wang Er echoed the sentiment, admiration evident in his voice. Brother Fan is amazing. Ignoring Lu Hong's pleas, Lin Fan turned to his brother-in-law. He says he'll compensate you. What do you think? The brother-in-law was taken aback, sweat forming on his brow. He couldn't decide and deferred to Lin Fan. Brother-in-law, I'm just a simple man. You decide. All right, Lin Fan agreed, turning back to Lu Hong. The mastermind behind this incident will never bother my brother-in-law again. And for the broken leg you will pay 500 taels of silver. 500 taels. Lu Hong was shocked. That was a fortune, equivalent to 50,000 coins, enough to support a family for 50 years. Not willing, Lin Fan's voice grew colder. Lu Hong quickly nodded, swallowing his reluctance. I will pay. With those words, 500 taels were promised. Su Xiaoxiao's brother stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the sudden windfall. 500 taels. Before today, Lin Fan's brother-in-law couldn't have imagined holding such an amount in his hands. But now, here it was. Take it, Lin Fan said with a smile. Use it to hire the best doctor and get your leg healed as soon as possible. His brother-in-law took a deep breath and nodded, not saying much, but he had already decided to save the money as a dowry for his sister. Lin Fan was a man of great stature, and his sister deserved a generous dowry. That was his brother-in-law's simple and honest thought. About this matter, Lu Hong, despite his heart bleeding at the loss of his entire fortune, was more concerned about whether Lin Fan would forgive him. As long as he stayed alive, he could always earn more money. But if he was dead, no amount of wealth would matter. Take your men and get out of here. And remember the conditions I mentioned earlier. Don't make me handle it myself, Lin Fan said, waving his hand dismissively as if shooing away a fly. This was an extremely dismissive gesture. But Lu Hong felt nothing but relief. He even managed to smile. Being alive was good enough. As for the conditions, Lu Hong glared at Lai Lai, assuring Lin Fan, You have my word, sir. From today he will disappear from this world. Though the matter was settled, Lu Hong had paid a heavy price. He had lost his face and his accumulated wealth in a single moment. To him, it was a blood debt. Lu Langli, Li Li's sister, started, but before she could finish, Lu Hong rushed over and slapped her hard across the face. Shut up, you wretch, he shouted, fearing she might say something to anger Lin Fan again. Li Li's sister was utterly stunned. The man who had adored her now struck her without hesitation. Her eyes, once filled with affection, now glared at her brother with hatred. The life she had painstakingly built was crumbling because of him. As she beat her unconscious brother awake, Li Li could only look around in confusion. His sister was hitting him, and his powerful brother-in-law was glaring at him with murderous intent. He couldn't understand what had happened while he was unconscious. But Lin Fan had lost interest. With another dismissive wave, Lu Hong obediently gathered his men and left the village in a hurry. Outside the village, Lu Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful he had escaped another deadly situation. He didn't realize that from the moment he entered the village, a pair of eyes had been watching him. As he left, these eyes followed, moving with a grace that spoke of martial prowess. Meanwhile, Lin Fan found himself surrounded by a group of villagers armed with various farm tools. They had come to help, responding to the village chief's call to arms, only to find the troublemakers already gone. Thank you all for your support, Lin Fan said, clasping his hands in gratitude. Don't mention it. You're part of our village now. We won't stand by and let you be bullied, a burly man named Hu declared, patting his sturdy chest. Lin Fan chuckled at the man's earnestness. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. As this is my first visit as the son-in-law, let's celebrate with some drinks. Drinks. Whose eyes lit up. In these hard times, alcohol was a rare luxury, especially in a poor village. It was something to be savored, usually only during festivals. The promise of such a treat made the villagers' eyes gleam with anticipation. Village chief, could you help arrange for some wine and food? Here's some money to buy what we need, Lin Fan said, handing over a substantial silver ingot. The chief's eyes widened at the generous amount. This wasn't just for a small gathering, it was enough for a grand feast. Lin Fan intended to host a grand banquet for the whole village. His kind and gentle second wife deserved a proper welcome home, and her family should feel honored. Thank you, husband, Su Xiaoxiao said, her eyes filled with gratitude. Lin Fan had no doubt that if he wanted, she would gladly bear him many children. A wealthy man truly had an undeniable charm. While Lin Fan was planning a grand banquet to celebrate his wife and family, a shadowy figure clad in black, face covered, silently slipped into an elegant courtyard. Master, Shadow Guard 5 reporting, the masked figure said, bowing respectfully before a side room. Creak. Shortly after, the door opened, and a young woman in a red dress stepped out. Wei 5, you're back so soon. Is there news about him? She asked excitedly. Yes, young mistress, the masked figure nodded. I followed your orders and kept close watch. Nothing notable happened until yesterday. What happened? Tell me quickly, the young woman urged, her excitement growing. The masked figure recounted the incident between Lin Fan and the deputy leader of the Sisui gang at Su Family Village. Good, I understand. Continue your surveillance and report any developments immediately, she instructed, satisfied. The masked figure bowed and left, leaving the young woman alone, humming with pride. Jianling, you can stay home and wait. Soon, I'll steal your precious treasure, she gloated, her smile widening as she strode out confidently. Su Family Village. Another drink, Su Erhu bellowed, thrusting a bowl of wine towards Lin Fan, his clothes already drenched. All right, another one, Lin Fan laughed, downing the bowl in one gulp. His robust physique handled alcohol effortlessly. In this era, the wine was weak, barely stronger than beer. Even without his strength, Lin Fan could drink several barrels without issue. The villagers, despite their love for wine, rarely got to indulge, making their tolerance low. Lin Fan, drinking alone against a group, easily outdrank them all. The villagers were joyous, the children happier than during the new year, and the rare meat feast made them eat to their heart's content, some even to the point of throwing up. Elders wept as they ate, feeling that their past decades were wasted. Today's feast was better than all their previous meals combined. San Shui's daughter has found herself a good husband. Their family will prosper from now on, an elder remarked, his voice filled with envy. Hosting such a grand feast required unimaginable wealth, something only the truly wealthy could afford. Yes. Look at San Shui's wife, her blind eyes are practically glowing, another elder added. Aha. And look at Su Jianwu, smiling so wide his mouth might split open. If his leg wasn't broken, he'd be flying with joy, they continued, their voices filled with admiration. The feast was a resounding success. Lin Fan achieved his goal. His wife's family would now be respected and never looked down upon again. The villagers would see to that. The next day, Lin Fan prepared to leave. Erhu, are you sure you want to leave the village and work for me? Lin Fan asked, looking at the young man who had approached him. Erhu, freshly sober, expressed his desire to follow Lin Fan, eager to find a place by his side. Though nervous, he firmly nodded. Yes, if you'll have me. I promise I'll work hard and not be lazy. Compared to other villagers, Erhu was more robust, his skin dark and muscles well defined. Being from a family of hunters, he was better nourished, and his ambition to see the world drove him. If you have a skill, you can follow me. Like Yer Xiao, he's smart and knows how to drive, Lin Fan said, testing him. Erhu smiled and produced a wooden longbow from his bag. Without a word, he drew 3 arrows, aimed, and released them in quick succession, hitting 3 birds mid-flight. Impressive. Lin Fan's eyes widened. Erhu's archery was exceptional. With training and a good bow, he'd be a formidable bodyguard. Your skill is remarkable. You can follow me, Lin Fan decided. Thank you, sir. Erhu was elated, not realizing his full potential yet. He was simply thrilled to leave the village and see the world. Lin Fan smiled, pleased to have recruited a future master archer. The visit to the in-laws turned out to be a resounding success. Not only did Lin Fan resolve the issues troubling his wife's family, fulfilling her wishes, but he also gained a follower with immense potential. In this rough era, having the means to protect oneself is essential. As they departed, Lin Fan invited his wife's family to stay with them for a while, but they politely declined. They didn't want to impose or make Su Xiaoxiao feel embarrassed. Though the Su family was poor, they had a strong sense of pride. Regarding the 500 taels of silver given as a dowry by his brother-in-law, Lin Fan declined, instructing his wife to return it and let him recover in peace. With everything settled, they began their journey home. The journey back was smooth. Any troubles that arose were swiftly dealt with by the newly recruited Su Erhu. A standout incident involved a pack of starving wolves, which Erhu handled by using his expert hunting skills to take down the alpha with a single arrow, preventing any attacks. This further proved that Erhu was a valuable guardian. From now on, you don't need to call me master, just call me brother Fan like your Xiao does. I plan to form a guard team, and I want you to lead it, Lin Fan said, impressed by Erhu's skills and loyalty. Erhu was overjoyed, feeling a deep sense of loyalty and gratitude. Thank you, brother Fan, Erhu exclaimed. Do well. I have high hopes for you, Lin Fan encouraged, patting Erhu's shoulder. Given Erhu's background and close relationship with Su Xiao, he was a reliable addition to the team. In this feudal era, family ties were a dependable form of trust. Many historical figures, like Qiao, often entrusted important positions to family members due to the strong moral consequences of betraying kin. I will do my best, Erhu promised, pounding his chest with determination. Erhu, my husband's safety is in your hands now. Don't let us down, Su Xiao said warmly, as his cousin. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, no harm will come to brother Fan, Erhu vowed. Thank you, Su Xiao smiled. Erhu, you'll protect me too, right? Teased Wang Erxiao, the coachman. You got it, Erhu replied, his sincerity apparent. Though the exchange was humorous, Lin Fan valued such straightforward loyalty and made a mental note to train Erhu further upon their return. He planned to enhance Erhu's physical strength and craft a powerful bow for him. As a master blacksmith, Lin Fan was adept at creating all kinds of weapons, including bows. A semi-divine bow would greatly enhance Erhu's lethality, enabling him to take down even top-tier martial artists. After half a day's travel, they finally arrived at the estate. Seeing the vast, luxurious estate left Erhu speechless. He had expected his master to live lavishly, but the scale was beyond his imagination. The estate was almost as large as his entire village, capable of housing the whole Su family if needed. It's so huge, Erhu muttered, awestruck. Wang Erxiao, having had a similar reaction on his first visit, chuckled and reassured him, stay calm, Erhu. This is just the beginning. With that, Lin Fan led them inside. The head butler, He Bo, had been informed of their return and promptly arranged a welcoming feast. Lin Fan's two wives, who had stayed behind, rushed to greet him with great affection. Did you miss me? Lin Fan asked, embracing them. Of course we did, they replied, blushing. And I missed you too, Lin Fan declared, enjoying the reunion. Meanwhile, He Bo made sure that Erhu and Erxiao were well taken care of, offering them a feast that was almost as lavish as Lin Fan's. Erhu, who was used to simple meals, was overjoyed by the delicious spread. Brother Fan treats us too well. I will be loyal to him forever, he vowed. Wang Erxiao echoed the sentiment, me too. Anyone who tries to harm Brother Fan will meet my arrows. Their camaraderie grew as they enjoyed the feast. While Lin Fan enjoyed his return, the Sisui gang, having faced him twice, was far from happy. Their leader, Iron Leg Waterwalker, was seething with anger and contemplating his next move. The Sisui gang leader, Iron Leg Waterwalker, was truly contemplating murder, and his target was his own deputy leader. But before acting, he had to kneel and wait for orders. It wasn't a matter of his skill being inadequate, it was because the person standing before him was someone he could never afford to offend. Young Master Dao, I had no idea. This matter has nothing to do with me. I've been semi-retired for years and rarely leave my house, Iron Leg Face said, on the verge of tears, desperately trying to explain. But there was no escaping his predicament. The person he faced was Dao Miao, the young master of the overbearing Blade Manor, and future successor of the entire organization. Compared to the Divine Sword Manor, the overbearing Blade Manor was even more fearsome. Their actions were as aggressive as their name suggested, embodying a spirit of domination. Anyone who provoked them would be met with ruthless retaliation, beaten so thoroughly they'd lose their sense of direction. Even a first-rate master would be cautious in dealing with the overbearing Blade Manor, let alone a second-rate master like Iron Leg Waterwalker. Dao Miao, standing as the young master of such a formidable group, was not someone you could afford to anger and survive. Hence, Iron Leg Fei, despite his age and status, knelt without hesitation. If you say you didn't know, then you didn't know. Dao Miao, dressed in a tight-fitting red dress that highlighted her assets, looked at him disdainfully. Upon receiving a report from her shadow guards, she had come directly to confront him, not to listen to excuses. Nothing forged relationships better than helping someone solve a problem. Since the Sisui gang had offended someone she wanted to befriend, helping out would earn her gratitude and make subsequent interactions easier. Poor old Iron Leg Fei was caught in the crossfire. I swear, he pleaded desperately. If swearing worked, what do we need strength and weapons for? Dao Miao Miao sneered, brandishing her long blade. Young Master Dao, just tell me what you want me to do, Iron Leg Fei said, giving up entirely, ready to comply. He realized he had stepped on a landmine. There was no point in resisting. Any attempt would only lead to his demise, and possibly the endangerment of those close to him. It's not about what I want you to do, it's about what you need to do. Your people haven't just offended my friend, they've insulted a guest of the overbearing blade manner, Dao Miao Miao declared imperiously. Iron Leg Fei felt a pang of familiarity at her words. He had heard something similar not long ago. Young Master Dao, is this friend of yours named Lin Fan? He asked hesitantly. How did you know? Dao Miao Miao was taken aback. She hadn't mentioned Lin Fan by name, only that her friend's offender needed to be dealt with. Yet, Iron Leg Fei guessed correctly. Iron Leg Fei wanted to curse. This Lin Fan again, and his deputy leader, was he an idiot, offending the same person twice? Regret overwhelmed him for appointing the former guardian as deputy leader, thinking the previous incident had taught him a lesson. But now, it was clear he was wrong. He wanted to cry. How could this happen again so soon? Young Master Dao, there's no need to say more. I feel like crying, Iron Leg Fei said, utterly defeated. Explain, Dao Miao Miao commanded, her interest piqued. Iron Leg Fei had no choice but to recount the previous incident, where the former deputy had offended Lin Fan, leading to his removal. Now, the new deputy had done the same in a matter of days. Are your deputies trying to get you in trouble? Dao Miao Miao couldn't help but ask. I wonder about that too, Iron Leg Fei replied bitterly. Enough, Dao Miao Miao said, returning to the matter at hand. Regardless of what happened before, you owe an explanation today. I await your instructions, Iron Leg Fei conceded. Meanwhile, Liu Hong, the new deputy leader who had just dealt with his troublemaking brother-in-law, returned home exhausted. Remembering the recent events, he felt like crying too. He had lost everything. He ordered his men to fetch some women to help him relax. But before they could comply, his front door was violently kicked open. The heavy wooden door couldn't withstand the force, startling Liu Hong. Already in a foul mood, this intrusion worsened it. Who the hell is looking for death? Liu Hong yelled, storming out with rage. Before he could see who it was, a metallic leg flashed toward his face, striking him with the force of a lightning bolt. Shit, he instinctively tried to dodge but recognized the leg just in time. It was Iron Leg Fei's signature move. The hesitation cost him dearly. The kick sent him flying, blood spraying from his mouth as he lost several teeth. Boss? Why? Liu Hong asked, confused and hurt, as he struggled to stand. Why? Today I want to kill you and use your head as a chamber pot, Iron Leg Fei shouted, his anger palpable. Liu Hong nearly wet himself. He knew Iron Leg Fei's reputation wasn't just for show. The man had single-handedly wiped out an entire bandit gang of over 100 men using his iron legs. This was no empty threat. Do you still feel wronged? Iron Leg Fei asked coldly. I don't understand, Liu Hong stammered, blood dripping from his mouth. Did you offend someone recently? Iron Leg Fei demanded. When Liu Hong heard this, he immediately understood. Since you know, I don't need to explain, Iron Leg Fei said, his fury rising again. Liu Hong began, wanting to explain he had already apologized and compensated. But Iron Leg Fei ignored him, turning respectfully to a figure behind him. Liu Hong followed his gaze and saw Dao Miao Miao. Realizing who she was, he knew he was doomed. Today marked his downfall. Returning home, Lin Fan's life took a dramatic turn for the better. He no longer worried about food or drink and had people to attend to his every need. In his leisure time, he enjoyed playing adult games with his wives and occasionally found time to craft necessary items. The deposit from the Divine Sword Pavilion had already been spent, so he couldn't delay delivering their order. Additionally, he needed to create new bows and arrows for Su Erhu. While he lacked the materials for semi-divine weapons, crafting something a tier lower was feasible. A bow crafted by a master smith like Lin Fan was of unparalleled quality, far exceeding anything available in the city. Su Erhu was thrilled with his new bow, capable of shooting arrows through the trunk of a tree with ease, and his admiration for Lin Fan grew even stronger. Creating standard bows and arrows wasn't particularly challenging. Even an experienced amateur could fashion a serviceable bow with sturdy wood and strong strings. However, crafting a masterpiece was far more difficult than forging a sword, and Lin Fan had achieved this with ease. After finishing the bows, Lin Fan turned his attention to crafting some concealed weapons for self-defense. Properly used, such weapons could be highly effective. Famous examples in the martial world, like the rain of pear blossom needles, could cause significant damage if wielded correctly, even against top martial artists. Unfortunately, Lin Fan lacked the necessary materials for these advanced concealed weapons. "I'll have to ask Jianling to help gather some rare metals," he muttered, planning to collect a batch of rare metals later. For now, he would make do with crafting some lower-grade versions. Even these so-called lower-grade weapons, when made by Lin Fan, were exceptional. They might not intimidate top-tier martial artists, but anyone below that level would find them formidable. As Lin Fan began his new phase of crafting, the old butler He Bo approached him with respect. "Master, the young lady in the red dress is here again, saying she has important matters to discuss with you." Red dress Lin Fan paused, then remembered who it was. Among his recent visitors, only Dao Miao Miao, the young master of the overbearing Blade Manor, wore such attire. Didn't she give up last time? Why is she back so soon? Could it really be something important? Lin Fan wondered, deciding to see her nonetheless. "Where is she now?" "In the guest hall," He Bo replied, recognizing the visitor's importance and not leaving her waiting outside. "All right, let's go," Lin Fan said, putting down his work and wiping his sweat as he headed to the guest hall. In the guest hall, a young woman in a form-fitting red dress was waiting, her impatience evident as she pouted. Her striking figure and attire made it clear she was Dao Miao Miao, the young master of the overbearing Blade Manor. Despite her impatience, she brightened up upon seeing Lin Fan. "Young Master Dao, my butler said you have important matters to discuss." "What is it?" Lin Fan asked politely. "Can't I visit without a reason?" Dao Miao Miao pouted, displeased with his indifferent reaction. "I'm very busy," Lin Fan shrugged, genuinely having many tasks to complete, including crafting the rain of pear blossom needles. Her reaction puzzled him, as they weren't particularly close. "You," Dao Miao Miao pouted more, but then her mood shifted as she remembered the gift she brought. She handed Lin Fan a brocade box. Lin Fan accepted it with curiosity, opening it to reveal 5 silver notes, each worth 1,000 taels, totaling 5,000 taels of silver. His confusion deepened. "Young Master Dao, why are you giving me money out of the blue?" Lin Fan asked, puzzled by the unexpected and substantial gift. "Can't I give you money without a reason?" Dao Miao Miao replied cheerfully, enjoying his bewilderment. Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel at the mindset of these wealthy individuals. Even with his modern perspective, he found their generosity astonishing. "But why?" he asked again, still not understanding. "Just take it as a token of goodwill," Dao Miao Miao said, her smile broadening as she saw his incredulous expression. Lin Fan shook his head, still amazed by her generosity. Wealthy people truly thought differently. No one can resist the allure of a wealthy benefactor's gift. Many young people dream of skipping 30 years of hard work. However, Lin Fan, not wanting to owe anyone a favor, only marveled at the box of silver for a moment before pushing it back. "Young Master Dao, everyone loves money. But I can't accept this without having earned it." Dao Miao Miao was momentarily stunned by Lin Fan's refusal. However, she soon smiled again and said, "This isn't a gift from me. It's a gesture of apology from someone who has wronged you." An apology? Lin Fan was taken aback, wondering who could have such a grand gesture in mind. After all, 5,000 taels was a substantial amount, enough to sustain an ordinary family for 3 generations. "Yes, it's an apology from someone who wronged you," Dao Miao affirmed. "Young Master Dao, are you sure there's no mistake?" Lin Fan asked, puzzled. "No mistake," she assured him, nodding seriously. Seeing her serious expression, Lin Fan began to question if he had indeed forgotten someone who had wronged him. "It's true. The head of the Sishui gang repeatedly offended you. This 5,000 taels is their way of making amends," Dao Miao Miao explained. The head of the Sishui gang. Lin Fan finally understood who was behind the apology, but still couldn't fathom the immense amount. Despite knowing it was a peace offering, the magnitude of the sum seemed excessive to him. The Sishui gang, although wealthy, still had many mouths to feed. "That's right. Upon learning you are a friend of our overbearing Blade Manor, the Sishui gang leader felt immense remorse and couldn't eat or sleep. This 5,000 taels is just the beginning. He's here personally to apologize and seek your forgiveness," Dao Miao Miao continued. Lin Fan realized that the overbearing Blade Manor had exerted pressure on the Sishui gang on his behalf. Though he hadn't needed this intervention, it had happened nonetheless. In the world of martial arts, the overbearing Blade Manor was a force to be reckoned with. Even a minor member could command respect and fear. The Sishui gang's fear of Dao Miao Miao and her clan explained the extravagant apology. So, The Sishuai gang leader himself is here to apologize, Lin Fan asked, focusing on her last statement. Absolutely. As our friend, a mere financial apology isn't enough. The Sishui gang leader is outside, ready to personally apologize whenever you wish, Dao Miao Miao offered. Lin Fan, however, saw no need for further confrontation. The offending parties had already been dealt with. Let them go. As long as they don't trouble me again, I won't pursue this matter, Lin Fan said, shaking his head. Very well, it's your call, Dao Miao Miao agreed, her main goal of appeasing Lin Fan achieved. While the leader doesn't need to apologize personally, you should keep the compensation. Otherwise he might never sleep again, she said, pushing the box of silver back to him. Alright, I'll accept it then, Lin Fan conceded, recognizing the truth in her words. With the hefty compensation accepted, Lin Fan ensured the Sishui gang understood the consequences of further transgressions. Such a significant payment ensured they would think twice before causing trouble again. Now that my task is complete, are you satisfied? Dao Miao Miao asked, clapping her hands. Yes. Thank you, young master, Dao, Lin Fan replied, bowing slightly. I'm glad you're pleased, Dao Miao Miao beamed. Lin Fan couldn't help but admire her charm, noting how attractive she looked when she smiled. The conversation flowed smoothly afterward. Lin Fan had expected her to ask for something in return, but was pleasantly surprised when she didn't. It seemed her gesture truly was just a friendly favor. As they parted ways, Lin Fan mused over the benefits of aligning with such a powerful entity. Having strong allies in the chaotic martial world was undoubtedly advantageous. Sending Dao Miao Miao off, he returned to his forge, determined to complete his latest project, the Rain of Pear Blossom Needles. Finally done, Lin Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead as he looked at the metal cylinders, letting out a sigh of relief. Creating the Rain of Pear Blossom Needles wasn't particularly difficult for him, but it was incredibly time-consuming. Each special needle had to be meticulously placed into its designated spot, which took a significant amount of time. Despite the hassle, the device was extremely effective. With just a press of a button, it could unleash a deadly barrage, making it impossible for even a mouse to escape. Erhu, call Xiao. Let's go fishing in the river behind the mountain, Lin Fan said to Su Erhu, who was standing guard nearby. After being busy for so long, he deserved some relaxation. Fishing was one of his few hobbies, a way to unwind and clear his mind. Yes, Sir. Su Erhu, now enjoying a life he had never imagined before, was completely loyal to Lin Fan and immediately went to carry out the order. Wang Xiao, upon hearing the plan, eagerly gathered the fishing gear. Lin Fan's fishing spot was in a small river behind his estate. This river, though not wide, stretched nearly 1,000 miles from its source to its mouth, nurturing numerous villages and towns along the way. The river was rich in resources, teeming with various fish, shellfish, and crabs. Lin Fan wasn't fishing for sustenance but to relax. His tranquil life was going well. He only caught a few wild carp before the old housekeeper arrived with 2 servants. Master, the young master of the Divine Sword Manor has come to visit again, the housekeeper reported. He knew well the distinguished guests that often visited. Jianling is here again. Lin Fan put down his fishing rod, looking puzzled at the housekeeper. He had just finished his work, and was looking forward to relaxing, but it seemed that wasn't going to happen. Yes, master, she's accompanied by the second manager and her personal maid, the housekeeper added respectfully, explaining the situation. Are they in the reception hall? Lin Fan asked, recognizing that as a business partner and friend, he couldn't ignore Jianling's visit. Yes, master. Alright, let's go, Lin Fan said, instructing his assistants. Take care of these fish and bring them back to your sisters-in-law. Leave it to us, Brother Fan. Wang Xiao replied enthusiastically. Despite their limited responsibilities, they handled such tasks diligently. Satisfied, Lin Fan followed the housekeeper back to the reception hall. This modest room had hosted many distinguished guests in recent times. Inside, Jianling, dressed in a fitting navy blue gown that accentuated her elegant figure, sat gracefully on a wooden chair. Her aura of confident grace was impossible to ignore. Beside her were the second manager and her maid, Xiao Qing, who was looking around curiously. Miss, why hasn't Mr. Lin arrived yet? Do you think he's really decided to work with the overbearing Blade Manor instead of us? Xiao Qing complained, her brow furrowing. Yanling frowned at this. Xiao Qing, don't make such assumptions. Mr. Lin is a man of integrity. He wouldn't act like that. Xiao Qing pouted. But we've been waiting for almost an hour. Are you looking for a beating? Jianling warned. Even though she rushed over due to some troubling news, she didn't doubt Lin Fan's honesty. She was merely concerned about not meeting his expectations. Xiao Qing, now quiet, muttered under her breath. But we've been waiting so long. Jianling, with her keen senses, overheard and shot her a stern look. Xiaoqing immediately fell silent, afraid to continue. The second manager remained silent, knowing his place well. No need to be so stern, Jianling. Xiaoqing's not entirely wrong. I did come a bit late, Lin Fan's voice interrupted, easing the tension. Mr. Lin Jianling and the others greeted him, standing up immediately. Please sit. I apologize for the delay, Lin Fan said, taking his seat. It's no problem at all, Mr. Lin Jianling replied, her direct nature evident. After some pleasant small talk, Jianling revealed the purpose of her visit. Mr. Lin, I'm here to address the previous matter. Another matter to address. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, recalling how Dao Miao Miao had recently mediated with the Sishui gang. Indeed, Jianling confirmed, presenting a familiar-looking box. Seeing the box, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh inwardly at the déjà vu. Jianling, why does this seem so familiar? This is a gesture from the Sishui gang's leader, expressing their sincere apology, Jianling explained. Lin Fan, understanding the context, shook his head. While the apology was generous, the previous conflict was already resolved. There was no need for such a grand gesture. Let them know I accept their apology, and as long as they don't trouble me again, I won't pursue the matter, Lin Fan said, declining further confrontation. Jianling, satisfied, said, very well, however, please accept this token. It will allow them some peace of mind. Reluctantly, Lin Fan accepted the box. The transaction ensured the Sishui gang would avoid future conflicts with him, given the significant cost of their peace offering. Are you satisfied with this resolution, Mr. Lin Jianling asked, her large eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Very much so. Thank you, Lin Fan replied, grateful for her assistance. Their conversation continued pleasantly, with no hidden demands from Jianling. Lin Fan appreciated her gesture, seeing the value in maintaining strong alliances. The familiar words, the familiar actions, and the familiar ornate box left Lin Fan momentarily speechless. He stared blankly at Jianling. Brother Lin, is there something on my face? Jianling asked, her normally calm demeanor slightly shaken by Lin Fan's intense gaze, her cheeks flushing lightly as she touched her face. No, there's nothing. Lin Fan shook his head, realizing his rudeness. Staring at a woman like that was considered highly inappropriate, even lecherous. Then what is it? Jianling asked, still puzzled. You might not believe this, but what you're doing and saying today is almost identical to what I experienced a few days ago. It's like it's cut from the same template, Lin Fan said with a wry smile, recounting his encounter with Dao Miao Miao Miao. Jianling frowned slightly, then said, it seems like a coincidence, but she is she, and I am me. Although the situations are similar, they are different. Of course, I just found it quite the coincidence. Nothing more. Lin Fan nodded and smiled, acknowledging the odd similarity. Jianling didn't dwell on it and returned to the main topic. Our cooperation was compromised due to a traitor within the Divine Sword Manor. The matter has been dealt with, and it won't happen again, she said, addressing the issue that had caused Lin Fan inconvenience. She then pointed to the ornate box. As for this, it's a gift to make up for the trouble caused. I've already put that incident behind me. You don't need to worry about it. As long as it doesn't happen again, it's fine, Lin Fan said, waving it off. There's no need for a gift. Thank you for your understanding, brother. Lin Jianling smiled. However, this gift is not just any token, it's a rare metal from beyond the heavens. I hope you like it. A rare metal from beyond the heavens. Lin Fan was initially inclined to refuse, not wanting to owe favors. But upon hearing it was not money but a rare meteorite metal, he was intrigued. Meteorite metal, known for surviving atmospheric entry, was prized for crafting legendary weapons. Lin Fan had planned to seek such materials, willing to trade money or services for it. Yet here it was, gifted without even asking. Is this serendipity? Lin Fan wondered, looking at Jianling with newfound appreciation. Jianling, noticing the change in his gaze, blushed slightly but quickly regained composure, pushing the box containing the meteorite metal towards him. The chunk of metal was small, enough to forge a short sword. Its surface was pitted and rugged, but its unique burn marks and unusual luster indicated its extraordinary nature. Lin Fan instantly recognized its potential. Though it would be overkill for crafting the rain of pear blossom needles, it could be used for something far more formidable. Thank you. I really appreciate this gift, Lin Fan said, accepting the box. He genuinely needed the metal and was touched by the thoughtfulness. I'm glad you like it, Jianling replied, her smile brightening. She felt satisfied that her effort to secure this rare metal had paid off. Lin Fan's appreciation made all the trouble worthwhile. To her, Lin Fan wasn't just a valuable ally but also her savior, a sentiment that made their interactions deeply meaningful. In this era, repaying a life-saving debt often meant marriage. While Jianling wasn't one to make such commitments lightly, her gratitude towards Lin Fan was immense. Unaware of Jianling's deeper feelings, Lin Fan was focused on the rare metal, already contemplating its potential uses. Not wanting to be a poor host, he invited, "Since you've brought such a wonderful gift, why don't you stay for dinner?" "I'd be happy to." Jianling agreed with a nod. "You two are welcome to join us as well." Lin Fan extended the invitation to Xiao King and the second manager. "Thank you, Mr. Lin," they responded, gratefully accepting. With distinguished guests, Lin Fan's 3 wives meticulously prepared the meal. While they might have had their limitations, they excelled in their roles as gracious and gentle hosts. Every time they had visitors, they ensured a warm and hospitable environment. The dinner went smoothly, with no disruptions. The only oddity was Yao King's occasional curious glances at her mistress and Lin Fan's wives, though no one else seemed to notice. After the meal, as Lin Fan escorted Jianling to the door, he handed her a crafted rain of pure blossom needle. "This is for you, as a token of my appreciation. It's a self-defense weapon." "What is it?" Jianling asked, examining the strange metal cylinder. "It's a concealed weapon called the Rain of Pure Blossom Needles. It can release a flurry of needles capable of injuring even a top-tier martial artist if caught off guard," Lin Fan explained. Even though it was a lower-grade version, it could still inflict significant damage. A weapon that can injure a top-tier martial artist. Jianling's eyes lit up. Such a weapon would provide a powerful means of self-defense. "Thank you," she said, smiling brightly, her happiness evident. Lin Fan found himself momentarily captivated by her radiant smile, admitting to himself that it was indeed beautiful, even more so than Dao Miao Miao's. Ding. Detected: the lady possesses extraordinary beauty. If the host marries her, a special reward will be granted. As Lin Fan was lost in Jianling's smile, the long silent system chimed in with a prompt. Lin Fan didn't marry excessively or seek women just for the rewards from the system. Since the system first activated, it hadn't sounded again because he hadn't married or had children, which would trigger the system rewards. He didn't expect that aside from those 2 conditions, his system could be triggered by other factors. Is this a hidden feature? Lin Fan wondered, taken aback by the system's sudden prompt. It seemed that exceptionally high beauty could trigger additional features of his system, revealing unknown functions. But one thing remained constant, whether explicit or hidden. The system encouraged him to marry more and have more children. Marry to get rich, have many children to gain more blessings. This principle runs deep, Lin Fan thought, reflecting on his system. Meanwhile, Jianling's face flushed red again, as the sudden system prompt caused Lin Fan to momentarily freeze, staring at her. "Brother Lin, I'll take my leave now," Jianling said, unable to withstand his piercing gaze any longer. She quickly bowed and left. "Miss, wait for me," Xiao King called out, casting another glance at Lin Fan before hastily following her mistress. This Lin Fan finally snapped out of his daze and scratched his nose, realizing the misunderstanding. Though curious about the special rewards mentioned by the system, he had already achieved significant success and transformation in his life due to the regular rewards. The thought of additional rewards sparked his curiosity further. Nevertheless, his relationship with Jianling remained purely platonic, despite the system's nudges. Nearby, the second manager had been observing Lin Fan's every move, eager to serve him well. Seeing Lin Fan's reaction to his lady's departure and his subsequent behavior, the second manager's thoughts raced. Judging by Lin Master's reaction, he seems to have feelings for Our Lady, and she might feel the same. Should I report this to the Sword Master? The second manager wondered, conflicted. Better not. It's not my place to interfere in such matters. I should focus on my duties, he decided, not wanting to get involved in affairs beyond his control. Lin Master, regarding the batch of orders previously agreed upon with the young mistress, could you help with their delivery now? The second manager asked, returning to his primary task. Lin Fan snapped back to attention and nodded. I've already finished them. You can send people to collect them. For any further issues, coordinate with Wang or Xiao. The first batch of weapons was simple swords and knives. With adequate materials and his skills, Lin Fan could easily forge a batch in a day. Unlike his initial struggles, he now had high-quality materials and better tools. The second manager was overjoyed. Successfully completing this task would secure his merit and ensure his future success. Thank you, Lin Master. I'll arrange for the collection immediately, he said, deeply grateful, feeling closer to Lin Fan than to his own father. Don't mention it. It's just a mutual benefit, Lin Fan replied casually. But the second manager remained effusive in his thanks, only leaving after Lin Fan insisted. With the task of delivering the weapons handed off to Wang Erxiao, Lin Fan focused on the system rewards. While the special reward from Jianling might take time, he could still work towards the rewards for having children. With this motivation, he spent more time with his 3 wives, their monthly breaks greatly reduced. Days passed in happiness. When not busy, Lin Fan crafted small items, worked on his big projects, and occasionally went fishing at the river behind his estate to relax and enjoy fresh fish. The unpolluted river yielded delicious fish, unlike the polluted waters of modern times. The quality was incomparable. Erhu. This isn't the right way to fish. Use a hook and be patient for the best catch, Lin Fan said, watching Su Erhu use his bow and arrow to catch fish, a method effective but lacking the subtlety of traditional fishing. He, brother Lin is right. Su Erhu scratched his head sheepishly. Though he didn't fully understand the critique, he followed Lin Fan's advice. Lin Fan sighed and shook his head, sending Su Erhu off so as not to disturb his fishing. However, before he could catch another fish, the sounds of a fight erupted upstream. Clashing weapons and shouted orders indicated a brawl among martial artists. Initially uninterested, Lin Fan decided to investigate when he noticed a familiar figure among them. Give up and surrender. No one can save you today. By the clear river, a group of figures dressed in white robes wielding cold, gleaming swords surrounded a young woman. The girl, despite being outnumbered and slightly injured, stood firm, her white dress stained with blood but her spirit unyielding. Members of the White Lotus sect, how dare you set a trap for me? My father won't let you get away with this, she shouted, her voice filled with defiance. HMP sneered the leader of the white-robed figures. Your barbarian Blade Manor has aided tyrants for too long. Even if your father, Blade Overlord, doesn't come for us, our holy sect will hunt him down and execute him. You're courting death, the young woman retorted, her ample chest heaving with anger. Given her imposing presence and their exchange, her identity became clear. Dao Miao Miao, the ambitious young mistress of barbarian Blade Manor. But why she was being ambushed in the wilderness by these men remained a mystery. The white-robed men, clearly intent on killing her, showed no mercy. Despite her skill, Dao Miao Miao was struggling. Although she was a second-rate expert, on par with Jianling from the Divine Sword Manor, the combined efforts of her assailants were overwhelming. Despite her formidable skill, the white-robed men were no ordinary foes. Each was a third-rate expert, proficient in a cooperative combat technique that amplified their strength. Against such a coordinated assault, even Dao Miao Miao found it hard to hold her ground, especially since her QI was erratic, hampering her ability to use her clan's secret techniques. Don't hold back any longer. We must finish her today and send a message to all who dare defy our holy sect, ordered the leader of the white-robed men, a third-rate expert at the peak of his power. Yes, the other white-robed men responded, their attacks growing fiercer. Their cold swords raised the fallen yellow leaves, creating an aura of deathly stillness. Already struggling, Dao Miao Miao could no longer fend off the relentless attacks. Her strength waned, and her movements became sluggish. In a direct clash, a mere third-rate opponent managed to push her back. In normal circumstances, such an opponent wouldn't stand a chance. But now, she was being overpowered. Desperation filled her eyes as she realized the trap was meticulously planned, leaving her no escape. I, Dao Miao Miao, will not let you White Lotus sect demons have the last laugh. Even if I die, I'll take you all with me, she declared, preparing for a final, desperate stand. Futile resistance, the leader scoffed, unfazed. Their meticulous preparations left no room for surprises. Despite her determined counterattack, their coordinated efforts thwarted her every move. Her once pristine red dress was slashed in many places, saved only by the hidden armor beneath. But this only bought her time. The white-robed men knew she was doomed, their faces lighting up with the confidence of imminent victory. Give it your all. Complete this mission, and we'll be handsomely rewarded with gold, treasures, and sacred elixirs to boost our power, the leader encouraged, intensifying their assault. The promise of rewards spurred the attackers. But just as one fantasized about the future, a black arrow shot from the forest by the river, piercing his temple and killing him instantly. Blood and brains splattered, shocking the remaining white-robed men. Before they could react, 2 more arrows flew from the forest, hitting another target with deadly precision. The leader managed to deflect an arrow, but it still grazed him, taking off part of his ear. The pain and blood filled him with dread. Who's there? He shouted. The remaining white-robed men turning their attention to the forest, their vigilance heightened. Who's there? Dao Miao Miao echoed, her hope rekindled as she looked towards the forest. The riverbank forest wasn't dense, and with their sharp eyes, the combatants quickly spotted 2 figures among the trees. Could it be that guy? Dao Miao Miao was momentarily stunned upon recognizing one of the figures. That familiar figure to Dao Miao Miao was, of course, Lin Fan, who had been alerted by the commotion nearby. Recognizing someone he knew, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. After all, Dao Miao Miao had recently gifted him a substantial amount of 5,000 taels of silver. Even without considering other factors, just this enormous gift warranted Lin Fan stepping in to help. The arrows that had swiftly taken down two of the white-clad men were shot by Su Erhu, who was using a powerful bow crafted by Lin Fan. With the enhanced armor-piercing arrows, even a third-rate martial artist from the Jianghu could be easily killed. Su Erhu, with his innate talent as a master archer and equipped with a specially forged bow, was truly formidable. If his physical strength were better honed, he could use an even stronger bow and potentially kill first-rate martial artists. Lin Fan was very satisfied with Su Erhu's performance, nodding in approval at his capable subordinate. However, his face darkened slightly when he heard Dao Miao 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 refer to him as this guy repeatedly. Just moments ago he had helped her out, and now she was addressing him in such a manner? Although Dao Miao Miao hadn't intended any disrespect, Lin Fan found her tone irksome. On the other hand, Dao Miao Miao, once she recognized Lin Fan, broke into a joyful smile. With a master archer assisting her, she was confident she could survive this ordeal. While she felt relief, the white-clad men were filled with anger. Their perfectly laid ambush was now disrupted, and two of their comrades had been killed. Keep her busy. I'll deal with the archer. No one can interfere with the White Lotus sect's affairs and go unpunished, ordered the leader of the white-clad men. He knew that only he could confront Su Erhu's deadly arrows. Yes, sir, the other white-clad men obeyed immediately, knowing they couldn't withstand Su Erhu's arrows on their own. Brother Lin, you should leave. This guy can withstand my arrows, and confronting him directly could be dangerous, Su Erhu said, his expression serious. Despite not having spent much time with Lin Fan, Su Erhu's loyalty was already unwavering. Lin Fan, however, remained calm, watching as the leader of the white-clad men approached. Be careful, Dao Miao Miao tried to warn Lin Fan, but she was too exhausted to stop the leader, and the other white-clad men kept her occupied. Su Erhu continued to fire arrows, hoping to kill the approaching threat and protect Lin Fan. Despite his efforts, his arrows were insufficient to stop the advancing leader. You dare interfere with the White Lotus sect's affairs? Today you'll die, the leader of the white-clad men said coldly, dodging arrows as he advanced, his killing intent obvious. Damn it, Su Erhu was sweating profusely, regretting that he hadn't trained his body more rigorously. White Lotus sect, he? I didn't expect such a cult to exist in this world, Lin Fan remarked, seemingly unaffected by the threat. The name White Lotus sect sounded pure and righteous, but in reality, it was a cult using lofty ideals to mask its sinister motives. Lin Fan had encountered Dao Miao Miao several times and knew she wasn't a bad person. Her sect, Barbarian Blade Manor, was also known for its just deeds. Despite their righteous facade, the White Lotus sect was setting a lethal trap for Dao Miao Miao, indicating their true nature. You dare slander the holy sect? Today you and your family will pay for your insolence, the leader of the white-clad men roared, his sword aimed at Lin Fan. You really are a cult, aren't you? Lin Fan said with a smile, shaking his head. He then raised his arm and pressed a button on a metal cylinder hidden in his sleeve. A rain of metallic needles shot out, enveloping the leader of the white-clad men. He froze, unable to move, as countless red spots appeared on his body. Moments later, he collapsed, blood seeping from countless wounds. Not bad, Lin Fan remarked, lowering his arm. The hidden weapon, the rain of pear blossom needles, had proven its lethal effectiveness. The others, except Lin Fan, were stunned. Such a deadly and mysterious weapon was beyond their comprehension. Hidden weapons weren't unheard of in the Great Long Dynasty. However, most of these hidden weapons, like sleeve arrows, were quite simple. More advanced ones relied on the wielder's inner strength and special techniques to unleash hidden blades, such as shurikens or the legendary needles used by invincible martial artists. These hidden weapons were formidable not because of their complexity, but because of the wielder's skill. In the hands of an ordinary person, they would be nearly useless, more suited for mending clothes than for combat. For instance, the invincible needles, when wielded by an ordinary person, might only serve as sewing tools. But in the hands of someone skilled, they could become lethal weapons. Sleeve arrows, while slightly more potent, were still limited in power. A small crossbow-like contraption couldn't hold much force. Now, here was a seemingly simple metal cylinder that required no external force to operate. With just a gentle press, it could instantly kill someone of nearly second-rate martial prowess. The entire process happened so swiftly that there was no time for resistance, not even a scream. The terrifying power of this device turned its target into a sieve, and its fan-shaped area of effect left trees and rocks scattered with fine, gleaming needles. This was a hidden weapon of unprecedented lethality and fearsome range. Why are you all just standing there? Finish off the rest of them. Lin Fan's voice snapped everyone out of their stupor. To avoid future trouble, these cultists had to be eliminated completely. Ho Dao Miao Miao and Su Erhu snapped back to reality. The remaining white-clad cultists were paralyzed with fear, making it the perfect moment to strike. Dao Miao Miao, despite her exhaustion, swung her long blade with precision, instantly slashing the throat of one cultist. Su Erhu, not missing a beat, fired another arrow, bringing down another. The strong scent of blood spurred the remaining cultists into a desperate realization they were at the brink of death. Though fanatical, they still valued their lives. Seeing their comrades fall, they knew it was time to fight for survival. But before they could make a move, Lin Fan raised another metal cylinder. The sight of it alone made them break out in a cold sweat, their fear palpable. They hadn't forgotten how their leader had been ruthlessly killed. If he, a near second-rate martial artist, stood no chance, what hope did they have? Their resolve to fight was shattered. Instead of resisting, they turned to flee. But with Lin Fan's mysterious weapon and a master archer like Su Erhu, they stood no chance. In the forest terrain, Su Erhu's arrows found their marks with ease, and the remaining cultists were swiftly dispatched. Phew, I'm exhausted. Dao Miao Miao collapsed onto the ground, her body trembling with fatigue. Despite her tough demeanor, her long, fire-red dress specially designed for combat accentuated her graceful figure. Dao Miao Miao's physique was exceptional, even by modern standards. She was not just voluptuous but perfectly proportioned, exuding an irresistible allure. Such a figure would undoubtedly be very fertile. Lin Fan mused briefly. What are you standing there for? Can't you see I'm injured? Dao Miao Miao Miao's displeased voice broke his reverie. Despite her internal armor, several cuts marred her jade-like arms, blood seeping from the wounds. For a young woman, such injuries were quite serious. Why should I care? I didn't cause your injuries, Lin Fan replied indifferently. You. Dao Miao Miao fumed, her temper flaring. Did I say anything wrong? Lin Fan retorted calmly. How can you be so ungentlemanly? She huffed. Gentlemanly or not, I saved you and incurred significant losses, Lin Fan replied, his tone unwavering. Significant losses? Dao Miao Miao was skeptical. While it was understandable that dealing with the White Lotus sect could be troublesome, she hadn't seen any apparent damage. What do you think? Lin Fan held up the used Rain of Pure Blossom needle device. Do you think this extraordinary weapon is as common as cabbages on the street? Dao Miao Miao was momentarily speechless. Enough with your excuses. How are you going to compensate me? Lin Fan demanded. Dao Miao Miao was at a loss for words. The compensation wasn't just about material losses, it also had to account for her life being saved. A life-saving debt, how could one repay that? In the small forest grove, Dao Miao Miao was troubled by the idea of compensation. However, Lin Fan didn't wait for her to respond. After making his remark in a half-joking manner, he and Su Erhu began dealing with the corpses scattered around. Though Lin Fan wasn't one to shy away from trouble, he preferred to avoid entanglements with cults whenever possible. Hence, they proceeded to dispose of the bodies and eliminate any evidence of their involvement. Collecting some loot was also part of the process. Although they couldn't take any identifiable weapons or items, unmarked silver coins and notes served as their hard-earned reward. As expected, the cultists carried substantial amounts of money. Su Erhu, who was responsible for searching the bodies, couldn't stop grinning. What he initially considered a grim task turned out to be quite rewarding. He worked with enthusiasm, treating the task with the same diligence as he would with his wife. As they piled the bodies into a deep pit for burial, Su Erhu remarked, "Brother Fan, if we encounter such opportunities often, we'll be rich." What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Fan glanced at him, admonishing, "This kind of easy money comes with high risks. One day you might make a fortune, but you could also lose your life." Su Erhu, reminded of the earlier danger, broke into a cold sweat. Without Lin Fan's powerful weapon, the leader of the white-robed cultists would have caused them serious trouble, potentially even resulting in their deaths. Although they gained a substantial amount, the danger had been immense. This time it was unavoidable. In the future, avoid such situations whenever possible. The farther away, the better, Lin Fan advised, assuming the role of a responsible leader. Got it. Brother Fan. Su Erhu replied earnestly, now fully aware of the risks. After cleaning up their traces, Lin Fan noticed Dao Miao Miao still sitting on the ground, looking rather pitiful. Annoyed, he remarked, "You've rested long enough. Shouldn't you be able to move by now?" Dao Miao Miao replied weakly, "I was poisoned by the White Lotus sect's paralyzing powder. I genuinely have no strength left." "You were poisoned?" Lin Fan's expression turned serious. "It's not really poison. It's a special concoction that saps your strength," Dao Miao 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 explained. Paralyzing powder. Lin Fan took note of this substance. It was crucial to be aware of something that could render a person completely helpless. Can you walk at all? Lin Fan asked as he approached to help her up. Dao Miao Miao tried but could barely manage a few steps before nearly collapsing. If not for Lin Fan's quick reflexes, she would have fallen. I can't walk, she said pitifully. I must be cursed, Lin Fan muttered. He lifted her onto his back, saying, Remember, you owe me another favor today. Think of how you're going to repay me. Okay, Dao Miao Miao replied softly. For once she seemed completely different from her usual fiery self, her face blushing as she rested her head on Lin Fan's shoulder. Although she usually had a bold and brash demeanor, this was the first time she had such close physical contact with a man. The strange sensation left her feeling a bit flustered, but she didn't resist. Why so quiet? You're not unconscious, are you? Lin Fan asked after a while, concerned by her uncharacteristic silence. His words brought a quick response from Dao Miao Miao. What are you saying? Isn't it normal for a girl to be quiet sometimes? Why do you have to make it sound so bad? Lin Fan nearly laughed out loud. You, a gentle girl? That's hard to believe. Who are you calling a brute? Dao Miao Miao retorted, playfully punching his shoulder. Am I wrong? Lin Fan challenged. Of course you're wrong, she argued, defending her feminine image. All right, just think about how you're going to compensate me, Lin Fan said, choosing not to argue further. Dao Miao Miao fell silent again, her thoughts seemingly preoccupied. Lin Fan, on the other hand, wasn't seriously demanding compensation. He helped her because he considered her a friend and an acquaintance. If he were driven by rewards, he wouldn't have involved himself at all. Soon, they returned to the manor. Lin Fan didn't mention the confrontation with the cultists, only saying that Dao Miao Miao had accidentally gotten injured and he had brought her back to recuperate. No one questioned his story, and his 3 wives helped care for Dao Miao Miao, treating her wounds with herbal medicine. Dao Miao Miao settled in as if nothing had happened, but the outside world was in turmoil. The dark guards, responsible for her safety but led away by a ruse, discovered her disappearance and reported it to the Blade Manor. The news caused an immediate uproar within the manor. In the guest room of the manor, Dao Miao Miao showed no concern for her own situation. She lay sprawled on the bed, her remarkable figure on full display, propping her chin up with one hand while her long legs dangled and swayed. She hummed an indistinct tune, her thoughts seemingly drifting to pleasant places, as suggested by the slight smile on her lips. Creak. The door opened, and Lin Fan walked in, looking exasperated. You've been here for days now. Do you plan on staying indefinitely? Seeing the carefree young woman, Lin Fan felt increasingly helpless. Initially, her stay could be justified by her injuries, but now she was lively and healthy, with no signs of any lingering effects. Despite her recovery, she kept insisting she felt unwell and refused to leave, enjoying free food and board. What was her deal? Did she intend to freeload indefinitely? More importantly, as the heir of the Blade Manor, her unexplained disappearance was likely causing unrest. If any misunderstandings arose, it could spell trouble. I have no qualms about you staying while injured, but shouldn't you at least inform your family? They must be worried. Dao Miao Miao responded in a soft, somewhat coquettish tone. Why are you so eager to kick me out? Can't a girl recover in peace without being pestered daily? Lin Fan, feeling outmatched by her shamelessness, wondered if he should forcibly evict her. But given her status, he had to tread carefully. You don't need to worry about that, Dao Miao Miao continued nonchalantly. It's an opportunity for my family to deal with those White Lotus sect scoundrels. They tried to kill me, they won't get away with it. Lin Fan sighed. You might not care, but I can't afford this kind of trouble. If the Blade Manor finds out I've been hiding you, they might come after me. Relax. I'll explain everything to my family. Besides, I was poisoned by the White Lotus sect, it's natural I couldn't contact them. Dao Miao Miao seemed determined to stay, though Lin Fan couldn't fathom why. Are you refusing to leave because you don't want to compensate me for my losses? Lin Fan asked, eyeing her suspiciously. Who said I wouldn't compensate you? I just need more time to recover, Dao Miao Miao pouted. You wouldn't be so heartless as to throw out an injured person, would you? Actually, I was considering it, Lin Fan replied bluntly, unfazed by her attempt to garner sympathy. You're impossible, Dao Miao Miao fumed, her temper flaring up. Before she could fully vent her frustration, the old housekeeper, He Bo, called out from outside the room. Master, we have esteemed guests. Who are they? Lin Fan asked. The second steward of the Divine Weapons Pavilion and the Blade Manor's Knife Elder, He Bo replied respectfully. Knife Grandpa is here, Dao Miao Miao exclaimed, leaping off the bed. Is it Senior Blade King? Lin Fan turned to her for confirmation. Dao Miao Miao nodded, Only my knife grandpa could have the clout to bring the Divine Weapons Pavilion steward as a guide. See? They've come looking for you, Lin Fan said, exasperated. Don't worry. Knife grandpa dotes on me. I'll explain everything to him. Also, I'll make sure he compensates you for your losses, Dao Miao Miao assured, patting her chest confidently. Forget the compensation, just don't cause me any more trouble, Lin Fan muttered, now wary of the trouble she brought. In the reception hall, Blade Manor's knife elder was waiting. Despite the urgency of the situation, he maintained a respectful demeanor towards Lin Fan, recognizing his status as a master craftsman. The second steward of the Divine Weapons Pavilion stood quietly by, acting as a mere escort. Knife Grandpa Dao Miao Miao called out as she ran into the hall. You're really here? Knife Elder stood up, visibly relieved. He had pieced together her location from various clues but hadn't been certain. Finding her here was a tremendous relief. Dao Miao Miao, feeling a pang of guilt, apologized. I'm sorry for worrying you, Grandpa. I was just slightly injured and stayed here to recover. Knife Elder examined her and, seeing she was unharmed, finally relaxed. He turned to Lin Fan and said earnestly, Master Lin, the Blade Manor owes you a great debt. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. With this, Lin Fan gained another powerful ally. With the support of both the Divine Weapons Pavilion and Blade Manor, his position in this world was secured. Now he could focus on enjoying a prosperous life and pursuing the various rewards his system offered. The following days in the manor passed peacefully. Lin Fan made plans to advance his goals and harness the full potential of his system, knowing that as a transmigrator, he was destined to achieve greatness. In a dark, secluded chamber, several figures clad in white sat silently in the shadows, exuding a chilling, sinister aura. Have you found out why our flawless trap failed? The leader, cloaked in white with only his merciless eyes occasionally visible, demanded coldly. The question sent a shiver through everyone present. Master, we haven't fully uncovered the reason yet, but we have some leads, one of the figures replied hesitantly. Useless, the leader snapped. 7 days have passed, and all you have are vague clues? What have you been doing? Forgive us, Master, the others pleaded in unison. Double your efforts. Anyone who dares to disrupt our sacred sect must pay. Handle Blade Manor's retaliation as well. We cannot let our sacred sect's reputation be tarnished. Fail again, and you'll be feeding the sacred worms. Yes, Master. The white-clad figures quickly exited the chamber, determined to avoid the terrifying punishment of feeding the sacred worms. HMPF. Those who oppose the true land will find hell as their final destination. The leader's merciless eyes glinted in the dim light as he watched his subordinates depart. Meanwhile, at Blade Manor, Elder Dao solemnly made a promise. Though no money was exchanged, the promise held more weight than gold. Lin Fan, having no objections, enjoyed a pleasant conversation with Elder Dao. Despite his reticent nature, Elder Dao soon expressed his need to return, given the distress caused by Dao Miao Miao's disappearance. I must go back now. I'll visit you again when I have time. Dao Miao Miao cheerfully bid farewell at the gate. Planning to freeload again? Lin Fan teased, his eyes narrowing playfully. Dao Miao Miao tried to maintain a ladylike demeanor, but Lin Fan's words broke her composure, making her grit her teeth. Did I say something wrong? Lin Fan asked, smirking. For some reason he found it amusing to tease her and watch her fume. You're so stingy. I just ate a little, and you make such a fuss, Dao Miao Miao retorted, pouting. A little? You ate more than my pigs. Do you think I'm made of money? Lin Fan quipped, feigning exasperation. How dare you call me a pig? Dao Miao Miao's eyes widened in fury, abandoning any pretense of ladylike behavior. Though this ruined her image, Lin Fan found her unrestrained reactions more endearing, reminiscent of how Wang Duoyu from Hello Mr. Billionaire preferred the hotel manager's fiery spirit. You called me a pig. I'll bite you. Dao Miao Miao, enraged, lunged at Lin Fan, biting his arm. Let go. You're not a dog. Lin Fan grimaced. I won't let go. Today, I'm a dog, and I'll bite you to death. Dao Miao Miao held on tight, wrapping her arms around Lin Fan's waist, pressing herself against him. Ahem. Elder Dao's cough brought her to her senses. She quickly released Lin Fan, looking down at her feet, her face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Fan rubbed his bitten arm and nodded at Elder Dao in greeting. Elder Dao, taking a deep breath, handed the reins of a horse to Dao Miao Miao and mounted his own horse gracefully. Farewell. Farewell. Lin Fan echoed, clasping hands in a farewell gesture. Elder Dao spurred his horse into motion, and Dao Miao Miao, with her usual grace, leapt onto her horse. As they rode off, she glanced back at Lin Fan and called out, Next time, I'll bring my own food. Don't call me a pig again. All right. Lin Fan waved, smiling. Promise. Promise. Satisfied. Dao Miao Miao grinned and urged her horse to catch up with Elder Dao. As they disappeared into the distance, the dust slowly settled behind them. Returning to the guest hall, Lin Fan found the second steward of the Divine Weapons Pavilion waiting dutifully. He had been signaled earlier by Lin Fan to stay, and he complied without hesitation. "Do you know about the White Lotus sect?" Lin Fan asked directly upon entering the hall. The White Lotus sect. The steward hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes, I know of them." Being part of the Divine Weapons Pavilion's management, he was well versed in the various factions of the Great Long Dynasty. The White Lotus sect was notorious for its conflicts with Blade Manor and its radical ideology, making it well known even among those with limited knowledge of the Jianghu. "Tell me everything you know," Lin Fan ordered. Of course, the steward began, detailing the information he had on the White Lotus sect. As he spoke, Lin Fan listened intently, piecing together a more comprehensive understanding of the sect. The White Lotus sect was indeed a cult, using twisted doctrines to brainwash followers and wreak havoc across the Great Long Dynasty. Anyone or any group that opposed them faced brutal purges. They were relentlessly pursued by the government's Zhenwu division and despised by most major martial arts factions. However, like many cults, they were resilient and pervasive. Much like rats in the gutters, kill 1 or 10, and more would emerge. "All right, you can leave now. Remember, don't mention today's conversation to anyone," Lin Fan said, drumming his fingers lightly on the table. "Rest assured, Master Lin. I will not breathe a word unless you instruct me to," the steward promised fervently. "Good. You may go." Bowing respectfully, the steward excused himself and departed. "It seems I need to complete my new weapon soon," Lin Fan murmured to himself, rising from his seat and leaving the guest hall. The days that followed were filled with the sound of hammering as Lin Fan spent most of his time in the blacksmith's workshop, forging his ultimate weapon. Creating a formidable weapon wasn't a simple task, but once it was completed, it would demonstrate to the world what true terror was. As a master blacksmith, Lin Fan wasn't just capable of forging weapons for others, he also created powerful items for his own defense. This ability was one of the reasons he was so highly respected. "Husband, don't overwork yourself. Take a break and have some sweet soup that I made for you," his eldest wife, Ye Xiaoru, said, approaching with a bowl. "Thank you, my dear," Lin Fan replied, taking the bowl and sitting down to drink it. The cool lotus seed soup was refreshing, dissipating the heat of the forge. Ye Xiaoru smiled as she watched him drink, then gently wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. The fragrance of the handkerchief and the softness of her hands were a delightful comfort. If it weren't for the fact that he was drenched in sweat, Lin Fan might have closed the door for a more intimate moment. "Husband, have you been worried about something lately?" Ye Xiaoru asked softly, sensing his unease. Among his 3 wives, she was the most perceptive and observant, noticing things even when Lin Fan said nothing. "Yes. There's been something on my mind. I've been preparing for it these past few days," Lin Fan admitted. "Can you tell me what it is?" "I want to help ease your burden," she said, gently massaging his shoulders. Lin Fan smiled. "It's nothing major. Just that someone might come looking for trouble. I'm preparing something to deal with it." "Trouble?" Ye Xiaoru paused, then said firmly, "Husband, no matter what trouble comes our way, we will face it together." "I know," Lin Fan said, squeezing her hand. He believed in his wife's loyalty and support. Not wanting to worry her further, Lin Fan changed the subject. "You've never told me much about your family. Can you tell me more today?" He knew her background was complex, but he hadn't asked much before, feeling it wasn't his place. Now, with powerful allies owing him favors, he felt it was time to learn more. Ye Xiaoru fell silent for a while before speaking softly. "Husband, it's not that I wanted to hide anything, but my family's situation is complicated. It's hard to explain quickly." "Take your time," Lin Fan said, holding her hand gently, showing no impatience. Seeing his determination, Ye Xiaoru began to speak. Lin Fan had always known that his wife's background was not simple, but he was surprised to learn that her father was a high-ranking official who had been imprisoned after losing a political struggle. To avoid implicating his family, her father had sent his wife and daughter away, telling them to live under assumed identities. Without a proper status in the Great Long Dynasty, they had become lower than commoners. Her mother, already frail, had died within 6 months, leaving Ye Xiaoru alone. Eventually she was caught and distributed like property by the authorities. She had thought her fate sealed until Lin Fan had chosen her, giving her a home and stability. "Husband, thank you so much. Without you, my life would have been miserable," Ye Xiaoru said, tears in her eyes, filled with gratitude. "You've suffered a lot, but you don't have to worry anymore. I'll have someone check on your father's situation. He might still be alive," Lin Fan assured her. "Really?" Ye Xiaoru asked, her eyes bright with hope. Lin Fan nodded. There's a good chance. Political struggles are complex. Just because he's in prison doesn't mean it's over for him. If that's true, will I get to see my father again, she asked, her excitement growing. Yes, we'll find out soon, Lin Fan promised. If her father was still alive, it wouldn't be too difficult to arrange a meeting or even secure his release, especially with the resources and connections of the Blade Manor. Thank you, husband Ye Xiaoru said joyfully. And how will you thank me, Lin Fan teased. I'll thank you however you want, she replied, her eyes full of affection. Then let's bathe together, he said with a mischievous smile. Blushing, Ye Xiaoru nodded, as you wish. That night was filled with bliss, and the next day, Lin Fan instructed Wang Erxiao to summon the second steward of the Divine Weapons Pavilion. He tasked the steward with discreetly investigating his father-in-law's situation. With that handled, Lin Fan returned to his workshop to continue working on his weapon. After 2 weeks, the ultimate weapon was finally completed. Unlike the ordinary-looking rain of pure blossom needles, this new weapon was intricate and elegant. Made entirely of meteoric iron, it resembled a lotus bud about to bloom, each petal meticulously crafted. This formidable weapon was named Peacock Plume. When activated with a special technique, it would unfurl like a peacock spreading its tail, shooting deadly feathers that could lock onto targets and penetrate almost anything. Lin Fan tested its power, and a single feather could easily pierce through a massive block of granite. Its penetration capability far surpassed that of a Barrett sniper rifle, potentially even breaching the armor of main battle tanks. In the martial world of the Great Long Dynasty, akin to the era depicted in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, this weapon could bring even the mightiest warriors to their knees if they couldn't evade its attack. With the rain of pure blossom needles for handling ordinary foes and the peacock plume for true masters, Lin Fan was confident. Should the White Lotus sect dare to come, they would face a nightmarish scene. As he polished the newly forged weapon, Lin Fan smiled in anticipation. With a powerful weapon at his side, Lin Fan's sense of impending danger finally subsided. In the days that followed, Lin Fan entered the second phase of his plan, training his 2 loyal subordinates. Wang Erxiao, his first subordinate, was unquestionably loyal and had become increasingly sharp since leaving his days as a cowherd. He efficiently completed every task assigned to him. Su Er-hu, though less clever, was equally loyal and had proven his worth with his extraordinary archery skills during the previous battle by the river. Lin Fan didn't need to teach them in their areas of expertise, so this training focused on the use of secret weapons, particularly the rain of pure blossom needles. If the cult did attack, one man's strength would be insufficient, they needed coordinated support. Brother Fan, is this the legendary secret weapon? Its power is terrifying, Wang Erxiao exclaimed, awestruck, as he witnessed the weapon's might for the first time at the target range by the artificial lake. The weapon could sweep across an area, leaving nowhere for even a mouse to hide. If used on a person, they'd be riddled with holes. This is just a prototype. It'll be even more powerful once we get better materials, Lin Fan replied casually. Amazing was all Wang Erxiao could say. Brother Fan, the power of this weapon is impressive, but if the needles aren't strong enough, could we coat them with poison? Maybe soak them in venom before loading them, Su Er-hu suggested, scratching his head as he looked at the dense cluster of needles embedded in the ground. Coat the needles with poison? Lin Fan was surprised. Su Er-hu's straightforward appearance belied a crafty mind. He had thought of poisoning the needles, knowing from modern knowledge and television how deadly such tactics could be. Poison on a secret weapon like the rain of pure blossom needles would indeed make it even more formidable. The idea hadn't been pursued due to the lack of a suitable poison. However, Su Er-hu, being a hunter, might have experience with this. Do you know of any powerful poisons? The kind that can kill upon contact? Lin Fan asked directly. Yes, Su Er-hu nodded without hesitation. Really, Lin Fan was intrigued. Poison needles would greatly enhance their lethality. Yes, really, Su Er-hu confirmed. My arm strength isn't enough to seriously injure large beasts with my bow, especially wild boars with their mud and resin-covered hides. So, under my grandfather's guidance, I found a tree with sap that turns white when exposed to air. And the white sap is poisonous? Lin Fan immediately saw the potential. Yes, and no, Su Er-hu clarified. The sap itself isn't very toxic, but when mixed with the venom of a certain forest frog, it becomes lethal. A mixed poison? Lin Fan was genuinely surprised at Su Er-hu's ingenuity. It seemed the simple hunter had a knack for concoctions. Can you still make it? Lin Fan asked eagerly. If this poison could be made, the rain of pure blossom needles would become an even deadlier weapon. The ingredients are all found in the mountains. Given some time, I can mix it, Su Er-hu confirmed. Great, Lin Fan ordered immediately, Start working on it right away. The sooner we have the poison, the better. No problem. Su Erhu was thrilled to be of help. Xiao. Assist him with this task, Lin Fan directed Wang Xiao. Of course, brother Fan Wang Xiao agreed. Understanding the importance of the task, with his subordinates tasked with preparing the poison, Lin Fan returned to forging more rain of pear blossom needles. Even though they were prototypes, the addition of poison would make them exceptionally lethal, potentially more effective than the completed versions. If the White Lotus sect comes looking for trouble, they'll receive a warm welcome. Lin Fan chuckled, his hands working even faster. Days passed, and though the White Lotus sect did not make a move, Jianling, the sword spirit, paid another visit. This time, she was accompanied only by her maid, Xiao King. Seeing an old friend, Lin Fan greeted her warmly, setting aside his work and changing into clean clothes before heading to the guest hall. Just as he took a sip of tea to quench his thirst, Jianling's first words nearly made him spit it out. What did you say? You want to marry me? Lin Fan coughed, eyes wide in disbelief. Yes, Jianling nodded seriously. But I wonder if you're willing or brave enough to marry me. Why? Lin Fan asked after composing himself. Can you tell me why you suddenly want to marry me? It can't be because of my looks, can it? Although their relationship was good, it wasn't to the point of marriage. And with her status, it should have been him proposing. Yet here she was, proposing to him. This was absurd. Jianling remained silent, but her maid, Xiao King, explained the situation. Listening to Xiao King, Lin Fan finally understood the circumstances that led to this surprising proposal: forced marriage. Jianling was once again being pressured into marriage by her father. This time, the pressure was immense. Despite the opposition from the elders of the Divine Sword Manor, her father had used his authority as the master of the manor to silence them all. Only the Sword Elder stood against him. But he couldn't hold back the tide alone, especially since the proposed marriage partner was someone of significant stature. Seeing the situation, Jianling, with the help of the Sword Elder, managed to escape. She knew her father's resolve and understood that merely hiding for a while wouldn't solve the problem. Once found, she would be forcibly returned and married off. A typical girl might resign herself to such a fate, but Jianling was not an ordinary girl. She refused to submit to her father's plans. If they wanted her to marry someone influential, she would marry someone else first, making the arranged marriage impossible. The kind of figure suitable for an alliance with the Divine Sword Manor would undoubtedly care about their reputation. If she was already married, the alliance would fall apart. However, marrying into such a family required immense courage, which was why Jianling asked Lin Fan if he dared to marry her. If he did, she would gladly become his wife, as she harbored feelings for him. If he didn't, she would leave without regret, perhaps destined to roam the world, or be captured and forced into marriage. Jianling waited quietly for Lin Fan's answer after explaining the situation. Lin Fan took a deep breath, processing the overwhelming information. He had thought this visit would be like the previous ones, but it turned out to be far more complicated. Faced with such a significant decision, he had to choose carefully. Should he let Jianling be forced into marriage? Setting aside the system's additional rewards, he couldn't stand the idea of her being unhappy. But marrying her would likely bring about a terrifying storm of consequences. Do you truly not want to marry the person your father chose? Lin Fan asked, meeting her gaze. Jianling shook her head without hesitation. If I wanted to marry him, I wouldn't be here. And you truly want to marry me? He asked again. Yes. Not just because of the pressure but because I genuinely enjoy being with you. Jianling nodded, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Lin Fan considered her words. As a man with a system, how could he refuse when a girl confessed her feelings so openly? Marrying her would be a bold move, but backing down would be unthinkable. All right, I will marry you. I won't lie, I've wanted to give you a home, Lin Fan declared, his gaze unwavering. Jianling's eyes welled up with tears. She had feared that Lin Fan would reject her due to the pressure, or because he didn't reciprocate her feelings. If he had, her only option would have been to leave forever, unable to marry someone she didn't love. Uncle He, make preparations. I'm getting married today, Lin Fan commanded. In the Great Long Dynasty, polygamy was accepted, even encouraged by the authorities to collect more taxes. Lin Fan's wives wouldn't oppose the idea of him taking another wife. They had, in fact, suggested he marry more women to strengthen the family line. The house soon bustled with activity. Within half a day, the entire manor was decorated with red lanterns, despite the rush. Though there was no time for a grand banquet, they made sure Jianling wouldn't feel slighted. That night, Jianling, dressed in bridal red, looked like a celestial maiden. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned by her beauty. The system's special reward made sense now. She was breathtaking. Despite the haste and the lack of an official marriage certificate, the system recognized their union once Lin Fan gently laid Jian Ling on the bed and closed the bed curtains, her soft sigh confirming their new bond. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying your wife. You have been awarded full-level medical skills. Ding. D. Detected that the host has married a wife of exceptional beauty. Special reward triggered. Additional reward. Dragon blood pill. The next day, at the break of dawn, after a wild night, Lin Fan and Jian Ling lay in bed, gazing at each other. Somehow, they had become husband and wife overnight, both taking a leap of faith, one daring to propose, the other daring to accept. Despite the whirlwind of events, both were still processing the new reality. Lin Fan couldn't help but notice the difference in the physical endurance of a martial artist. Even with his vigorous physique, he found it challenging to keep up. Do you regret it? Lin Fan asked, holding Jian Ling close. No matter what, she was now his wife. Jian Ling shook her head gently. I don't regret it. I'm just worried I might bring trouble to you. Trouble or not, we're together out of mutual love. It's all legitimate. Even the emperor can't change that. Lin Fan reassured her with a smile, understanding her concerns. Although Lin Fan was still establishing himself, he wasn't someone to be easily trifled with. Aside from the new rewards from the system, just his identity as a master blacksmith would make many powerful factions willing to back him, including the military. A good weapon could turn the tide in a battle, making his skills highly coveted. Jian Ling, feeling reassured, snuggled closer, fully committed to her new life with Lin Fan. As the sun rose higher, Lin Fan finally emerged from the bridal chamber. Jian Ling, thoroughly won over, needed time to rest. Gongzi, Jian Ling's maid, Xiao Qing, greeted him as he stepped out. With the marriage, she now referred to him as Gongzi out of respect. Did you wait here all night? Lin Fan asked, noticing her dark circles. Xiao Qing blushed and nodded. Yes, Gongzi. As my lady's personal maid, I must always be at her side. There was more she didn't say. According to custom, a maid like her would often marry alongside her mistress to serve the husband intimately. However, Lin Fan was unaware of this and simply found her blush curious. Come with me, Lin Fan said, leading her to a nearby pavilion. Yes, Gongzi, Xiao Qing replied, following him hesitantly. Once seated in the pavilion, Lin Fan asked, Do you know who was supposed to marry your lady? Xiao Qing nodded obediently. Yes, Gongzi. It's a young talent frequently in contact with our manor. He appears cultured and refined, but my lady finds him insincere. Lin Fan listened intently as she continued. Despite being rejected, he used his family's influence to arrange a marriage with the Divine Sword Manor, offering terms my lady's father couldn't refuse, along with veiled threats. That's why my lady's father forced the marriage, and she escaped. And his identity? Lin Fan asked, seeking the crucial detail. Xiao Qing answered seriously. He is the heir of Prince Jian from the Great Long Dynasty. An heir to a prince? Lin Fan mused. He had expected a significant figure, but not to this extent. However, it didn't matter. Jian Ling was now his wife, and their mutual love was undeniable. No title would make him back down. All right, I understand. Go back and tend to your lady. Prepare some nourishing food for her. If you need anything, ask butler. Lin Fan instructed, dismissing her to care for Jian Ling. As Xiao Qing left, Lin Fan turned his attention to the system rewards. This time the system had been generous, granting both a marriage reward and a special reward, full-level medical skills, and a dragon blood pill, the latter being a rare and powerful elixir. Claiming the first reward, full-level medical skills, Lin Fan was once again immersed in a surreal training space, experiencing countless medical cases and personally tasting hundreds of herbs. When he opened his eyes again, he was filled with profound knowledge and a serene aura of a master healer. Raising his hand, he could visualize the body's meridians and acupuncture points, as if scanning them with precision instruments. This was just the basic skill of observing, where a skilled healer could diagnose illnesses at a glance. The real prowess lay in his ability to create customized medicinal formulas, enhancing health and strength, and even crafting elixirs to increase internal energy. Such capabilities could drive any martial artist to insanity, offering them power beyond mere weapons. Now Lin Fan turned his anticipation to the special reward, the dragon blood pill, which he suspected would be even more formidable. The normal marriage reward was already powerful, so the rare special reward promised to be extraordinary. Dragon blood pill. Just hearing the name, you know it's no ordinary item. In any world, anything associated with dragons is never simple unless it's just for show. But would the system create something just for show? No way, thought Lin Fan, remembering the power of his tiger fist. Understanding the system's nature, Lin Fan was very excited and promptly claimed this special reward. As its name suggested, it was a blood-red pill, about the size of a thumb, emitting a rich, bloody aura and a faint sense of pressure that appeared intermittently. Was it an illusion? When Lin Fan gazed intently at the pill, he almost felt as if a divine dragon was circling it. Could this dragon blood pill be made from actual dragon blood? Lin Fan wondered. The pill didn't resemble any herbal concoction. Instead, it looked like the blood bodhi from the martial arts novel Fengjun, soaked in the blood of a mythical beast. That won't turn me into a demon, right? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow before swallowing the pill in one gulp. Boom! The dragon blood pill melted the moment it touched his mouth, flooding Lin Fan with boundless blood energy, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar. Unlike the tremendous vitality pill, his body didn't expand and contract. Externally, Lin Fan showed no changes except for a faint aura of blood swirling around him, barely visible unless you were up close. Internally, however, there were monumental changes. Every bone, muscle, and even each hair was enveloped in this blood energy, undergoing a profound transformation. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Fan's height increased by 5 centimeters. He was already tall, but now he was even more so. Other than the height, there were no noticeable changes to his physique, no bulging muscles, or an overtly robust appearance. He still looked like a lean scholar, clean and tall. But only Lin Fan knew the true extent of the transformation. Once it was complete, he felt like he could pierce the heavens. He lightly pressed on the stone table under the pavilion, and a corner broke off effortlessly. The entire process felt effortless. He then placed his palm on the table and pressed down hard. A clear palm print, several centimeters deep, appeared on the stone surface. If that pressure was applied to a person, they would be crushed into a pulp. With such a powerful physique, practicing his tiger fist could make him more than a match for any opponent, even a tiger king or an elephant. As for martial artists, although Lin Fan hadn't fought any top-tier masters, he knew he could flick away someone like Wang Wei with just a snap of his fingers. The special reward from the system was indeed to help him face upcoming crises. With his newfound physical strength, Lin Fan thought about his wives and wondered how they would cope with his new prowess. He worried they might not withstand his newfound vigor. With no other choice, Lin Fan decided to head to the training grounds to get accustomed to his enhanced physique. The training grounds were specially designed, spacious, and equipped with various exercise apparatus for running and strength training. Su Erhu, the captain of the guards, was there, working hard to build his strength. Despite a notable victory in their last battle, Su Erhu felt inadequate. He believed that if it weren't for Lin Fan's intervention, he would have faced serious trouble. All because his arm strength was too weak, wasting the potential of his bow. Determined to improve, he had started early in the morning, catching poisonous frogs in the forest before hitting the training grounds to build his strength, especially his arms. When Lin Fan arrived, he saw Su Erhu lifting a heavy stone grinder, demonstrating his strength. Lin Fan walked to the stone mill section where various size stone grinders were placed. Smaller ones weighed about 10 kilograms, ideal for arm exercises. Medium ones weighed tens of kilograms and could be used for squats and leg strength. The largest ones weighed hundreds of kilograms, used for overall strength and coordination. Seeing Lin Fan approach, Su Erhu, carrying a large stone grinder, flexed his muscles proudly. His well-built arm was filled with muscles, far more impressive than Lin Fan's scholarly frame. Despite the stark contrast, Lin Fan remained unfazed and approached the stone mill section. These grinders were specially crafted and formed a complete set. When not in use, they were placed on a large stone platform with grooves to prevent them from rolling. Apart from the large grinder Su Erhu was showing off, the platform held over 10 grinders, the smallest weighing 10 kilograms and the largest, like Su Erhu's, weighing 200 to 300 kilograms. Altogether with the stone platform, they weighed over a ton. Even a top-tier martial artist would struggle to lift this weight. But Lin Fan focused on this massive setup. "You think I can't lift it?" Lin Fan smiled at Su Erhu's disbelief. Su Erhu scratched his head, his meaning clear despite not saying anything. "Watch closely," Lin Fan said, maintaining his smile, and inserted his hands beneath the stone platform. The hard ground yielded like tofu under his grip as he clasped the platform. With a steady effort, Lin Fan began lifting the immense weight. "Is this real?" Su Erhu's eyes widened as he saw the platform, along with the grinders, slowly rise without any shaking, as if it were effortless for Lin Fan. "This is impossible." Su Erhu dropped his grinder and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Lin Fan's demonstration proved his transformation, showing that the dragon blood pill had granted him an incredible physical prowess. Training ground. Lin Fan was slightly surprised by how effortlessly he lifted the massive stone structure. He knew his physique had improved significantly, but he didn't expect it to reach this level. The massive block, weighing over a ton and without any leverage points, was lifted straight up. This was far more difficult than lifting specialized weightlifting bars. And even with it held overhead, it felt relatively light, requiring minimal effort. Thinking for a moment, Lin Fan slowly let go with one hand, supporting the entire weight with just the other. This was merely an experiment, yet it succeeded. Even with one hand, he could steadily hold the massive stone platform in the weights, only exerting slightly more effort. It's said that the desolate Heaven Emperor in his youth could single-handedly lift a giant cauldron weighing 10,000 kilograms. If I can single-handedly lift several thousand kilograms, could I exchange a few blows with the desolate Heaven Emperor? Lin Fan thought, amused by his incredible physique. Of course, comparing himself to legendary figures like the desolate Heaven Emperor was just a joke. But the fact that he could single-handedly lift thousands of kilograms was something even the mighty Xiang Yu couldn't have done. In the Great Dragon Dynasty, while martial arts flourished and some practitioners could achieve extraordinary feats, their physical strength was merely at the limits of human potential. With Lin Fan's current physique, he could traverse most of the world without fear. The bonus reward from marrying Jian Ling was indeed a delightful surprise. Brother Fan, is this real? Su Erhu's incredulous voice broke through, still in disbelief after witnessing the feat. Lifting 1,000 kilograms with one hand was something out of legend. Yet here it was, happening right before his eyes. Do you think it's fake? Lin Fan chuckled, setting the massive stone platform down gently. Thud. Even with a gentle release, the weight hitting the ground caused a heavy thud, indicating its immense weight. Gulp. Su Erhu involuntarily swallowed hard, thoroughly stunned by what he had seen. Once he confirmed it was real, he couldn't help but feel envious. If he possessed such a physique, combined with his talent for archery, he would dare challenge the world's heroes, inviting any who opposed him to meet their fate. But that was just wishful thinking. Achieving such a physique through sheer training was impossible. Envious? Lin Fan asked, smiling at his younger brother's expression. Yeah, very. Su Erhu nodded earnestly. Want to be this strong too? Lin Fan asked, still smiling. Of course. Su Erhu responded without hesitation. It wasn't just desire, it was an overwhelming yearning. You wish? Lin Fan retorted, crushing Su Erhu's hopes and causing his face to fall. Don't be so down. While you may not reach my level, I have a way to rapidly enhance your physique, surpassing your current state and reaching the level of a martial arts master. As Su Erhu's shoulders slumped, Lin Fan offered a glimmer of hope. Really? Su Erhu's eyes lit up again. Would I lie to you? Lin Fan asked, slightly annoyed. With his full mastery of medical skills, concocting body-strengthening elixirs was no challenge. He just needed the right ingredients. Okay. Su Erhu beamed, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. You big lug. Lin Fan sighed, shaking his head. Sometimes, Su Erhu was cunningly clever. Other times he acted like a complete fool. But Lin Fan didn't mind. Shaking his head, he continued, Don't worry, I'm not lying. In a few days you'll see. But first you need to mix the poison and coat all the needles I gave you with it. Only then will you truly experience it. Good things shouldn't be given away freely. There must be rewards and consequences. This suited Su Erhu perfectly. He eagerly thumped his chest. Brother Fan, don't worry. I've already gathered the materials and will complete the task. Good? Thanks for your hard work. Lin Fan said, patting Su Erhu's shoulder encouragingly. It was a normal gesture, but due to his dramatically increased strength, the pat almost knocked Su Erhu over, making him wince in pain and nearly fall. Sorry. Lin Fan apologized. No worries. I'm just too weak. Su Erhu replied, smiling through the discomfort. Lin Fan chuckled, almost raising his hand to pat Su Erhu's shoulder again, but the young man dodged hastily. Seeing this, Lin Fan could only retract his hand, realizing another pat might indeed bring Su Erhu to tears. Keep up the training. Lin Fan encouraged, leaving the now unchallenging training ground. This incident made Lin Fan realize a new problem: how his powerful physique could affect his delicate wives. Even three together might not withstand him. Who would have thought I'd worry about being too strong? Lin Fan sighed. Modern men often worry about inadequacy, fearing they can't satisfy their partners and lamenting their lack of virility. But in Lin Fan's case, he worried about overwhelming his partners with his strength. Brother Lin, you. Still calling me Brother Lin? Lin Fan interrupted Jian Ling, who had just woken up. Husband, Jian Ling corrected, her face reddening slightly but accepting their new relationship. That's better. Lin Fan smiled, satisfied. Let's go have breakfast. You must be hungry. Okay. Walking to the dining hall, they chatted and laughed. Jian Ling showing her softer, more affectionate side as a wife, which made Lin Fan cherish her even more. He was glad he didn't give up on her, otherwise, such a wonderful wife would belong to someone else. In the dining hall, his other 3 wives, Ye Xiaoru, Su Xiao Xiao Xiao, and Wang Nanan, greeted them warmly. Sister Jian Ling, did you sleep well? Ye Xiaoru asked with a smile. Su Xiao Xiao and Wang Nanan also smiled, showing no signs of conflict typical in wealthy households. Yes. Thank you for asking, Sister Jian Ling replied, blushing slightly. Even as a free-spirited warrior, she could feel shy and delicate. Come, sit down. The food is freshly prepared. You should eat plenty today, Yi Xiaoru said, acting as the big sister, making Jian Ling feel welcome. Jian Ling thanked her and sat down, surrounded by her new family, feeling a warmth she hadn't felt in a long time. Lin Fan watched from the head of the table, feeling a deep sense of happiness. Such a life was a dream for many men, but for most, it remained just a dream. Yet Lin Fan had achieved it. And this was just the beginning. Better days lay ahead. Let's eat, Lin Fan said, picking up his chopsticks and starting the meal in this warm, happy family setting. Lin Fan was enjoying his happiness. However, at the Sword Manor, there was no such joy. Or more specifically, Jian Tianfeng, Jian Ling's father, couldn't be happy at this moment. His daughter, who was supposed to get married, had run away. When the suitor came to establish a connection, there was no one to be found. Rest assured, my lord, no matter what, the marriage between our 2 families will not be cancelled. Jian Tianfeng suppressed his anger towards his daughter and reassured the young man in front of him. This young man, with his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, dressed in luxurious attire, exuded a refined elegance. In modern terms, he was a heartthrob. This young man was none other than the crown prince of the wise king, who had taken a liking to Jian Ling and wished to marry her. Hearing Jian Tianfeng's words, the crown prince smiled and nodded. Uncle Tianfeng, I trust you completely. As for Ling Yi, please don't be too harsh on her. Our marriage was indeed a bit rushed, and it's understandable she needed time to adjust. Your Highness is indeed magnanimous. My daughter is truly blessed to have caught your eye, Jian Tianfeng said, smiling, praising the prince. Not at all. Meeting a remarkable woman like Ling Yi is my fortune, the prince replied modestly, though a hint of pride showed in his eyes. As they chatted pleasantly, a disciple of the Sword Manor rushed in urgently. Master. Urgent news, the disciple said anxiously. Jian Tianfeng, initially prepared to scold the intruder, changed his expression upon hearing the words. In the Sword Manor, anything classified as urgent was no small matter. Uncle Tianfeng, should I step out? The crown prince asked, his eyes flickering. Jian Tianfeng hesitated but then shook his head. Your Highness, you are not an outsider. There's no need to avoid anything. These words pleased the crown prince, bringing a smile to his face. What is it? What's the urgent news? Jian Tianfeng asked the disciple. The disciple hesitated, glancing at the crown prince before finally gritting his teeth and reporting, urgent news from Tianfeng County. The young mistress has been spotted within the county. Moreover, she got married to a man 3 days ago. Boom! At first, Jian Tianfeng and the crown prince smiled, finally hearing about Jian Ling's whereabouts. But the latter part of the news hit them like a thunderbolt. What did you say? Jian Tianfeng stood up abruptly. What did the young mistress do in Tianfeng County? The young mistress. She got married to a man 3 days ago, the disciple stammered, swallowing hard. Unfilial daughter, Jian Tianfeng roared, slamming his hand on the nearby table, shattering it into pieces. The crown prince remained silent, but his expression darkened considerably. Is this information accurate? The crown prince asked, glaring at the disciple. Absolutely, the disciple answered, bowing his head, clearly aware of the crown prince's status. Your Highness, I will handle this personally. I won't let this trouble you, Jian Tianfeng said, his anger evident. He couldn't believe his daughter would dare to marry another man, knowing the crown prince's intentions. This wasn't just defiance, it was a slap to the face of the wise king's household. This could lead to serious consequences. Uncle Tianfeng, I wish to handle this personally. I want to see what kind of man could make Ling Yi defy her family so resolutely, the crown prince interjected, requesting but effectively commanding. Jian Tianfeng opened his mouth to protest. Despite his anger, he still loved his daughter and didn't want her to come to harm. He was angry, but he didn't want things to escalate. But the crown prince had been humiliated. Could Jian Tianfeng refuse his request now? Despite the calm exterior, one wrong move could trigger a storm. Without waiting for an answer, the crown prince left, taking his royal guards with him. From a high vantage point in the Sword Manor, Jian Tianfeng watched them depart with a sigh. Look at the mess you've caused. If anything happens to Ling Er, you should step down from your position. The elderly guardian of the sword manor, Jian Elder, appeared, coldly reprimanding Jian Tianfeng. Jian Tianfeng had no words to retort. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained unaware of the impending trouble. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. He had made his decision to marry Jian Ling, accepting all the consequences. Even without the system's new reward, he wasn't afraid. Now, with greater abilities, he was even less concerned. If necessary, he'd kill the rival and flee. The Great Dragon Dynasty wasn't the only place to live. With his abilities, he'd be welcomed anywhere. In the meantime, he enjoyed life, spending time with his wives and engaging in their games. As expected, his 3 delicate wives couldn't handle his vigor. Only Jian Ling managed, but even she struggled. Xiao, how's the progress on the medicinal herbs? I asked, for unable to fully enjoy himself for days. Lin Fan sighed and summoned Wang Xiao. His wives were too weak to handle him. The solution was to strengthen their bodies. He had promised Su Erhu a strengthening elixir, so it was time to proceed with it. Wang Xiao, efficient as always, reported, Brother Fan, I've collected almost everything. The last 2 ingredients should arrive today. Good, bring them to me as soon as they arrive, Lin Fan instructed, satisfied. Yes, Brother Fan. After sending Wang Xiao off, Lin Fan intended to find Su Erhu to check on the mixed poison, and if he had coated the needles with it. Before he could, the old butler He Bo rushed to him. Master? A group of people is at the gate asking for you, the old butler said urgently, lacking his usual calm demeanor. Who are they? Lin Fan asked, frowning. I don't know, the old butler replied, catching his breath. But they injured the gatekeeper upon arrival. They seem hostile. Hostile? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, a guess forming in his mind. Almost a week had passed. It was about time for trouble to find him. Outside the manor, the person arriving was none other than the crown prince. He rode a tall horse, surrounded by a group of armored guards, looking majestic and imposing. Normally his guards would surround the manor as a show of strength. However, the manor was too large, and his entourage couldn't encircle it completely. Because of this, they resorted to injuring the gatekeeper to assert their authority and apply pressure. When Lin Fan saw the bloodied gatekeeper, his expression darkened. This gatekeeper was a diligent and honest old man, always performing his duties meticulously. He was kind and respectful to everyone. Lin Fan had great respect for him and treated him well. But now, he was beaten to the point of spitting blood. Lin Fan had thought it was just a minor scuffle, assuming that the crown prince's entourage wouldn't be so ruthless to an old man. He was wrong. They were indeed ruthless. Erhu, take Uncle Fu inside. I'll tend to his wounds later, Lin Fan ordered coldly after glancing at the visitors. Yes, Su Erhu responded and moved to help the gatekeeper. Before he could act, a burly guard on horseback shouted, How dare you! In front of the crown prince, you insolent commoners dare not kneel. Crown prince? I only see a group of thugs. Where is this crown prince? Lin Fan retorted, showing no fear at the guard's threat. Erhu, carry out my order, he continued, ignoring the guard. To Su Erhu, Lin Fan was his everything. Ignoring the guard's threat, he proceeded to help the injured gatekeeper. The guard was about to draw his sword, but the crown prince stopped him. He was here to deal with the man who dared to marry his woman, not to waste time on trivial matters. So, you are the one who married Ling Er? The crown prince asked coldly, eyeing Lin Fan. Yes, Ling Er and I love each other, and we were married a few days ago, Lin Fan replied firmly, meeting his gaze. Do you know who Ling Er is? Do you think you're worthy of her? The crown prince's eyes grew colder, and a murderous aura filled the air. The guards around him drew their swords halfway out of their scabbards, ready to strike. Lin Fan, unfazed, smiled. Your words are strange. Ling Er is my wife. Also, let me warn you, Ling Er is not a name you can call so familiarly. The oppressive atmosphere didn't make Lin Fan flinch. Instead, he issued a warning. Hearing this, the crown prince could no longer contain his anger. Ha ha ha. A mere ant dares to warn me? What a joke. Who gave you such courage? The crown prince laughed maniacally, then coldly stared at Lin Fan, asking each word with menace. The guards fully unsheathed their swords, the cold steel glinting in the sunlight, creating an intimidating atmosphere. The old butler He Bo, usually composed, couldn't stop shaking. Only the need to uphold his master's dignity kept him from collapsing. Lin Fan, the main target of this pressure, remained unmoved. No one gave me courage. I simply said what needed to be said, Lin Fan replied calmly. Very well, the crown prince said, still staring coldly at Lin Fan. Seize this fool and teach him what can and cannot be said. Yes, Your Highness, the guards answered in unison and moved to capture Lin Fan, but a sharp voice interrupted them. I'd like to see who dares. It was Jian Ling. She appeared in front of Lin Fan, her semi-divine sword drawn. Linger, the crown prince, halted his guards again. Only my husband and my family elders can call me Ling. Please, crown prince, show some respect. Jian Ling corrected him coldly, her words echoing Lin Fan's earlier warning. The crown prince's face twisted with anger. Lin Fan's words had amused him, but Jian Ling's felt like a knife to his heart. He truly loved Jian Ling. If not, he wouldn't have used his family's influence to force her into marrying him. He, crown prince, using such means was laughable, but he did it because he was genuinely in love. But now, the woman he loved stood before another man, telling him to show respect. Linger, he began. Crown prince, please call me by my full name. We are not suitable for each other, and I am now a married woman. Please do not pursue this any longer. Jian Ling interrupted. Jian Ling hoped to shift the crown prince's anger onto herself. After all, she was the daughter of the sword manor and had a powerful backing. But would Lin Fan let his wife bear this alone? Never. Lin Fan hiding behind a woman? What a coward, the crown prince taunted, shifting his focus back to Lin Fan. On the way here, he had investigated Lin Fan's background. He knew Lin Fan lived in the manor because of Jian Ling. Otherwise, he would still be in the mountains. A nobody like him could be easily dealt with. Jian Ling began. But Lin Fan gently pulled her behind him. Jian Ling wanted to protest but stayed silent, seeing the determination in Lin Fan's eyes. This was the man she chose, and she trusted him. Lin Fan smiled warmly at Jian Ling, then turned to face the crown prince. You call me a coward? Then draw your line, and I'll meet you, Lin Fan said firmly. The crown prince's heir. His status was undoubtedly exalted. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there were only a few like him in the entire Da Long dynasty. But if he thought that alone would intimidate Lin Fan, he was mistaken. Jian Ling was Lin Fan's wife, and no matter who tried to claim her, Lin Fan would cut off their hand. Your Highness, allow me to handle this. I promise to satisfy you, said the leader of the prince's guards, a burly man exuding a menacing aura. This was to be expected. Serving as the captain of the prince's guard was no easy feat. No, I will handle this myself, the crown prince's heir declined, determined to deal with the matter personally. As you wish, the guard captain respectfully stepped back. Jian Ling once said she wanted a partner of extraordinary martial skill. Since she chose you, I trust your skills aren't lacking. Let's not waste time, let's duel, the crown prince's heir coldly suggested, dismissing his guards. A duel with me? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. With his newfound strength, capable of a punch weighing over 10,000 pounds, someone dared to challenge him. Was this a death wish? However, Jian Ling seemed aware of something and intervened. Husband, don't duel him. Though his skill level is only at the second tier, he practices the royal family's secret techniques. Even against top-tier experts he can hold his own. Ordinary second-tier fighters are no match for him. The Da Long dynasty, founded on martial prowess, possessed top-level martial arts techniques. Da Long's founding emperor was a martial arts deity who single-handedly led the Shenlong army to overthrow the previous regime and establish the current dynasty. As a royal, the crown prince's heir had the right to learn these supreme techniques. Although not fully mastered, his skills far surpassed typical martial artists. While not top tier, he could easily dominate second-tier fighters. Husband, don't accept the challenge, Jian Ling reiterated. But Lin Fan, with a gentle smile, stepped forward. I accept your duel. Are you coming alone, or with your guards? Lin Fan asked calmly, as if unaware of the danger. To deal with you, I alone am enough, the crown prince's heir replied arrogantly, dismounting and approaching. At this moment, Jian Ling could only pray that Lin Fan could hold his own, hoping she might have a reason to intervene if things went awry. Don't worry. Your husband is capable of wrestling tigers, Lin Fan quipped, winking at Jian Ling. Be careful, she cautioned, unable to hide her concern. I will, Lin Fan reassured her with a smile, touched by her concern. While Lin Fan was calm and collected, the crown prince's heir's face darkened further. I will crush your bones one by one, grind you into meat paste, and feed you to the wild dogs, the crown prince's heir spat venomously, unable to maintain his composure. I'm looking forward to it, Lin Fan replied with a serene smile. This nonchalant response enraged the crown prince's heir further. You are courting death, he roared, launching himself at Lin Fan with unstoppable force, his hand forming a claw aiming for Lin Fan's skull. This was the royal family's dragon claw technique, capable of tearing through anything. If it connected, it would shatter Lin Fan's skull. Starting with such a deadly move showed the crown prince's heir's fury. This man is done for, daring to anger the crown prince's heir. He will die a horrible death today, the guards chuckled, certain of the outcome. Jianling, however, was anxious, gripping her sword so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She watched intently, ready to intervene if necessary. Even if it meant death, she would not let Lin Fan face this alone. Not bad. Lin Fan's calm voice rang out amidst the tension. To the crown prince's heir's disbelief, Lin Fan casually raised a hand and caught the deadly dragon claw. The ease with which he did it made it seem like the heir had offered his hand willingly. How is this possible? The crown prince's heir's eyes widened in shock. His royal family's technique, feared by many, had been effortlessly countered by someone he considered beneath him. Is that all? Lin Fan's taunt was a dagger to the heart. Die! The crown prince's heir, now in a frenzy, pulled away to strike again. Lin Fan let him go, curious to see the true extent of the heir's abilities and to gauge his own newfound strength. Fueled by rage, the crown prince's heir unleashed a barrage of royal techniques. Dust flew as the ground beneath them cracked under the force of his attacks. Such a display would have left Jianling, a second-tier fighter herself, in awe, knowing she would be quickly defeated. Yet, despite the heir's furious assault, Lin Fan remained unmoved, countering each attack with minimal effort. The crown prince's heir, exhausted and breathless, could do nothing to faze Lin Fan. With such pitiful skills, you think you're worthy of Jianling? Lin Fan scoffed, effortlessly blocking with one hand. This great martial artist was a disappointment. The crown prince's heir, already at his limit, couldn't bear the insult and spat blood. Lin Fan hadn't even touched him, yet he was already defeated. It was a humiliating defeat. Your Highness! The guards rushed to their master's side, their swords gleaming threateningly at Lin Fan. The situation grew increasingly tense. The defeat of the crown prince's heir. The situation instantly became more tense. These guards were elite soldiers specially trained by the royal family. They were no match for most martial artists. Even prominent factions like the Sai Shui gang wouldn't stand a chance against them. But Lin Fan remained fearless, actually eager to test his skills against them. His earlier duel with the crown prince's heir was just a warm-up. Now he was ready for more action. However, this clash was prevented. Everyone, stand down, commanded the crown prince's heir. He took a deep breath and pushed away the supporting hands of his guards. Yes, Your Highness! The guards, trained to obey without question, immediately stepped back but kept their eyes locked on Lin Fan, ready to strike at a moment's notice. I am a man of my word. Since I lost today, this matter is settled, the crown prince's heir said coldly, honoring his promise. Breaking the agreement now would only bring disgrace to the royal family. Thank you for your concession, Lin Fan replied with a polite smile, clasping his hands together in a respectful gesture. Be careful, the crown prince's heir warned, giving Lin Fan a long, hard look before casting a pained glance at Jianling. With the support of his guards, he mounted his horse and led his men away. As they left the manor grounds, the crown prince's heir's expression twisted into one of rage and malice. Lu Da, contact the White Lotus sect's leader. I don't want this man to see another day, he ordered his guard captain with a venomous tone. Yes, Your Highness! The captain immediately obeyed, releasing a carrier pigeon with a message. Back at the manor gate, nobody was aware of the ominous message that had just been sent. However, Jianling knew the crown prince's heir well enough to warn, husband, the crown prince's heir may seem honorable, but he's actually a hypocrite and very stubborn. We must remain vigilant. I will, Lin Fan replied, watching the path the heir had taken. For a moment, he considered eliminating the threat then and there. But given the heir's significant status, killing him would bring the wrath of the entire royal family, not just suspicion. Facing the entire Da Long royal family was much more complicated than dealing with a single prince. Regardless of what underhanded methods the heir might use, Lin Fan was prepared. If the heir continued to play dirty, Lin Fan wouldn't hesitate to take him out. Husband, are you all right? Jianling's concern was echoed by Lin Fan's 3 other wives, who rushed out to check on him. Before the confrontation, Lin Fan had instructed Wang Erxiao to keep the women inside to prevent them from getting hurt. Jianling had managed to break through the blockade, but the others were forced to wait inside, worried sick until the danger passed. Seeing their tearful faces, Lin Fan quickly reassured them, there's no need to worry. Your husband is quite capable. It was a minor issue, easily handled. After thorough inspection, they were relieved to find him unharmed. This is all my fault, Jianling said guiltily. Her words were immediately met with reassurances from the other wives. We are family, Ling Er. There's no need for blame, Ye Xiaoru said. That's right. Didn't you hear, husband? He's very strong. With him protecting us, we'll be fine, Wang Nanan added cheerfully. Thank you. Everyone, Jianling said, touched by their support. Alright, let's not stand out here. Let's go inside and talk, Lin Fan suggested. Everyone agreed and headed back into the manor, chatting along the way. After ensuring his wives were settled, Lin Fan went to check on the gatekeeper, Uncle Fu. Su Erhu was already there, tending to him. But he quickly stood up when Lin Fan entered. We'll discuss this later, Lin Fan said, waving off Su Erhu's question. He moved to Uncle Fu's bedside. Uncle Fu, how are you feeling? Lin Fan asked with concern. Uncle Fu had regained some strength and replied respectfully, Thank you for your concern, Master. I'm much better now. Are you all right, Master? Don't worry, the situation is resolved, Lin Fan reassured him with a smile. You have some internal injuries. I'll have a tonic prepared for you. Make sure to drink it. Thank you, Master, Uncle Fu said gratefully. You were injured because of me. It's the least I can do. Rest well, Lin Fan instructed before leaving the room. Outside, Su Erhu was waiting. Erhu, I want you to poison all the needles with the most potent venom you can find. Do the same with the armor-piercing arrows I crafted for you. Leave no weapon unpoisoned, Lin Fan ordered coldly, recalling the malicious look in the Crown Prince's heir's eyes. If the heir came after him again, Lin Fan was ready to defend himself and his loved ones. Yes, brother Lin, Su Erhu replied, seeing the seriousness in Lin Fan's eyes. Get it done by today, Lin Fan added. Su Erhu nodded and hurried off to complete his task. I need to speed up the training of my people, Lin Fan mused. I'm not afraid of trouble, but I need to ensure those around me are protected. With his advanced medical skills, he could create potent tonics to strengthen his allies, mitigating his current vulnerabilities. Thinking of this, Lin Fan summoned Wang Erxiao to bring the shopkeeper over, in a remote small town. The streets were bustling with people, and vendors lined the roads, calling out their wares. It was a typical small town, and no one would have guessed that it was the headquarters of the White Lotus sect. Today the leader of the White Lotus sect was sharpening his knives, planning to ambush a convoy from the Overlord Blade Manor as revenge. The White Lotus sect had suffered significant losses due to the manor's recent counterattacks, with many branches being uprooted and numerous experts being killed. One branch leader had even been personally dealt with by the Blade King, leaving behind a gruesome and pitiful corpse. Such losses were intolerable for the White Lotus sect. But just as the leader was about to issue his orders, a carrier pigeon landed beside him. This was a special pigeon, capable of flying at high altitudes and great speeds. Raising such pigeons was incredibly challenging and costly, and they were only used for the most urgent matters. Recognizing the significance of the pigeon, the sect leader's expression changed. He dismissed all his subordinates before carefully retrieving the message from the pigeon's leg. After reading the message, he quickly summoned his most trusted aide. Within a short time, the aide had gathered a group of elite sect members, and they swiftly left the small town. Meanwhile, at Lin Fan's manor, the second shopkeeper had arrived with the requested medicinal herbs at Lin Fan's behest. Upon learning that Lin Fan had married the eldest daughter of the sword sect, the shopkeeper's respect for Lin Fan deepened, and he greeted him with utmost reverence. Master Lin, I've brought all the herbs you requested, and I've prepared extra as well, he reported respectfully. Good job, Lin Fan nodded approvingly. Having someone efficient and reliable was truly beneficial. It's my duty, the shopkeeper replied, lowering his posture even further, fully acknowledging his subordinate status. It was understandable. Lin Fan was now the son-in-law of the sword sect, and had the esteemed sword master as his supporter. With Lin Fan's status as a divine craftsman, there was a high probability he would eventually lead the sword sect. These herbs are excellent, but they're still not enough. Keep buying more, as much as you can. Deduct the cost from the sales proceeds. If you do well, there will be a reward for you, Lin Fan instructed after inspecting the herbs. He needed the herbs not only to concoct body-strengthening elixirs, but also to refine pills that could enhance martial arts skills. Jianling, his wife, was a martial arts prodigy, and he intended to cultivate her into a warrior goddess. If the Crown Prince's heir caused trouble again, he could simply have his capable wife handle it. The shopkeeper didn't overthink it and promptly agreed to the new instructions. Rest assured, Master Lin, I won't let you down. I trust your capabilities, Lin Fan nodded in affirmation. Soon the shopkeeper left to continue his mission of gathering herbs, now looking more like an herbalist than a weapon merchant. If he did a good job, Lin Fan indeed had plans to reward him, but that was a matter for later. Now that he had the herbs, Lin Fan began preparing the body-strengthening elixirs. He divided the herbs and called for the maids to start brewing them and preparing hot water for the baths. The maids were all very diligent and quickly got to work under the supervision of the head butler, He Bo. With everything in place, Lin Fan gathered his wives, The body strengthening elixirs will be ready soon. Are you all prepared? He asked. We're ready, they responded firmly, already aware of the plan. Strengthening their bodies would not only help them protect themselves, but also ease Lin Fan's worries and solve their current frailty issues. They were determined to better serve their husband. Will soaking in the elixir be very painful? Wang Nanan, who had always been afraid of pain, asked hesitantly. Lin Fan chuckled, it will be a bit painful, but don't worry. I'll be there to watch over you and handle any issues immediately. You'll watch us while we soak. The wives blushed at the thought, as soaking in the elixir required them to be naked. What's the matter? We're husband and wives. Are you still shy? Lin Fan teased with a playful grin. They didn't respond verbally, but their flushed cheeks said it all. Lin Fan hadn't thought much of it initially, genuinely concerned for their safety. But seeing their reactions, he had an idea. Soaking in the elixir would be painful. Perhaps he could introduce some pleasant activities to balance the pain and pleasure. With this thought, Lin Fan became even more eager. Within the manor, the efficiency of the well-trained servants was impressively high. It didn't take long. The medicinal elixirs were prepared, and several large tubs of hot water were set up in the temporarily cleared large bathroom in the inner courtyard. Given Lin Fan's current physique, he no longer needed to enhance his body with such elixirs. They simply had no effect on him anymore. However, he was the first to arrive, and seeing the 4 large wooden tubs in the expansive bathroom brought a satisfied smile to his face. His 4 wives soon arrived, dressed in light robes. Seeing the large wooden tubs and Lin Fan standing there with a cheerful grin, their cheeks flushed with a tempting rosy hue. Husband, do you really need to stay here while we soak in the elixir? The 4 wives were a bit shy. Although they had long been intimate with each other, the thought of bathing while being watched made them feel incredibly embarrassed. Of course, Lin Fan replied earnestly. While soaking in the elixir isn't dangerous, there could be adverse reactions due to individual differences. Besides, the process can be quite painful. As your loving husband, it's my duty to help ease your pain. Seeing Lin Fan's serious demeanor, the wives blushed even more. Somehow his explanation sounded a bit strange. Don't worry. With me here, nothing will go wrong, Lin Fan assured them once again, his eyes widening as he signaled them to undress. The hot water in the large tubs already had the prescribed amount of medicinal elixirs mixed in, filling the room with a strong herbal scent. The 4 wives exchanged glances, bit their lips gently, and began to untie the sashes of their robes. What happened next was not suitable for children. 4 splashes echoed as the wives immersed themselves in the tubs, leaving only their heads visible above the water. At first, the elixir's effect didn't manifest. But as the hot water opened their pores, the potent medicinal properties began to seep into their bodies. Ah! The sudden pain caught the 4 wives off guard, causing them to cry out. Seeing his wives in pain, Lin Fan's heart ached for them. Without hesitation, he shed his own clothing and entered the tubs one by one to help ease their pain. The details of this process are too complex to describe in words. Suffice to say, the scene omitted 1,000 words. As the sun set behind the hills, the sounds of pain from the large bathroom finally ceased by evening. Half an hour later, Mas? Lin Fan emerged, adjusting his waistband and whistling. His 4 wives, now fully dressed, had significantly improved from the elixir's effects. However, the hot water had left their faces still deeply flushed. Xiao Qing, has the dinner been prepared? Is everything I requested ready? Lin Fan asked the maid, Xiao Qing, who was waiting outside. With Jian Ling now one of his wives, her personal maid, Xiao Qing had also risen in status within the inner courtyard. She held significant authority in the manor, second only to Lin Fan and his wives. Even the head butler, He Bo, could not overrule her. The dinner is ready, and all the meats you requested are being stewed in the kitchen, Xiao Qing replied respectfully, her face slightly flushed as she lowered her head. For some reason, Xiao Qing often blushed. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head, not delving into the matter. Well done, he praised, then led his wives to the main dining room. Due to the special preparations for the day, the dinner included not just the usual dishes but also many hearty meat dishes, including various wild game, all very nutritious. Usually his wives were not fond of such greasy foods, which was part of how they maintained their figures. But today, they found themselves salivating at the sight of the meat dishes, their appetites noticeably increased. This puzzled them, not understanding the change. Lin Fan, however, knew it was because their bodies, strengthened by the elixir, now had higher energy needs. In the martial world, some powerful practitioners of physical techniques could eat an entire calf in one day. Let's eat. I know you're all hungry. Don't miss out on this special meal prepared just for you, Lin Fan encouraged, taking his seat at the head of the table. The wives, indeed hungry, sat down and began to eat without hesitation. Lin Fan, also feeling famished, grabbed a large, fragrant leg of lamb and started eating. He downed half a pint of tiger bone-infused wine in one gulp. After a hearty meal and some post-dinner activities, everyone went to bed early. The next morning, Lin Fan took his 4 wives to the training grounds. Su who, a regular there, was absent as he was busy ensuring that all the weapons were properly poisoned. Ling Ar, how much could you lift with your arms before, Lin Fan asked Jianling as they arrived at the training grounds. Without using my internal energy, I could lift 300 pounds with both arms and just over 100 with one arm, Jianling replied. Not bad, Lin Fan praised, acknowledging her strength. Jianling wasn't a practitioner of external martial arts, and being naturally petite, her strength was impressive. It's okay, Jianling smiled modestly, though her eyes showed satisfaction with her own strength. Try again now, Lin Fan suggested, pointing to the largest stone mill. Yesterday he had ordered new stone mills, the heaviest of which weighed 500 pounds. Lifting such weight without any leverage was incredibly challenging. As a martial artist, Jianling could tell at a glance that this stone mill was beyond her previous limit. Husband, this stone mill weighs around 500 pounds. I can't lift it, she admitted. Just give it a try. Maybe you can lift it now, Lin Fan encouraged with a smile. Nodding slightly, Jianling took a deep breath, approached the stone mill, and grasped it firmly. At first, she felt it was impossible to move, given it exceeded her strength. But as she exerted more force, she realized it wasn't as difficult as she had thought. To her surprise, she managed to lift the 500-pound stone mill. Although it was a struggle, she succeeded. Previously, she could only lift a stone mill weighing just over 300 pounds. Now, she had exceeded that by nearly 200 pounds. The increase might not seem significant, but for a martial artist, it was a remarkable improvement. Before, she was just entering the ranks of second-tier experts. Now, she could fully display the power of a peak second-tier expert. Was it the elixir from yesterday? Jianling's eyes widened as she looked at her husband, Lin Fan, who was smiling beside her. Lin Fan's grin widened. The body-strengthening elixir had exceeded his expectations, proving the incredible potency of the system's full-level medical skills. With such powerful formulas, he could undoubtedly create an army of warrior wives. True warrior wives, capable of accompanying him in any battle. The thought alone was thrilling. Husband, the elixir you prepared is incredibly powerful. Jianling placed the stone mill down, still in awe. Just one soak had enhanced her physical strength significantly. If she continued this treatment, she might become invincible. It's not that exaggerated, Lin Fan shook his head slightly. The first soak has the best effect. Subsequent treatments will have diminishing returns. To reach extremely high levels, you'd need continuous soaks over a long period. Even at his current level, no amount of soaking would elevate him further. Even so, it's amazing. I've never heard of such a potent elixir for strengthening the body. Even the legendary elixirs of the White Lotus sect aren't this effective, Jianling marveled, her eyes filled with admiration for Lin Fan. She had once thought Lin Fan was just a skilled blacksmith. But now, she realized his strength was extraordinary, easily besting the talented prince. The elixir he concocted had extraordinary effects. The more she learned about Lin Fan, the more she saw him as a treasure trove of endless abilities. At this moment, she felt immensely grateful for her choice, knowing she had found the best partner in the world. Compared to Lin Fan, the prince wasn't even worth mentioning. Other than his fortunate birth, he had nothing else to his name. Husband, we also soaked in the elixir. Did our strength increase as much as Ling'er's? The other 3 wives eagerly asked, having soaked in the elixir the previous day. Why don't you try and see for yourselves? Lin Fan suggested with a smile. All right, the 3 wives approached the stone mills, eager to test their new strength. These stone mills varied in weight, neatly arranged from heavy to light. Before, they could barely lift a 20-pound stone mill. But now, lifting it over their heads was effortless. Even the 50-pound mill posed no challenge. It wasn't until they tried lifting a 100-pound mill that they felt it was somewhat strenuous. Compared to Jianling, their improvement was less dramatic but still substantial. Their strength had multiplied by 4 or 5 times. We've become this strong, they were in disbelief, holding the 100-pound mill aloft. This is just the beginning. Soaking in the elixir daily will continue to enhance your strength, Lin Fan reassured them. Will you supervise each time? Husband Su Xiao asked shyly, and the other wives looked on with anticipation. Of course, Lin Fan replied without hesitation. This is important and can't be taken lightly. no matter how many times we do it. Hearing this, the four wives blushed. If they found his words strange before, they now understood his intent. The mix of pain and pleasure during the treatment was indeed a unique experience. Despite their shyness, they appreciated his care and were reluctant to refuse him. Ling Eeyore, when you have time, teach your sisters some martial arts. It will help them better control their increasing strength and not disrupt their daily lives, Lin Fan suggested. Jian Ling agreed readily, as she had developed a strong bond with her sisters. Husband, rest assured. I'll teach them everything I know. Thank you, Lin Fan patted Jian Ling's head affectionately. As for teaching them himself, Lin Fan knew that the martial arts he practiced were not suitable for women. The tiger fist he mastered was a rugged style meant for men. With Jian Ling, who was trained by a prominent sect, there was no need for him to worry. She could teach them top-tier martial arts. From now on, his four beautiful wives would have their own tasks. Meanwhile, Su Erhu had successfully completed his assigned tasks. All the needles for the rain of pear blossoms had been poisoned, and the tests confirmed their deadly effectiveness. Even wild boars couldn't withstand the poison. Lin Fan was pleased and rewarded Su Erhu with the body-strengthening elixir. But Su Erhu's only shortcoming was his physical strength. With the elixir, he could finally draw the powerful bow Lin Fan had prepared for him. Previously, top-tier third-rate experts could deflect his arrows. Now, even second-rate experts might struggle. His increased strength and speed made his archery skills even more formidable. Thank you, brother Lin. Su Erhu expressed his gratitude, feeling the immense improvement in his abilities. Don't mention it. Just don't disappoint me in the future, Lin Fan said, patting Su Erhu on the shoulder. This time, Su Erhu could withstand the pat. Very good, Lin Fan praised with a smile. Su Erhu grinned, silently vowing to protect his brother to the death. Since joining Lin Fan, Su Erhu's life had improved significantly. He received financial rewards he could send home, improving his family's living conditions. With his enhanced physique, he was more determined than ever to serve Lin Fan faithfully. Go and call Xiao. He's been working hard lately. It's time to enhance his strength too, Lin Fan instructed. I'll go right away, Su Erhu responded, leaving to find his partner. In the manner, Lin Fan's wives and his trusted aides were steadily improving under the effects of the elixir. Given time, they would form a formidable force. But just a few days later, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the manor. Dressed in white, they appeared pure, but an air of malevolence surrounded them. Their attire and sinister aura revealed them to be members of the White Lotus sect. These elite cultists, dispatched by the sect leader, had finally reached the manor. This is a picture of the target, memorize it well. Today we must take his head back, the leader instructed, holding up a yellowed portrait of a young man. Yes, Chief. The cultist respectfully took the portrait and passed it around. The face on the portrait was none other than Lin Fan. Evening. Wang Nanan had eaten a bit too much at dinner, and was feeling uncomfortable, so she left her room alone to go to the restroom. This was a routine activity, and she was quite familiar with the route. However, tonight felt different. As she passed by the bamboo grove, she noticed an unusual silence. Typically at this hour, a flock of sparrows would return to roost in the sheltered grove. She had once found this amusing and mentioned it to her husband, Lin Fan, who had joked about catching them for a meal. If she hadn't pleaded with him, those sparrows might not have escaped his grasp. Because of this, she remembered the sparrow flock vividly. But today the sparrows were absent. Occasionally, one would try to land but would quickly fly away as if startled. Sensing something was amiss, Wang Nanan recalled her husband's recent warnings. She kept her expression neutral and subtly grasped the metal tube hidden in her sleeve. This was the rain of pear blossom needles, a concealed weapon that, under the cover of her long sleeves, was invisible to onlookers. In case of trouble, she could launch a volley of deadly needles. Such a delicate beauty must be our target's woman. Should we capture her first to gather some information, suggested one of the White Lotus sect cultists, who were hiding in the bamboo grove. Are you sure it's just information you want, retorted his companion, rolling his eyes. Of course, without knowing the layout of this large manor, how can we find our target, quickly replied the first cultist, feigning righteousness. Sure, the other cultist scoffed, clearly understanding the underlying intentions. Despite their leader's age and lack of such youthful impulses, he saw the logic in the suggestion. Searching the vast manor without guidance would likely alert the residents. All right, you two, go capture her quietly. Make sure not to cause any noise, the leader commanded after a moment of thought. The two cultists, one who had suggested the plan and the other who had questioned it, shared a knowing look. Don't worry, leader. I can handle her alone, said the first cultist confidently. The other cultist didn't speak but shared the same predatory smile. Wasting no time, they began to move. Utilizing a special footwork technique, they made almost no sound, even when approaching a target from behind. Ordinarily, Wang Nanan might not have noticed them. But her body had been greatly enhanced by the strengthening elixir, making her sharper and more aware. She had already sensed something was wrong in the bamboo grove, and as the two cultists emerged, she turned swiftly to face them. "Damn, we've been spotted," the cultists exclaimed. But then they relaxed and grinned. "It doesn't matter. At this distance she can't call for help in time," the first cultist said lewdly. The other cultist laughed, eyeing Wang Nanan. Recognizing them as threats, Wang Nanan didn't hesitate. She aimed her concealed weapon and pressed the trigger, releasing a shower of needles. The cultists' lecherous smiles froze as they fell, struck dead. "Help, husband," Wang Nanan shouted as she ran towards where Lin Fan was. "Damn it. What are those idiots doing, just standing there?" the leader cursed, seeing his men fall. The other cultists were equally confused. Why had their comrades not attacked when so close to the target? Their confusion ended quickly as they saw the bodies fall, covered in red spots that turned black dead without even a cry. "What's happening?" the remaining cultists were terrified. "She has a special hidden weapon," the leader growled. "But she's used it now. After her. She killed our brothers, and she will face the harshest punishment." Following the leader's command, the cultists sprang from the bamboo grove, using their techniques to chase Wang Nanan. Main bedroom. Lin Fan had just finished enjoying a massage from his wives, and was about to engage in some adult activities when he heard Wang Nanan's cry for help. He had been vigilant, expecting trouble. Without hesitation he bolted from his room. "Jian Ling, protect your sisters. Ready your concealed weapons," he ordered as he ran. Jian Ling, already awake, grabbed her sword and activated the concealed weapons Lin Fan had provided. Although slower to react, Ye Xiaoru and the other wives quickly readied their weapons. Hallway. Tan Ti. Lin Fan burst out to see his wife being chased by white-clad men. His expression turned icy. "You dare seek death? Darling, there are intruders." Upon seeing her husband, Wang Nanan hurriedly warned him. Though her warning wasn't necessary, Lin Fan already understood the situation. He had expected revenge from the prince's men, but he hadn't anticipated that the White Lotus sect would come after him. The previous incident had long passed, and he thought they had given up or failed to find him. But they finally tracked him down. Thankfully, he had been vigilant, preparing defenses and ensuring his wives could protect themselves. "You're courting death," Lin Fan shouted angrily. Without calming his wife first, he unleashed his terrifying speed, charging at the pursuing White Lotus cultists. Though he hadn't learned any speed-enhancing techniques, his immense strength and physical prowess allowed him to surpass those who had. Targets sighted, the cultists quickly identified Lin Fan as their objective. "Capture the target," they commanded, shifting their focus to Lin Fan. They had strict orders to bring back his head, and failure would mean severe punishment. "Be careful, darling," Wang Nanan called out as she escaped the danger. But her worry was evident. Lin Fan didn't reply verbally but answered with his fists. His first punch, packing over 10,000 pounds of force, struck a cultist's chest. The impact, akin to being hit by a speeding car, was catastrophic. The cultist's chest caved in, and blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs, sprayed out like a high-pressure hose. The cultists, elite members of the White Lotus sect, were all second-rate experts at minimum, top-tier fighters in the martial world. They could easily annihilate a gang like the Ci Shui gang with just a few members. Yet, witnessing their comrades' instant, gruesome death in silence terrified them. They had assumed their previous losses were due to sneak attacks with a special weapon. Now, with no such weapon in play, they faced Lin Fan head-on. Before they could react, Lin Fan's second punch landed. His attack seemed to carry the ferocity of tigers, exuding a dominating aura. The blow struck another cultist's waist, tearing it apart and nearly severing his body in two. Though he avoided immediate death, the agony was unbearable. The pungent smell of blood snapped the remaining cultists back to reality. "The target is stronger than we anticipated. Attack with full force," one of them yelled. They drew their flexible swords, encircling Lin Fan. The swords, forged at great expense, glinted menacingly in the moonlight. Despite being flexible, they could easily slice through thick blades. Recognizing the sword's craftsmanship, Lin Fan wasn't deterred. As a master blacksmith, he could see their quality, but he didn't care. He boldly reached out to grab one. "Suicidal fool," the cultists sneered, believing Lin Fan's action was reckless. However, his grip on the sword was firm, and with a twist, he bent it like a pretzel. "How is this possible?" the cultists gasped, more shocked than when they saw their comrades killed silently. In their moment of disbelief, Another cultist fell to Lin Fan's iron fist. Realizing Lin Fan's seemingly frail body harbored monstrous strength, they understood their dire situation. Even the prince, a top-tier expert, had been overpowered by Lin Fan. Without the prince's prestigious status, he would have been killed outright. These elite cultists were formidable, but they couldn't match Lin Fan's dragon-like power. "Retreat, this man's strength surpasses yours," a commanding voice called out. The leader of the cultists, a high-ranking member of the White Lotus sect, recognized the need to intervene personally. Understanding their orders, the cultists quickly withdrew. Lin Fan didn't pursue them, waiting for the right moment when they were grouped together to strike. The space was already quite limited. If the White Lotus sect cultists grouped together, they would almost form a straight line. In this situation, the rain of pure blossom needles, a devastating weapon, could perfectly showcase its terrifying power. As for fighting with real weapons, Lin Fan didn't have the time or patience for that. Young people don't need to adhere to the codes of martial ethics. The result is what matters most. The cultists, however, were unaware of this. Following the orders of their leader, the sect master, they retreated in unison, forming a line behind him. The sect master, following the customary rules of the martial world, was about to say a few words. But the next moment, his face turned pale. Lin Fan's hand, which had suddenly produced a metallic cylinder, was aimed at them. This strange action immediately reminded the sect master of his two subordinates who had died mysteriously earlier. "Get down!" Quickly the sect master shouted, reacting swiftly as a seasoned martial artist. But Lin Fan was faster. After all, he had the element of surprise. As soon as the sect master's warning sounded, the mechanism of the rain of pure blossom needles was triggered. Silent metallic rain spread out into the night. Though it was hard to see clearly, the deadly intent was palpable. Without needing further prompting, the remaining cultists tried to flee, attempting to escape the lethal attack. But it was too late. Once they had aligned themselves, their fate was sealed. Even though the rain of pure blossom needles was made with inferior materials, second-rate experts couldn't avoid it at close range. Indeed, despite their efforts to escape, they couldn't evade the rain of metallic needles. Only the sect master, an accomplished first-rate expert, could struggle against the onslaught. He unleashed a burst of invisible energy, like a hurricane, deflecting the needles around him, unable to penetrate his defense. This was the true power of a martial arts master, creating an invisible shield through advanced martial arts techniques. The lethal needles were indeed all deflected. A seasoned first-rate expert wasn't to be underestimated. But some insignificant needles were inadvertently overlooked. There were simply too many, like strands of hair. Though these minor wounds didn't seem important, just lightly grazing the skin, they appeared inconsequential. Not even a first-rate expert would be affected by such minor injuries. The sect master of the White Lotus sect thought the same. A few minor injuries were nothing. In the past, he had fought against the four great sects and nearly had his stomach split open. That was a real injury. Using hidden weapons is ultimately a minor skill. "Today you will die," the sect master declared, his aura growing stronger as he prepared to capture Lin Fan. "Just capturing the target would make this loss worthwhile." "Really?" Lin Fan replied, putting away the now empty metallic cylinder and smiling. Of course the sect master responded without hesitation, but his expression changed in the next moment. "Poison. You've poisoned the needles," he yelled, glaring at Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. "Congratulations, you're correct. But there's no prize." "Shameless," the sect master roared in anger. "There's no such thing as shameless when dealing with scoundrels like you," Lin Fan replied calmly. Using poison or setting traps was entirely justified when dealing with enemies. There was no way he would just wait passively to die. The sect master tried to speak, but the poison was taking effect, making him weak. The poison was indeed extremely potent. But a first-rate expert is still a first-rate expert. Even with the poison, he held on much longer than a wild boar did in Lin Fan's earlier experiments. The White Lotus sect won't let you get away with this. You have no idea who you've angered. The powerful sect master finally succumbed, collapsing at Lin Fan's feet, still defiant. "That's what I wanted to tell you," Lin Fan said coldly, stepping forward and pressing his fingers against the sect master's body. The sect master, who was about to die from the poison, felt a strange relief as the poison's effects were temporarily controlled. Such a miraculous technique. What the sect master was puzzled, not understanding why Lin Fan would do this. "You're more valuable alive," Lin Fan smiled. But the sect master felt a chill. He realized he was in deep trouble. Meanwhile, the commotion had drawn the attention of Su Erhu, the captain of the guards. Though he arrived later than Lin Fan, it was understandable as the inner courtyard was off limits without orders. Though he was a bit late, it didn't matter much. Lin Fan turned to him, "You arrived just in time. Dispose of these bodies and take this guy down to the cell. Guard him personally." Without needing further explanation, Su Erhu quickly assessed the situation and nodded. "Leave it to me, Brother Fan. There won't be any mistakes." He had dealt with the White Lotus sect's bodies once before, and knew how to handle it. As for guarding the sect master, he had experience in keeping wild animals in captivity. "Brother Fan, are these the troublemakers?" Wang Erxiao arrived, having been informed about the trouble earlier. Lin Fan nodded. "Yes, they are." "Damn it," Wang Erxiao cursed, wishing he could shred the bodies. Lin Fan handed him a token. "Take this token to the nearest Overlord Blade Hall, and ask for the owner. Tell them it's urgent." This token was left by the Blade Elder of the Overlord Blade sect. Through the Overlord Blade Hall, they could make contact. Lin Fan wasn't going to sit around and wait for trouble to come knocking. The Overlord Blade sect was itching for revenge against the White Lotus sect, but found it difficult to retaliate on a large scale due to their elusive nature. Their most notable achievement was destroying a branch. But such branches could easily be replaced by the White Lotus sect. Though it hurt the White Lotus sect, it wasn't a significant loss. If they had the main headquarters location, could the White Lotus sect remain so composed? Lin Fan smiled. He was eagerly anticipating the answer to that question. The Blade Elder of the Overlord Blade sect had been exceedingly frustrated lately. Although he had inflicted considerable damage on the White Lotus sect, most of it had been on minor members, not significantly weakening the sect's core. It was merely a way to vent his anger. However, this was not enough to compensate for the assassination of their young master. Such a minor reprisal was far from sufficient. If the White Lotus sect wasn't dealt a serious blow, they would certainly cause more trouble in the future. A thief can operate indefinitely, but how long can one defend against a thief? If they didn't resolve the White Lotus sect issue this time, future confrontations would be inevitable. Once the sect regained its strength, it would undoubtedly continue to harass the Overlord Blade sect. Unless the younger disciples stayed home forever, they would always be at risk. The situation was akin to dealing with a venomous snake in the dark, a constant and elusive threat. Thus the Blade Elder chose to personally hunt down every White Lotus sect member he encountered. From the southern to the northern regions of the Grand Long Dynasty, he cut down every member with unyielding determination. However, he couldn't locate the sect's main headquarters. His relentless journey resulted in eliminating only minor members. Not a single significant figure was captured. How could this not enrage him? The Overlord Blade sect was known for its fiery temper, and he, as the Blade King, was naturally the most hot-tempered, though he usually kept it in check. "Grand Elder, there's a carrier pigeon message for you." A disciple approached, holding a letter. A carrier pigeon message. The Blade Elder frowned slightly. Who would be sending him a message at this time? Despite his curiosity, he took the letter, opened it, and began reading. After perusing the contents, a look of confusion crossed his face. "Inform the others that the current operation is suspended. I need to leave for a while." After a moment, he set aside his doubts and gave the order to his disciple. "Understood." The disciple respectfully accepted the command. Meanwhile, as Lin Fan awaited the Blade Elder's arrival, he prepared a set of acupuncture needles. However, their first use was not for healing but for extracting information from the captured White Lotus sect leader. Stop. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." In a dimly lit basement, the White Lotus sect leader, disheveled and stripped of his former arrogance, screamed as Lin Fan pulled out more needles. "Giving up so soon? I was just getting started." Lin Fan smiled, setting the needles aside, his tone disappointed. "You're a demon." The leader's eyes, devoid of focus, were filled with terror as he looked at Lin Fan. Before this, he would never have believed that a few needles could break him. It wasn't just his lack of preparation. White Lotus sect leaders underwent rigorous training to prevent the leak of vital information. No amount of torture could break them. But the moment Lin Fan's needles pricked him, all his training seemed futile. Who would have thought that such tiny needles could make him feel like countless bugs were crawling and biting into his flesh, causing unimaginable pain? One needle rendered him immobile, leaving his consciousness hyper-aware, as if trapped in an endless void, haunted by eternal loneliness. Various other tortures broke his spirit after just one round. To hell with professional training. All he wanted now was to become a turncoat. Lin Fan's masterful medical skills weren't just for healing, they were equally effective in torture. Exploiting obscure acupoints with expert techniques, he could induce agony worse than the 10 great tortures. Professional training? Even if his pain receptors were severed, Lin Fan could reattach them for further torment. Enough talking. Save your strength for answering my questions, or you'll remain my test subject. Lin Fan showed no mercy. He never spared his enemies. The same was true for the White Lotus sect, just as it had been for the Wang brothers, his brother-in-law Lai Lai, and the Sishuai sect protector. I'll answer everything. The White Lotus sect leader, defeated, began to reveal everything he knew. As a confidant of the White Lotus sect's leader, he had extensive knowledge of the sect's operations. He divulged details about secret bases, the distribution of their experts, and even the location of their main headquarters. Lin Fan memorized all this information, ready to present it as a gift to the Blade Elder. Outside, the Blade Elder, traveling as quickly as possible, finally arrived at the estate on the third day. The recovered gatekeeper, Uncle Fu, immediately recognized the distinguished guest and hurried to inform the head butler. The head butler, not daring to delay, first arranged for the Blade Elder to be served tea in the guest hall before promptly seeking out his master. Lin Fan had just emerged from the basement when he encountered the head butler. Upon hearing that the Blade Elder had arrived, a smile spread across his face. With the White Lotus sect's information in hand, and with the Overlord Blade sect's support, perhaps even involving the military, they could potentially uproot the sect entirely. Master Lin, what urgent matter did you wish to discuss with me? Despite his recent frustration, the Blade Elder remained courteous to Lin Fan, recognizing him as a divine craftsman. Lin Fan smiled. I have a great gift for you, Blade Elder. Oh? A great gift. The Blade Elder's eyes sparkled with anticipation. A gift from a divine craftsman was sure to be something special. Though he was unsure why he was receiving such a gift, the sender was what mattered. Indeed, Lin Fan nodded, sipping his tea. To be frank, after saving your young master, I incurred the wrath of the White Lotus sect. They attacked my home a few days ago. Those bastards! The Blade Elder's anger flared. Despite his efforts to trouble them, they dared to act so brazenly. They were seeking death, so I took care of them, Lin Fan acknowledged with a smile. Master Lin, is this gift related to the White Lotus sect? The Blade Elder quickly connected the dots. Lin Fan nodded again. Yes, this gift is directly related to them. I believe you'll find it very interesting. I'm looking forward to it, the Blade Elder replied, intrigued. Without further ado, Lin Fan handed him a densely written document. The Blade Elder took the document, initially puzzled. However, as he read it, his expression changed. The document contained extensive information about the White Lotus sect, including secret bases, the distribution of their experts, and, most importantly, the location of their main headquarters. Is this information reliable? The Blade Elder could hardly contain his excitement. Lin Fan nodded. It's highly reliable. I obtained it from a White Lotus sect leader. If this information is accurate, it is indeed a great gift. The Blade Elder took a deep breath. Master Lin, my sect owes you a debt of gratitude. Once we deal with the White Lotus sect, I will bring a gift in return. No need for formalities. Eliminating the White Lotus sect benefits us all, Lin Fan replied, waving off the gesture. It was a win-win situation. The Blade Elder, however, did not see it that way. He believed that since Lin Fan had saved their heir and thus incurred the sect's wrath, it was their responsibility to handle the issue. Now that they had this valuable information, they owed Lin Fan a favor. But he didn't elaborate. Actions would speak louder than words later. Farewell. Farewell. With the crucial information in hand, the Blade Elder wasted no time, leaving promptly to deal with the White Lotus sect. Lin Fan eagerly anticipated the outcome. The pressure was now on the White Lotus sect. With the White Lotus sect's trouble now being handled by the Overlord Blade sect, Lin Fan could rest easy. After all, the Overlord Blade sect was one of the four great powers and had deep connections with the military, making their strength no joke. In the Grand Long Dynasty, they were a force to be reckoned with outside the imperial court. The White Lotus sect dared to provoke them not because they were stronger, but due to their secrecy and parasitic nature, making them difficult to eradicate completely. But once you grasp their roots, they weren't so hard to deal with. Lin Fan provided the Overlord Blade sect with these roots, allowing them to strike directly at the heart of the White Lotus sect. As long as the Overlord Blade sect played their part well, they could truly eliminate the sect. With this major issue resolved, Lin Fan enjoyed a period of peace. When he wasn't playing games with his wives, he was in the blacksmith's shop, crafting weapons to replenish their stock of hidden weapons or making high-quality arms to sell for extra income. Although he had married into wealth, it was a private elopement, and Lin Fan didn't like the idea of living off his wife's fortune. The rhythmic sounds of hammering resonated throughout the estate. However, this peaceful period didn't last long before another trouble surfaced. This time it was Sword Spirit's father, Lin Fan's father-in-law, who paid a visit. Accompanying him was Elder Sword, the Grand Elder of the Divine Sword Manor. Upon learning of their arrival, Lin Fan set aside his work to meet the guests. Despite his displeasure towards his father-in-law, Sword Spirit's father was still her father, and it wouldn't be appropriate to be overly disrespectful. Moreover, Elder Sword, a respected elder, was also present. However, Sword Spirit wasn't inclined to be so polite. As Lin Fan entered the reception hall, he heard his wife's cold voice. "What are you doing here? I've already severed our father-daughter relationship. Don't bother me again." Her opening remark declared the severance of their relationship typical of her decisive nature. Lin Fan rubbed his nose, unsure whether to enter or not. In the end, he decided to go in. Regardless of his wife's decisions, he would stand by her side and support her unconditionally. Sword Spirit's father, Sword Tianfeng, was at a loss for words until he saw Lin Fan enter. He finally took a breath and began sizing up his son-in-law. Lin Fan remained unfazed. He nodded at his estranged father-in-law as a greeting, then turned to Elder Sword, offering a polite greeting. "Elder Sword, welcome." Given Elder Sword's seniority, a respectful address was necessary. "Yes, it's been a while," Elder Sword replied, his gaze towards Lin Fan tinged with complexity. Though he had sensed that Sword Spirit had feelings for Lin Fan, he hadn't expected them to marry so quickly, catching him off guard. Seeing the lack of respect towards him, Sword Tianfeng's expression soured. But recalling his past actions, he sighed and shook his head. "Since you two are married, I won't say much. However, you've thoroughly offended the Crown Prince. With his personality, he won't let this slide." With a sigh, Sword Tianfeng had to accept that his precious daughter was now someone else's wife. Given that the couple was already intimate, opposition was futile. Moreover, as a divine craftsman, Lin Fan was more than a worthy match for Sword Spirit. Under normal circumstances, the Divine Sword Manor would have sought this alliance eagerly. But the problem was that the Crown Prince was not easy to deal with. Despite this, the situation was now a reality. The Divine Sword Manor had to face the consequences, regardless of the challenges. Sword Spirit, still upset, turned away, showing no regard for her father's concerns. Lin Fan, standing by his wife's side, saw his father-in-law's softened stance but refrained from showing hostility. He gently patted his wife's hand and addressed Sword Tianfeng, "You're Sword Spirit's father, and I should respect you. But I'm a selfish person, and I prioritize my wife. If Sword Spirit doesn't want to forgive you, I can't fulfill my filial duties." He paused before continuing. "As for the Crown Prince, I'm well aware of the situation. If I dared to marry Sword Spirit, it means I'm prepared to face any consequences. You don't need to worry." "Ah?" Seeing his daughter and son-in-law's stance, Sword Tianfeng sighed again. He knew he was partly at fault. But facing the threat from the Crown Prince, he sometimes had no choice but to compromise. As the head of the Divine Sword Manor, he was responsible not just for his family but for the entire manor. And offending the Crown Prince would bring severe repercussions. Even the largest martial sect couldn't match the might of a flourishing dynasty. Logically, Elder Sword should have spoken up. But seeing his beloved granddaughter driven to leave home multiple times, he longed to whip Sword Tianfeng. Thus he remained silent. Faced with this, Sword Tianfeng could only sigh and leave. Sword Spirit, though resolute in her stance, couldn't hold back her tears as her father departed, soaking her cheeks. Seeing this, Lin Fan gently comforted her, "Don't cry. Your face won't look pretty if you cry." "I'm just feeling a bit sad," Sword Spirit admitted. "Don't be sad. If you think it was wrong, I'll bring your father back." Lin Fan continued to comfort her, determined to care for his wife. "No need." Sword Spirit shook her head stubbornly. "Let him go. In his eyes it's always about grand ambitions. He never truly cared for those around him. My mother." Tears welled up again as she recalled painful memories. Faced with this, what could Lin Fan do but continue to comfort her? Fortunately, with Elder Sword's presence, Sword Spirit composed herself quickly. "Grandpa Sword, I've married the man I love," she said, her face filled with happiness. "I can see that. Congratulations, my dear. You've found your perfect match," Elder Sword responded warmly, his face softening with affection. "Thank you, Grandpa Sword," Sword Spirit replied, finally smiling. Receiving her elder's blessing made her genuinely happy. Her decision never wavered, but receiving a blessing felt good. Now content, her mood improved significantly. With his wife in a good mood, Lin Fan felt equally pleased and ordered the head butler to prepare a feast. Given the arrival of his wife's elder, they needed to be properly entertained. Elder Sword accepted the invitation, though a look of nostalgia crossed his face. The friendship of a divine craftsman was now solidified. Yet, he couldn't tell if it was a gain or a loss. After dinner, Elder Sword took his leave. However, before departing, he left a substantial dowry for Sword Spirit, a 30% share in the Divine Weapons Pavilion. The Divine Weapons Pavilion had branches all over the Grand Long Dynasty, and was a significant source of wealth. Owning 30% of it meant having access to an unimaginable fortune. Lin Fan, who used to sell his forged weapons to the Divine Weapons Pavilion, was now one of its major shareholders. No wonder they say marrying a rich and beautiful woman can save you 30 years of hard work. It's true, Lin Fan mused. Sword Spirit, upon seeing the dowry left by her father, remained silent for a long time. Despite her anger towards her father, the dowry represented his care for her, handed over through Elder Sword. Though upset by her father's actions, she couldn't ignore the warmth behind this gesture. Spirit, should we accept it? Lin Fan asked, not letting the immense wealth sway him. He respected his wife's opinion. Why not? This was meant for me anyway. I'm not leaving it for him, Sword Spirit replied, still somewhat resentful. All right, we'll keep it, Lin Fan agreed, knowing it was her decision. After all, rejecting it would be like slapping his wife's face. From striving to earn a living, Lin Fan suddenly found himself financially free. Owning 30% of the Divine Weapons Pavilion meant he could live in luxury without worry. Moreover, Lin Fan had plans to expand his ventures. Using his top-tier medical skills, he intended to create a batch of pills that enhanced inner strength and sell them for a hefty profit. Powerful martial artists, often wealthy, could be targeted with these enhancement pills, yielding substantial profits. His second manager had been busy procuring the necessary herbs. Once everything was in place, they could use the Divine Weapons Pavilion's network to distribute the products. Unlike weapons, pills were consumables with high demand and lower production costs, making them extremely profitable. The potential profits were beyond imagination. With this venture, the income from the head tax would seem trivial. A man with a goal works with fervor. But just 2 days into his efforts, another unexpected visitor arrived. This time it was not an enemy but Dao Miao Miao, who had promised to visit when they last parted. Upon seeing Lin Fan, her eyes reddened with tears. Why did you marry Sword Spirit? She demanded loudly as soon as they met. What? Lin Fan was taken aback. What does my marrying her have to do with you? Why do you seem so opposed? It's not that simple. Dao Miao Miao Miao's emotions ran high. Lin Fan found the situation amusing and asked, so, what does it have to do with you? She stammered, unable to find the right words. Indeed, what did it have to do with her? The more she thought about it, the more upset she became, feeling even more aggrieved, her eyes reddening further. It just does, she finally declared, resorting to stubbornness. All right, it has something to do with you, Lin Fan conceded, shaking his head. Then tell me, why are you against our marriage? Dao Miao Miao hesitated again, then quickly said, Sword Spirit isn't good. Her temper is bad, and she rattled off a list of complaints, all centered around how unsuitable Sword Spirit was. And she's not as good as me. You should have married me instead, she concluded, her frustration evident. Marry you? Lin Fan finally understood. This little troublemaker had fallen for him. As rivals, she saw Sword Spirit as having taken something she wanted, which explained her agitation and her quick visit upon learning the news. Of course, Dao Miao Miao began but then realized how bold her statement was, her face turning bright red. Anyway, if you marry her, I won't be happy, she insisted, her resolve unwavering. And what do you propose I do? I can't just kick her out now, Lin Fan replied, amused by the situation. Well, Dao Miao Miao hesitated, struggling with her feelings. Though she didn't want Sword Spirit to be kicked out, the thought of sharing Lin Fan was equally unbearable. I don't know. But I'm upset, she cried, clutching her head in frustration. After a moment, she suddenly turned to Lin Fan with a bright idea. How about you marry me too? Then I'll be the main wife and Sword Spirit can be my little sister. Satisfied with her solution, she smiled proudly, imagining herself as the dominant wife. Lin Fan was taken aback, almost choking on his tea. What did you say? Marry me? What? You don't want to? Dao Miao Miao pouted, her fierce nature showing. Faced with such a bold woman, what could Lin Fan say? Refuse. Given her fiery temperament and the system's requirements, refusal wasn't an option. Moreover, despite her wild nature, Lin Fan genuinely liked her. Her straightforward and passionate personality was endearing. Not to mention, her voluptuous figure was hard to ignore. Despite living two lives, Lin Fan hadn't outgrown his attraction to such features. Understanding her feelings, Lin Fan couldn't bring himself to refuse. "It's not that I don't want to," but Lin Fan began, trying to explain the seriousness of the situation. "But nothing. If you're willing to marry me, then it's settled," Dao Miao Miao interrupted, dismissing his concerns. Well, there wasn't much left to say. Faced with such determination, how could he say no? "Do we need to inform your parents?" Lin Fan asked. Since they had reached an agreement, it was time to follow through, even though it seemed a bit fast. However, it wasn't unexpected. Compared to the reserved Jian Ling, Dao Miao Hiao had long expressed her love, stubbornly refusing to leave his home. How else would an unmarried girl stay at a man's house without such intentions? No need to inform them. When Jian Ling made her decision, she didn't ask for her parents' permission, and I certainly won't lose to her. Dao Miao Miao waved her hand decisively, indicating she could make the decision herself. Parents? Not necessary. Alright, it's up to you, Lin Fan said, conceding to her competitive spirit with Jian Ling. After all, she was going to be his wife. Jian Ling quickly heard the news and her eyes widened in surprise upon learning her rival, Dao Miao Miao, was about to marry her husband. "From now on, you'll be my little sister, so you better listen to your big sister," Dao Miao Miao declared triumphantly. Hey, Jian Ling quickly recovered, laughing off the threat. Becoming the older sister? Dream on. Who would bully whom was still undecided? Dao Miao Miao felt a bit less triumphant when she saw Jian Ling's calm reaction. However, before she could say anything, Ye Xiaoru and the other two wives arrived, warmly welcoming Dao Miao Miao Miao. During these times their bodies had been strengthened, no longer fragile. But Lin Fan was incredibly vigorous, like a human pile driver. Despite their strengthened bodies, they struggled to keep up with him. Welcoming a new sister, especially one who practiced martial arts, was a relief. Dao Miao Miao was aware of Lin Fan's three wives. During her previous stay, they had taken good care of her, and they had a decent relationship. This eased her worries about being unwelcome. "Thank you, sisters," Dao Miao Miao said sincerely, grateful for their warm welcome. "You're welcome. We're all sisters now. Let's take good care of our husband together," Ye Xiaoru replied with a smile as the eldest. Hey, Dao Miao Miao nodded obediently, integrating into the group. A few days later, the manor was decorated with red lanterns again. Lin Fan was a groom once more, but this time with a different bride. Dao Miao Miao, dressed in red, her ample bosom rising high, sat on the bed, her vision barely reaching her knees. When Lin Fan lifted her red veil, he quickly shaped her towering figure as he pleased. Though she had a fiery personality, she showed a shyness tonight, with more passion than ever. Lin Fan's strength, however, was unmatched, and her fiery passion soon turned her into a meek little lamb. The night ended with the bed nearly collapsing. The next day Lin Fan woke up refreshed. Beside him, Dao Miao Miao lay quietly like a kitten, pulling her head under the red blanket when she heard him stir. Her usual boisterous demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Lin Fan smiled, covered her with the blanket, and turned to receive his system reward. Last night, Dao Miao Miao had been so passionate that he hadn't had time to check his reward. Now, with some peace, he could finally look at it. "Congratulations, host, for successfully getting married. You have received the reward of full-level mechanism skill." Lin Fan saw the reward. Another full-level ability. The system was indeed generous, giving him full-level skills each time. He already had full-level blacksmithing and medical skills, and now he had full-level mechanism skills. This made 3 full-level abilities. Mechanism skill. Lin Fan thought of the animated series The Legend of Qian, where mechanism skills were unbeatable, especially complex mechanical beasts capable of decimating armies. Setting up a fortress with intricate traps would make any invader regret their decision. Receiving the reward, Lin Fan envisioned setting up large-scale deadly mechanisms around his manor, ensuring no unwanted guests could cause trouble. With mechanized birds patrolling the skies, intruders would be detected early. He could now rest easy. "Receive reward," he said, gently pinching his little wife's cheek as he accepted the reward. A thunderous noise echoed in his mind, and Lin Fan entered a special space, crafting various mechanisms and terrifying mechanical beasts seen only in anime. He created a massive mechanical serpent capable of tearing through armies, and a mechanical Qi that could fight on land, air and underground, demonstrating exceptional combat prowess. These creations, born from his hands and full-level mechanism skill, left him speechless. Returning from the special space, Lin Fan sat by the bed, silently contemplating. The full-level mechanism skill from the Legend of Qin was indeed masterful. If the White Lotus sect can survive the Blade Manor's purge, I'll give them a big gift. As for the Crown Prince, if he dares to provoke me again, I'll make sure he doesn't return, Lin Fan thought, his eyes flashing with the cold intensity of a mechanical beast. He now had the strength to challenge these formidable entities. Dao Miao Miao had indeed brought him a great gift, one that deserved a fitting return. In a daze, Dao Miao Miao was once again taken to new heights by Lin Fan. This time, the wedding bed couldn't withstand it. The sun was already high in the sky. This time, the wedding night finally came to an end. In the dining room, Lin Fan sat at the head of the table, surrounded by his ever-growing group of wives, each one a beautiful young woman. Finding even one such woman in modern times was rare, but he was forming a whole legion. What an ambition! "Let's eat," Lin Fan announced with a smile, kicking off a feast. Thanks to their martial arts training and the strengthening elixirs, everyone in the family had huge appetites. After everyone had eaten their fill, Lin Fan got down to business. The efficiency of his second-in-command was impressive, and the recently acquired medicinal herbs were promptly delivered to him. Finally, the ingredients needed to make the internal energy-enhancing pills were all there, including a 1,000-year-old wild ginseng that caught Lin Fan's eye. "Where did you get such a treasure?" Lin Fan asked in surprise. This wild ginseng could be used to make a great rejuvenation pill, which could significantly boost the user's internal energy, a true elixir in the martial arts world. Even if not processed into a pill, consuming it directly would still greatly enhance one's strength. Such treasures were quickly bought up by martial arts experts, or the royal family, rarely seen on the market. The second-in-command proudly explained, "It was quite a coincidence. While I was purchasing herbs in the county town, I encountered an old ginseng digger being threatened by bandits on my way back. I scared off the bandits by mentioning the name of Divine Sword Manor, and out of gratitude, the old man gave me this freshly dug 1,000-year-old ginseng. Well done. I'll reward you with something good later," Lin Fan praised. He needed to note this achievement of his second-in-command. He had planned to give him the strengthening elixir later, but now it could be given sooner. If he could make the great rejuvenation pill and give it to the martial arts prodigies Jian Ling and Dao Miao Miao, they would become top-notch experts in no time. Then, any troublemakers would be easily dealt with by his formidable wives, and Lin Fan could simply stay in the background. "Thank you, sir." The second-in-command bowed gratefully upon hearing of the reward. Lin Fan was not only his master but also one of the owners of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. This reward meant a lot, signifying both a valuable item and acknowledgement. "Work hard, and there will be more benefits in the future. I think your current position is beneath your talents. From now on, you will be the chief steward, handling my affairs directly," Lin Fan encouraged, giving him what he truly desired. The second-in-command, now promoted to chief steward, was overjoyed and pledged his loyalty with great enthusiasm. "Thank you, sir. I won't disappoint you. I'll do anything you ask, even if it means risking my life." Half an hour later, the newly appointed chief steward left the manor with his spirits high and a bottle of body-strengthening elixir. With his chief steward now highly motivated, Lin Fan turned to his full-level blacksmithing skills to forge a special alchemy furnace. Such a task was not difficult for him. It mainly involved creating the mold. To ensure the furnace's effectiveness, he paid attention to details like heat conducting patterns, fire exposure areas, and spatial layout. Though the materials were not the best, the craftsmanship was perfect. The new alchemy furnace was ready for making the internal energy-enhancing pills. A quiet room was quickly prepared for alchemy. Lin Fan explained to his wives that he needed to focus and wouldn't require their help, fearing distractions would lead to unintended consequences. Inside the alchemy room, Lin Fan started directly with the Great Rejuvenation Pill, confident in his abilities. In the system's special space, he had made it countless times. Even with his eyes closed, he could do it, as long as there were no distractions. He began by preheating the furnace with high-quality charcoal, then added various herbs, heating them to remove impurities and retain the essence. The manual process of refining the herbs took 2 full days. Finally, the door to the alchemy room opened, and a strong medicinal aroma filled the air. His worried wives, who had been waiting outside, rushed to him. Lin Fan opened his arms wide to embrace all 5 of them, feeling both the trouble and the joy of having many wives. With 2 days of hard work, Lin Fan had successfully made 10 great rejuvenation pills, each one perfect. He eagerly anticipated how Jian Ling and Dao Miao Miao would grow with these pills. Would he, the mighty bull, once again be exhausted in the field? "Is this really the great rejuvenation pill?" Dao Miao Miao asked Lin Fan, staring at the jade bottle in her hand. Jian Ling, standing nearby, also looked over with interest. The Great Rejuvenation Pill was a legendary elixir in the martial arts world, causing a huge stir every time it appeared. One pill could equal 50 years of hard training, and if used properly, could create a powerful expert. Even established masters could advance further with it. One pill was powerful enough, but now each of them had 5. Even if a pig took them, it could fly, let alone these 2 martial arts prodigies. Do you think I'd lie to you? Lin Fan laughed, playfully pinching Dao Miao Miao's cheek. Dear, just how skilled are you in medicine that you can even make such elixirs? Jian Ling couldn't help but ask, still amazed. The body-strengthening elixir Lin Fan had given them before had already shocked her by breaking all norms. Now, he had made the legendary Great Rejuvenation Pill, which required extraordinary conditions to create. Many doctors learned alchemy to make their own medicines, similar to how modern doctors prescribe pills. But making the Great Rejuvenation Pill required godlike skills beyond ordinary alchemy. Your husband's medical skills are unparalleled, Lin Fan joked. You're bragging. Dao Miao Miao pulled her cheek away, sticking her tongue out. Jian Ling thought he was joking too. How could anyone claim such unparalleled skills? But was it really a joke? Go ahead and take them. You both come from powerful backgrounds with top-notch martial arts skills. Your only issue is your youth and lack of internal energy. The Great Rejuvenation Pill will fix that, Lin Fan said, knowing that explaining further would be pointless as no one would believe him. Although they thought he was bragging, the elixirs were real. Just the faint scent of the pills caused their internal energies to stir. Alright, but we don't need so many. 2 each will be enough. The rest would be wasted. Let's save the extras, or you can take them, Jian Ling suggested, handing back 3 of the pills. I agree, Dao Miao Miao echoed, returning 3 pills as well. These are useless to me. But you're right, we can keep the extras. No need to return them to me. They're yours, Lin Fan said. In fact, he had made 11 pills, using 1 to test its effects. It only made him feel slightly more energized, nothing more. His body, already enhanced by other powerful elixirs, couldn't benefit from the Great Rejuvenation Pill, making it a waste for him. It's useless for you. Jian Ling was stunned. Dear, just how strong are you that the Great Rejuvenation Pill has no effect on you? She had seen him easily defeat second-tier experts from the White Lotus sect, but now it seemed there was more to his strength. I don't know, Lin Fan shrugged with a smile. But you can test your strength after taking the pills. Lin Fan, are you really that strong? Dao Miao Miao, confused by their conversation, couldn't help but ask. She always thought of him as a skilled artisan with various talents, but never realized his true strength. Call me dear, and as for my strength, didn't you experience it on our wedding night? Lin Fan teased, knocking on her head. You pervert. Dao Miao Miao blushed, understanding his meaning. That's not being a pervert. It's just stating the truth, Lin Fan said shamelessly. Stop it. Dao Miao Miao stomped her foot, unable to compete with his thick skin. Haha, Lin Fan laughed, enjoying teasing his little wife. Jian Ling, who had been watching with amusement, soon found herself dragged into the fun as Lin Fan extended his mischief to her. After some playful moments, Lin Fan said, let's see how strong you become after taking the Great Rejuvenation Pill. Alright, both women agreed, then went to their rooms to start their training. With his martial arts wives settled, Lin Fan enjoyed a hot bath and a sumptuous dinner, served by his first wife, Ye Xiaoru. After eating, he checked on the progress of his 3 wives' training to ensure their bodies were properly strengthened. Life was good. Meanwhile, the White Lotus sect was having a rough time. Their elite members had lost contact, and their secret headquarters had been exposed, leading to an attack by Blade Manor. The elder known as the Blade King led the charge, wielding a blood-stained black blade that wreaked havoc among the sect members. Blade Manor's elite fighters, shouting fiercely, cut down anyone in their path, even dogs if they didn't move fast enough. The White Lotus sect leader, heartbroken by the massacre, was barely able to fend off the Blade King. Though a top-tier fighter, he was no match for the Blade King, one of the 4 martial arts powerhouses. Who leaked our information? I'll tear them apart. The sect leader, enraged and desperate, knew that this disaster was brought upon them by the Crown Prince's provocation. By the river in the back hills, Lin Fan was leisurely fishing with Su Erhu, the captain of his guard. He had no idea what was happening with the White Lotus sect, otherwise, he might have celebrated with a drink or 2. Not knowing allowed him to enjoy his fishing and relax. Brother Fan, fishing every day is boring. How about we go hunting in the mountains? Su Erhu suddenly suggested. He found hunting far more exciting than fishing. Hunting in the mountains? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. It did sound thrilling. Can you find any game? Hunting wasn't easy. Animals wouldn't just wait around to be caught. They'd hide at the sight of people. Finding game was the first challenge. Don't worry, Brother Fan. Su Erhu patted his chest confidently. I've been hunting with my father since I was 10. With 10 years of experience, finding game is like looking for chickens in our own coop. Alright, let's give it a try, Lin Fan agreed, feeling persuaded. Every man dreamed of a wild hunting adventure. The two quickly ventured into the mountains. Crossing the river, they entered the dense forest, not wasting any time on the road. Su Erhu was well equipped with a bow and arrows, while Lin Fan only had his fishing rod. But Lin Fan wasn't worried. With his strength, a few solid stones would make excellent hunting tools. Su Erhu soon spotted a deer drinking water. Lin Fan picked up a stone and lightly tossed it, knocking the deer down silently. His technique was even more efficient than a sniper rifle. Brother Fan. Amazing. Su Erhu gave a thumbs up. He had seen many hunting methods, but this was a first. That's enough praise, Lin Fan said, rolling his eyes, amused by his straightforward assistant. As Su Erhu moved to collect the deer, a deafening roar came from the bushes, and a massive tiger pounced, seizing the deer. It was a fierce tiger, stealing Lin Fan's catch. How dare you steal Brother Fan's prey? You stupid tiger, Su Erhu shouted, ready to confront the beast. In the past he might have feared the forest king, but now with his enhanced strength, he was confident. But before he could act, the tiger, seeing Lin Fan's smiling face, dropped the deer and fled, tail between its legs. What just happened? Did I scare the tiger away just by standing here? Su Erhu muttered in confusion, scratching his head. Amazing, my Erhu. From now on, we'll call you the Tiger King, Lin Fan joked, knowing why the tiger ran. It was the same tiger he had encountered before with Jianling, recognizable by the faint fist mark on its forehead, a mark Lin Fan had made himself. Tiger King sounds too boastful, and my father wouldn't approve, Su Erhu replied, laughing awkwardly. Lin Fan shook his head, amused by his assistant's simplicity. With the tiger gone, Su Erhu handled the deer easily. But as they moved on, Lin Fan stopped. What's wrong? Su Erhu asked, not sensing anything. Something's following us, Lin Fan said, looking back at the bushes. Trusting Lin Fan, Su Erhu knocked an arrow and prepared for action. What is it? Su Erhu whispered. The same tiger from before, Lin Fan replied with a smile. That tiger again? It's still got the nerve to follow us. Su Erhu was ready to shoot but was stopped by Lin Fan. Leave the deer for it, Lin Fan suggested. Why? Su Erhu was puzzled but obeyed, leaving the deer and moving to a hidden spot with Lin Fan. They watched as the tiger cautiously approached with its cubs, who were hungry and immediately started eating. The tiger, instead of eating, watched protectively. Seeing this, Lin Fan put down his sharp stone, shaking his head with a smile. Although Lin Fan and his companion moved carefully, the vigilant Tiger King still noticed them. Its fierce eyes immediately locked onto them. Well, it's quite alert, Lin Fan commented with a smile. He turned to Su Erhu and said, let's go out. Since we've been spotted, let's play with this Tiger King and its cubs. Alright, Su Erhu agreed, but he kept his bowstring taut. A tiger protecting its cubs was incredibly dangerous and would fight to the death if it sensed any threat. As expected, when the Tiger King saw Lin Fan again, it didn't run. Instead, it stood in front of its cubs, roaring a warning and refusing to back down. The tiger cubs, unaware of the danger, continued eating or curiously watched the two-legged intruders. One particularly bold cub even tried to approach Lin Fan and Su Erhu, but was swatted back by its father. No need to be nervous. I mean, no harm. Otherwise you wouldn't still be alive, Lin Fan said with a smile, not caring if the tiger understood. To their surprise, the Tiger King seemed to relax a bit. It remained cautious but no longer seemed ready to fight to the death. This tiger actually understands human speech, Su Erhu exclaimed, wide-eyed. As a hunter, he had seen countless wild animals but never one that seemed to understand humans. Apparently so, Lin Fan nodded. No wonder it played dead last time. This isn't just any ordinary tiger. The Tiger King growled softly as if warning them not to come any closer. Su Erhu, seeing this, was ready to shoot, but Lin Fan stopped him. He understood that the tiger was just a protective parent. Lin Fan was about to leave when he noticed one of the cubs, smaller and weaker than the others, struggling to eat. He stopped and said, one of your cubs is sick. If untreated, it won't survive. The Tiger King, seemingly understanding, looked at the weak cub with sadness in its eyes. It knew the cub was unwell but couldn't help it. Following Lin Fan and Su Erhu was a desperate attempt to find food for its cubs. The Tiger King growled mournfully. At this moment, it wasn't a fearsome beast but a devoted parent. Stop howling. If you trust me, I'll treat your cub, Lin Fan offered. The Tiger King hesitated, wary of humans. It remembered the pain from Lin Fan's punch that had left a scar on its forehead. But seeing no other option, it carefully brought the weak cub to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement, gently picked up the cub, and felt its abdomen. Then he took out his silver needles. The Tiger King watched intently, ready to pounce if Lin Fan hurt its cub. Relax, it's just acupuncture. Haven't you seen humans treating illnesses? Lin Fan said while working. The Tiger King shook its head, unfamiliar with human medicine. Soon Lin Fan was done. He pressed on the cub's abdomen, and it spat out a clot of dark blood, indicating a blocked internal path from birth that needed clearing. Seeing the cub's improved condition, the Tiger King looked at Lin Fan with gratitude. Let them eat. The deer is yours. But remember, don't harm people again. Next time I won't be so kind, Lin Fan warned before leaving with Su Erhu. The Tiger King watched them go, deep in thought. Brother Fan, you're amazing. You even treated a wild animal. If I could do that, I'd be the most popular vet in the county, Su Erhu said, full of admiration. Lin Fan shook his head, amused. Do you really want me to waste my divine medical skills on animals? Ignoring his awestruck companion, Lin Fan focused on hunting. By sunset, they had a successful hunt and returned home with their bounty. Wow! So much game. Did you go hunting in the mountains? Dao Miao Miao exclaimed upon seeing the haul. Call me husband, Lin Fan corrected, tapping her on the head. No way, Dao Miao Miao pouted, rubbing her head, refusing to change her ways. Did you finish absorbing the great rejuvenation pill already? Lin Fan asked, changing the subject. Of course. I'm a genius. Not like Jianling, Dao Miao Miao said proudly, lifting her chin. Despite both being Lin Fan's wives, their rivalry continued. They competed over everything, including who spent more nights with Lin Fan, which he resolved by taking both to bed at once, ending their bickering. Before Lin Fan could respond, Jianling's voice cut in disdainfully. Dao Miao Miao, do you have any skills other than bad-mouthing others? Jianling, having absorbed her pill, stood with a calm and controlled aura, her former sword presence now fully mastered, making her even more beautiful. You brat, Dao Miao Miao turned, and the two began their usual bickering. Su Erhu wisely left with the game. But Lin Fan stayed, amused, even considering playfully disciplining them if they started fighting. This was the life. Lin Fan, are you really going to let the two of us take you on together? Just a heads up, we're much stronger now, Dao Miao Miao said with a fierce expression. They were in the training yard, ready for the sparring session they had agreed upon after absorbing the great rejuvenation pills. Lin Fan smiled and replied, That's exactly why I want to fight you both now. But remember, if you still can't beat me, you have to obey me without complaints. No problem, Dao Miao Miao agreed without hesitation. Jianling nodded in agreement, accepting the challenge silently. After absorbing 2 great rejuvenation pills each, their internal power had increased by 40 to 50 years worth of cultivation, equivalent to a lifetime of hard work for most masters. Combined with their existing skills, they were indeed much stronger. While they didn't consider themselves top-tier masters, they were confident enough to take on first-rate experts like the sect leaders of the White Lotus sect. They acknowledged Lin Fan's impressive physical strength, but believed that true combat wasn't just about brute strength. Skills, techniques, and experience were also crucial. All right then, draw your weapons and show me your true strength, Lin Fan said, his expression unchanged. He intended to show his wives just how formidable he was. Their other 3 wives were watching and cheering them on. Even Xiao Qing, the maid, was there, jumping and shouting encouragement for her mistress. Dear, let's not use weapons. It would be bad if someone got hurt, Jianling said, setting aside her Qingfeng sword. Dao Miao Miao agreed, putting down her blade as well. Fine. But without weapons your chances of winning are even slimmer, Lin Fan replied, not minding at all. Don't underestimate us, Dao Miao Miao retorted, charging forward with her fists. Although Blade Men are primarily trained in swordsmanship, they also had powerful unarmed techniques for close combat scenarios. Similarly, Divine Sword Manor had comprehensive martial arts collections. As his wives moved with grace and speed, like elegant sprites, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and began his performance. He didn't bother with fancy footwork or techniques. His approach was straightforward and violent, valuing speed and power. He stomped the ground hard, launching himself like a falcon. His incredible speed allowed him to easily dodge their combined attacks. However, having absorbed the great rejuvenation pills, his wives were much faster and more reactive, quickly adjusting their positions and attacking again. Their movements generated explosive sounds, indicating their tremendous force and speed. Lin Fan, seeing their impressive efforts, decided to stop dodging. He halted and caught their attacks with his hands, effortlessly capturing Dao Miao Miao's fist in Jianling's palm. They struggled to free themselves, But Lin Fan's grip was unyielding, like a steel vise. No matter how much strength they used, they couldn't break free. They realized the sheer terror of his physical power enough to easily crush their hands if he wanted to. So, this is your much stronger state, Lin Fan teased, holding them firmly. This round doesn't count. We underestimated you. Let us go, and we'll try again, Dao Miao Miao protested, unwilling to admit defeat. All right, we'll go again, Lin Fan said generously, releasing their hands. Despite their intense efforts, his controlled grip left them unharmed, though their hands were a bit red from the struggle. Having learned their lesson, his wives became more cautious. But against Lin Fan's overwhelming strength, their caution was futile. Lin Fan's Tiger Fist technique, despite its unassuming name, was incredibly effective, capable of taking down a tiger. Its refined techniques and precise application of force made it superior to many other martial arts. The only area where Lin Fan lacked was in agility, but his brute force compensated for this, maintaining high speed and power. After a heated battle, both wives were thoroughly subdued. Lin Fan, your physical strength is just too unfair. It's one thing to be strong, but to also be so fast, how are we supposed to fight you? Dao Miao Miao complained. Honestly, even my grandpa, the sword master, would struggle against your sheer physical power. Only the boxing sage, one of the four greats, could probably match you, Jian Ling remarked. The boxing sage? Lin Fan noted the name. Alright, the match is over. You two won't go back on your word, right? Lin Fan asked, ready to claim his victory prize. No one's backing out, Dao Miao muttered, her face flushing. It wasn't that she lacked spirit, but what Lin Fan demanded was too embarrassing. Jian Ling blushed as well, clearly thinking the same. Lin Fan, seeing their expressions, laughed heartily. You're amazing, my lord, Xiao Qing exclaimed, rushing forward to praise him, her cheeks rosy with excitement. Of course, Lin Fan laughed, pinching her cheek playfully. Ouch, Xiao Qing yelped, her face turning even redder. Alright, let's eat. We caught a lot of game today, so let's have a feast, Lin Fan announced, rubbing his stomach. Thanks to the body-strengthening elixir, everyone in the household had huge appetites. The game they caught tasted even better, and they didn't hesitate to eat their fill, knowing it wouldn't make them gain weight but would strengthen their bodies. After the meal, Lin Fan instructed his wives to take medicinal baths, and went to the back hills to relax alone. However, today, an unexpected visitor appeared. As Lin Fan sat there, a large shadow emerged from the forest. The large shadow moved cautiously, its movements barely perceptible, but Lin Fan noticed it immediately. His powerful physique not only enhanced his strength but also elevated his sensory abilities to extraordinary levels. Even the slightest sounds could not escape his keen hearing. However, Lin Fan didn't react aggressively. Instead, he smiled and looked in the direction of the shadow. He recognized the figure. It was the Tiger King from earlier that day. The tiger's eyes, though fierce, held a look of gratitude as they met Lin Fan's. What are you doing here? Don't you need to watch over your cubs? Lin Fan asked. The Tiger King, now even more imposing under the night sky, stood silently, its powerful presence undeniable. The Tiger King didn't answer but gently placed something it carried in its mouth at Lin Fan's feet. The object was dark and gnawed on, resembling a withered cassava. Are you giving this to me? Lin Fan asked, more intrigued by the tiger's gesture than the item itself. He had helped the tiger's cub earlier out of kindness, and now, the Tiger King was here to repay him. The Tiger King nodded, confirming that it was indeed a gift. It nudged the object with its paw, drawing Lin Fan's attention to it. Initially, Lin Fan didn't think much of it. He assumed it was some common herb, as it was usual for animals to seek out medicinal plants when injured. But upon closer inspection, Lin Fan couldn't help but let out a surprised sound. He picked up the gift and examined it more closely. This is He Shu Wu. Lin Fan identified the herb immediately, thanks to his extensive knowledge of traditional medicine. He Shu Wu was not rare but was highly valued for its ability to nourish blood and strengthen the body. However, this particular specimen was exceptional, possibly 1,000 years old, despite having been partially eaten. Did you dig this up yourself? Lin Fan asked, astonished, looking at the Tiger King. The tiger nodded again, then pointed to the chewed end and its own mouth with its paw, indicating it had consumed the other half. Realizing the Tiger King's meaning, Lin Fan understood that this extraordinary He Shu Wu had played a part in the tiger's intelligence and longevity. This He Shu Wu, was it at the level of a spirit herb? Lin Fan pondered aloud, holding the herb and falling silent. In a world where martial prowess existed, the presence of miraculous herbs was not out of the question. Though this herb had lost much of its potency, it still retained significant power. It's a pity it's not whole. If it were, it could have been used to create a truly miraculous elixir, Lin Fan said, shaking his head regretfully. Even in its diminished state, the herb was still incredibly valuable and could attract many martial artists. The Tiger King seemed pleased that Lin Fan recognized the value of its gift. It grinned, almost as if smiling. "You're quite lucky to have found such a treasure. No wonder you have such intelligence," Lin Fan said, laughing. This unexpected gift was a pleasant surprise, and he saw no need to dwell on what was lost. "I accept your gift and appreciate it. If you ever need help, you can come to me," Lin Fan said, acknowledging the tiger's gesture and establishing a bond of trust. The Tiger King nodded, then bounded back into the forest, disappearing into the night. Its cubs awaited, and as a dutiful parent, it couldn't stay away for long. As the grateful Tiger King vanished, Lin Fan decided to return and prepare the He Shu Wu for an elixir to boost his wife's vitality. He believed their lack of pregnancies was due to their inability to match his vigorous life force. Meanwhile, a group of figures atop a nearby hill surveyed Lin Fan's expansive manor. What a wasteful display. The owner of such a large estate must be a corrupt tyrant. One of them, a man in a flamboyant white cloak, remarked coldly. Another agreed, saying, "Indeed, such extravagance surely indicates a cruel and greedy man. Tonight we, the 13 bandits, will show him the consequences of his wickedness." One of their companions added, "I've heard this manor's owner is young and has several beautiful wives. We must rescue those women from his clutches." Their leader, a burly figure, spoke decisively, "Enough talk. The authorities are closing in on us, so we need to act quickly. Take the women and treasure, and eliminate the owner." With a wave of his hand he signaled the group to move. They spurred their horses and charged down the hill toward the manor's gates, ready to enact their plan. Late at night, the servants in the manor were already asleep, recharging their energy for the next day's work. Only Su Erhu, the captain of the guards, remained vigilant, patrolling the grounds to ensure no thieves sneaked in unnoticed. Thanks to this vigilance, he was the first to notice the sound of galloping horses approaching the gate. He frowned in confusion. Who would be coming here so late at night? Su Erhu murmured to himself. He drew an arrow from his quiver and climbed a large tree near the gate. The tree, standing about 20 to 30 meters tall, offered a good vantage point over most of the manor and beyond the gate. As a seasoned hunter, climbing trees was second nature to him. With little effort he quickly reached the high branches and observed the scene outside. 13 riders on high-quality horses, carrying weapons and wearing cruel smiles, were approaching openly, making no effort to hide. Under the moonlight, their sinister intentions were clear. Recognizing the threat, Su Erhu returned the arrow to his quiver and drew another one, slightly different in color. This was a poisoned arrow, reserved for truly dangerous situations. Unaware of the danger, the 13 bandits arrived at the gate and prepared to scale the wall. Su Erhu might not have been a seasoned martial artist, but anyone in the martial world knew of the 13 bandits' notorious reputation. Each member was a fearsome criminal with countless lives taken. Even high-ranking officials had fallen victim to their attacks. The 13 bandits had been relentlessly pursued by the imperial authorities and the Martial Enforcement Agency, Genwu-Si, but their cunning and mobility had allowed them to evade capture repeatedly. As the bandits prepared to climb the wall, Su Erhu silently drew his bow. With a twang, the poisoned arrow shot through the air and struck one of the bandits in the neck before he could react. He fell from the wall, dead. "We're ambushed," one of the bandits shouted, realizing the danger. Ignoring their shouts, Su Erhu continued his assault. To him, these intruders were mortal threats to his master and mistresses, and he was prepared to fight to the death to protect them. Another arrow flew, wounding another bandit, who immediately noticed the darkening of his blood from the poison. "We can't let him keep shooting. These arrows are deadly," shouted a bandit, recognizing the urgent threat posed by the unseen archer. The leader, known as Blackheart Tiger, quickly formulated a plan. "Bloodbat, your lightness skill is the best. We'll distract him while you take him out." The wiry man known as Bloodbat nodded and agreed to the plan. As the other bandits attempted to scale the wall, Su Erhu's focus shifted to Bloodbat, who was using his agility to approach the tree. Realizing the danger, Su Erhu directed his arrows towards Bloodbat, managing to force him back. However, this gave the other bandits the chance to breach the walls. Seeing the bandits successfully entering the manor, Su Erhu descended from the tree, knowing he couldn't take them all head-on. He was a marksman, not a melee fighter. "You're not escaping us after hurting our brothers," Bloodbat snarled, drawing a blood-red sword and charging at Su Erhu. Despite his enhanced physique, Su Erhu couldn't match the seasoned bandit in close combat. But he didn't panic. As Bloodbat closed in, Su Erhu pulled out a metal tube, the Rain of Pure Flowers, a deadly close-range weapon. Unaware of the weapon's lethality, Bloodbat was caught off guard when Su Erhu triggered it. A storm of needles shot out, and Bloodbat fell, riddled with projectiles. Seeing this, the remaining bandits were furious. Damn it! We've lost too many men to this archer. Blackheart Tiger, grinding his teeth in rage, led the remaining bandits further into the manor, only to be met by two striking figures wielding a sword and a saber. Jian Ling and Dao Miao Miao, Lin Fan's wives, stepped forward, their presence immediately overwhelming. With swift, lethal strikes, they decapitated two more bandits. Who are these powerful women in a remote manor? Blackheart Tiger wondered, realizing they had underestimated their opponents. How dare you intrude into my new home? You're courting death, Dao Miao Miao shouted, her fiery temper on full display. Jian Ling, though calmer, also exuded a deadly aura. Let's show them what the 13 bandits can do. Blackheart Tiger rallied his men, determined to fight despite their losses. The two women welcomed the challenge, eager to test their newfound strength from the great rejuvenation pills. Unbeknownst to the bandits, Lin Fan stood watching from a distance, ready to intervene if necessary. As the moonlight bathed the scene, a fierce battle unfolded. Lin Fan remained a silent guardian, prepared to dominate the battlefield if his wives needed him. Attack. With no chance for a peaceful resolution, the fight to the death began. Despite their losses, the remaining 7 bandits were all elite fighters, each at least at the first-rate level. In the martial world, they were a terrifying force. The stone floor of the corridor shattered under their combined might, especially under the leader Blackheart Tiger's powerful steps. His peak first-rate martial arts made him a human juggernaut, leaving a dent in the stone with just a step. Facing such fierce opponents, Jian Ling and Dao Miao Miao maintained serious expressions, knowing they couldn't afford any mistakes. But fear, that was out of the question. They moved their swords and sabers with lethal precision, their weapons glowing with a cold, sharp light. The air crackled with sword and saber energy, leaving cuts on the corridor's pillars. The 13 bandits had no choice but to respond with their own martial arts techniques. Lin Fan watched the intense battle, amazed. Seeing real martial arts masters fight was far more thrilling than any movie. Despite being outnumbered, Jian Ling and Dao Miao Miao's newfound strength from the great rejuvenation pills gave them the upper hand. Their profound skills from the 4 great sects made them formidable opponents, even when fighting 7 at once. As the fight went on, they adapted to their enhanced power, becoming even more ferocious. The heavily reinforced corridor couldn't withstand the intense battle and collapsed with a deafening crash. But the real masters quickly emerged from the dust, continuing their fierce clash. Who are you? How do you know the martial arts of the Divine Sword Manor and the Blade Manor? Blackheart Tiger demanded, now sporting 2 bloody wounds. The other bandits were in a similarly sorry state, their clothes in tatters. You came looking for trouble without knowing who we are. Who gave you that courage? Dao Miao Miao retorted, her red dress making her look like a warrior goddess. Jian Ling, though silent, wielded her semi-divine sword with devastating effect, having already broken 2 of the bandits' weapons. The 13 bandits were notorious for their high-quality, expensive weapons. Usually it was their opponents' weapons that broke. But today, against the semi-divine sword, their prized weapons were shattered like cheap trinkets. Without their favored weapons, their combat effectiveness plummeted. Jian Ling's silence only added to the bandits' sense of oppression. 13 bandits, you may have terrorized others, but you made a grave mistake coming here. None of you will leave alive, Jian Ling declared, her voice cold. The remaining bandits, now facing overwhelming odds, began to realize their peril. One perceptive bandit spoke up. You're the heirs of the Divine Sword Manor and the Blade Manor? How are you here together? What the other bandits exclaimed in shock. The heirs of 2 of the 4 great sects. This was serious. That can't be right. Even if they are heirs, their current strength should only be at the second-rate level, not this powerful. Blackheart Tiger countered, realizing the discrepancy. He knew that the heirs were prodigious but believed they were still developing, not yet a match for seasoned first-rate fighters. But I've seen them before, at a martial arts gathering. I'm sure it's them, the perceptive bandit insisted. We need to retreat. This place is too strange, Blackheart Tiger decided. The others agreed. They had lost too many comrades and now faced an overwhelming threat. However, Dao Miao Miao and Jian Ling, sensing their intention to flee, unleashed their full power. Damn it. We need a plan, Blackheart Tiger cursed, realizing a simple retreat wouldn't work. The perceptive bandit suggested, there's a man in the corner. If we can capture him, we might turn this around. Why would that help? Blackheart Tiger asked, glancing at the corner. He's the manor's master. I asked around before we came. He's important, capture him, and we have leverage, the perceptive bandit explained. How confident are you? Blackheart Tiger asked. More than 80% sure, the bandit replied. All right, Blackheart Tiger agreed, planning to capture Lin Fan. Everyone, hold off the women. I'll get the master. As the other bandits launched a desperate attack to hold Jian Ling and Dao Miao Miao, Blackheart Tiger charged at Lin Fan. In the dark corner of the hallway, Blackheart Tiger saw that the figure standing there remained clueless, despite his rapid approach. This confirmed his belief the man was an ordinary person. Even with a sharpshooter as a guard, an ordinary man was just a lamb to the slaughter for a peak first-rate martial artist like him. On the other side, the remaining 13 bandits, seeing things going so smoothly, redoubled their efforts to keep the two women engaged, fearing they might interfere. However, to their surprise, the two women showed no intention of breaking away to help. What's going on? The perceptive bandit was baffled, doubting his own judgment. Blackheart Tiger, also confused, thought the sharpshooter would have tried to stop him. He had prepared for evasion and rapid advance, but the sharpshooter just stood there, watching him with a mocking smile. It felt like he, Blackheart Tiger, a terror of the martial world, was being treated like a clown. Years of evading the law and surviving violent encounters hadn't prepared him for this. Enough tricks, he shouted, trying to suppress his unease. He couldn't afford to doubt himself now. If they kept dragging this out, the women's deep internal strength would wear them down. Die! Blackheart Tiger roared, his signature Black Tiger heart strike ready to finish his target. But Lin Fan, facing the attack, merely smiled. You walked into hell when heaven was open, he thought. With a casual punch, he met Blackheart Tiger's attack. Without using any special techniques, just his physical strength, Lin Fan's punch packed thousands of pounds of force. Even a tank would dent under such power. Compared to Mike Tyson's 400-pound punch, Lin Fan's was 20 times stronger. When their attacks collided, a loud crack echoed. Blackheart Tiger's proud killing move was shattered. His special-trained tiger claw was crushed, fingers twisted, and his wrist broken. How is this possible? The remaining bandits were in disbelief. Their strongest leader was brought down by one punch from a seemingly ordinary young man. Facing such inexplicable events, an unbeatable sharpshooter, heirs of powerful sex with unexpected strength, and now this, they finally snapped. This place is cursed. Retreat! Whoever can. Blackheart Tiger, desperate and broken, no longer cared for tactical retreat, he just wanted to escape. You're quick to run, Lin Fan finally spoke, his voice calm and scholarly, yet it chilled the bandits to the bone. But my wife said none of you should leave, so you're all staying. With another punch, Lin Fan struck Blackheart Tiger in the chest, sending him crashing into the ground, forming a human-shaped crater. The second blow rendered him completely helpless, gasping for breath. Seeing their leader defeated, the remaining bandits were horrified. Jian Ling and Dao Miao Miao, emboldened by Lin Fan's display, intensified their attacks. With the bandits demoralized, it wasn't long before two more were decapitated, leaving only 4 standing. Su Erhu, the sharpshooter, began his own attacks. While not as strong in direct combat, his arrows, dipped in poison, were deadly against fleeing enemies. The bandits' chaotic retreat turned into a massacre. Only one managed to almost escape over the wall, but he too was captured or killed. Lin Fan, not interested in taking prisoners, approached the defeated Blackheart Tiger. The bandit leader, sensing his end, begged for his life. Spare me. I'll give you all my wealth. Lin Fan replied coldly, if I kill you, your wealth is mine anyway. It's hidden. You can't find it without me, Blackheart Tiger pleaded, revealing a hidden treasure. Tempting. But I'm not interested in blood money. Take it to the afterlife, Lin Fan said, crushing his throat with a stomp. Blackheart Tiger's final threat about his brother, the vice master of the true martial arts school, didn't deter Lin Fan. Despite the powerful connections, Lin Fan was undeterred. His own strength and abilities made him fearless. As Blackheart Tiger died, his eyes wide in disbelief, Lin Fan's wives showed no concern. They too were ready to confront any retaliation. Erhu, clean up this mess, Lin Fan ordered calmly. Su Erhu, experienced in such tasks, began looting the bodies. At that moment, the old steward hurried over with the gatekeeper, reporting urgent news. Master, a group claiming to be from the Imperial Martial Forces is at the gate. They say they're chasing the bandits and demand to search the estate. Jinwu Division. Upon hearing the steward's report, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. The Zhenwu Division is a violent organization personally established by the martial emperor of the Great Long Dynasty, akin to the Jinyue of the Ming Dynasty, known as the Imperial Watchdogs. However, they do not monitor officials or the military. Their sole focus is on the martial arts world. If any martial arts faction threatens the court's rule, they become the emperor's hounds, attacking ferociously. They also hunt down infamous criminals and bandits like the 13 Bandits. These martial arts experts, who possess skills far beyond ordinary people, indeed need such an organization to keep them in check. It's no surprise that the 13 bandits are being pursued by them. However, the fact that they arrived right after Lin Fan dealt with the bandits was too coincidental. Jian-ling, sensing this, furrowed her brows and said, "Husband, this is too much of a coincidence." "Indeed, but they specialize in such matters. If the 13 bandits appeared here and were pursued, it makes sense." "Let's not overthink it for now," Lin Fan replied, nodding. "True. But even if they have other motives, we don't need to worry too much. I have family in the Zhenwu division, they wouldn't dare to act rashly," Jian-ling added. Dao Miao Miao nonchalantly said, "I'm not afraid of them. If they cause trouble, I'll find my uncle." "Your uncle?" Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Jian-ling explained, "Her uncle holds a high position in the border army." With this explanation, Lin Fan understood. His wives had powerful connections, which explained their calmness and the successful expansion of their business. "Impressive, my dear wives," Lin Fan thought, marveling at their capabilities. Outside the gate, a group of figures in black robes, armed with various weapons, sat on tall horses, staring at the closed gate. "Sir, why not just force our way in? When has the Zhenwu division ever needed permission from a country squire?" a cold-faced young man asked the tall, thin man leading the group. The tall, thin man had an ordinary face but sharp, hawk-like eyes that made others fear to meet his gaze. He was the leader of this Zhenwu division squad, holding a high rank and possessing power beyond first rate. Because of him, the 13 bandits, despite their strength, were constantly on the run, too scared to linger in one place. His subordinate's question was valid in such a remote county. They rarely needed anyone's permission. The leader replied calmly, "This may be a remote area, but the owner of this estate is not as simple as you think." "The owner isn't simple," the other members were puzzled. The estate was large and luxurious, but in such a remote place, it was hard to imagine a significant figure living here. They were well informed, and knew of any major figures in the areas they operated to avoid offending the wrong people. "Humph," the leader snorted. "The eldest daughter of the Shenjian villa married the owner of this estate recently, and the villa's master gave him 30% of the Divine Weapon Pavilion as a dowry." What the Zhenwu division members were shocked. They knew Shenjian villa well, as one of their own high-ranking members came from there. The villa was deeply connected with various officials, and had even helped the founding emperor of the Great Long Dynasty. Now they learned that the villa's heiress had married the estate's owner, with the villa's master not only approving but giving a significant dowry. "And if I tell you that the eldest daughter of the Badao villa also secretly married this estate's owner recently, would you be even more shocked?" the leader added with a cold smile. What this revelation left the Zhenwu division members stunned. Marrying the heiress of one great sect was fortunate enough, but marrying two. The estate's owner was no ordinary person. Now they understood why their leader was cautious, despite discovering the 13 bandits here. "Who is this estate's owner?" "Some high-ranking noble we don't know about," the young man from before asked, dumbfounded. "I don't know. His information is so sparse it's frightening," the leader replied, his expression finally changing to one of curiosity. Despite verifying the information repeatedly, it was too shocking to believe easily. The Zhenwu division had to investigate thoroughly. They now had the perfect excuse to enter and investigate. "Remember to be respectful. If you cause trouble, I won't cover for you," the leader warned his subordinates. "Yes, sir." The members, already frightened, wouldn't dare act arrogantly now. Creak. As they spoke, the gate slowly opened. Lin Fan, accompanied by Jian-ling and Dao Miao Miao, walked out. Seeing the two women confirmed the Zhenwu division's suspicions. These were the heiresses of the great sects. The leader with hawk-like eyes and Lin Fan exchanged glances, each assessing the other. Jian-ling whispered, "That's one of the 4 great constables of the Zhenwu division, known as Iron-Blooded Chasing Life Constable. He's famous for his tracking skills and has captured many notorious criminals. His strength is beyond first rate, unmatched by many in the martial world." So, one of the 4 great constables. Lin Fan now understood the slight sense of danger he felt. The Zhenwu division, led by these powerful constables, had a reputation for dealing with formidable foes. It was no wonder the 13 bandits were on the run. Who would have thought that even one of the 4 great constables would come? "These bandits must be more significant than I thought," Lin Fan mused, smiling slightly. The constable, noticing Lin Fan's smile, nodded and spoke. "I am Constable Zhuiming of the Zhenwu division, pursuing the 13 bandits. I hope you'll cooperate with our search." "Constable, you're too polite. We're law-abiding citizens and will certainly cooperate. If I'm not mistaken, The 13 bandits are all in my estate, Lin Fan replied calmly. The constable and his men were taken aback. The 13 bandits are inside. Yes, but they attempted misdeeds and were all killed. Their bodies are inside, Lin Fan answered simply. The Zhenwu division members were stunned. Even the great constable was visibly shaken. The 13 bandits who eluded capture for so long were defeated here. The constable looked at the grand estate and its owner, unable to calm his mind. Are these really the 13 bandits? The Zhenwu division officers were led into the manor, where they saw the bodies of the 13 bandits. These notorious criminals, whom they had been chasing for a long time, were unmistakable. How did you manage this? The young officer couldn't help but ask. This was a question on many of the Zhenwu division members' minds, given the strength and cunning of the 13 bandits. Lin Fan smiled and replied, just self-defense. Self-defense? The young officer's eyes widened at this seemingly dismissive answer. But Lin Fan was serious. The 13 bandits had targeted his wealth, intending to rob him under the guise of redistributing wealth. Unwilling to let them succeed, his household fought back and eliminated the threat in self-defense. Indeed, the 13 bandits were infamous criminals. Lin Zhuangzhu has done a great service, said Shen Buzhuiming, the lead officer, effectively concluding the matter and preventing further questioning from his subordinates. Before them lay the body of Hixin Hu, one of the bandits, with a massive wound in his chest and a crushed throat, causing Zhuiming's brow to furrow slightly. There was no need to investigate further. The death of the 13 bandits, no matter the details, meant the end of a prolonged mission. It also served as a stark warning to other criminals in the martial world. Criminals like the 13 bandits deserve to be eliminated, Lin Fan remarked with a smile, appreciating the pragmatism of the lead officer. Lin Zhuangzhu is indeed honorable, Shenbu Zuiming complimented. You're too kind, Shenbu Darren, Lin Fan responded modestly. With that, the issue of the 13 bandits was resolved. However, there was more to address. Seeing the officers dealing with the bodies, Lin Fan approached Zhuiming. Shenbu Darren, there's something you should know. Please, go ahead, Zhuiming replied courteously, sensing that Lin Fan was not as simple as he appeared. Before he died, the leader of the 13 bandits claimed to be the brother of the vice master of Jinwu Boxing Hall. He warned that if he died, his brother would seek revenge. Is that so? Zhuiming's eyes narrowed. If true, this was significant. Lin Fan smiled. Shenbu Darren can investigate to verify. Using conflict between enemies to one's advantage was something Lin Fan enjoyed. If the 13 bandits were indeed connected to the Jinwu Boxing Hall, it would be interesting. The Jinwu division, tasked with overseeing martial forces across the land, would be keen on such information. This could be a substantial achievement for them. Thank you for informing me. Lin Zhuangzhu Zuiming expressed his gratitude. Lin Fan shook his head. This information was volunteered by the bandit leader himself. Zhuiming chuckled. Indeed, if that's the case, it must be investigated thoroughly to root out any hidden threats. Shenbu Darren has sharp eyes, finding even hidden letters, Lin Fan praised genuinely. Zhuiming, skilled in dealing with violent criminals, appreciated maintaining good relations with Lin Fan. Both my wives can testify to this, as can I, Lin Fan added, showing his sincerity. Zhuiming reciprocated with a token of goodwill. Thank you, Lin Zhuangzhu. Here is my identification token. If you encounter any more issues, present this at any Zhenwu division branch. Thank you, Shenbu Darren. With their alliance formed, the matter of the 13 bandits was settled. The bodies were dealt with, and Zhuiming mentioned the substantial bounties for the bandits would be delivered soon. Lin Fan, pleased with the outcome, gave instructions to Wang Erxiao, repair the corridor, and remind the chief steward to expedite the procurement of goods. Wang Erxiao, adept at managing the household logistics, quickly set things in motion. As Lin Fan finished giving orders, Su Erhu approached with a grin. Brother Fan, we've struck it rich. The 13 bandits were carrying nearly 10,000 taels of silver. That much. Lin Fan was genuinely surprised. Su Erhu, who had been checking the bodies before the officers arrived, handed over a stack of banknotes to Lin Fan. Wow! The 13 bandits were loaded, exclaimed Dao Miao Miao, Lin Fan's wife, who was standing nearby. Even Jian Ling's eyes widened slightly at the sight of the money. Lin Fan accepted the banknotes with a sense of righteousness, then handed a large one back to Su Erhu. You did well tonight. Here's your reward. 1,000 taels. Su Erhu was shocked. Too much, Lin Fan teased. No, it's just too generous, Su Erhu stammered, overwhelmed. Take it. You earned it, Lin Fan insisted, pushing the note back. Meanwhile, Dao Miao Miao playfully demanded her reward as well, and Lin Fan, amused, handed her 1,000 taels too. Yay! So much money. Dao Miao cheered. Lin Fan then offered a reward to Jian Ling, who smiled and declined, preferring Lin Fan to hold onto it for her. With his wife's consent, Lin Fan led them back to his room for the night. Though peace returned to the manor, the martial world outside was in turmoil. The fall of the 13 bandits and the involvement of the Zhenwu boxing hall caused a stir, attracting attention from various martial artists and spies to Tianfeng County. The once dominant Sisui gang now lay low, their members humbled and cautious. Who is that expert who attracted so many powerful figures? After 2 setbacks, Iron Leg Water Drifter, the leader of the Sisui gang, decided not to appoint any more useless deputy leaders, and even started to distance himself from the gang's affairs. As for the Sisui gang itself, he left its management to the guardians and other leaders. If it could survive, it would continue. If not, so be it. He had just one attitude: giving up. After many years of hard work, Iron Leg Water Drifter felt it was time to enjoy life. But he hadn't enjoyed it for long before a bunch of martial artists showed up at his base. These weren't just any martial artists, even top-tier experts were occasionally seen, along with various spies. None of these people were simple, some even sent by the 4 great powers. He couldn't afford to provoke any of them. In the past he had been a significant figure, but now he was reduced to a minor player, sometimes even having to smile at top experts. This left him bewildered. Who could have caused so many powerful figures to gather? Boss, I found out. All these martial artists and spies were attracted by the owner of the manor outside the city. Just as the gang leader was puzzled, a spy from the Sisui gang rushed in to report. The owner of the manor. When he heard this, he immediately thought of someone. The spy nodded, confirming, yes, I bought this information from several outsiders. Do you know the reason? Iron Leg Water Drifter took a deep breath and asked. The spy hesitated before replying. It seems to be related to the 13 bandits, and it also involves the Zhenwu Boxing Hall and the Zhenwu Division. What? Iron Leg Water Drifter jumped up. These 3 entities were terrifying. Any one of them could destroy the Sisui gang with a mere breath. He had already considered this a significant event, but he didn't expect it to be this enormous. This was terrifying. Notify everyone to go home. The Sisui gang is disbanded as of today. The old gang leader, whose legs were already shaking, couldn't bear the pressure any longer and announced a revolutionary decision. The gang was disbanded on the spot. It wasn't that he lacked courage, but these 3 entities were beyond his ability to withstand. If any of his subordinates provoked them, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing money to avoid disaster. He wanted to live a few more years and enjoy life with the courtesans he had redeemed from the brothels. He couldn't handle such high-level affairs. Unable to play the game, he decided to quit. What? The reporting spy was dumbfounded. They had been fine when he arrived, but now they were homeless. What kind of situation was this? But Iron Leg Water Drifter, like his name, was firm. He didn't change his mind and even drove the reporting spy out, announcing his retirement from the martial world. From now on, there would be no Iron Leg Water Drifter in Tianfeng County, only an old man enjoying his retirement. As for this matter, Lin Fan, who was at the center of the incident, knew nothing. If he knew, he would be speechless. Such a small courage, and he dared to mix in the martial world? Retiring on the spot? Oh, that's fine then. Gentlemen, many martial artists and spies have come to the county, seemingly attracted by your actions. Do you want to take any measures? The head steward, who had learned of the situation, came to report, bringing the materials he had been asked to procure. Lin Fan, holding a special knife and working on some strange metal gears, replied without looking up, ignore them. Just do your job well. Yes, sir. The head steward respectfully nodded. I have left a new procurement list on the table. Take it with you later. Also assign more people to find the special metals I need. After saying this, Lin Fan continued his work. The head steward, seeing this, tactfully took the list and left. Husband, why are you making so many strange metal things? They don't look like weapons or hidden weapons, more like odd hooks, but they can't catch anything. Wang Nanan, diligent and obedient, saw her husband busy in the workshop every day and came to help, tending the fire and fetching items. Seeing Lin Fan producing a pile of gears, she couldn't help but ask. Lin Fan smiled and replied, these are gears. When meshed together they can amplify a force at a certain point or change the speed. So amazing. Wang Nanan exclaimed. Such small metal pieces had such magical effects. This is just a small thing. Lin Fan wanted to pat her head but stopped when he saw his dirty hands. Wang Nanan quickly brought a basin of water and wiped his hands with a towel, then placed her head under his hand, smiling and asking for a pat. Husband, you are amazing. She enjoyed the patting, smiling and praising him. This was the best compliment she could think of, always from the heart. Lin Fan gently patted her head, his eyes full of affection. You are amazing too, my dear wife. Hee hee. Hee hee. Wang Nanan smiled even more happily. With the couple working together, a mechanical beast made of metal and wood took shape in Lin Fan's hands, lifelike due to his master-level mechanical skills. It was an eagle-like mechanical beast, filled with intricate mechanisms inside but looking almost real outside, even with fierce eyes. It needed no power source, just air flowing through special holes to keep flying. The master-level mechanical skills from the Qin's moon world were truly extraordinary. Though the mechanical beast Lin Fan created had no combat power, it could be used for warning and reconnaissance. Its fierce eyes were actually special imaging mechanisms. By controlling and retrieving the mechanical beast, he could see what it saw, making surveillance effortless. Husband, is this a mechanical beast? Wang Nanan looked at the lifelike bird and asked curiously. Lin Fan nodded. Yes, this is a mechanical beast, a very magical creation. While speaking, he threw the mechanical eagle into the air. It flapped its wings using wind power, then the wings' movement triggered other mechanisms inside, and it began circling above the manor. To control the flying range and time, he only needed to adjust some internal mechanisms before launching it. It was quite simple to operate. Wow! It's really flying. Wang Nanan watched the wooden and metal creation soar and exclaimed, amazed by the sight. Husband, you are incredible! As she looked away from the sky, she jumped into Lin Fan's arms, her eyes full of admiration. You are too. Lin Fan held his petite wife and responded. Being petite had its advantages. Those who know. Mechanical beasts. The success of the first mechanical beast marked the beginning of Lin Fan's days, spent developing various types of these beasts and setting up mechanisms throughout his manor. Some of these mechanisms were for early warning, while others were lethal. The servants in the manor were informed about the areas to avoid and what to watch out for. If they disobeyed and triggered the mechanisms, they could only blame themselves for any harm. Fortunately, the servants who remained were obedient and honest, faithfully following the instructions given by their master. Lin Fan, you even understand mechanical arts. Dao Miao Miao loved sticking close to Lin Fan whenever she had free time. Lin Fan didn't find this annoying. He smiled and replied, understanding a bit of mechanical arts is normal for your husband. That wooden contraption can even fly, and you call this just understanding a bit? Some of the mechanisms you set up in the manor are so complex that even I don't dare to touch them. What do you mean by a bit? Dao Miao Miao felt he was brushing her off and said, somewhat annoyed. It really is just a bit. Lin Fan nodded earnestly. At the pinnacle of any skill, it's all about understanding just a bit. Even Zhuge Liang, renowned for his strategies, might humbly say he knew just a bit. A bit? You Dao Miao Miao gritted her teeth but soon laughed. Lin Fan, you're amazing. I find there's almost nothing you don't know. The tonic pills you gave us a few days ago made me feel so much better. I feel warm and comfortable all over. See, you have good taste. Finding such a talented husband. Lin Fan chuckled and gently tapped her smooth forehead. Of course. Dao Miao Miao proudly lifted her head. Alright, go play somewhere else. I need to adjust this mechanism here. Lin Fan waved her off and continued tinkering with the mechanisms in the corridor's pillars. HMPF. I won't. Dao Miao Miao pouted and refused to leave. You're asking for it. Seeing this, Lin Fan didn't say another word. He put down his tools, grabbed her, and playfully spanked her. In Tianfeng County, while Lin Fan was playfully disciplining his wife, several martial artists who had gathered from various places were meeting in a courtyard. Everyone here has their tasks. I won't waste words. My Iron Knife Society came to investigate the rumors and find out the truth behind recent events. A burly man with a large iron knife, bare-chested, spoke, his eyes scanning the crowd. Oh! How does the Iron Knife Society plan to investigate? An old, thin man with a raspy voice like a broken bellows asked, sounding very unpleasant. However, no one dared to challenge him. On the contrary, they looked at him with respect. Not because of his strength, but because he was an expert in poisoning. Offending him could mean unknowingly getting poisoned and dying without realizing how. I didn't expect Lu San, the senior from the Five Poisons Valley, to be here. It seems the waves this time are bigger than expected. This is getting interesting. The man with the iron knife didn't answer but instead laughed, looking at the old man. Humph! The thin old man snorted. The 13 bandits met their end here, involving the Zhenwu Boxing Hall, and even the Zhenwu division, which sent a large team. This is no small matter for the martial world. Although my Five Poisons Valley rarely involves itself in worldly affairs, we're not completely isolated. Haha. I didn't expect friends from the Five Poisons Valley to be so well informed. The man with the iron knife laughed, seemingly enjoying the exchange. But it was clear to observers that there was tension between the two. There's no need for more words. Everyone here knows what's going on. I believe there's no need for further discussion. Let's rely on our abilities. A man in a brocade robe stood up, looked around coldly, and left with similarly dressed companions. Indeed, let's rely on our abilities. Others nodded and left as well. Humph. Humph. The man with the iron knife and the thin old man exchanged a glance and followed the crowd out. Soon, only an old man and a young boy were left in the courtyard. Master, why are so many martial artists from various sects here? Even if this is a major event, it doesn't justify such a gathering. What are they after? The young boy couldn't help but ask. The old man, who looked frail with white hair, smiled. They're here for the 13 bandits' wealth and the legendary treasure map they held. A treasure map. The young boy became even more curious. Yes. It's said that the previous dynasty gathered martial arts from across the land to create a superior art, but failed. When the dynasty fell, the location holding these martial arts was lost. The treasure map supposedly points to this place. The old man explained with a smile. I see. No wonder. The young boy finally understood. The old man didn't say more and led the boy to another nearby courtyard, where the recently retired iron leg water drifter was staying. Back at the manor, Lin Fan continued working after playfully disciplining his wife. He didn't care about the situation outside as long as his home was secure. As for the treasure map, it was a hidden matter he wasn't aware of. The items found on the 13 bandits didn't include any map, just essential goods and bundles of silver notes. Even if there was such a thing, the 13 bandits would have handed it over to their higher-ups. Keeping it would attract trouble, serving as a decoy while the real treasure hunters searched. He wouldn't worry about it. If anyone dared to come, let them. Suaru's penchant for looting bodies would find satisfaction. Time passed. As night fell, the manor grew quiet. Except for Lin Fan's room, where he continued his nightly activities. Elsewhere, silence prevailed, even around the manor walls, where the sounds of insects were rare. Before entering, let's maintain control. Outside the silent walls, groups of figures in dark clothing appeared. The man with the iron knife spoke again. Indeed. Others echoed, all martial artists who had gathered earlier. Their purpose was clear. Without any slogans, they skillfully scaled the 3 zhang high walls like birds. Hoo-hoo! Ooh! As they entered, an owl's call echoed, sounding ominous and making them feel unlucky. They didn't realize it was the warning call of the mechanical bird in the sky. With the warning, a mechanism somewhere was slowly activated. Inside the manor, countless gears quietly turned. But the skilled intruders, blinded by the 13 bandits' treasure and the secret map, were oblivious to these mechanisms as they stealthily approached the inner courtyard. Before arriving, they had already investigated the layout, knowing there was an inner and outer courtyard. The 13 bandits had fallen here, so the items must be in the hands of the manor's owner. As for the danger, nay, they were prepared for it. People die for wealth, just as birds die for food. But they didn't expect this to come so quickly. They had barely landed inside after scaling the wall when a few among them stepped on something and, after a few agonizing screams, fell silent. What's happening? Faced with this, the martial artist's eyes widened. A few brave ones drew their weapons and cautiously approached. They're dead, all of them. When the brave ones got closer, their faces turned pale. What? Hearing this, the others couldn't stay calm and carefully moved forward. A horrifying scene unfolded before them. Those who had screamed were now impaled by countless sharp spears that had sprung from the ground, their eyes wide open, dead with unfulfilled wishes. Blood flowed from their huge wounds, quickly staining the ground red. There are traps. This gruesome sight made everyone shiver and become even more cautious. But it was no use. Soon, there were more screams. 2 people from the same sect, walking by a pond, triggered another trap and fell into a pit. Sharp blades cut through them, slicing them in half. Their entrails spilled out, making everyone feel nauseous. So many traps. The remaining intruders were terrified, their fear growing with each step. Even retreating didn't help. People kept triggering traps. Places that seemed safe moments ago suddenly revealed deadly mechanisms. The previously serene manor became eerie and sinister. No one knew if their next move would trigger a trap and end their life. No wonder the 13 bandits met their end here. This place is extraordinary. We haven't even seen a single person, and we've already lost so many skilled fighters. The burly man with the big blade, a top-tier expert, had survived so far, though his comrades hadn't. The gaunt old man from Poison Valley also looked grim. His 2 disciples had been killed by poisoned arrows, tricks and traps. They can only harm second-rate fighters. For top-tier experts like us, these traps are nothing but paper tigers. The old man scoffed, dismissing the traps. But he didn't move, clearly hoping others would go first. But no one was foolish enough to fall for it. The standoff continued. But not for long, as a guard captain with a knack for scavenging bodies took up a perfect sniping position and drew his finely crafted longbow. Whoosh! A deadly arrow flew through the air, hitting a talking expert right in the eye, killing him instantly. Not good. The traps can activate even if we stand still. Terrified, the remaining intruders thought the arrows were from traps and panicked. Some sought cover, others tried to flee, all abandoning their quest for treasure and the secret map. You dare invade Brother Fan's place? This is suicide. Su-er-hu, hidden in black clothes, showcased his hunting skills, becoming a grim reaper. As the intruders panicked, each of his arrows claimed a life, each tipped with poison, ensuring even those who weren't fatally hit were quickly incapacitated. Knowing the manor's layout, Su-er-hu had nothing to fear, and even hoped they would come for him. Because each step they took would lead them into deadly traps. Some sharp intruders realized there was a sniper and tried to take him out. But they met the worst fate. Each attempt triggered a barrage of poisoned darts, hidden spikes, and razor-sharp traps. From beginning to end, Lin Fan and his wife didn't lift a finger. It was just Su-er-hu and the deadly traps at work. Even so, only a few top-tier experts managed to escape, the rest perished in the manor. The burly man with the big blade, now wounded, had to cut off a poisoned part of his body, limping away covered in blood. The gaunt old man from Poison Valley escaped with an arrow through his arm, saved only by his knowledge of poisons. 3 other battered middle-aged men fled without a word. Even the old rivals, usually at each other's throats, left silently, too afraid to stay. Of the dozens who came, only 5 wounded top-tier experts left. Even with simple traps, their terror was evident. Given more time and materials, any future intruders would face certain death. This was the power of a master trapmaker. As dawn broke, Lin Fan stretched and left his warm bed, dressed by his wife, and walked into the ravaged garden. The martial artist had tried to sneak in through the garden, and now lay dead there. Brother Fan, we've struck it rich again. Seeing Su-er-hu, the familiar words rang out once more. Another big haul. Upon hearing these familiar words, Lin Fan was momentarily speechless. Yep, these guys were loaded. Although not as much as the 13 bandits, they had a few thousand taels. Su-er-hu nodded vigorously, lifting a large bag in his hand, his grin threatening to split his face. These guys are like wealth-bringing gods. I hope more of them come. This time, besides banknotes, there were plenty of shiny silver ingots. Although fewer than last time, the impact was greater, making Su-er-hu extremely happy. Lying at home and having people deliver wealth to your door, what's not to like? It seems they truly deserved their fate. Lin Fan looked at the large sum, knowing much of it was ill-gotten. These people didn't produce anything, so their money clearly came from dubious sources. Now dead. It served them right. Hee. Su-er-hu chuckled, clearly in agreement. Then came the division of spoils, though Su-er-hu refused to take his share, feeling he was just doing his job. He accepted the first reward as a bonus, but taking more seemed excessive. Lin Fan didn't insist. After all, with him around, Su-er-hu would never lack anything. Did you handle all the intruders from last night? After collecting the loot, Lin Fan asked. Those who were already dead have been taken care of, but some were still alive. I tied them up and left them in the garden. I figured there must be a reason they came in such numbers, not just for the bandits' treasure, so I didn't kill them all. Good job. Lin Fan praised, impressed by his usually simple-minded guard captain's wisdom. Hee. It's all thanks to your guidance, Brother Fan. I just followed your teachings. Su-er-hu scratched his head, looking humble. You've become quite the smooth talker, er-hu. Lin Fan laughed. Compared to his previous blunt praises, Su-er-hu's words had indeed become more pleasant. Of course. It's all because of you, Brother Fan. Su-er-hu's grin grew even wider. All right, enough of that. But you did well. Choosing you as the guard captain was definitely the right decision. Lin Fan sincerely complimented him. Su Erhu's expression became serious, his eyes filled with determination. You trusted me, brother Fan. I won't let you down. Good, good, good. Lin Fan patted his shoulder, and the two headed into the garden. The area had been tidied up a bit, but congealed blood still stained the ground, filling the air with a heavy stench. Turn off the traps, and have someone clean up this place. Seeing the scene, Lin Fan gave his orders. Understood. Wang Erxiao, an assistant, had arrived during their walk to the garden and quickly noted down the task. With so many servants in the manor, this wasn't difficult. After giving brief instructions, Lin Fan followed Su Erhu to a rockery in the garden. These rockeries had been meticulously constructed, featuring an array of oddly shaped stones and carved caves. Su Erhu had thrown the still living intruders into these caves, using them as temporary cells. The traps in Su Erhu's poison arrows had inflicted serious wounds, yet those who survived were all highly skilled martial artists. Even the weakest among them were top-tier second-rate fighters, with some being first-rate experts. These individuals were no ordinary folks in the martial world. Knowing the 13 bandits had perished here, they still dared to come, relying on their formidable skills. But now, whoa! These martial experts were bound and stuffed into narrow caves, looking utterly miserable. Erxiao, take this token to the local Jinwu division, and ask them to contact Chief Constable Zhuiming. Tell him I have urgent matters to discuss. Lin Fan examined the captured experts, his gaze cold. He handed Wang Erxiao a token left by Zhuiming, a chief constable, which could be used to get in touch. With so many martial experts from various factions, Zhuin would certainly be interested. Those who dared trouble him wouldn't get away easily. Their factions would also pay the price. Future troublemakers would think twice. Though the wealth bringers were nice, constant disturbances were unacceptable. Yes, sir. Wang Erxiao respectfully accepted the token. He had been strengthened with medicinal elixirs recently, making him far more robust and efficient. He had also learned some martial arts from the two sword spirits, becoming Lin Fan's true assistant. After setting up the follow-up tasks, Lin Fan planned to have Su Erhu bring out a couple of the captives for interrogation. The fact that so many experts had come suggested motives beyond just the bandits' treasure. But before he could act, the old butler approached. Master, there are 3 visitors at the gate requesting to see you. The old butler spoke respectfully, having grown even more reverent after witnessing Lin Fan's ruthless methods. The screams last night had kept all the servants awake, himself included. 3 visitors? Do you know who they are? Lin Fan was puzzled, as many had come to visit lately. One seems to be the head of the Sisui gang. He visited when Lady Sword Spirit was here. The other 2 I don't recognize, but they don't look like ordinary people. The head of the Sisui gang. Lin Fan was surprised. He had received a compensation gift from this man but had never met him. Now, the man had come with 2 unusual companions, leaving Lin Fan curious. Invite them to the guest hall. I'll be there shortly. Lin Fan decided to see who they were. Outside the manor gate, Buana, 3 figures stood, 2 old men and a young boy. One of the old men was the Sisui gang's retired leader, looking worried. Young master, I truly don't know much about this manor's owner, only that he's extraordinary and connected to the Badao Villa. The old leader responded respectfully to the young boy's questions, despite his doubts. Your gang is the local power here. How can you not know such basic information? What kind of leader are you? The young boy complained, finding the old man's ignorance unacceptable. It's my fault for being incompetent. The old leader was bitter. He should have known. But unexpected calamities had forced him to compensate with huge sums, leaving him cautious and uninformed. Moreover, he had disbanded his gang and retired, unwilling to leave his home unless forced by these 2. Xiaofeng, mind your manners. Though your uncle Tai left our family, he's still your elder. Apologize immediately. The other old man, frail with white hair, spoke. Despite his age, his authority made the retired leader bow even lower. The old man was one of the 4 masters of the Jianghu, known as the Northern Leg, and the head of the Tan family, a powerful clan not organized like traditional martial factions, but a formidable family. The young boy reluctantly apologized. Though weak, he was the heir to the Northern Leg's techniques. The retired leader, fearing the boy's status, responded with a smile despite his grievances. The white-haired old man was about to continue his lecture when the manor gate opened. Following Lin Fan's orders, the old butler respectfully invited the 3 inside. Reception hall. After exchanging introductions, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected to meet the northern leg of the Four Masters before seeing the Western Fist Sage, whom he had been curious about. It's an honor to meet Master Tan in person. I apologize for any prior neglect. Lin Fan bowed respectfully, giving the due respect to the esteemed elder. Master Lin is too kind. I'm the one intruding. The white-haired elder, despite being one of the top 4 martial artists, remained humble and polite, responding to Lin Fan's greeting with equal courtesy. Not at all, it's my honor to have you visit. Given the elder's courtesy, Lin Fan responded even more warmly. He was someone who reciprocated kindness and respected elders, in line with traditional virtues. Of course, this respect came with the assumption that the elder wouldn't take advantage of it. If things went south, Lin Fan was prepared to use his meticulously crafted peacock feather weapon. With both sides being courteous, the conversation flowed smoothly. After some pleasantries, Lin Fan got straight to the point. Master Tan, you must be busy. I doubt you came just for a casual chat. While showing proper respect, he saw no need for excessive small talk with the elder and got straight to the point. The white-haired elder wasn't offended. He smiled and nodded. Master Lin, you are straightforward. Indeed, I didn't come for small talk but to discuss something important. Please go ahead. Lin Fan nodded. Master Lin, your manner was quite eventful last night, wasn't it? The elder asked with a kind smile, looking at Lin Fan. Indeed, some thieves tried their luck in the middle of the night. Lin Fan's eyes flickered slightly at the mention, but his expression remained unchanged. And what do you make of these thieves? Or do you want to know why they all converged on your manor? The elder continued with his questioning, maintaining his calm demeanor. Lin Fan looked steadily at the elder, still expressionless. It seems you know something. But perhaps not the whole story, the elder observed with a smile. Are you suggesting there's more to it? Lin Fan sipped his tea and smiled back, not showing any change despite the elder's probing. The elder's eyebrows raised slightly. Then he continued to smile warmly. Indeed. Have you heard of the secret martial arts collection from the previous dynasty? I haven't. Che? Lin Fan shook his head. You. The elder was taken aback, losing his conversational rhythm. As one of the 4 masters, he hadn't come here without a reason. His visit was about the secret martial arts collection associated with the 13 bandits. He had planned to cooperate with Lin Fan to find the treasure, rather than forcefully take it. The conversation had been going smoothly, but Lin Fan's simple "I haven't" threw him off. The young disciple beside the elder couldn't hold back. How can you not know about the secret martial arts collection? Are you even part of the martial world? Lin Fan glanced at the boy, who said I was part of the martial world? I'm just a simple farmer. The young boy was left speechless. Even the elder was momentarily at a loss. From what they had learned from the former gang leader, the manor's owner was no ordinary person. With the defeat of the 13 bandits and the recent debacle of martial artists, he had assumed Lin Fan was a formidable figure. But Lin Fan claimed to be an ordinary farmer. How was he supposed to continue? The elder glanced at the former gang leader for support, but he had his head bowed, not daring to intervene. Left with no choice, the elder explained the secret martial arts collection and the map that the 13 bandits supposedly had. The 13 bandits had such a treasure? No wonder so many people tried to break in last night. Lin Fan finally understood why the martial artists had come. If true, it was a reason big enough to motivate them. The collection supposedly held not only martial arts but also powerful weapons and the last royal treasury. However, the 13 bandits' loot had no map. Master Tan, while I'm interested in the secret collection, the 13 bandits didn't have the map. Lin Fan shook his head, not hiding this fact. No map. The elder frowned. The young disciple couldn't hold back. How can there be no map? Are you trying to keep it all for yourself? Young man, I may be a simple farmer, but I don't tolerate repeated questioning. Lin Fan's calm gaze turned cold. Respect was mutual. If disrespected, he wouldn't be polite. So what if they were from the 4 masters? His father-in-law's family was also one of the 4 masters, and even more powerful. Plus, he was a master craftsman, physician, and trap expert. If angered, they would regret it. The atmosphere tensed. Xiao Feng. Apologize immediately. The elder shouted, angered by the disrespect. Though he had come with peaceful intentions, this outburst wasn't helping. The young disciple had never seen his master so serious and was scared into silence. Apologize? The elder demanded. Master. Apologize. The disciple, though unwilling, bowed his head. I'm sorry. Master Lin, I apologize for my disciple's behavior. The elder bowed sincerely. Lin Fan was initially annoyed, But seeing the elder's sincere apology, he softened. It's nothing, Master Tan. Just a minor issue. Master Lin is very generous. The elder smiled. But the mood had changed. After a few more pleasantries, he prepared to leave. However, Lin Fan stopped him. Master Tan, although I don't have the map, I might know where it is. The white-haired elder was about to leave when Lin Fan's words made him stop. Is Master Lin speaking the truth? The elder turned and asked. Lin Fan sipped his tea and replied, Indeed, but it's just a possibility. You'll need to verify it yourself. Hearing this, the elder sat back down. I'm all ears. His eyes focused intently on Lin Fan, clearly showing his deep interest in the secret martial arts collection. Such an opportunity was not something he could easily abandon. Lin Fan did not hold back. He repeated the information he had previously shared with the Zhenwu office to the white-haired elder. So, the 13 bandits might have been controlled by the Zhenwu martial arts school. The elder was taken aback upon hearing this. He was well acquainted with this equally prestigious institution. Correct. This information came from the leader of the 13 bandits during a life-and-death moment, so it's highly likely to be true, Lin Fan confirmed. You're saying that the rumored secret map of the 13 bandits is now in the Zhenwu martial arts school. The elder, being sharp-minded, quickly grasped the implications of Lin Fan's words. If the leader of the 13 bandits wasn't lying, it's very likely. However, I don't know much about the Zhenwu martial arts school, so you'll have to judge for yourself, Lin Fan said, subtly steering the conversation. The elder didn't mind and began to ponder. After a while he spoke. If you mean the master of the school, it's highly unlikely. He may have a bad temper, but he is upright and dedicated to spreading his own martial arts. He has no interest in other matters. Lin Fan nodded, gaining some insight into the famed master he had never met. It was also clear from the elder's tone that there was some animosity between them. While martial arts often go hand in hand, fists and kicks can be rivals, just like swords and knives often clash. It seemed the northern leg and western fist had a similar rivalry. Lin Fan remained silent, listening to the elder's analysis. The elder continued, however, if you're referring to the deputy master, it's very possible. He handles most of the school's affairs and is known to be selfish and unscrupulous, despite his seemingly righteous facade. So, you believe that it's the deputy master, not the Zhenwu martial arts school itself, controlling the 13 bandits? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. The elder nodded, indeed. I've known the master for decades. He wouldn't be involved in such matters. In that case, I believe you don't need me to say more. Lin Fan smiled. Certainly. The elder nodded, understanding that nothing more needed to be said. Half an hour later, Mason. The two sides finalized some details and made arrangements for the future. The elder and his companions left. Lin Fan personally saw them off, performing the proper courtesies. With the Zhenwu office and northern leg involved, if the deputy master isn't the brother of the black-hearted tiger, things might get interesting. Lin Fan smiled. He never sought trouble, but if it came to him, he would deal with it proactively. The Zhenwu office worked quickly, especially with Constable Zhuiming. Within 3 days, Zhuiming arrived at the manor, covered in travel dust. Constable Zhuiming, it's been a while. You're looking even more impressive. Seeing Zhuiming's travel-worn appearance, Lin Fan knew he had come as soon as he received the message and greeted him with courtesy. Zhuiming gave a wry smile. I haven't even had time for a bath, where's the grandeur in that? Despite the pleasantries, both men knew the formalities didn't need to be taken too seriously. Master Lin, you're looking even more vibrant. Zhuiming returned the courtesy. He knew why Lin Fan had called him, and had brought a team from the Zhenwu office. Some of the older team members, having experienced similar situations, weren't surprised by Zhuiming's reaction. But the newer members were wide-eyed with shock. Zhuiming, known as the iron-blooded constable, was never seen being so cordial. Seeing this made them respect Lin Fan even more, quickly putting aside their usual arrogance. Master Lin, you mentioned in your letter that a group of bandits broke into your home recently. Can you explain what happened? Zhuiming was eager to learn more about the incident. Lin Fan had anticipated this. Martial incidents involving bandits were of great interest to Zhuiming as they provided a reason to crack down on martial factions. The current martial world was growing restless, with groups like the White Lotus sect even aiming to overthrow the government. The Zhenwu office needed to assert control. Successfully handling such matters would bring significant accolades. Anyone in the government wanted to advance, including the iron-blooded constable. Understanding this, Lin Fan had immediately informed Zhuiming. Now that they were discussing the main issue, Lin Fan didn't waste time, and led Zhu Yiming to where the captives were held. Seeing the tied-up martial experts, many members of the Zhenwu office were stunned, recognizing some of them as high-profile figures. These were top martial artists with significant influence. Now, they were bound like livestock, making it hard for anyone to remain calm. Both newcomers and veterans now looked at Lin Fan with even greater respect. The stronger someone was, the more inscrutable they appeared. Even Zhu Yiming, a major figure in the Zhenwu office, was taken aback. He knew Lin Fan was capable, but not to this extent. Among the captives were members from major martial factions. Handling them properly would earn significant merit. The Zhenwu office didn't shy away from such tasks. If there was justification, they would even take on the four masters. The Zhenwu martial arts school was currently under investigation, and not even the master could stop it. This situation was a gift rather than a favor. Master Lin, I won't refuse this generous gift. I assure you will handle this matter thoroughly and ensure their backers compensate. Constable Zhu Yiming, your words are reassuring. Lin Fan smiled, appreciating the efficient and straightforward interaction. After some more pleasantries, Zhu Yiming ordered his men to take the captives away. Yes, sir. With the order, the martial artists were finally freed from their cramped confines, but their fate remained grim. The Zhenwu office had no leniency for martial lawbreakers. Zhu Yiming didn't linger, eager to capitalize on this opportunity. With everything settled, Lin Fan returned to his peaceful life, working on his crafts and spending time with his wife. His actions had made the martial world more chaotic, but his manner remained untouched, its reputation deterring troublemakers. Later rumors spread that the secret map had been acquired by the Zhenwu martial arts school, drawing attention away from Lin Fan's manner. A month later, snowflakes began to fall. Lin Fan was working in his blacksmith shop when he received shocking news. His latest wife, Dao Miao Miao, was pregnant. Overwhelmed by the sudden news, Lin Fan stood stunned. But soon, he burst into laughter and rushed to her room. Dao Miao Miao's pregnancy meant not only fatherhood for Lin Fan, but also the activation of a new feature in his system's golden finger. In the room, Dao Miao Miao gently rubbed her still flat belly, her face full of maternal love. The other wives were there too, taking good care of her, their eyes filled with envy. They had married Lin Fan earlier and should have been the first to get pregnant, but it was Dao Miao Miao, the last to join the family, who conceived first. As wives who truly loved their husband and wanted to bear his children, how could they not feel envious at this moment? Miao Miao. Lin Fan pushed the door open and rushed to the bedside, holding his pregnant wife's hand. As a skilled physician, he hadn't noticed her pregnancy before, but now that he was aware, he could see it immediately. True to form, his wife with her ample bosom and wide hips had proven to be very fertile. Lin Fan, am I amazing or what? Seeing Lin Fan, Dao Miao Miao proudly declared. Even as a soon-to-be mother, she still had a playful nature. Of course you're the best, Lin Fan said indulgently. He. Hearing his praise, Dao Miao Miao laughed happily and glanced over at her rival, Jianling. The meaning was clear. Jianling couldn't help but grit her teeth. This time she had indeed been outdone. Even if she wanted to argue, there was no way to refute the obvious fact. Despite having more intimate moments than Dao Miao Miao, she had still lost to her. The other three wives, Ye Xiaoru and the others, felt even more dejected. They had married Lin Fan the earliest and should have been the first to conceive, yet they all lost to the last to join. This made them feel defeated but also more determined, eyeing their husband with renewed resolve. In his joy, Lin Fan didn't realize the challenges he would face in the future. The four wives who had been outdone would certainly become even more enthusiastic in their efforts. Whether he, as their husband, could handle the challenge remained to be seen. But for now, today's spotlight was on Dao Miao Miao Miao. Prepare for a 3-day celebration throughout the manor to share this joyous news. Overjoyed, Lin Fan wanted everyone in the manor to partake in his happiness. Yes, sir. The maid serving Dao Miao Miao happily went to announce the news, proud of her mistress's achievement. For the next 3 days, the entire manor was filled with joy. Even the lowest-ranking servants enjoyed feasts and received bonuses. They all offered their best wishes for the pregnant lady and hoped the other wives would soon follow suit, bringing more celebrations and rewards. Motivated by the servants' hopes, the other four wives secretly vowed to try harder. Over these 3 days, Dao Miao Miao basked in her glory, proudly celebrating her pregnancy. But her joy was soon shattered by terrible news, nearly causing her to miscarry. Luckily, with a skilled physician husband, potential crises were averted. What did you say? My grandfather Dao has been poisoned and is in critical condition. Dao Miao's expression changed drastically as she looked at the kneeling guard. These guards, loyal to Badao Villa, were responsible for gathering information and protecting key members. Their report couldn't be false. Yet Dao Miao found it hard to believe. Not only was grandfather Dao powerful, but recent reports indicated the White Lotus sect had nearly been eradicated, with remaining stragglers soon to be cleared out. Knowing she had secretly married Lin Fan, grandfather Dao didn't blame her but even comforted her father, who missed his daughter. He had recently written to her, promising to bring a dowry after dealing with the White Lotus sect remnants. Dao Miao had been planning to surprise her grandfather with her pregnancy. But instead of his visit, she received this devastating news. Poisoned and in critical condition. The shock and sorrow made her emotions surge, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Lin Fan, sob. Lin Fan, nearby, quickly held her as she cried. Seeing her distress, he immediately used his skills to calm her and soothe her emotions. Don't cry, don't cry. I'm here. Grandfather Dao may be poisoned, but he's not dead. It's not too late. Lin Fan comforted her, aware that stress could harm the baby. Lin Fan, you're a skilled doctor, right? Can you cure poison? Calming down slightly, Dao Miao remembered Lin Fan's medical prowess. Of course I can handle any poison, Lin Fan reassured her with a smile. Really? Dao Miao was elated, not wanting anything to happen to her beloved grandfather. Would I lie to you? Lin Fan gently wiped her tears and smiled. Let's hurry and go save grandfather Dao. Dao Miao urged, anxious to leave immediately. But Lin Fan shook his head. I'll go and detoxify him. You're pregnant and can't handle the rush. No, I have to go. I can't rest easy otherwise. Dao Miao insisted on going along. Seeing her determination, Lin Fan realized she wouldn't rest if she stayed. It was better to take her along and handle any issues himself. Alright, but you must promise to behave and not do anything reckless. Of course, I'll be good. Dao Miao nodded earnestly. Good, then prepare your things and wait for me at the blacksmith's shop. Lin Fan instructed, and hurriedly left the room to prepare and inform the other wives. Dao Miao began gathering her things and getting more details from the guard. Soon, she arrived at the blacksmith's shop, anxious to find Lin Fan. Not seeing him, she grew more worried, searching around. Just as she was about to call out, a loud mechanical sound came from the widened warehouse. Before her and the guard's eyes, a massive metallic beast emerged, its cold sheen glinting ominously. The source of the noise was this beast. As it exited the warehouse, the full sight of the giant metallic tiger appeared. It stood over 10 feet tall and nearly 30 feet long, a true prehistoric beast compared to the average person. What? The guard was stunned, instinctively drawing her sword to protect Dao Miao. Miss, you need to leave. She urged Dao Miao to retreat. But Dao Miao, filled with awe, approached the metallic tiger. Husband, is this the mechanical beast you mentioned? She called out, recognizing it. Indeed, Lin Fan's voice came from the tiger's open mouth. Yes, this is the mechanical beast. Come aboard. As he spoke, a hatch on the tiger's side opened, revealing a ladder. Lacking special materials, Lin Fan hadn't yet created a flying mechanical beast, but this ground-based one was ready. The metallic tiger was fast and smooth, with considerable combat capabilities. It had concealed weapons that could be deadly in a fight. Such a machine was perfect for their urgent journey. With grandfather Dao in critical condition, they couldn't afford a slow carriage. Lin Fan had wanted to use a flying beast, but current materials made it too risky for a pregnant woman. Wow. I thought you were bragging, but you really did it. Dao Miao climbed into the beast, marveling at Lin Fan's complex control station. Of course, when have I ever bragged to you? Lin Fan smiled, pointing to a soft seat. Sit here. We're in a hurry. Okay. Dao Miao had no objections, eager to save her grandfather. The guard followed, eyes wide at the intricate machinery inside. She had never seen anything like this. But before she could explore, Lin Fan instructed, see those pedals? Sit and start pedaling. Due to a lack of power sources, the mechanical beast required human power. The guard, though confused, obeyed and began pedaling. Once everyone was in place, Lin Fan pressed a button, closing the hatch, and pulled a lever. The mechanical tiger leapt forward, running faster than a horse. Through the viewport, Dao Miao watched the scenery fly by, exclaiming in awe. Lin Fan, you're amazing. Her admiration for her husband grew even more. Lin Fan smiled, knowing this was just a small demonstration. The real marvels were yet to come. In the northern Great Long Dynasty, the winter landscape was covered in endless snow. Apart from a few places, everything was blanketed in white, presenting a picturesque scene. However, the biting cold wind made it difficult to appreciate the beauty for long. Only those with strong inner strength and robust bodies dared to enjoy the enchanting winter scenery. By a frozen lake, a group of young men and women were admiring the view, reciting poems, and exchanging verses as if the cold didn't affect them at all. Although their poetry seemed more playful than serious, the atmosphere was lively. Someone suggested breaking the ice to go winter fishing and having a barbecue with the catch a winter feast. This idea quickly gained support, but before they could act, a loud rumbling came from the other end of the lake. What's that? The noise immediately caught everyone's attention. Many energetic young people used their lightness skills to climb the trees by the lake, looking towards the source of the sound. Because of this, they saw a sight they would never forget. On the other side of the frozen lake, snow was being thrown into the air, creating a scene that looked like a blizzard. At first, the young onlookers thought it was indeed a sudden snowstorm. But they quickly realized something was off. This blizzard was moving rapidly and was being driven from the ground up, unlike the usual swirling, continuous motion of a snowstorm. The scene looked more like a massive object was charging forward, causing the snow to rise violently. Look down there. A sharp-eyed young person pointed to the front of the snowstorm, shouting excitedly. Everyone else looked where he was pointing. And what they saw was unforgettable. A colossal black metal beast was running across the thick ice, making a sound like rolling thunder. The terrifying noise they heard was from this giant beast sprinting across the ice. And the snow flying into the air was caused by its movement, turning the entire area into a swirling storm. The immense force of its run caused the ice to crack and collapse, but by the time the ice shattered, the beast had already moved far ahead. That thing is coming this way? Run! These young people, mostly from wealthy families, had trained in martial arts for self-defense. While they could show off in normal circumstances, facing such a terrifying beast was out of the question. However, no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun the beast. Before they could escape the lake area, the beast, bringing the storm with it, was upon them. In their terrified eyes, it roared past and disappeared into the distance. They were left covered in snow, standing still and staring at where the beast had gone, their minds frozen at the moment it passed. In the face of this colossal creature, they felt as insignificant as ants. Even though it didn't attack them, its cold, terrifying aura made breathing difficult. Though it was only a fleeting encounter, it was unforgettable. Lin Fan, did you see that? They were scared stiff. This colossal beast was the mechanical tiger running at full speed. Seeing the frightened reactions of those young people cheered up Dao Meow Meow a bit. Of course I saw it. Lin Fan nodded with a smile. He had deliberately directed the beast towards the young people to cheer up his wife. While it might seem a bit mean, he thought it was worth it to keep his pregnant wife in good spirits. Besides, they got to witness the marvel of the mechanical tiger up close, which was quite an experience. With this in mind, the mechanical tiger continued its journey, leaving various tales in its wake. Thanks to her caring husband, Dao Meow Meow felt much better. After a swift journey, they finally arrived at the region near Badao Villa. As they approached the villa, Dao Meow Meow's mood grew heavy again. Don't worry, with me here, Grandfather Dao's poisoning won't be an issue. Lin Fan reassured her gently. Okay. Dao Meow Meow nodded, noticeably more subdued than usual. Seeing this, Lin Fan knew there was little he could do but quickly cure Grandfather Dao's poison. What's that? My goodness! Where did this giant beast come from? Sound the alarm. A terrifying beast is approaching, hurry. Clang! 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 As the mechanical tiger entered the Badao Villa area, the patrolling disciples spotted the massive beast approaching. Seeing such a huge creature and the storm it brought, they were just as terrified as the previous group of young people. The alarm bell, used only in the face of great danger, was quickly sounded. With the alarm ringing, the large villa went into lockdown. Numerous martial artists emerged from all corners, heading towards the alarm's location. With Grandfather Dao critically poisoned, Badao Villa was on high alert, ready to respond to any threat. However, as the gathered martial artists reached the scene, they were all stunned. A giant beast, over 10 feet tall and nearly 30 feet long, was something they had never seen or heard of. Is this really a beast? Why is it so huge? And its surface looks nothing like a beast's. The experienced martial artists, who had seen much in their lives, were genuinely shocked. "Uncle, can we even fight this thing?" Some younger disciples, their legs trembling, felt the overwhelming pressure of the mechanical tiger. The addressed elder didn't respond, knowing they would only find out by facing it. But at Badao Villa, they trained in a domineering style and wouldn't back down from an unknown threat. However, just as they prepared to engage, the colossal beast stopped at the villa's boundary. In their confusion, a familiar voice called out from the beast's mouth. "Don't worry, everyone. This is a mechanical beast my husband made." The voice belonged to Dao Miao Miao, the young mistress of Badao Villa. As the mechanical beast stopped, a hatch opened, and Dao Miao Miao emerged with Lin Fan's support. The young mistress. Seeing their young mistress emerge from the feared beast, the villa's people were stunned. The guard followed, explaining the situation to them. This thing was man-made. Learning about the mechanical tiger's origin, they were even more astonished, scrutinizing it closely. Some of the villa's senior members turned their attention to Lin Fan. Many in the villa's upper ranks knew about Dao Miao Miao's secret marriage, but had been too preoccupied with the White Lotus sect to address it. With grandfather Dao's approval, the matter had been quieted. Now that Lin Fan had come in person, things were different. Among the scrutinizing looks, some were clearly hostile. Lin Fan faced them calmly, especially noting those with hostile glares, ready to deal with any troublemakers. "Young mistress, you're finally back. Elder Dao has been calling for you." A middle-aged man stepped forward, not showing the same animosity as others. "Grandfather Dao." Hearing this, Dao Miao Miao's eyes welled up with tears. "Don't cry. Let's go cure Grandfather Dao first." Lin Fan gently comforted her, wiping away her tears. Their closeness intensified the hostile looks from some onlookers, particularly a distinguished young man who couldn't hide his jealousy. It was clear he was a rival suitor. The young man brimming with hostility was indeed Dao Miao Miao's admirer, making him Lin Fan's rival. Seeing their closeness, he couldn't hold back his anger. "You said you could detoxify our elder? Do you even know what poison he's suffering from? How dare you make such claims? Are you mocking Badao Villa?" The young man, Lu Huai, was aggressive, immediately accusing Lin Fan of arrogance. "Lu Huai, are you looking for death?" Dao Miao Miao, already weakened by her grandfather's critical condition, flared up in anger. She had always disliked Lu Hai, but had tolerated him due to his status. Now, his targeting of her husband was intolerable. If it weren't for the elders watching, she might have drawn her sword. Seeing her defense, Lu Hui's hatred for Lin Fan grew even stronger. Dao Miao Miao's anger intensified, but Lin Fan gently calmed her. "I'll handle this." Lin Fan reassured her with a smile, then turned to Lu Hui. "So, your name is Lu Hui. And what makes you think I can't detoxify?" Lu Hui sneered. "Skilled detoxifiers are always experienced, often over 50 years old. How can someone like you claim to know detoxification, let alone cure our elder?" "And what if I can?" Lin Fan remained calm. Given his wife's clandestine marriage to him, hostility from others was expected. But he wasn't one to back down from a challenge. Lu Hui, fueled by anger, responded immediately. "If you can truly cure our elder, I'll kneel and apologize to you." "All right." Lin Fan agreed, understanding that Lu Hui had to be prepared for the consequences. "And if you can't?" Lu Hui asked coldly. "Then I'll kneel to you." Lin Fan's expression didn't change. "Deal." "Deal." Lu Hui agreed quickly, worried Lin Fan might back out. Initially, Lin Fan's attempt to detoxify the elder would have been known only to a few senior members of the villa. But due to the commotion and the impact of the mechanical tiger, the entire Badao Villa knew. The young mistress's husband had come, claiming he could cure the critically poisoned elder. And a bet was made if he failed, he'd kneel to Lu Hui. Everyone knew this wasn't just a bet, it was a battle of dignity between two men in front of a woman. As Lin Fan walked through the villa, people pointed and whispered, but he remained unbothered, calmly following the guard to the elder's treatment area. His goal was to prevent his wife's heartbreak and help her grandfather, not to argue or prove anything. If Lu Hui hadn't provoked him, he wouldn't have bothered. With his comprehensive skills, unless faced with the four masters, he rarely felt challenged. With Dao Miao Miao by his side, no one dared obstruct him. The villa's patriarch, Dao Bashan, had left to seek medical experts and wasn't home, leaving a senior member in charge of caring for the elder. Seeing the young mistress return brought joy, but noticing Lin Fan and hearing about the bet with Lu Hui made the senior's expression darken. Can you really detoxify him? The senior asked with a frown, worried about the elder's fragile state. Lu Huhai's earlier point wasn't entirely wrong, most skilled doctors were older. Uncle Hong, my husband's medical skills are excellent. He can even make elixirs. Dao Miao Miao could ignore Lu Huai, but she couldn't dismiss her family elder's concerns. If he didn't approve, Lin Fan wouldn't be allowed near the elder. Miss, I'm not targeting anyone, but the elder's condition is critical and can't afford any mishandling. The senior insisted, even disregarding the young mistress's plea. Cough. Let him try. At that moment, a weak cough and voice came from inside. It was the elder himself. Very well. The senior hesitated but couldn't refuse the elder's direct order and stepped aside. Grandfather Dao. Dao Miao Miao rushed inside, tears welling up again. Lin Fan followed, with the senior in tow, still cautious. Lin Fan didn't mind, thinking it would be good to have an assistant. Inside the room, the once vibrant elder now lay weakly in bed. His breath was faint, and his face was tinged with a greenish hue, clear signs of severe poisoning. Yet he remained calm, smiling gently at the crying Dao Miao Miao by his side. Master Lin is here. Seeing Lin Fan, the elder forced a smile, showing his approval of his granddaughter's choice. Please, just call me Lin Fan. Lin Fan respectfully replied. All right, Lin Fan it is. The elder smiled, his demeanor as composed as ever. After some brief pleasantries, the elder asked, Lin Fan, can you really detoxify me? Though he trusted Lin Fan's capabilities, being a master craftsman didn't necessarily mean he could detoxify. Just some basics. Detoxifying should be no problem. Lin Fan nodded with a smile. Normally, one person mastering a craft was remarkable, but thanks to his system he excelled in various skills. The elder, trusting Lin Fan's answer, said, I'll leave it to you then. No trouble at all. It's my duty as your junior. Given the elder's genuine care for his wife, Lin Fan sincerely considered him family and didn't stand on ceremony. After a quick examination, Lin Fan took out his silver needles and began the detoxification process. Master. The senior's mind buzzed at the respectful title. The title master was reserved for highly esteemed experts in a particular field. The elder, a renowned martial artist, seldom addressed anyone with such respect, not even high-ranking officials. But now, he was addressing a young man as master. Who exactly is our young mistress's husband? The senior was filled with curiosity about Lin Fan. But no one paid him any mind. The others were focused on the detoxification process. With his top-level medical skills, Lin Fan handled the detoxification smoothly. This time, the elder's poison was more complex than expected. It was a blend of multiple toxins, affecting skin, blood, and bones, each needing separate treatment. The elder's fall to such a poison made sense given its complexity. However, with Lin Fan's skills, even the most sophisticated poison would ultimately yield. Using silver needles to stimulate acupoints and special techniques, Lin Fan forced the toxins into the elder's left middle finger. Please bring a basin of water. Lin Fan instructed the stunned senior, who quickly complied. Previously, he wouldn't have obeyed so readily, but the recent exchange had changed his attitude. Returning with a copper basin of water, the senior said, Here's the water. Thank you. Lin Fan focused on the task, knowing that delaying even a second would worsen the elder's condition. He placed the basin by the bed and made a small cut on the elder's finger, allowing the black, foul-smelling blood to flow into the basin. In moments, the clear water turned dark green. Bury this water deep. Lin Fan instructed. The senior nodded and swiftly carried out the task. Upon returning, he was shocked to see the elder sitting up, no longer looking near death. He actually cured him. The senior was dumbfounded. The poison was truly gone, and the elder had recovered so quickly. No one noticed his surprise. Dao Miao Miao cried tears of joy, and the elder leaned back, full of gratitude. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to be not only a master craftsman but also a master physician. What an extraordinary person. As Lin Fan cleaned his needles he asked, Elder, this poison is quite unusual. Can you tell me how you were poisoned? Given the elder's strength, the poisoner must have been formidable. It was the saintess of the White Lotus sect. The elder's expression grew serious, showing his respect for the dangerous opponent. The saintess of the White Lotus sect. Lin Fan frowned. The name itself suggested a formidable foe. Yet, the scene fell silent. As if this title held some inexplicable power. After a while Elder Dao broke the silence, sighing recently, Our operations against the White Lotus sect have been very successful. We breached their main stronghold on the first day, killed countless elite members, and even gravely injured the White Lotus sect master. But just as we were about to wipe them out, the White Lotus saintess appeared. Her strength was not inferior to the sect master's, and she was skilled in the art of poison. Moreover, she wielded a mysterious power that single-handedly saved the White Lotus sect from destruction. This White Lotus saintess is that strong. Lin Fan knew she was formidable but didn't expect her to be this powerful. Single-handedly, she had saved the shattered White Lotus sect. Moreover, she had poisoned one of the four masters, Elder Dao, to the brink of death. Without Lin Fan's treatment, Elder Dao might have died within a few days. This was not just formidable. It was terrifying. She is indeed very powerful. The mysterious force she controls is exceptionally strong, far surpassing the White Lotus sect's visible elite. It can rival the elite of our Badao villa. Elder Dao nodded, acknowledging her strength despite being enemies. What does this White Lotus saintess look like? Lin Fan asked after a moment of silence. He intended to be on guard against such a powerful adversary in the future. Strong. Skilled in poison. Wielding a mysterious power. Being targeted by her would not be a trivial matter. Given their enmity, Lin Fan might be a target. After all, the recent devastation of the White Lotus sect was Lin Fan's doing. Without the accurate information he provided, the White Lotus sect wouldn't have suffered such a blow. It wouldn't be hard for them to figure this out. Especially since the trusted agents sent by the sect master had gone missing, leading to subsequent events. This could be deduced without much investigation. But Elder Dao shook his head. No one has seen the White Lotus saintess's face. She always wears a silver mask, hiding her appearance. Is there anything distinctive about her? Lin Fan persisted, knowing such a person couldn't be underestimated. Distinctive. Elder Dao pondered, then said, her aura is very cold. It seems she practices a special cultivation technique that emits a chilling aura even when she's just standing still. A cold aura. Lin Fan noted this detail. Such a person is the most troublesome. You must be cautious. Elder Dao warned. He understood that the vengeful nature of the White Lotus sect would not let this go easily. Lin Fan nodded seriously. Don't worry, Elder. I'll be careful. That's good. Elder Dao smiled again, chatting with Dao Miao Miao. Surviving this ordeal had been transformative for him. His martial path, once thought to have reached its end, now showed a glimmer of hope. Once he recovered, he might advance to a higher level. With this, the incident seemed resolved. However, for some, it was just beginning. A senior member of Badao Villa, unable to contain his curiosity, hesitated before asking, Master Lin, are you truly skilled in the art of healing? Didn't you just see it? Lin Fan replied evenly. He bore no grudge against the senior for his earlier obstruction, but wasn't particularly friendly either. But the senior didn't mind, asking excitedly, Master Lin, could I trouble you to treat my wife? She's also been poisoned. I'll offer any price if you can help. I don't have the time. Lin Fan shook his head. Although his medical skills were top-notch, he didn't practice medicine for a living. The senior grew anxious, pleading, Master Lin, I apologize for my earlier disrespect. Please forgive me. I'll do anything if you can help. Lin Fan frowned slightly, disliking such persistent behavior. But Dao Miao Miao felt compassion, saying, Lin Fan, could you help Uncle Hong? His wife used to take care of me, often giving me treats when I was little. All right, since Miao Miao asked, I'll help. No need for apologies, you were just doing your duty. I'm not that petty. Since his wife asked, Lin Fan agreed, especially given the senior's kindness to her. Thank you, thank you. The senior bowed repeatedly. But just as Lin Fan left Elder Dao's room, a haughty figure blocked his path, surrounded by a group of people. Hey, weren't you detoxifying? Why are you out so soon? The person was Lu Hai, who assumed Lin Fan had failed since he was out quickly. You're really persistent. Lin Fan sighed, shaking his head. Hey, I think you're scared. Lu Huai sneered, remember our bet? Shouldn't you kneel now? You really want to go through with this bet? Lin Fan asked calmly. Of course. Lu Huai laughed arrogantly, are you trying to back out? My father is. Unfilial son. Before Lu Huai could finish, a thunderous voice interrupted. The senior, following behind, rushed over and slapped Lu Hui hard. Lu Hui didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying. A woo. He rolled several times before stopping, then howled in pain. That slap was not light. Lu Hui's once handsome face swelled visibly, turning into a pig's head. You unfilial son, I'll beat you to death today. Despite his miserable state, the senior didn't stop, continuing to thrash Lu Hai, who begged for mercy. This is interesting. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, chuckling at the scene. Dao Miao Miao came out, explaining Lu Hui is Uncle Hong's son. He used to flaunt his father's status. Today he's finally getting his comeuppance. Indeed. Lin Fan nodded. A once protected figure now beaten by his own father. What goes around comes around. Enough, don't kill him. That's enough. Lin Fan, enjoying the spectacle, finally intervened. After all, they were family now, and it wouldn't be right to watch him get beaten to death. The senior stopped at Lin Fan's word, but not before giving Lu Hui a final slap to silence him. To the senior, Lin Fan wasn't just a hope for his wife but an extraordinary individual worthy of respect. Lu Hui, clueless about this, lay battered and bewildered, tears streaming down. Dad, why did you hit me? He struggled to speak through his swollen lips. I hit you for disrespecting Master Lin. The senior, usually indulgent with his son, was now furious, even considering having another child. Lu Hui, unaware of this, would have been devastated to know. Not only beaten, but replaced? But even without this knowledge, he was utterly confused. What just happened? Why did his father suddenly beat him and talk about disrespecting some master? What is going on? Master Lin, I apologize for my son's behavior. Please don't hold it against us. The senior bowed deeply. Let's leave it at that. Lin Fan waved off the matter, considering it settled after such a severe beating. Lu Hui, this rival, if he had any sense, wouldn't cause trouble again. Thank you for your generosity, Master Lin. The senior's respectful thanks left the onlookers stunned. They had expected a showdown between Lu Hui and Lin Fan. But now? Lu Hui hadn't even started, and was already beaten down by his father, now lying on the ground, whimpering. The supposed loser was treated with utmost respect by the senior. What's happening? The onlookers finally voiced their confusion, but no one answered. Mei. As the victor, Lin Fan followed the senior to help with the detoxification. The senior official's wife was a dignified woman with a noble air about her. Despite her delicate features suggesting she was quite beautiful in her youth, she now carried an aura of decay and fatigue. Though she could still walk, she was weak and needed the constant care of servants. When Lin Fan and his companions arrived, they found her sitting under a pavilion, staring blankly at the snow-covered artificial lake, lost in thought. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, noting that she was not only poisoned but also burdened with heavy thoughts. However, his concern was solely to detoxify her. Dear, why are you outside again? It's cold and you might catch a chill. The senior official hurried over, showing genuine concern. It was clear he deeply cared for his wife, and their problematic son Lu Hai seemed to be an exception. Hong, I'm fine. I was just bored indoors and wanted to sit outside for a while, the woman replied with a faint smile. Noticing Lin Fan and Dao Miao Miao Miao, she continued. Miao Miao, you're here too. And who is this gentleman? Aunt, this is my husband, Lin Fan. He's here to help detoxify you, Dao Miao Miao introduced. I didn't know you were married. Time flies, the woman sighed. But my poison can't be cured, so there's no need to waste your time. Dear, the senior official became anxious. Aunt, don't worry. My husband is very skilled in medicine. There's no poison he can't cure. He even cured grandfather Dao of the White Lotus Saintess's poison, Dao Miao Miao reassured her. Can he really cure the White Lotus Saintess's poison? The woman's eyes briefly brightened but then dimmed again. He must be very capable then. Miao Miao, you've married well. Of course, Dao Miao Miao beamed proudly. Lin Fan noticed the woman's subtle change in expression but said nothing. Using his advanced medical skills, he began examining her condition and the poison she had. Master Lin, how is it? The senior official anxiously waited for Lin Fan's diagnosis. Your wife has been poisoned with a slow-acting toxin. It's not immediately lethal but gradually saps her vitality, nurturing a more dangerous poison within her, Lin Fan explained. You can tell the woman's indifferent expression changed, showing a glimmer of hope. Didn't my wife mention? I'm highly skilled in medicine, Lin Fan replied with a smile. That's right. My husband is amazing, Dao Miao Miao added proudly. Can you cure it? The senior official's anxiety grew. Of course, Lin Fan nodded calmly. He then addressed the woman, but there's a condition: the person must want to be cured. Otherwise my efforts would be in vain. What? The senior official was bewildered, and Dao Miao Miao was puzzled. Why wouldn't someone want to be cured? But the woman lowered her head, understanding Lin Fan's implication. Dear, what? The senior official was stunned. Lin Fan, What's going on? Dao Miao Miao asked her husband. Lin Fan remained silent, observing the woman. He hadn't expected that by agreeing to his wife's request to help, he'd uncover such a situation. The poison she carried wasn't inflicted by someone else but self-administered. She was using her life to nurture a deadly poison. Dear, why are you doing this? Are you willing to leave me and He the senior official roared in despair. But the woman remained silent. After a long while she finally looked up and addressed Lin Fan. It's rare to find someone who can discern the holy poison. Can you truly cure me? I can. Even if the stronger poison had fully developed, I could still cure it. There's no poison in this world I can't handle, Lin Fan said confidently. Dao Miao Miao's eyes shone with admiration for her husband. Then please help me, the woman sighed, choosing to let Lin Fan detoxify her. Lin Fan nodded and took out his silver needles and a deep green pill from a small jade bottle. The pill emitted a strong life force that invigorated everyone just by its scent. This is for you. Swallow it, and then do nothing. I'll handle the rest, Lin Fan instructed. The woman took a deep breath, glanced at the pill, and swallowed it. As the pill took effect, a surge of life force spread through her. Lin Fan, with a serious expression, began to insert the needles. For a skilled healer, there was no need to remove clothing that was unnecessary. The healers in urban novels who insisted on it were simply perverts. The others watched anxiously, occasionally assisting. After half an hour, a multicolored liquid was expelled from the woman's body. Her complexion visibly improved, gaining a healthy glow. Master Lin. Did it work? The senior official held his breath. It did. The poison is gone, Lin Fan confirmed calmly. Thank you, the senior official nearly knelt in gratitude but was stopped by Lin Fan, who had no such need for gestures. I didn't expect the poison to be cured so easily, the woman said, smiling despite herself. Aunt, see? My husband is amazing. Detoxifying is just a small part of his skills. You should see the giant mechanical beasts he builds, Dao Miao Miao boasted like a child showing off a toy. Yes, your husband is indeed impressive, the woman acknowledged seriously. The poison is cleared. You just need to recuperate now. We'll be leaving, Lin Fan said, not intending to stay longer. The reasons behind her poisoning were her own, unrelated to him. Unless coerced, someone willing to use their life to nurture a poison wouldn't easily reveal their reasons. As Lin Fan and Dao Miao Miao were about to leave, the woman called out, Miao Miao's husband, you can cure the current White Lotus Saintess's poison. Given her nature, she will come for you. Be prepared. Lin Fan paused, then smiled, I'll be ready. Let's see if her poison or my medical skills prevail. Damn it! Damn it! In the temporary hideout of the White Lotus cult, the cult leader, with one arm wrapped in a white cloth, was furiously cursing and smashing everything in sight. The cult members trembled in fear, heads bowed, too scared to move. After a while, the cult leader, eyes red with rage, scanned the room with a murderous look. Over the past few days, they had finally regained some footing, and he had ordered an inventory of their losses. But the reality was worse than expected. Not only had their main stronghold been destroyed by the Ba Dao Manor, but other hidden outposts had also been raided by other major martial arts factions. It was clear that Ba Dao Manor had coordinated with several martial arts factions to strike simultaneously. This had left the White Lotus cult in shambles. If not for the few remaining followers at the main stronghold, he would have been left with nothing. Learning of the situation, his anger was beyond measure, and he felt an overwhelming urge to kill. Will your anger change anything? A cold voice interrupted his thoughts. At the entrance of the hideout stood a figure in a white robe, with a hood covering their head and a silver mask hiding their face. Despite their appearance, their words instantly halted the cult leader's rage. After a moment, the cult leader spoke, I'm furious. Our cult has never suffered such losses. I've told you, anger won't help. Our priority should be to rebuild the cult swiftly, the masked figure responded coldly. All right. The cult leader took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. The other cult members visibly relaxed, looking at the masked figure with a mix of reverence and fervor. This figure was none other than the legendary White Lotus Saintess, whose status was equal to the cult leader. Especially this current Saintess, who was considered the greatest in the cult's history, commanding immense respect. Even the cult leader had to show deference. It was this Saintess who had saved the cult from total destruction in their darkest hour, severely injuring their formidable enemies. Ignoring the fervent followers, the White Lotus Saintess scanned the room before taking the seat reserved for the leader. Have you identified who leaked our information? She asked coldly. The cult leader, now sitting to the side, replied, the information was given to Dao Wang by someone, but we haven't identified who. And who was the contact? The Saintess asked. The task was assigned by a high-ranking member, the cult leader replied, explaining the mission in detail. A bold individual, it seems, the saintess mused, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest. After a moment she ordered, "Go and bring this person to me, alive." The cult leader was about to obey when a special carrier pigeon flew in, landing beside the saintess. Recognizing the valuable bird, the cult leader knew it signaled important news. Opening the letter, the saintess's eyes narrowed. After reading, she crumpled the letter into dust. Interesting. Someone has managed to counter my holy poison, albeit an unfinished version, she laughed softly. Her laughter, however, sent chills through the room. The cult members knew this meant trouble. Even the cult leader dared not move. "You don't need to handle this. I'll take care of it personally," she declared. The cult leader was stunned but quickly understood. "The letter mentioned that Dao Wang's poison has been cured by the very target of your mission," she explained. What the cult leader exclaimed, eyes wide in shock. Their enemy's poison was cured by their target. This was a terrifying revelation. "I'm surprised too, but it makes sense. Someone capable of extracting secrets from our high-ranking members must be formidable," the saintess said, her ethereal laughter filling the room. Back at Ba Dao Manor, Dao Miao Miao, recalling the woman's warning, said fiercely, "Lin Fan. If that witch from the White Lotus cult dares to come after you, I'll cut her down." "All right," Lin Fan replied with a smile, amused by her protective but childlike demeanor. Despite her fierce words, her innocence was endearing to him. "I'm serious. If she comes, I'll definitely draw my sword and cut her down," Dao Miao Miao insisted. Lin Fan nodded, "I believe you. But if she hears that you're after her, she might not dare come, and then you won't have the chance." "True. Then let's keep it a secret, just between us," Dao Miao Miao giggled. The two strolled through the manor, joking and enjoying each other's company. Along the way, many disciples of Ba Dao Manor looked at Lin Fan with respect. Lu Huai, the senior official's son, had been severely punished for offending Lin Fan, bedridden from his father's beating. The doctors were pessimistic about his recovery. Despite not being fatal, the beating was severe, especially his mouth, almost beyond repair. Only the wealth and resources of Ba Dao Manor could ensure he wouldn't be permanently disfigured. Having learned that the manor's grand elder's poison was cured by Lin Fan, the disciples' respect for him grew. Even Lu Hiwai, now, wouldn't dare to show any disrespect. While Dao Miao Miao and Lin Fan were strolling, an aide came to report that her father, Dao Beishan, had returned from his search for a divine healer and wished to see them. The grand hall of Ba Dao Manor. This magnificent and imposing hall was where the lord of the manor, Dao Beishan, usually resided and worked. Today, however, Dao Beishan wasn't occupied with his usual duties. Instead, he stood with a stern face on the platform in the main hall, staring expressionlessly at the entrance. As a robust man who wielded a large blade, he stood nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging under his tight clothing, exuding an intense and formidable aura that warned others not to mess with him. Even the highly skilled hunter, Zhuiming, paled in comparison to Dao Beishan's imposing presence. When Lin Fan and his wife, Dao Miao Miao, entered, Lin Fan immediately raised his eyebrows at the sight of his father-in-law's stern demeanor. This was not a good sign. True to his expectations, as soon as they stepped inside, Dao Beishan's cold voice echoed through the hall, "Dao Miao Miao Miao. You've really outdone yourself this time. You went ahead and got married without so much as a word to me. Do you even see me as your father anymore? Have I raised you for nothing all these years? Father, please don't be angry. I know I was wrong," Dao Miao Miao said with a playful smile as she walked up to him and tried to soften him up. Unlike Jianling, her relationship with her father was evidently more relaxed and harmonious. "Don't try to sweet-talk me. This time, it won't work. For once, your mother and even your grandfather can't help you." Dao Beishan's stern expression didn't waver. "HMP. Fine, Dao Beishan. I found such a good husband, and you're still giving me a hard time. I'll go to mom and grandpa and let them deal with you." Dao Miao Miao pouted, turning her charm into a threat. "You little rascal!" Dao Beishan's face darkened immediately. Raising such a daughter was truly exasperating. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, but faced with his daughter, who had several powerful backers, he had no choice but to direct his frustration towards the man who had stolen her heart. "No wonder my daughter was so smitten that she married without a second thought. He does have a good appearance," Dao Beishan muttered to himself, giving Lin Fan a once-over. While he had a good first impression of Lin Fan, he still wasn't entirely pleased. After all, Lin Fan had taken away his precious daughter. But when he remembered that this son-in-law of his was a legendary master craftsman capable of forging divine weapons, and also a healer who had cured the incurable poison of the White Lotus Saintess, he found it difficult to find fault with him. Damn it! Having such an exceptional son-in-law was a double-edged sword. At this moment, Dao Beishan felt like cursing. Finding something to complain about was proving to be challenging. In the past, such a situation would never have occurred. Lin Fan, being a considerate son-in-law, didn't let his father-in-law struggle. Seeing Dao Beishan's expression, Lin Fan respectfully bowed and said, "Greetings, father-in-law. Your son-in-law pays his respects." Mum. You must be Lin Fan. Thank you for your help with the elders' situation," Dao Beishan said, accepting the deference and stepping down gracefully. Despite his daughter's willfulness, she had indeed chosen an excellent husband. A master craftsman. A master healer. Even possessing one of these talents would make someone extraordinary. But to have both, and at such a young age, was truly exceptional. Such a perfect son-in-law was hard to find anywhere in the world. "Father-in-law, it's only natural. The elder is my family too, and it was my duty to help," Lin Fan replied humbly. Good, Dao Beishan said, nodding in approval. "You're someone who suits my taste. Take good care of Miao Miao. She's never known hardship, and I won't tolerate her suffering." "Rest assured, father-in-law. Miao Miao is my wife, and I will never let her suffer," Lin Fan promised sincerely. "All right then, sit down," Dao Beishan said, more satisfied, gesturing towards the seats. "Thank you, father-in-law," Lin Fan said, sitting down and engaging in conversation with Dao Beishan. Dao Beishan was straightforward and liked Lin Fan's company. As they drank tea and chatted, they found much in common. Dao Miao Miao, seeing her husband and father getting along well, felt very happy. She quietly poured tea and served them. "Father, has mother returned?" Dao Miao Miao asked after a while. Dao Beishan replied, "Your mother came back with me. She's in the kitchen making soup for your grandfather and your husband. She wants you to taste her cooking. I barely get to taste it myself." His tone turned slightly sour. He. Lin Fan could only laugh awkwardly, but his first impression of his mother-in-law was very positive. Mentioning the mother-in-law, the three of them decided to head to the residential area behind the main hall. This was the private residence of the manor lord, where entry was restricted. But as the son-in-law, Lin Fan was easily granted access. Mother Dao Miao Miao called out, running towards the kitchen. "Oh my dear, you're finally back," a cheerful voice responded from the kitchen. A woman in her 30s with an impressive figure stepped out, clearly happy to see her daughter. Without needing an introduction, Lin Fan recognized his mother-in-law immediately. Her striking resemblance to Dao Miao Miao made it obvious. "Is this the husband you found?" she asked, looking Lin Fan up and down with an approving smile. "Yes, mother, isn't he great? You don't know how amazing he is." Dao Miao Miao started bragging about Lin Fan's abilities, making him blush slightly. While he knew he was capable, he felt her praise was a bit too much. But to her, he was a source of pride. Ever since they returned home, she had been boasting about him to everyone. And no one could deny that her husband was indeed remarkable. "My dear, you've done well," her mother praised, her eyes full of affection. "Hey you," she called out to Dao Beishan, "why are you just standing there? Help bring the food out. Can't you see your daughter and son-in-law are hungry?" Dao Beishan tried to maintain some dignity. "Can't you give me some face in front of my son-in-law?" "What did you say?" His wife's eyes turned sharp. Nothing. I'm getting the food." Dao Beishan quickly relented, rushing to help in the kitchen. The nearly 2-meter-tall man acted like a compliant husband. Seeing this, Lin Fan scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Now he understood. Winning over his mother-in-law meant his father-in-law wouldn't dare give him any trouble. Today he must make a good impression on his mother-in-law. Winning over his mother-in-law was not difficult. He just needed to say some nice words to make her happy, give her some gifts she liked, and show his respect. That should be enough. The only prerequisite was that she liked him. Otherwise, nothing he did would matter. Mothers-in-law are the most practical people. Fortunately, Lin Fan's mother-in-law did like him. It was a case of love me, love my dog, and his impressive qualities didn't hurt either. "Mother-in-law, this is a gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it," Lin Fan said, presenting a small brocade box. It was something he had prepared during his free time using his advanced medical skills, essentially an experiment. "What is it?" his mother-in-law asked curiously, accepting the small box. Lin Fan smiled and explained, "It's a whitening cream I made using my medical skills. Apply it to your face, and it will make your skin fairer, more refined, and delay aging." "Is it really that amazing?" his mother-in-law asked, her eyes widening in surprise. In this world, there was no such thing as whitening cream. At best, women used pearl powder for core skincare. However, after the age of 30, women in this era aged visibly, with few exceptions. Although Lin Fan's mother-in-law came from a wealthy family and lived a life of luxury, time had still left its mark on her. This whitening cream was precisely what she needed. Lin Fan nodded again. Why not give it a try? Alright, I'll try it, she said, opening the small box to reveal a special wide-mouthed jade bottle. The bottle was sealed, but she opened it easily, revealing a semi-solid white substance inside. This was the whitening cream, infused with herbal extracts and pearl powder, an otherworldly skincare product. Following Lin Fan's instructions, she applied a bit to her face. It feels so refreshing, she remarked. Lin Fan didn't say anything, but he gestured for Dao Miao Miao to bring a mirror. The Grand Long Dynasty had mirrors similar to glass, though they were expensive and not something ordinary families could afford. Using the light from outside, she looked at her reflection and saw that her skin indeed appeared fairer, and the small crow's feet around her eyes had faded. Wow! It's really that effective, she exclaimed, amazed at her improved complexion. Lin Fan explained further, with regular use, the effects will be even better. What you see now is just the concealing effect. In modern times, whitening cream was not unusual, and women with means often kept some. But in this era, it was like a magical product that few women could resist. Thank you, Xiao Fan. I really like this gift, she said, smiling warmly. I'm glad you like it, mother-in-law Lin Fan replied, also smiling. Winning her over was now assured. If she wanted more, she would always remember her thoughtful son-in-law. When did you make this whitening cream, and why didn't you give me any before? Dao Miao Miao pouted as she pulled Lin Fan aside. Lin Fan gently tapped her nose and said, You're still so young and naturally beautiful. You don't need these things. Youth is the best skincare. Really, she asked, her smile returning. Of course, Lin Fan affirmed. With his confirmation, her displeasure vanished instantly, and she beamed like a child. Lin Fan couldn't help but think, could it be true that pregnancy makes you silly for 3 years? Dao Beishan soon brought the dishes to the table, and the happy group began to eat. To his surprise, his mother-in-law's cooking was excellent, with dishes that were a feast for the senses. During the meal, Dao Beishan learned about the gift Lin Fan had given his wife but noticed he hadn't received anything. His face darkened slightly. Ignoring this, his wife continued, of course. It's a whitening cream I've never seen before. Just a simple application makes your skin fairer and delays aging. Look at my complexion now. Isn't it much better? She turned her face for him to inspect. Dao Beishan grunted. But he turned to look at his son-in-law. What's this? Why is there favoritism? His wife was treated, and he was left out? Dao Beishan didn't care about the material gift but the thoughtfulness behind it. It was like a father receiving nothing while the mother received gifts from their child. Lin Fan chuckled and said, Actually, I prepared a gift for you too, father-in-law. But it's too big to carry around. I left it outside. You have a gift for me too? Dao Beishan's face lit up instantly. Of course, Lin Fan replied sincerely. What is it? Dao Beishan asked eagerly, his mood brightening. It's something big, Lin Fan answered with a smile. After finishing their meal, he suggested they all go take a look. Dao Beishan was naturally curious and had no objections. His wife also wanted to see the gift. Dao Miao Miao, who knew what it was, happily accompanied them. Soon they arrived at a courtyard used for hosting guests. There, a massive, glowing figure stood silently. Is this the big gift you mentioned? Dao Beishan asked, his breath catching as he looked at the enormous mechanical tiger. Yes, impressive. Isn't it? Lin Fan replied with a grin. Very impressive. Dao Beishan nodded emphatically. Standing nearly 2 meters tall himself, he was dwarfed by the mechanical tiger. The tiger stood at over 3 meters tall at the shoulder and was nearly 9 meters long. If it stood on its hind legs, it would be taller than a 3-story building. I heard people talking about a giant beast in the southern region, moving like thunder and raging like a storm. Is this it? Dao Beishan asked, his eyes wide. He had heard many rumors on his way back but hadn't connected them to Lin Fan. Now, it seemed that the legendary beast belonged to his son-in-law. Can this thing really move? Dao Beishan asked, tapping the solid metal frame. Lin Fan replied, You can try it later, father-in-law. Moving is just one of its basic functions. Its main role is in combat and breaking through enemy lines. Are you serious? Dao Beishan's eyes sparkled. I'll drive and you can experience it for yourself. It's better than just talking about it, Lin Fan suggested. Alright, I'll give it a try. Dao Beishan agreed without hesitation. He had no idea what kind of intense experience awaited him. Lin Fan planned to use his father-in-law as a test subject for the mechanical beast. Dao Bushin had no idea what was coming. Winning over his mother-in-law was not difficult. He just needed to say some nice words to make her happy, give her some gifts she liked, and show his respect. That should be enough. The only prerequisite was that she liked him. Otherwise, nothing he did would matter. Mothers-in-law are the most practical people. Fortunately, Lin Fan's mother-in-law did like him. It was a case of love me, love my dog, and his impressive qualities didn't hurt either. Mother-in-law, this is a gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it, Lin Fan said, presenting a small brocade box. It was something he had prepared during his free time using his advanced medical skills, essentially an experiment. What is it? His mother-in-law asked curiously, accepting the small box. Lin Fan smiled and explained, it's a whitening cream I made using my medical skills. Apply it to your face, and it will make your skin fairer, more refined, and delay aging. Is it really that amazing? His mother-in-law asked, her eyes widening in surprise. In this world, there was no such thing as whitening cream. At best, women used pearl powder for core skincare. However, after the age of 30, women in this era aged visibly, with few exceptions. Although Lin Fan's mother-in-law came from a wealthy family and lived a life of luxury, time had still left its mark on her. This whitening cream was precisely what she needed. Lin Fan nodded again. Why not give it a try? All right, I'll try it, she said, opening the small box to reveal a special wide-mouthed jade bottle. The bottle was sealed, but she opened it easily, revealing a semi-solid white substance inside. This was the whitening cream, infused with herbal extracts and pearl powder, an otherworldly skincare product. Following Lin Fan's instructions, she applied a bit to her face. It feels so refreshing, she remarked. Lin Fan didn't say anything, but he gestured for Dao Miao Miao to bring a mirror. The Grand Long Dynasty had mirrors similar to glass, though they were expensive and not something ordinary families could afford. Using the light from outside, she looked at her reflection and saw that her skin indeed appeared fairer, and the small crow's feet around her eyes had faded. Wow! It's really that effective, she exclaimed, amazed at her improved complexion. Lin Fan explained further, with regular use, the effects will be even better. What you see now is just the concealing effect. In modern times, whitening cream was not unusual, and women with means often kept some. But in this era, it was like a magical product that few women could resist. Thank you, Xiao Fan. I really like this gift, she said, smiling warmly. I'm glad you like it, mother-in-law Lin Fan replied, also smiling. Winning her over was now assured. If she wanted more, she would always remember her thoughtful son-in-law. When did you make this whitening cream? And why didn't you give me any before? Dao Miao Miao pouted as she pulled Lin Fan aside. Lin Fan gently tapped her nose and said, you're still so young and naturally beautiful. You don't need these things. Youth is the best skincare. Really, she asked, her smile returning. Of course, Lin Fan affirmed. With his confirmation, her displeasure vanished instantly, and she beamed like a child. Lin Fan couldn't help but think, could it be true that pregnancy makes you silly for 3 years? Dao Bashin soon brought the dishes to the table, and the happy group began to eat. To his surprise, his mother-in-law's cooking was excellent, with dishes that were a feast for the senses. During the meal, Dao Bashin learned about the gift Lin Fan had given his wife but noticed he hadn't received anything. His face darkened slightly. Ignoring this, his wife continued, of course. It's a whitening cream I've never seen before. Just a simple application makes your skin fairer and delays aging. Look at my complexion now. Isn't it much better? She turned her face for him to inspect. Dao Bashin grunted. But he turned to look at his son-in-law. What's this? What's this? Why is there favoritism? His wife was treated, and he was left out? Dao Bashin didn't care about the material gift but the thoughtfulness behind it. It was like a father receiving nothing while the mother received gifts from their child. Lin Fan chuckled and said, actually, I prepared a gift for you too, father-in-law. But it's too big to carry around. I left it outside. You have a gift for me too? Dao Bashin's face lit up instantly. Of course, Lin Fan replied sincerely. What is it? Dao Bashin asked eagerly, his mood brightening. It's something big, Lin Fan answered with a smile. After finishing their meal, he suggested they all go take a look. Dao Bashin was naturally curious and had no objections. His wife also wanted to see the gift. Dao Miao Miao, who knew what it was, happily accompanied them. Soon, they arrived at a courtyard used for hosting guests. There, a massive, glowing figure stood silently. Is this the big gift you mentioned? Dao Bashin asked, his breath catching as he looked at the enormous mechanical tiger. Yes, impressive, isn't it? Lin Fan replied with a grin. Very impressive. Dao Bashin nodded emphatically. Standing nearly 2 meters tall himself, he was dwarfed by the mechanical tiger. The tiger stood at over 3 meters tall at the shoulder and was nearly 9 meters long. If it stood on its hind legs, it would be taller than a 3-story building. I heard people talking about a giant beast in the southern region, moving like thunder and raging like a storm. Is this it? Dao Beishan asked, his eyes wide. He had heard many rumors on his way back, but hadn't connected them to Lin Fan. Now, it seemed that the legendary beast belonged to his son-in-law. Can this thing really move? Dao Beishan asked, tapping the solid metal frame. Lin Fan replied, you can try it later, father-in-law. Moving is just one of its basic functions. Its main role is in combat and breaking through enemy lines. Are you serious? Dao Beishan's eyes sparkled. I'll drive and you can experience it for yourself. It's better than just talking about it, Lin Fan suggested. Alright, I'll give it a try. Dao Beishan agreed without hesitation. He had no idea what kind of intense experience awaited him. Lin Fan planned to use his father-in-law as a test subject for the mechanical beast. Dao Beishan had no idea what was coming. Lin Fan stayed at Ba Dao Manor for 2 days before leaving. Although his visit was brief, he achieved all his objectives. He cured Elder Dao's poisoning, and he won over both his father-in-law and mother-in-law. He had arrived in a hurry, driving the mechanical tiger, but he decided to return leisurely by carriage, enjoying the snowy scenery along the way. This might seem like a loss, but it was actually a huge gain. Upon leaving, Dao Miao Miao's elders had prepared a generous dowry for him, including a 50% share of Ba Dao Pavilion. Although Ba Dao Pavilion was not as profitable as Shenbing Pavilion, the larger share provided greater authority and significant income. As his father-in-law had put it, Ba Dao Manor was not inferior to Shenjian Manor, and his daughter was more precious than the daughter of Jian Tianfeng. His mother-in-law had also mentioned that Dao Miao Miao's grandfather had a grand gift prepared, to be given at the right time. With this trip, Lin Fan had significantly increased his wealth. The system's promise of marrying to gain wealth had proven to be true. Miao Miao, why didn't you tell your parents and elders about your pregnancy? Lin Fan asked his wife curiously as they traveled in the carriage. Dao Miao Miao smiled and replied, I want to surprise them when the baby is born. Just make sure it's a surprise and not a shock. But as long as you're happy, that's all that matters, Lin Fan said with a helpless shake of his head. He had no choice but to let his spirited wife have her way. The dark guard responsible for driving the carriage was loyal to Ba Dao Manor but now took orders solely from Dao Miao Miao. Since she hadn't revealed her pregnancy, the guard remained silent. Thus the trio traveled by carriage, leaving Ba Dao Manor behind. The journey took a day on the mechanical tiger, but the return by carriage took 2 weeks. This highlighted the speed of the mechanical tiger, even though it had been careful not to harm Dao Miao Miao's pregnancy. 2 weeks later, the weather had grown colder, and the roads were deserted. Even the wild beasts had become rare due to the heavy snow, forcing them into hibernation. Despite the harsh conditions, Lin Fan and his companions, with their inner strength and robust physiques, barely felt the cold. Lin Fan, in particular, wore the same clothes as in summer, ignoring the winter chill. The fine horses and carriages provided by Ba Dao Manor ensured their journey continued smoothly, unaffected by the winter. Master and Madam have returned. Uncle Fu, the diligent gatekeeper, spotted them first and shouted into the house to alert the others. The head butler was the first to rush out. Despite his age, he was in good health and full of energy. He hurried to the carriage and bowed respectfully. Master, Madam? Uncle He, has anything happened at home while we were away? Lin Fan asked as he helped his wife down from the carriage. Everything has been well managed by the other ladies. However, the chief steward has come looking for you several times. He seems to have something important to report, the head butler replied, his report clear and orderly. The chief steward has been looking for me. All right, if he comes again, bring him straight to me, Lin Fan instructed. Yes, master, the head butler nodded. Brother Fan. 2 of Lin Fan's reliable assistants arrived, calling out to him enthusiastically. Have you been slacking off? How's your physical training? Lin Fan asked with a smile. We haven't slacked off at all. We're ready for your inspection anytime. They stood tall, ready for Lin Fan's scrutiny. Good. I'll test you tomorrow, Lin Fan said, patting their shoulders, satisfied with their progress. After dealing with his assistants, Lin Fan turned his attention to his wives, who had gathered at the front door to welcome him back. They had missed him dearly and couldn't wait to see him. My dear wives, did you miss your handsome husband? Lin Fan asked playfully. Blushing slightly, they all nodded. Let's go inside. I've missed you all too, Lin Fan said with a laugh. Though the weather was nice, it was still chilly outside, and being indoors was much cozier. He spent the morning bathing and eating quickly. When he emerged again, it was already evening. Lin Fan was about to head to the blacksmith's shop to work on some projects when the head butler informed him that the chief steward was waiting for an audience. "Let him come in," Lin Fan said, putting aside his work for the moment. The chief steward had been rewarded with body-strengthening elixirs, and now had the vigor of a young man. He soon arrived, bringing a gust of cold air with him. "Sir," he greeted respectfully. "Yes," Lin Fan responded. "I heard you've been looking for me. What's the urgent matter?" "Yes, sir," the chief steward nodded. "It's about the investigation into Madam's father that you asked me to conduct. We've found some clues recently." "Oh? It seems you've done well. Tell me everything," Lin Fan said, smiling as he praised the steward's efficiency. The chief steward didn't hold back. With permission granted, he began his report. Lin Fan listened quietly, not interrupting. After nearly half an hour of explanation, Lin Fan had a clear picture of his father-in-law's situation. Firstly, his wife's father was indeed a government official, and quite a high-ranking one. Before his imprisonment, he had held the position of a fourth-rank prefect, a significant regional governor. Secondly, he was still alive, but his condition was not good. He was imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice's prison in the capital, a place known for its harsh treatment of prisoners, especially those whose political allies had fallen. "Do we have any connections in the Ministry of Justice?" Lin Fan asked after a moment of thought. He couldn't ignore his father-in-law's plight, even if it was difficult to secure his release immediately. At the very least, he wanted to ensure he was treated well. "The Deputy Minister of Justice has some dealings with Shenbing Pavilion," the chief steward replied, clearly having done his homework. "What kind of person is he?" Lin Fan inquired. "He's very greedy and has a big appetite. But if you satisfy his demands, he can be very effective," the chief steward explained. "Then handle it. Make sure my father-in-law is treated well and see if there's a way to clear his name," Lin Fan instructed. "Yes, sir," the chief steward agreed but hesitated. "Sir, we recently sent a lot of silver to the manor. While your portion was kept, we've spent a lot on purchasing various metals and rare herbs. There's not much left. Ensuring better treatment for your father-in-law is possible, but facilitating his release might require more funds than we currently have." He spoke cautiously, fearing Lin Fan's anger. Lin Fan, however, merely frowned slightly. "Are we running low on funds?" He realized that with the amount he had been spending on rare and precious items, it was no surprise. Although the dividends from Shenbing Pavilion provided substantial wealth, his purchases were costly. "All right, I understand. I'll give you some items to sell through Shenbing Pavilion to raise funds. For now, prioritize my father-in-law's situation. We can't delay this," Lin Fan decided. The chief steward quickly left to carry out his new orders. Lin Fan watched him go, then turned back to his work at the blacksmith's shop. But just as he lit the furnace, the head butler rushed in, looking panicked. "Master, something terrible has happened. The servants in the outer courtyard have all been poisoned. Their faces are turning blue, and they're foaming at the mouth. They're all unconscious." All the servants were poisoned. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed upon hearing the news. He knew this wasn't a simple matter. "Yes," the old butler replied fearfully, clearly shaken by the scene he had witnessed. All the servants he managed had been poisoned, something he had never encountered in all his years of service. The poison was particularly terrifying. "Let's go take a look," Lin Fan said calmly, heading towards the outer courtyard. With his top-tier medical skills, as long as the servants weren't dead on the spot, he could save them from the clutches of death. Upon arriving at the outer courtyard, Lin Fan saw Su Erhu and Wang Erxiao had already gathered the poisoned servants together for easier treatment. "Brother Fan," they greeted him, visibly relieved at his arrival. They were well aware of Lin Fan's medical prowess, which was why they had quickly moved the poisoned servants together for his convenience. "Are all the poisoned servants here?" Lin Fan asked after surveying the room. "Yes, they're all here," they confirmed. Since the poisoning had occurred at night, all the servants were already in their quarters, making it easy to gather them. The two men's enhanced physiques made the task even quicker. "Good. Get some hot water," Lin Fan instructed before approaching the poisoned servants. These were young maids, usually a pleasant sight with their youthful energy. But now, their faces were ashen, their features contorted in pain, and their bodies occasionally convulsed. The frothing at the mouth was actually one of the milder symptoms. No wonder the old butler had been so frightened. The scene was indeed horrifying. "Hey, it's already starting," Lin Fan muttered, confirming his suspicions with just a glance. Hot water was soon brought in. Lin Fan took out his silver needles and began the detoxification process. Half an hour later, the previously ashen-faced and contorted maids had returned to a normal appearance. Although they looked pale and weakened, their breathing had stabilized. Some even woke up, gratefully thanking Lin Fan. "Rest well. Someone will bring you medicinal soup shortly. Drink it and rest tonight. You should be able to move around normally by tomorrow, Lin Fan reassured them, sympathizing with their undeserved suffering. Thank you, Master. The maids expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Lin Fan nodded and left the room. His wives, having heard the news, were waiting for him outside. Husband, are they all right? They asked worriedly. Despite being servants, they didn't treat them as expendable objects, unlike many other households. They're fine now. They just need to drink the medicinal soup and rest for the night, Lin Fan replied. That's a relief, his wives sighed in unison. Dao Miao Miao, furrowing her brow as if recalling something, said, Husband, do you think this poisoning could be the work of that witch? It's possible, Lin Fan nodded. But don't worry about it. I'll handle it. It's late and cold outside, go back and rest. All right, they agreed, trusting his judgment, and went back to their rooms. After ensuring his wives were settled, Lin Fan headed towards the blacksmith's workshop, intending to wrap up some work. However, he paused as he passed a section of the courtyard wall, looking up. Perched on the high wall was a figure clad in white from head to toe, even wearing a white hood. In the night she resembled a ghost, her face was concealed by a silver mask. As Lin Fan looked up, the figure spoke with a light laugh. How do you like my little gift? White Lotus Saintess, Lin Fan asked calmly. Correct. Impressive that you recognize me so quickly, she replied, maintaining her smile. Surely you understand why I'm here. I have no idea, Lin Fan replied with a faint smile. You, the White Lotus Saintess was momentarily at a loss for words but soon regained her composure, continuing to smile. Indeed, she was the White Lotus Saintess. The reason for her visit was clear, she was here for Lin Fan. The feud between them was deep, as the information Lin Fan had provided had led to severe losses for the White Lotus sect. Without her intervention, the sect would have been annihilated. Moreover, Lin Fan's antidote skills had piqued her competitive spirit. As a master of poisons, she couldn't tolerate someone effortlessly countering her poisons. Tonight's poisoning was just a greeting. The real gift is yet to come. I hope your antidote skills are as good as they say, or else. He with that, the White Lotus Saintess vanished with a light laugh, leaving no trace. Lin Fan, unable to stop her, simply smiled and said, if it were anything else, I might have trouble. But a little poison? Bring it on. The next day, Lin Fan resumed his usual activities as if nothing had happened. Every person in the manor was given a small, light green pill and instructed to take it. Over the next few days, there was no sign of the White Lotus Saintess, as if her previous appearance had been a mere illusion. The maids recovered and returned to their duties, the poisoning incident gradually fading from memory. Lin Fan spent his days in the blacksmith's workshop in the medicine room, continuing his work as usual, seemingly unbothered by the White Lotus Saintess. Meanwhile, she stood on a distant peak, observing the manor with cold eyes, dissatisfied with what she saw. She had expected her appearance and the poisoning to instill fear and chaos, especially in Lin Fan. But her plans had failed. The manor's life went on as usual, her presence and threats seemingly forgotten. Looks like my greeting didn't impress you. Let's see how you handle the main event, she muttered with a smile before disappearing from the mountain peak. At the break of dawn, the servants in the manor began their day's work. Their masters were kind, and they wanted to repay that kindness with diligence. Today the weather was exceptional, unlike the usual snowy and windy days. A gentle breeze blew, not chilling but rather refreshing. In this rare good weather, the servants were in high spirits, laughing and chatting as they went about their duties. Watching this scene from a distance, the White Lotus Saintess smiled faintly. Enjoy your laughter, for soon it will be even louder. With those words, she opened a purple pouch, releasing a cloud of fine powder. The powder, like dust, was carried by the morning breeze into the manor. Standing upwind, the White Lotus Saintess was unaffected by the powder. She didn't leave until the pouch was empty, and the last of the powder had dispersed. This was her true gift, laughing to death powder. This toxin didn't need to be ingested. Once dispersed in the air, anyone who breathed it in would be poisoned, much like a gas weapon. Once inhaled, there was no defense against it. The victims would laugh uncontrollably until they died, their faces frozen in a manic grin, truly laughing to death. This horrific poison was the nightmare of many martial artists. One could be resting peacefully at home, inhale a breath of tainted air, and succumb to the poison. Moreover, although the ingredients were the same, the preparation methods varied, making it impossible to cure without knowing the exact formulation used. Lin Fan's medical skills were impressive. He had easily neutralized the gift she sent a few days ago without any trouble. But this laughing to death powder was meticulously crafted with a new method, and only she had the antidote. She wanted to see how Lin Fan would handle this challenge. This gift, I believe you'll find it much more interesting. The White Lotus Saintess laughed, her voice melodious yet deadly. The white powder dissolved effortlessly in the breeze, almost invisible to the eye. The outer courtyard, being downwind, was the first to be enveloped. The gatekeeper, the courtyards, and even the kitchen were soon covered. Achu, a servant, sneezed suddenly, muttering about being talked about. Then came a second sneeze, and a third. From her vantage point, the White Lotus Saintess's laughter grew more joyous. These sneezes were the precursor to the poison taking effect. Soon, it wouldn't be sneezing but uncontrollable laughter. Laughter until death. Indeed, more sneezes followed. But that was it. After sneezing, the servants continued their tasks as usual. The expected bouts of laughter never came, as if the laughing to death powder was a defective product, only causing mild irritation. If it were purchased, she might have suspected it was a counterfeit. But she had crafted it herself just the night before. It wasn't defective or expired, it was freshly made. So why wasn't it working? This can't be. The White Lotus Saintess's smile vanished, replaced by icy eyes. She refused to believe there was a problem with her poison. The only other possibility was that something was wrong with the targets. She had failed again. Though the previous attempt had been neutralized, it had at least served its purpose. But this time, her carefully prepared gift had turned into a joke, filling her with a rare sense of defeat and icy resolve. She had never faced such humiliation since her rise to power. As she considered her next move, a fiery figure charged towards her. Dai, which Dao Miao Miao, wielding a large broadsword and surrounded by fiery red energy, looked like a vermilion bird descending with unstoppable force. True to her word, she attacked the White Lotus Saintess, pregnancy notwithstanding. You seek death. The White Lotus Saintess drew her soft sword. She was already furious from her failed poisoning, and Dao Miao Miao's attack was the perfect outlet for her rage. Despite reaching near the pinnacle of martial arts with the help of an elixir, Dao Miao Miao was still no match for the White Lotus Saintess in a direct confrontation. The Saintess was a superlative fighter, capable of facing even the top martial artists. But Dao Miao Miao wasn't alone. Before the White Lotus Saintess could strike a killing blow, another figure joined the fray. Dai, which Jianling echoed Dao Miao Miao's call, her sword flashing with deadly precision. The repeated insults only fueled the White Lotus Saintess's anger. They quickly engaged in a fierce battle, the clash of swords and blades creating a cacophony of metallic sounds. Both Dao Miao Miao and Jianling were highly skilled, their combined attacks formidable. Though the White Lotus Saintess was stronger individually, their coordinated assault kept her at bay. Meanwhile, Lin Fan watched from the sidelines, with the headguard, Su Erhu, ready to launch arrows from a hidden position. The White Lotus Saintess's attempt at poisoning had been under surveillance by a mechanical bird, rendering her efforts laughable. The green pills Lin Fan had distributed earlier were a potent antidote, providing protection for half a month. When it came to dealing with hidden threats, opportunities to strike were rare. It was crucial to strike decisively when the chance arose. There's nowhere to run, witch. Surrender and die, Dao Miao Miao shouted, her attacks relentless. Jianling, though quieter, was equally relentless, aiming to disarm the White Lotus Saintess by breaking her weapon. However, the Saintess deftly avoided direct confrontations, using her inner strength to unleash sword energy instead. Swish! At this moment, Su Erhu fired his arrow. Enhanced by a month of training and a newly forged bow, his arrows were lethal even to top-tier martial artists. Clang! The White Lotus Saintess deflected the arrow with a slash of her sword. Though it didn't harm her, it disrupted her rhythm, giving Dao Miao Miao and Jianling an opening to intensify their attacks. Despite the disadvantage, the White Lotus Saintess held her ground, but she realized she couldn't win easily. She was adept at poisoning, not direct combat. Facing a tough situation, she decided to retreat. Feigning an attack, she created an opening and darted towards the forest with incredible speed. Entering the shadowy woods would make her escape nearly impossible to thwart, even for top-tier fighters. But as she dashed down the hill, a barrage of crossbow bolts greeted her, fired from hidden mechanisms set by Lin Fan. Pathetic trick, she scoffed, her inner energy exploding, shattering the bolts mid-air. Just as she prepared to continue her escape, a massive iron rod descended from above, aiming to crush her. Boom! The rod's immense force shattered the air with a deafening roar. If it hit, even an Iron Man would be flattened. Damn it! The White Lotus Saintess's expression finally changed, her calm demeanor shattered. Damn it! The White Lotus Saintess could no longer maintain her composure. All her life, she had been the one scheming, using various methods to achieve her goals. Even formidable figures like Dao Elder had fallen prey to her plots, almost losing their lives to her poison. If it hadn't been for the unexpected intervention of Lin Fan, Dao Elder might have died from the poison. But now, her proudest skill of scheming had turned against her. From the moment she revealed herself, she had been ensnared, each step calculated to trap her. First, her poison was anticipated and countered. Then her location was detected and monitored before she could escape, leading to an ambush. Now, even her escape route had been foreseen, with countless crossbow bolts ready to pierce her. If not for her formidable skills, she would have become a pincushion. But it wasn't over yet. Even in the brief moment she let her guard down to regain her strength, she was attacked again. This is beyond calculation, she fumed. A calm voice reached her ears. Since you're already here, why leave so soon? Stay and chat a bit. It was Lin Fan, wielding the massive iron rod that only he, with the strength of a dragon, could handle. The White Lotus Saintess had no time to respond. Facing the deadly attack, she could only grit her teeth, position her sword horizontally, and use all her remaining inner strength to form a protective barrier. The iron rod, as thick as a column, carried immense weight. With just a touch, her sword bent and snapped into pieces. The rod's momentum didn't falter, crashing into her protective barrier. For a top-tier expert like her, the barrier was usually impenetrable, able to deflect arrows. But against the dragon-infused iron rod, it was almost useless. A deep, resonant sound echoed as the rod smashed through the barrier, sending the White Lotus Saintess flying, blood spurting from her mouth. Despite the grievous injury, she managed to twist her body, using the force of the blow to propel herself towards the forest. Lin Fan quickly pursued, but the White Lotus Saintess, fueled by the instinct for survival, activated her ghostly speed and vanished into the shadows of the forest. Damn! She's slippery, Lin Fan muttered, halting his pursuit. He knew he couldn't chase her down in the dark forest. However, the mechanical birds circling above would continue to track her. Lin Fan, did the witch escape? Dao Miao Miao, wielding a large sword and pregnant, ran up, her fierceness undiminished by her condition. Lin Fan sighed, pulling her close to check on the baby. Using his medical skills, he stabilized her energy and blood flow. This is the last time. No more fighting while you're pregnant, understand? He scolded gently. Dao Miao Miao stuck out her tongue, not arguing but clearly not taking his words to heart. With the White Lotus Saintess's temperament, she won't let this go. We need to be more cautious, Jian Ling, who had also joined the fight, warned. Lin Fan nodded, of course. But escaping won't be easy for her. Those eyes in the sky will make sure of that. Jian Ling glanced up at the sky, seeing the mechanical birds hovering. Indeed, it would be hard to escape their surveillance. Deep within the dense forest, the White Lotus Saintess coughed up blood again, staining her white robes. After fleeing far enough, she finally collapsed, unable to continue. Lin Fan's strike had nearly killed her. The heavy iron rod was too much for her slender frame. If not for her profound inner strength protecting her vital organs, the impact might have shattered her heart. After another bout of coughing, she finally managed to catch her breath. Lying in the dark foliage, she took out her healing pills and began to treat her wounds. It felt like an eternity, but eventually she opened her eyes again. Her mask, stained with blood, had to be removed, revealing an ethereal, breathtakingly beautiful face. The woman feared by countless martial artists looked like a celestial maiden. Her current condition, pale from blood loss and grievous injuries, made her appear even more fragile. A single glance would evoke a protective instinct in any man. But in this place, there was no one to appreciate her beauty. She cleaned her mask and put it back on, hiding her celestial features once more. Assessing her injuries, her face darkened. Her meridians were damaged, several ribs broken, and her internal organs severely hurt. Such injuries would require a long period of rest to heal completely, but how could she rest after suffering such a loss? Moreover, with the White Lotus sect in its formative stage, she couldn't afford to take time off. Her presence was essential for its establishment. But having witnessed Lin Fan's strength and his ability to counter her poison, she knew that revenge in her current state was impossible. At least, not through normal means. As she considered her options, a thought solidified in her mind. According to the investigation, this man is a notorious womanizer, marrying several wives despite the heavy head tax. The White Lotus Saintess's eyes gleamed with a new plan. Over the next few days, Lin Fan used the mechanical birds to search for the White Lotus Saintess hiding in the forest, intending to strike while she was down. This was in line with his character. However, the cunning of the White Lotus Saintess far exceeded his expectations. Despite his efforts, he found no trace of her, and she didn't quietly leave the dense forest as he had anticipated. No wonder she's the leader skulking in the shadows. After one setback, she's become incredibly vigilant, Lin Fan remarked, shaking his head. Realizing that continuing the search was likely a waste of time, Lin Fan didn't wait outside the forest any longer. He set up the mechanical birds and returned to the manor to catch up on the work he had delayed for several days. The past days had seen significant financial expenditure, and it was time to recoup some funds. Spring was approaching, and with it, the need to pay the head tax, a cost that couldn't be avoided. Regardless of his status, the tax bureau under the martial emperor's command would come after him if he didn't pay. Unlike the local law enforcement, this was a truly formidable institution, one that no one could resist unless they were dead. Lin Fan now had 5 wives, and the cumulative head tax was no small amount. Additionally, his future plans required substantial funding. He also wanted to prepare something specifically to counter the White Lotus Saintess in case she dared to come again, ensuring she wouldn't leave alive next time. All these plans needed money, and lots of it. Thus, Lin Fan's next objective was to amass as much wealth as possible. His plan was to produce and sell pills that enhanced internal energy, a hot commodity in a martial-focused era. The head steward had already procured many herbs, so Lin Fan didn't need to prepare much. He selected the necessary ingredients and began his pill-making journey. With his mastery in medicine, producing internal energy-boosting pills was straightforward. Although these weren't the rare and powerful Great Rejuvenation pills, they were still highly valuable in the martial world. Each pill could easily sell for over 100 taels of silver, and they were always in high demand due to their rarity. In this world, few alchemists knew how to make these pills, and those who did often faced high failure rates and costs. As a result, many alchemists preferred not to make them. Consequently, there was a significant market gap for these energy-boosting pills. Lin Fan, with his low costs and high efficiency, could produce high-quality pills and wouldn't have to worry about selling them. The money would come in faster than if he were robbing banks. While Lin Fan focused on pill making, his wives were busy preparing to sell the pills, helping to share his workload. Lin Fan initially planned to use the channels of the Divine Weapon Pavilion to sell his pills, but Jian Ling had a different suggestion. She believed that the pills should be an exclusive business for Lin Fan, independent of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. This way they could establish a self-sustaining industry for the Lin family, free from external control. Understanding Jian Ling's well-intentioned advice, Lin Fan agreed and left the task to his wives. Given the high demand for internal energy pills, there was no worry about sales. They just needed to spread the word, and martial artists from all over would come. In half a month, the work on their new shop in Tianfeng County was complete. The 10-story building quickly became a landmark, attracting much attention. However, despite its completion, the shop didn't open immediately, leaving many curious. The word soon spread that a mysterious shop in Tianfeng County was selling internal energy pills. At first, people doubted the news, but the rumor persisted and grew more detailed, with claims of a renowned martial artist advancing to a higher level after buying a pill from the shop. Such widespread and detailed rumors convinced many, prompting martial artists from all over to head to Tianfeng County. Even major martial arts sects took notice, connecting the news to their previous encounters in the county. Jian Ling, informed of the widespread interest, was pleased. Creating a well-known brand for their family business was a crucial step. She wasn't worried about attracting trouble with their strengthened allies. They were more than capable of handling any threat. The presence of Lin Fan, with his formidable abilities, ensured their safety. "You've done an excellent job," Lin Fan praised Jian Ling upon emerging from his pill-making session. Jian Ling smiled. "It's not just me. The other sisters have worked hard too." Lin Fan, delighted by Jian Ling's humility, laughed heartily and swept her into his arms. He planned to test his farming skills after days of alchemy. Tianfeng County became increasingly bustling as more martial artists arrived daily, all seeking the rumored shop. However, the locals knew nothing about it, leaving the visitors frustrated and confused. Iron Leg Waterstrider, a well-known local figure, found himself repeatedly questioned by powerful martial artists, making him question his life choices once more. Iron Leg's Waterwalker looked at the numerous experts filling his home, and at that moment, he genuinely doubted his life choices. He even felt like crying. He had already disbanded the gang he had painstakingly built and had been hiding at home, not stepping out for days. Why was this happening? Wasn't it because he didn't want any more trouble and just wanted a peaceful old age? Yet, despite all this, he kept getting visits from people he couldn't refuse. The last time it was Northern Legs of the Four Absolutes, the head of the place where he had once trained. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to refuse him. And what was the result? He almost offended someone he could not afford to offend. Now, looking at the experts gathered here, he knew he couldn't resist either. Was he doomed to suffer? This was truly a curse. Iron Leg's Waterwalker wanted to curse, but he didn't have the guts. Friends from the martial world, what brings you all here? He asked, forcing himself to speak despite his fear. Fearing they might give him an impossible task, he quickly added, I am already old, and have disbanded my gang. I may not be of much help, so I hope you can understand. Nonsense. Iron Elder. Who in Tianfeng County doesn't know of your fame? A man carrying a large knife stepped forward, trying to show a friendly smile. But his rugged appearance, and the cold glint of his iron knife made him anything but friendly. Iron Legs Water Walker, or rather Iron Elder, clearly knew who he was. Facing the so-called friendly smile, his well-trained iron legs couldn't stop trembling. This was Li Hufa of the Iron Blade sect, a first-rate expert at his peak. In front of such a famous expert, he, a mere second-rate martial artist, was nothing. The more courteous Li Hufa was, the more Iron Elder trembled inside. What kind of major issue would bring such a person here? What had he done to deserve this? In your presence, my meager accomplishments are nothing to speak of, Iron Elder said with a bitter smile. Please, just tell me what you need and I will do my best. You are too kind, Li Hufa replied, smiling. He was very polite, but this only made Iron Elder more uneasy. It wasn't his fault he was so scared. Recent events had made him paranoid. Every visitor brought bad news. Elder, there's no need to be so tense. We're just here to ask you about a small matter, Li Hufa said, seeing the fear in Iron Elder's eyes. He had planned to be more polite but saw it backfired. Iron Elder didn't understand why they were treating him like a frightened bird. They hadn't done anything too extreme, had they? Sure, they came in numbers and strength, but that wasn't unusual in the martial world. The truth was, Iron Elder really wanted nothing more to do with the martial world. He was truly scared. But with so many people present, he had no choice but to comply. Ask whatever you need to. I will tell you everything I know. Li Hufa nodded, satisfied. Elder, have you heard any rumors in the martial world lately? What rumors? Iron Elder was confused. He had been homebound, playing games with his beloved wife, completely out of touch with the world outside. Li Hufa's friendly face darkened, thinking he was being played. Everyone in the martial world had heard the recent rumors. How could someone in Tianfeng County claim ignorance? Seeing this, Iron Elder almost cried. He really didn't know any rumors. He had genuinely retired from the martial world. Sighing, Li Hufa explained the rumor. A mysterious force has opened a shop selling internal strength-boosting pills. Iron Elder's confusion deepened. Although he lived in Tianfeng County, he hadn't heard of this. Yes, we came here to ask you about this. Do you know anything? Li Hufa asked. Iron Elder frowned. He didn't know about this. If something that significant had happened in Tianfeng County, he would have heard about it, even while staying indoors. Why? Is Elder unwilling to help? Another person asked coldly. It was Liu Sandu from the Five Poisons sect. Unlike Li Hufa's courteous manner, Liu Sandu's gaze was cold, making Iron Elder tremble. This was an expert in poison. Offending him would mean a painful death. Not daring to say he knew nothing, Iron Elder racked his brain and suddenly remembered a conversation his servant had after buying groceries. His eyes lit up. I may not know much about this mysterious shop, but I do know of a new building that has attracted a lot of attention lately, Iron Elder said, not sure but needing to say something. Li Hufa's eyes brightened. Please tell us, Elder. This information is very important to us. It's just a guess, but if there's a shop selling such pills, it must be that new building on the commercial street, Iron Elder explained. Is it the newly built, tallest building? Someone confirmed. Yes, that's the one. Though it hasn't opened yet, it's the most likely place, Iron Elder replied. Before they could discuss further, one of the scouts burst in. We found the shop. It's the new tall building on the commercial street. Are you sure? Everyone asked, excited. Absolutely. Many martial artists are already gathering there. The shopkeeper confirmed it himself, the scout reported. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go before everything is gone, one of the experts shouted, rushing out. Others quickly followed, not wanting to miss out. Commercial Street. The newly built pavilion finally opened its doors. Above the door hung a large sign with two simple characters, Dan Pavilion. The simplicity spoke volumes. Seeing the sign, the martial artists knew they had found the right place. The chief shopkeeper, dressed in his best clothes, stood at the entrance, making an impassioned speech. Today is the grand opening of Dan Pavilion. Thank you all for coming. As you've heard, we do indeed sell internal strength boosting pills. Shopkeeper, do you really have these pills? One martial artist asked. Of course. Our pavilion is backed by a divine pharmacist. Not only do we sell internal strength boosting pills, but also the legendary Great Rejuvenation pills, if you can afford them, the shopkeeper declared confidently. What? A divine pharmacist? The crowd was stunned. Even those like Li Hufa, who came to investigate, couldn't remain calm. Ordinary pills were desirable, but the legendary Great Rejuvenation pills were on a whole different level. Is it true your pavilion is backed by a divine pharmacist? Someone asked breathlessly. Yes. Otherwise, how could we sell these pills? The shopkeeper replied proudly. Can we meet this divine pharmacist? Li Hufa asked, all thoughts of his mission forgotten. Every month, the customer with the highest accumulated purchases gets a chance to meet the divine pharmacist, the shopkeeper announced. Really? Yes, the shopkeeper confirmed, opening the doors to the pavilion. Without needing further invitation, the martial artists flooded in. For them, this was a rare opportunity. Lin Fan watched from the top floor with his wives smiling. This business venture was already a roaring success, and now he had the funds to proceed with his plans. White Lotus Saintess, next time you come, you won't escape, he thought with a smile. Master, we've sold out. Everything is sold out. The chief shopkeeper excitedly rushed to the top floor to report the sales to Lin Fan. His hard work had finally paid off. He had earned Lin Fan's genuine recognition and was transferred from the Divine Weapon Pavilion to become the first shopkeeper of the Dan Pavilion. Although the Dan Pavilion was just starting out compared to the established Divine Weapon Pavilion, anyone with insight could see that its potential was much greater. After all, it had a divine pharmacist backing it. In the realm of medicinal sales, who could compete with the Dan Pavilion? It was clear that in the future, the Dan Pavilion would hold a monopoly in the medicinal market. Stabilizing the current momentum and expanding into key cities across the country would yield unimaginable profits, far exceeding those of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. This prospect excited the chief shopkeeper. Besides the impressive current sales, the future potential was even more exhilarating. This was what truly motivated him. Well done, Lin Fan said with a smile, acknowledging the shopkeeper's efforts. Though it was just verbal praise, it thrilled the chief shopkeeper more than any material reward. Others might not know, but he understood well that this young man before him was truly extraordinary, like a celestial being. Following such a person would undoubtedly lead to great fortune. Now that he was part of the inner circle, he had no fears about his future prospects. This is what I should do, the chief shopkeeper responded sincerely, without any hint of claiming credit. Lin Fan was pleased with this attitude. He patted the shopkeeper's shoulder lightly. Keep up the good work. From now on you will manage the daily operations of the Dan Pavilion. Don't let me down. Thank you for your trust, Master. The shopkeeper's face turned red with excitement. This was a true sign of responsibility. With his master's trust, he quickly regained his composure and suggested, Master, should we capitalize on the current popularity and sell more of the internal strength pills? They would fetch a high price. No need, Lin Fan shook his head. We will keep the daily quantity fixed. If we were just looking for short-term gains, your suggestion would be correct. But the Dan Pavilion is not about short-term business. These pills are more about drawing customers to boost sales of other medicinal products. Although he was a divine pharmacist and making ordinary internal strength pills was easy, one's energy is limited. Even if it's effortless, it still takes time. Considering the vast martial world, he couldn't possibly supply everyone, nor did he want to work tirelessly. With several beautiful wives at home, he preferred to enjoy their company rather than spending all his time by the alchemy furnace. Building the Dan Pavilion was about improving life, not becoming a tireless pill-making machine. Master, you are wise. The shopkeeper hadn't thought that far. Hearing Lin Fan's words, he was filled with admiration. Compared to Lin Fan's foresight, he realized he had been blinded by immediate gains. This made him constantly remind himself to have a broader perspective in the future. Do well, and soon the Dan Pavilion will be known across the land. I have confidence in you, Lin Fan encouraged him again. Yes, Master. The shopkeeper respectfully responded and prepared to leave, eager to continue his work. But Lin Fan called him back. Wait, I have something to ask you. Yes, Master. The shopkeeper stopped respectfully. Lin Fan didn't speak immediately. Instead, he called out his eldest wife Yi Xiaoru, who was accounting in the inner room. Husband, what is it? Yi Xiaoru asked, puzzled. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head, signaling her to sit beside him. Once she was seated, he addressed the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, tell my wife what you found out about her father. Yes, Master. The shopkeeper instantly understood and began recounting the investigation's findings, along with the arrangements made to ensure her father's well-being. My father is still alive. Ye Xiaoru's eyes filled with tears upon hearing the news. Yes, madam. Your father is alive and well. Thanks to Master's arrangements, the prison staff have been taken care of, and your father is in good condition. With further efforts, it's possible you could reunite with him, the shopkeeper reported, sharing the good news. That's wonderful, Yi Xiaoru cried, tears of joy. Her mother had passed away half a year ago, and her father was her only remaining family. Besides her husband, Lin Fan, who treated her well, she still longed for her parents. Don't cry, my dear. I will do everything to bring your father out so that I, as his son-in-law, can fulfill my filial duties. Lin Fan gently wiped her tears and comforted her. Thank you, my dear husband, Yi Xiaoru said, leaning on Lin Fan. There's no need for thanks between us, Lin Fan said softly, stroking her hair. Yes, Ye Xiaoru nodded, holding Lin Fan tightly. The other wives, hearing the news, were also happy for their sister. Dao Miao, one of Lin Fan's other wives, even offered to have her uncle, who held a significant position in the border military, assist with the matter. Sword Spirit also offered to use her family connections to help. With everyone's combined efforts, the chances of Ye Xiaoru's father being released were much higher. Thank you, sisters, Ye Xiaoru said gratefully. Dao Miao, with her pregnant belly, responded heartily, no need to be so polite, sister. We're family, and we should help each other. Exactly, no need to be so formal, big sister Sword Spirit agreed. Lin Fan watched with a satisfied smile, grateful for such a supportive family. He had already decided to arrange a visit to his parents' graves with his wives to pay respects, even though he had never met them. After all, they gave him life and the opportunity for a second chance. With this thought, Lin Fan didn't stay long at the Dan Pavilion. Once his wives finished their accounting, they all headed home. The Dan Pavilion was running smoothly and could be managed by the shopkeeper. As for maintaining order, the shopkeeper could always mobilize forces from the Divine Weapon Pavilion stationed in Tianfeng County. For any major issues, the hidden weapons Lin Fan provided him would suffice. If a significant event occurred, Lin Fan's residence wasn't far, and he could come quickly to handle any threats. Thinking about the security, Lin Fan had another idea. The Dan Pavilion's future expansion needed reliable protection, especially in other locations. Who? How's the expansion of the guard team coming along? Lin Fan asked the captain of the guards, Su Erhu. Su Erhu hesitated before replying, Master, I believe our guards must be trustworthy. So I prioritize reliability over strength. Your approach is good, Lin Fan nodded. We can train them to be strong, but loyalty cannot be trained. Thank you, Master, Su Erhu said, grinning happily at Lin Fan's approval. Lin Fan laughed. Do it your way then. Quickly gather the team, and I will provide the resources to train them. Yes, Master. I'll have the team ready by the end of this month, Su Erhu promised. With the security settled, Lin Fan focused on enjoying time with his wives, chatting and playing small games. Soon, their luxurious carriage arrived at the estate, where a familiar figure awaited. You still want your wife or not, young master? The familiar voice was from Yun Niang, the one who had matched Lin Fan with his wives. Yun Niang. Lin Fan recognized her immediately as he stepped down from the carriage. Yes, it's me, Yun Niang replied with a pleasing smile. Young Master Lin, do you still want a wife? If you just say the word, I can bring one to you right away. Lin Fan couldn't help but cough. The last time they met at the coal and iron department, he joked that if there was a suitable wife, she should send her to him. He didn't expect Yun Niang to take it to heart and show up now, offering to send him another wife. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing, the system rewards were always promising. However, Lin Fan already had 5 wives, and the abilities granted by the system were sufficient. Marrying more was not his intention, and would be unfair to his gentle and virtuous wives. Before he could respond, his wives spoke up. Yun Niang. What's this woman like? One of them asked. Yun Niang, recognizing the identities of the women, felt a bit embarrassed and forced a smile. She is quite good otherwise, I wouldn't suggest her for young Master Lin. But now that I think about it, she might not be suitable. The Great Long Dynasty encouraged multiple marriages to collect more head taxes and increase the population. Wealthy families could better support children, while common families struggled, making them less comparable. However, women were naturally jealous. Even though the rules permitted multiple marriages, many women were unwilling to share their husband's affections and risk losing favor. Seeing Yun Niang's hesitation, one of the wives said, Why wouldn't she be suitable? Do you think our husband isn't good enough? No, Yun Niang quickly shook her head. Lin Fan's status had risen significantly, and any woman marrying him would also rise in status. She couldn't afford to offend him or his wives. In that case, tell us more about this woman, said Ye Xiaoru, the eldest wife, representing the others. Of course. Yun Niang nodded and began. This woman comes from the farthest village in Tianfeng County. Her family was once well off and she could have found a good match. However, her village was attacked by bandits, and her entire family was killed. She was the only survivor as she was in town buying supplies. She ended up being assigned by the authorities. The wives nodded in sympathy, but Yi Xiaoru, having experienced hardships herself, asked, Yun Niang, you mentioned she has good qualities. But isn't it unusual for the authorities to be assigning wives at this time? Why does she still need to be assigned? Yun Niang sighed, normally, you're right. But this young woman's situation is a bit unusual. What's unusual about it? Ye Xiaoru inquired. Well, Yun Niang hesitated before explaining, she seems to have bad luck, or some say. She's a husband killer. The two men she was assigned to before both died in accidents before the wedding night. Due to these incidents, she's still waiting to be assigned. A husband killer. Yi Xiaoru paused. In this world, people were very superstitious about such things. Lin Fan was the sole heir of the Lin family, and his wives wanted to support the family's growth. However, this situation made them hesitate. Only Dao Miao Miao seemed unfazed. What husband killer? It's all psychological. If there are any monsters, I'll just cut them down. Let's see if they still dare to cause trouble. Miao Miao is right. And this woman's story is so pitiful, agreed the kind-hearted Wang Nanan. The other wives nodded in sympathy, remembering their own pasts. If Lin Fan hadn't taken them in, who knows what their fates would have been. Husband Ye Xiaoru looked to Lin Fan for a decision. Lin Fan, initially silent, was taken aback. Not only did his wives not oppose him taking another wife, but they were even advocating for it. This was astonishing. Aren't women supposed to be jealous, he thought. What's the matter, he asked, still processing their reactions. Ye Xiaoru explained, Yun Niang said this woman is a husband killer. Are you afraid of that? Oh. That Lin Fan laughed. That's just superstition. Besides, your husband is strong and healthy. Who could possibly harm me? The wives nodded, knowing Lin Fan's strength well. Yun Niang, how is this woman's character and appearance? Ye Xiaoru asked, making a decision. Her character and appearance. Yun Niang, an experienced matchmaker, knew this meant they were interested. She quickly began praising the woman, describing her as exceptionally beautiful, virtuous, and skilled in many arts despite not being able to do heavy work. The wives listened, nodding in agreement. Even if some details were exaggerated, they believed Yun Niang wouldn't lie outright, knowing the consequences. Ladies, I assure you, this woman is excellent in every way except for the husband killer rumor, Yun Niang concluded, slightly out of breath. The wives exchanged looks, their eyes showing their decision. Yun Niang's efficiency was extraordinary. In just one day, she brought the young woman over. Lin Fan took one look at her and admitted he was smitten. He never expected that the rumored husband killer would be so beautiful, almost like a fairy. He had thought Yun Niang was exaggerating, but she turned out to be telling the truth. Not only was her appearance on par with his most beautiful wife, Jian Ling, but she also exuded an ethereal quality, as if she were not of this world. The wives were also present, and their first impression was very positive. The woman was graceful and tall, with a full figure that promised good childbearing potential. Everything about her was exceptional. The young woman, aware of the many eyes on her, lowered her head slightly. Perhaps her reputation as a husband killer had made her feel inferior. Facing Lin Fan's prosperous household, she didn't dare to lift her head. Her pitiful demeanor made it hard for anyone to resist her. As they approached each other, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. The system notification chimed again. Ding. Detected that this woman's appearance is extremely high. Marrying her will grant special rewards. Ding. Ding. Detected that this woman has a special constitution 5 poison spirit body. Marrying her will grant additional special rewards. 2 system notifications in a row. This had never happened before. The high appearance notification didn't surprise Lin Fan, given how stunning she was. But the second notification did. The 5 poison spirit body was an extraordinary constitution, especially suited for practicing poison arts. Progress with such a body would be as easy as eating and drinking. While others needed years to accumulate inner strength, someone with this constitution could rapidly advance by refining various poisons. However, this constitution had a fatal flaw. By a certain age, it required the absorption of various poisons to prevent self-destruction. This critical age was no later than 13 years old. The young woman before him was well developed and could not possibly be a mere girl. The fact that she had been assigned by the authorities meant she was over 18. If she had this constitution and hadn't succumbed to it, she must have absorbed various poisons to sustain herself. But now she seemed weaker than a typical farm girl, which was impossible. She must have found a way to conceal her martial aura. Despite his suspicions, Lin Fan didn't reveal anything. He smiled and said, "You must be Hu Meiniang, the one Yun Niang spoke of who needs a husband." "Yes. Yes," Hu Meiniang replied nervously, her voice shaky. Do you wish to marry me? Lin Fan asked, keeping his expression neutral while inwardly smirking. No matter her secrets, the system rewards were there. As long as she signed the marriage contract, the rewards would be his. Hu Miniang was taken aback by his directness, her face turning red. But as someone married twice before, she wasn't overly modest. After a brief hesitation, she nodded shyly. If the young master doesn't mind, I am willing to serve you from now on. Her voice was soft and charming, with a touch of seductiveness fitting her name. Lin Fan smiled and pulled her closer. Seeing this, Hu Miniang tensed up, then relaxed, blushing shyly. Lin Fan turned to Yun Niang with a smile. Yun Niang, do you have the marriage contract? Of course I wouldn't trouble you with such details, Yun Niang replied happily. Then bring it out, Lin Fan instructed. Yun Niang quickly complied, knowing better than to delay. She handed over the marriage contract, and Lin Fan and Hu Miniang placed their fingerprints on it. The moment they did, the system notifications rang out again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying and receiving the reward master level poison arts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying a highly attractive wife and receiving an extra reward dragon blood pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying a wife with a special constitution and receiving an extra reward 10,000 poison goo queen. 3 notifications for one wife, unprecedented. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile broadly at the rewards. Meanwhile, Hu Miniang, who had been shyly looking down, glanced up at Lin Fan's delighted expression. A brief, cruel smile flickered across her rosy lips. The Dan Pavilion made a sudden and spectacular debut. With a divine pharmacist in residence, it quickly became a sensation. Although this claim had yet to be verified, the internal strength-boosting pills it sold were undeniably real, causing a frenzy among martial artists who had managed to buy them. This led to an even larger influx of martial artists flocking to the Dan Pavilion. Even the major sects couldn't remain calm in the face of this development. Ordinary internal strength pills were one thing they could acquire, those with some effort. But a divine pharmacist was something else entirely. If the Dan Pavilion truly had a divine pharmacist capable of making the great rejuvenation pill, it would be an irresistible temptation for any martial artist. Li Hufa. Is all of this true? The head of the Iron Blade sect asked excitedly upon hearing Li Hufa's report. Li Hufa, however, had his own plans. He intended to embezzle some wealth, strive to be the top monthly spender at the Dan Pavilion, and secure a meeting with the divine pharmacist. Obtaining the great rejuvenation pill would allow him to become a super elite warrior, potentially ousting the current leader and taking over. However, he knew it wasn't the right time for this ambition. So, he replied respectfully, Master. This is according to the Dan Pavilion's chief shopkeeper. While it's not confirmed, the commotion they've caused and the authenticity of the internal strength pills suggest it's not a hoax. Otherwise, they'd be destroying their own reputation. He needed the sect's wealth to boost his spending, aiming to be the top monthly spender, something he couldn't achieve on his own. The sect leader considered this and nodded. If the Dan Pavilion truly has a divine pharmacist, we must establish good relations. The daily quota of internal strength pills is also valuable. Handle this matter well, make sure everything is done properly. Understood, Master Li Hufa responded, secretly delighted. A similar scene unfolded in the Five Poisons Valley. Liu Sandu reported back to his master with similar intentions and received a similar directive. Master, you're outdated. Reviving the Five Poisons Valley requires me, Liu Sandu, he thought, beginning his plans. Even the top members of these major sects had such thoughts. Other martial factions were no different, each plotting their own schemes. The Great Rejuvenation Pill was a game-changer. Even a third-rate warrior could rise to a first-rate level by consuming it, though that would be a waste. Its true value was in helping first-rate experts break through to super-elite levels, or even aiding super-elite veterans to advance further. This miraculous effect made the Great Rejuvenation Pill legendary. The martial world was in an uproar, and the Dan Pavilion, the source of this turmoil, became explosively popular. The chief shopkeeper quickly invested the earnings from recent days to expand the pavilion, opening new branches and securing more supply channels. With Lin Fan's approval, he also recruited a group of freelance pharmacists to produce common medicinal pills, such as wound and hemostatic powders. In a world where combat was routine, these medicines were in high demand. However, pharmacists were notoriously arrogant, sought after by countless martial artists for their skills, especially those who could make internal strength-boosting pills. Yet, several high-level pharmacists, after witnessing Lin Fan's divine skills, willingly joined him, bringing their disciples and apprentices along. This transformed the Dan Pavilion from a single-person operation into a robust enterprise. With such a foundation, The Dan Pavilion's growth was unstoppable. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had other concerns. He was once again a groom. Red lanterns were hung and familiar servants bustled around, making the wedding lively and collecting generous tips. After making the arrangements, Lin Fan retreated to his study to claim his system rewards. System, claim the marriage rewards. With that command, the master-level poison arts knowledge began flooding into Lin Fan. In the same space, with the same procedure, Lin Fan comprehended all the world's poisons and concocted various deadly poisons, some of which even super-elite warriors couldn't withstand. Just a touch could bring them to their knees with no hope of a cure. Even the supposedly formidable poisons of the White Lotus Saintess were mediocre in comparison, only of mid-tier quality at best. With master-level poison arts, the White Lotus Saintess was now like a mere child in front of Lin Fan. Master-level poison arts. Not bad, Lin Fan thought, pleased. He could heal and poison, mastering both to the highest level, making him a formidable presence in the martial world. Anyone who dared to provoke him would regret it deeply. Having claimed the first reward, Lin Fan moved on to the second one for marrying a highly attractive wife. It was another dragon blood pill, which seemed to be a standard reward for marrying beautiful wives. However, this didn't diminish its value. The concentrated power of the pill was immense. Boom! Despite being the second time taking it, the dragon blood pill's effects were still astonishing, transforming Lin Fan's body further. Even his bone marrow was enhanced, and his blood began to change, evolving to an extraordinary level. Lin Fan picked up an iron oil lamp and gently squeezed. Crack! The sturdy iron was effortlessly twisted into a pretzel. Lin Fan felt he could now easily lift a 10,000-pound boulder, perhaps even more. If the young Huang Tiandi appeared before him, Lin Fan was confident he could make him cry. This wasn't a fair fight anymore, it was a decisive victory. Satisfied, Lin Fan turned to the third and unprecedented reward, the 10,000 Poison Goo Queen. This name alone suggested immense potential. 10,000 poisons, Goo insects queen. Combining these three elements, especially the queen part, implied unparalleled value. Without hesitation, Lin Fan claimed the reward. While Lin Fan was receiving his system rewards, his new bride Hu Miniang was feeling uneasy in their new room. She seemed both nervous and worried about something. However, when she heard footsteps outside, she immediately calmed down, sitting upright at the bedside with her hands on her knees, waiting for the person to enter. Creak. The door opened, and a gentle voice followed. "Dear, I'm coming in." "Okay." The voice was warm with a hint of playfulness. Without waiting for a response, Lin Fan stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Of course, it was Lin Fan himself. With a smile, he walked over to the table in the room and poured 2 cups of wine. "Shall we have a cup of wedding wine?" Holding the 2 cups, he approached the bed and, with a strong breath, blew away Hu Miniang's red bridal veil. The veil fluttered down, revealing an exceptionally beautiful face. With a light touch of makeup and rosy lips, she looked even more enchanting than when they first met. "Okay," she replied softly, her face tinged with a charming shyness as she reached out and took one of the cups. Lin Fan smiled, and then drank the wedding wine with his new bride. As the wine went down, the atmosphere became more intimate. Before long, Lin Fan had gently laid Hu Miniang on the bed, lying beside her and tasting her lips. But as soon as their lips touched, Lin Fan's expression suddenly changed. One moment he was flushed with color, the next he turned pale and bloodless. "Your lips are poisoned," Lin Fan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The previously shy bride turned cold and harsh. "Lustful men must pay the price. No matter how powerful you are, the complete saint poison I've induced will turn you into a pool of toxic water," she sneered. Her demeanor and voice had completely changed. But Lin Fan recognized her voice instantly. It was the White Lotus Saintess. They were mortal enemies, there was no forgetting that. "You're the White Lotus Saintess?" Lin Fan asked, looking shocked, his lips turning black. The White Lotus Saintess smiled, seeing his reaction. "Now you know, but it's too late," she laughed, believing she had finally outwitted him. She started to leave, knowing there were 2 people in the estate who could threaten her. Though she was severely injured, if Jian Ling and Dao Miao Miao joined forces, she wouldn't stand a chance. Just as she got up, a strong hand grabbed her wrist. "Dear, it's our wedding night. Where are you going?" Lin Fan's playful voice was full of vigor. The White Lotus Saintess turned back in shock. Lin Fan, who had been pale and poisoned, was now back to his healthy color, lying on the bed, smiling and holding her hand. "How is this possible?" "You were poisoned," she exclaimed, her confidence shattered. Lin Fan chuckled. "I did get poisoned. I must commend you for your cleverness in poisoning your lips. but my body is strong enough to withstand it. The White Lotus Saintess was speechless. She couldn't understand how he was unaffected by the deadly poison she had perfected, a poison that even top-tier warriors couldn't survive. I've never encountered anyone who could resist my complete saint poison, she murmured, struggling to accept her failure. There's always a first time, Lin Fan said with a patient smile. She tried to leave using her agility, but she stumbled and almost fell at the window. You poisoned me with that wedding wine, didn't you? She asked, turning back to Lin Fan in disbelief. Yes, and it worked perfectly. So, as your husband, I must reward you, Lin Fan said, standing up and walking towards her with a gentle smile. What are you going to do? She asked, panicking. Tonight is our wedding night, dear. We should do what married couples do, Lin Fan replied, pointing to the celebratory decorations and their red robes. Don't come near me, she shouted, backing away in fear. Dear, you're being naughty. Scolding your husband like that, Lin Fan chuckled, continuing to approach. Soon, she was backed up against the window with nowhere to go. As Lin Fan drew near, she tried to resist, but it was futile. With a swift move, he had her pinned. With her last defense broken, she realized she was utterly defeated. Defeated beyond repair. In the early hours of the morning, the bridal chamber grew quiet. However, the White Lotus Saintess's mind was far from calm. She looked at the man beside her who had claimed her, feeling a turmoil of emotions. She wanted to fight desperately, to curse angrily, to do anything in her power. But facing a man who had overpowered her in every aspect, she found herself with complex, conflicting feelings. She had lost in strength, in cunning, and even in the poison arts she was most proud of. Ironically, it was through poison that he had defeated her. Her nature had never allowed her to regard any man seriously, believing none could surpass her. After all, she was about the same age as Lin Fan, which in modern times would mean she was still in college. But her achievements were extraordinary. Not only did she lead a powerful sect with absolute authority, but her martial prowess was also at the peak of the super elite level. Her mastery of poison was so profound that even the strongest martial artist could fall prey to her. In light of these accomplishments, who in the world could compare to her? Yet, in the face of Lin Fan, she had been forced to recognize a man who was superior to her in every way. After the frenzy of the first half of the night, which had stripped away all her defenses, she found her heart deeply unsettled. This time I've completely lost to you, but next time, I won't, she whispered to herself, taking a deep breath to calm her chaotic thoughts. She quietly dressed, retrieving her clothes from the floor, and walked to the window. She opened the window and took one last look at the sleeping man before using her strange footwork to disappear into the night. As she left, Lin Fan opened his eyes and sat up in bed. He didn't stop her. After all, she was now his wife in name and fact. However, he had made sure she would remain under his control. Before she left, he had given her a little gift. No need to thank me, dear wife. After all, you are my little bride, he said with a smile, sitting at the table and sipping wine. Meanwhile, the White Lotus Saintess, having left the estate, moved quickly towards the temporary base of the White Lotus sect. She had no intention of staying in the area for revenge. She understood clearly that with her current strength, it was impossible to defeat Lin Fan, her formidable enemy. Staying here would only waste her time. To avenge herself, she needed to grow stronger. Otherwise, she would never succeed. Thinking about Lin Fan's seemingly bottomless abilities, including his immunity to her most potent poison, she felt a pang of despair. Could she ever truly defeat such a terrifying opponent? Sighing deeply, she slowed her pace, lost in thought. It was then that she noticed something unusual about a crooked tree nearby. There was nothing remarkable about the tree itself, but something on it triggered a strong reaction from her 5-poison spirit body. Usually, only the rarest poisons in the world could elicit such a response. She had felt a slight reaction when first encountering the White Lotus sect's sacred poison. But this time, the reaction was intense, far stronger than before. What is it, she wondered, her expression turning serious as she approached the tree. Upon closer inspection, she saw a tiny, dark green insect crawling on the tree. Recognizing it, her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. This is the legendary 10,000 poison goo queen. She stood there in stunned silence, her voice trembling. After a long moment, she calmed herself and carefully picked up the insect, holding it as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. It really is the legendary 10,000 poison goo queen. It's said that this insect can control all poisons, enhancing any toxin it consumes and expels. Even the simplest poison can become lethal. There's also a legend. Her eyes shone brightly as she gently cradled the insect. The legend says that if someone with my 5-poison spirit body can obtain this insect, they can elevate their body to the supreme poison body, mastering all poisons in the world. At this thought, her breathing became heavy, and she felt a rare surge of excitement. Could this be divine intervention? Or the Holy Mother's blessing upon her fallen saintess, she whispered, tears of joy streaming down her face. She had believed she would never have the chance for revenge. After all, her enemy was too powerful, making any attempt at retribution seem futile. But with the 10,000 poison Gyu Queen, everything changed. With its help, she could become the ultimate master of poisons. At that time, nothing in this world will be able to resist my poison, she vowed. With renewed determination, she put away the insect, took one last look at the estate where she had lost so much, and vanished into the night. Back in his room, Lin Fan, who had been sipping his wine, smiled knowingly. My dear wife, you seem quite pleased with the gift I gave you. But don't get too cocky. Next time you come back, I won't let you go so easily, he thought. Finishing his wine, he returned to bed, confident that she would be back soon enough. When she did, things would be different. The next morning, Lin Fan came to the dining room alone. Seeing him by himself, his wives were puzzled. Husband, didn't you call Sister Minyang to join us for breakfast? It's getting cold and the food will soon be cold too, asked Ye Shiru, the eldest wife, who was always the most concerned about the household. Lin Fan shook his head with a smile. She won't be joining us for a while, but she'll have the chance to eat with us in the future. What do you mean? His wives were confused by his words. Lin Fan didn't hide anything and told them everything that had happened the previous night. What? That Hu Minyang is actually the White Lotus Saintess Dao Miao Miao, the hot-tempered one, exclaimed, slamming the table as she stood up. Can you be more gentle? You're going to be a mother soon, Lin Fan said helplessly. Given their strong physiques from martial arts training, their pregnancies were stable. However, her loud and abrupt movements, coupled with her habit of swinging her sword, made him worry about the baby's safety. Dao Miao Miao didn't care, glaring and saying, that wretch tricked us. If I had known she was the White Lotus Saintess, I would have cut her down. It makes me so mad. Lin Fan sighed, realizing his words had been ignored. The other wives also looked exasperated, shaking their heads. Let's calm down and let our husband finish. Ye Xiaoru gently urged Dao Miao Miao to sit back down. Dao Miao Miao pouted but complied, grumbling, being pregnant is such a hassle. I can't do this, can't do that. Her reaction made the other wives envious. They had longed for such troubles but hadn't had any luck. To help the Lin family flourish, they had been very proactive in recent times. Even the usually reserved Jianling often became coquettish, making Lin Fan lose control frequently. Yet, despite their efforts, none of them had become pregnant. Listening to Dao Miao Miao complain, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. That annoying sister. Lin Fan watched them with amusement before speaking again. There's not much to worry about regarding the White Lotus Saintess. She didn't gain any advantage and won't dare come back anytime soon. Even if she does, she won't get anything. So, don't worry about her. Just go about your usual routines. What did you do? Jianling asked, curious. She was well aware of the Saintess's capabilities, given her own experiences wandering the martial world. Lin Fan smiled, I didn't do much. But once you enter my house, it's not so easy to leave. He didn't elaborate further and picked up his chopsticks. Let's eat before the food gets cold. Winter had set in, and even indoors, the temperature was low. If they didn't hurry, the food would congeal. Understanding this, the wives stopped asking questions and started eating. Their physiques were growing stronger, and so were their appetites. Jianling and Dao Miao Miao were diligently training the other wives in martial arts, sharing even advanced techniques. As a result, Ye Xiaoru and the other wives, who were initially ordinary women, were now learning martial arts. With strong physiques as their foundation, they were progressing well. Once their foundations were solid, they could take internal strength-boosting pills to enhance their power. With these, and the Great Rejuvenation Pill, they could quickly become top-tier martial artists. However, no matter how much they improved, they would always be gentle lambs to Lin Fan. After breakfast, Lin Fan was about to attend to some matters when his wives, feeling a mix of emotions, pulled him aside. Helplessly, Lin Fan had to satisfy them first, putting his plans on hold. Finally free after dealing with them, Lin Fan was approached by Su Erhu, the captain of his guards, who reported, Brother Fan, the new recruits for the guard are ready. Would you like to see them? Already? That's fast. Well done, Lin Fan praised, feeling pleased after a successful morning. Hey he? It's all thanks to your guidance, Brother Fan. Su Erhu said modestly, though it was clear he had been well prepared for this task. Alright, let's go take a look. At the training ground, a group of young, strong men and a bunch of children ranging from 3 to 10 years old stood in the cold, some in tattered clothes, shivering but standing firm. These are your picks, Lin Fan asked, raising an eyebrow at the sight of the children. Su Erhu nodded, pointing to the adults. These men are from our village, the Su family. They are reliable and related to Second Lady, so we can trust them. Lin Fan nodded, understanding that loyalty was ensured by family ties. But the children puzzled him, so Su Erhu explained. These kids are orphans. Normally they'd be sent to orphanages and eventually to the front lines as cannon fodder. I used some connections to bring them here as future recruits. Leaning closer, Su Erhu added in a low voice, we can train them to be absolutely loyal. Lin Fan was impressed. Where did you learn this? He. My grandpa taught me, Su Erhu replied, scratching his head. Your grandfather was quite the character, Lin Fan remarked, recalling how Su Erhu had insisted on following him based on his grandfather's teachings. Taking in orphans and training them from a young age was a strategy for creating unwavering loyalty. Lin Fan nodded. These children have had tough lives. Get them some warm clothes. Since they'll be serving me in the future, they shouldn't suffer in the meantime. Yes, Sir. Su Erhu quickly set about getting warm clothes for the children, who were visibly moved by Lin Fan's kindness. All right, now to the adults, Lin Fan said, turning to the men. You are now part of my family. Though you are guards, we are one family. The safety of this house depends on you. Rest assured, master. As long as we live, no harm will come to you or the ladies, they pledged, thumping their chests. The children, inspired by the men's resolve, also shouted their loyalty. You are now members of the Lin family guard. You'll get 3 meals a day and 10 taels of silver monthly. Work hard, and you can become squad leaders, doubling your pay. 3 meals a day and 10 taels a month. The men were astonished by the generous offer. This amount was much more than what they could earn from farming, and the idea of becoming a squad leader with double the pay was even more enticing. Is it too much? Lin Fan asked. They nodded honestly, thinking it was overly generous. This isn't just pay. It's because you'll be risking your lives for us. Many bandits have their eyes on us, and you will be on the front line. So, you deserve every bit of it, Lin Fan assured them. Yes, master. We will protect you with our lives, they declared. The children echoed their sentiments, shouting their loyalty as well. Lin Fan's personal guard was officially established, with Su Erhu as the captain. Future promotions would be based on performance. Lin Fan made sure they were well fed and provided with strengthening potions to quickly build their combat readiness. He also equipped them with quality weapons and various defensive mechanisms. Satisfied with their rapid progress, Lin Fan realized they still lacked top-tier martial arts training. While Jianling and Dao Miao could teach their sisters, sharing these skills with outsiders would be problematic. Purchasing martial arts manuals was an option, but the best techniques weren't for sale. Trading great rejuvenation pills for them was possible, but Lin Fan was reluctant to use such valuable resources that might end up benefiting enemies. Just then, North Leg Patriarch, a high-ranking martial artist, paid another visit. Master Lin, I've managed to obtain the map to the secret treasure of the previous dynasty. Would you be interested in exploring it together? He invited. You're inviting me to join the treasure hunt? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by North Leg's invitation. It wasn't surprising that North Leg had obtained the treasure map, given his status as one of the 4 great experts and the powerful backing of his faction. If the map had indeed been in the hands of the vice chief of the Zhenwu Martial Hall, it was within reason that North Leg could secure it. However, Lin Fan was puzzled by the special invitation. That's right. Would Lin Master be interested in joining me to uncover the treasure? North Leg's white beard and hair, combined with his friendly smile, conveyed a sense of genuine sincerity. Yet, Lin Fan remained skeptical. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Senior Master, though I provided you with the information, I didn't contribute much beyond that. A token of gratitude would suffice. There's no need to share the treasure map with me. Normally, that's true, North Leg acknowledged with a nod. However, merely having the map isn't enough to secure the treasure. The treasures of the previous dynasty are not easily obtained. Oh? How so? Would you enlighten me? Senior Master Lin Fan's interest was piqued. Certainly, North Leg began without hesitation. In fact, I plan to explain everything to you regardless. We need your skills to navigate the challenges within the treasure vault. My skills? Lin Fan was intrigued. Yes. The treasure is hidden underground and protected by numerous traps and mechanisms. These defenses were designed to prevent unworthy intruders from claiming the treasure, North Leg explained in detail. The fact that North Leg knew about Lin Fan's expertise in traps and mechanisms wasn't surprising. The skilled intruders who had attempted to breach Lin Fan's estate had likely informed their superiors about his capabilities. Such information couldn't be kept from the 4 great factions. I see. Lin Fan nodded, understanding why he had been invited. The underground traps were indeed a significant concern. Even a great expert could fall victim to them in the confined spaces below ground, where evasion was nearly impossible. A collapsing tunnel could spell doom for even the most skilled warrior. Exactly. So, we need your expertise to navigate these dangers. Are you willing to join us? Northleg's sincerity was evident. For Northleg, the primary interest lay in the martial arts manuals and possibly perfected techniques hidden within the treasure. These were invaluable, and sharing copies posed no issue. As for other valuables, the four great factions had plenty. Forming an alliance with someone as formidable as Lin Fan was more important. Considering his current need for advanced martial arts techniques to train his personal guards, Lin Fan found the opportunity appealing. The treasure of the previous dynasty promised exactly what he needed. However, the risks were significant. If the entire treasure vault collapsed, even his formidable physique might not save him. When do we leave? Lin Fan asked, neither accepting nor rejecting the offer outright. In about half a month. We need to make some preparations, Northleg replied. All right. I'll join you, Lin Fan agreed. Since you trust me, I'll accompany you on this venture. Half a month was ample time to prepare safeguards against the underground dangers, specifically a mechanical serpent capable of burrowing through the earth. With this, even a collapsed vault wouldn't trap him. With the greatest risk mitigated, Lin Fan felt confident. His physique, bolstered by another dragon blood pill after marrying the White Lotus Saintess, was now almost divine. Even the formidable White Lotus Saintess was no match for him, and he felt confident against the four great experts. Beyond his physical prowess, his mastery of various skills, including poison arts, was unparalleled. He could devastate entire regions if necessary, making even the most powerful enemies cautious. With you joining us, the treasure hunt will surely be a success. Northleg beamed, visibly relieved. Lin Fan's participation meant the traps would pose no threat. Their mutual confidence and clear objectives fostered a positive atmosphere. After half an hour of discussion, Northleg left, satisfied with the outcome, while Lin Fan began preparing the mechanical serpent. Are you really going to join Northleg Sr. in this treasure hunt? Jianling asked, having learned of the plan. Lin Fan nodded, yes, the treasure holds things I need. And with nothing pressing here, it's worth a look. Jianling frowned with concern. I've heard about this treasure. It's said to be extremely perilous, otherwise it would have been claimed long ago. Lin Fan's heart warmed at her concern. I know, but I wouldn't go if I wasn't confident, he reassured her, pinching her cheek playfully. Blushing slightly, Jianling persisted, then I'm coming with you. It's too dangerous to let you go alone. You don't trust me? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow with a smile. I do, but I can't sit at home worrying. I want to help you, she replied earnestly, her eyes filled with affection and determination. Since marrying Lin Fan, Jianling had focused on managing the household and preparing for a family, seldom venturing out. Her request was heartfelt, and Lin Fan couldn't deny her. All right, but you must follow my lead, he relented. Of course, I'm your wife. I'll always listen to you, Jianling agreed, her radiant smile making Lin Fan's heart skip a beat. Without further delay, he led her to the workshop, where the iron doors soon closed behind them. Their intimate moment inside was a testament to their deep bond. An hour later, Lin Fan emerged, invigorated. Jianling's cheeks were flushed, her eyes filled with warmth and a hint of mischief. Seeing her, Lin Fan's desire reignited, but Jianling, sensing his intent, quickly fled, leaving him laughing heartily. Feeling rejuvenated, Lin Fan continued preparing for the treasure hunt. The days passed quickly, and the coldest part of winter arrived, marking the time for departure. Lin Fan, accompanied only by Jianling, set off. Dao Miao, though unhappy, had to stay behind due to her pregnancy, much to Jianling's delight. Traveling by the mechanical beast, they arrived at the rendezvous point within a day. However, they found more people than expected, each holding a treasure map. Northleg's face darkened as he realized their secret had leaked. Even the government's Zhenwu division had sent experts. Lin Fan, seeing this, was initially surprised, then amused. Well, this just got interesting. Senior Master, are all these people here for the treasure hunt? Although Lin Fan had his suspicions, he still asked Northleg directly. Northleg first showed signs of irritation, then sighed helplessly and nodded. Indeed, the one who sold the treasure map to me wasn't honest. He sold it to other major factions that caught wind of it. That guy is quite a character, Lin Fan remarked, acknowledging the seller's cunning strategy. Faced with pressure he couldn't handle, the seller chose to widely distribute the map. Even if he couldn't get the treasure for himself, the profits from selling the map were substantial enough. Though he couldn't monopolize the treasure, he ensured he wouldn't come away empty-handed. He's certainly shrewd, but he's also sowed the seeds of his own downfall, Northleg said coldly. Though he appeared kindly, those who had risen to his level were seldom soft-hearted. Having been deceived, he wouldn't let the matter rest. "Are we still going through with the treasure hunt?" Lin Fan asked, understanding the gravity of the situation but wondering if it would affect their plans. North Leg hesitated briefly, then nodded resolutely. "We're here now. Abandoning the mission would be a waste." "But what's your stance on this, Lin Master?" Lin Fan had prepared well for the trip, and the number of people present didn't bother him. He aimed to get his hands on a copy of the martial arts manuals, and wasn't interested in other treasures. If anyone tried to interfere with his plans, he had no qualms about burying them in the underground vault. "I have no objections. Since I accepted your invitation, I'm not leaving empty-handed," Lin Fan said with a smile. Seeing that Lin Fan wasn't deterred, North Leg relaxed slightly and smiled. With so many factions involved, Lin Fan, with his expertise in mechanisms, was a crucial ally. The previous dynasty's treasure wasn't just a small tomb with a straightforward path. According to the map, the underground vault resembled an underground city, meticulously constructed during the dynasty's peak to safeguard treasures for a potential resurgence. Having a master of mechanisms meant they would have a significant advantage. With Lin Fan committed, North Leg, feeling more optimistic, introduced his team. Among them were two middle-aged men from the Tan family, both top-tier experts. There were also two young individuals. One was the young man known as Xiao Feng, whom Lin Fan had met before, and the other was a talented young woman named Tan Jingjing. True to her name, Tan Jingjing was demure and polite. She acknowledged Lin Fan and Jian Ling with a respectful nod but remained otherwise quiet. "When do we start?" Lin Fan asked after briefly getting acquainted with the team. North Leg replied, "With so many factions here, no single group can dominate. We need to negotiate a start time to avoid hostility." Lin Fan nodded, understanding that any attempt to monopolize the treasure would lead to conflict and likely coalition attacks from the other factions. "In that case, I'll leave the negotiations to you, Senior Master. My wife and I will wait at the inn," Lin Fan said, not keen on involving himself in the discussions. North Leg agreed, "Very well. I'll inform you once we've settled on a time." "Thank you," Lin Fan replied, and then he and Jian Ling left to find an inn. Once they were gone, one of the middle-aged men asked, "Master, is that young man the one who bested the 13 bandits and numerous other experts?" "Yes," North Leg replied curtly, maintaining a stern demeanor. "He looks so young." "Is he really as formidable as you say?" the man asked, still skeptical. "Humph. Age doesn't determine strength. If age were the only factor, the head of the Jinwu division would have been killed long ago," North Leg rebuked. Hearing this, the man fell silent, understanding the gravity of his words. "Remember, Lin Master is not to be underestimated. I sensed a hint of danger from him, and you should treat him with the utmost respect," North Leg advised, his tone serious. "Even you sensed danger." The others, except Xiao Feng, were visibly shocked. "Grandfather, is he really that strong? He looks even younger than the head of the Jinwu division," Tan Jingjing asked, unable to hide her curiosity. North Leg's expression softened as he replied, "I don't know his full background, but this young master is much more than he appears. The downfall of the 13 bandits and many other experts at his hands was no accident." Tan Jingjing fell silent, her curiosity piqued even further. Xiao Feng, seeing her interest, grew anxious but held his tongue as North Leg dismissed them to rest. With all the major factions now present, North Leg had to participate in the negotiations to secure a fair share for his group. 3 days passed. During this time, intense debates and several bloody clashes occurred among the factions. The Jinwu division took advantage of the chaos, arresting many and maintaining order while eliminating potential threats. Eventually, the factions reached a consensus: all factions would be allowed into the vault, and whatever they could claim would be theirs. It was a plan that did little to ease tensions, but it was the best compromise available. Lin Fan, learning of the agreement, couldn't help but sigh. "We wasted 3 days for this." "When do we enter?" Lin Fan asked, ready to proceed and return home. "Tomorrow morning." "It's every group for themselves," North Leg replied, his tone heavy with concern. Lin Fan didn't worry. He had prepared extensively, and no unforeseen events would catch him off guard. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the city, a group of masked individuals gathered. "Is everything ready?" "Yes, once they enter, none will leave alive." "Good. Remember, failure this time is not an option," the leader warned. "Don't worry. There will be no mistakes," came the confident reply. The next morning, a desolate mountain outside the city. A vast crowd of martial artists from various factions gathered here. The treasure of the previous dynasty was like a golden opportunity for them, attracting even wandering heroes who hoped to get lucky. Because of this, the number of people who showed up was even greater than expected. Although North Leg was prepared, his face darkened upon seeing the massive crowd. So many people. How will there be enough treasure for everyone? Other major factions were equally displeased, their leaders looking grim as they scanned the crowd. Why are there so many people here? One leader demanded, his face set in a deep frown. One of his subordinates replied, Master, many of these people heard about the treasure and came from all over, including small sects and wandering heroes hoping to get lucky. Get lucky? The leader sneered. It looks like they came to court death. Spread the word, coordinate with the other major factions and clear out these small fry. Yes. Master. The subordinate hurried off to relay the order. Soon, the proposal to clear the area was agreed upon by the major factions, and they began to coordinate their efforts. Naturally, the wandering heroes and members of small sects weren't willing to leave, and a fierce battle erupted. Against the top-tier experts of the major factions, the smaller groups stood little chance, but their sheer numbers created chaos. Blood was spilled, and lives were lost as the skirmishes spread. Sir, shouldn't we intervene? A member of the Zhenwu division asked as they observed the chaos from their vantage point on a nearby hill. Leading the Zhenwu division was the famed Constable Chasing Life, who had recently gained significant acclaim thanks to Lin Fan. Due to his successes, he was tasked with overseeing this mission, with a promotion promised if he succeeded. The Zhenwu division typically took advantage of such chaos to capture criminals, but Chasing Life seemed uninterested. His cold gaze remained fixed on the unfolding chaos. Why should we interfere? The more chaotic these martial artists are, the better. Chasing Life replied coldly. Why is that? The subordinate asked, puzzled. Chasing Life glanced at him and said, if they don't create chaos, how can we complete our mission smoothly? Brilliant strategy, sir. The subordinate immediately praised, understanding the plan. Chasing Life smirked and turned his attention back to the chaotic scene. With the Zhenwu division staying out of it, the situation grew even more chaotic. Amidst the escalating conflict, a loud noise suddenly echoed through the area, and a massive, dark passageway appeared at the foot of the mountain. The passageway, constructed of green stone, was clearly man-made. Given the location and appearance, there was no doubt it was the entrance to the previous dynasty's treasure vault. It's the entrance to the treasure. Let's go. Seeing the entrance open, the wandering heroes and small sects rushed towards it, despite the major factions' efforts to clear them out. Fearing the treasure might be taken, the major factions also charged towards the entrance. Master Lin, should we go in? North Leg, experienced as he was, immediately sensed something was off. Lin Fan carefully examined the passageway before speaking. There's no rush. Let them open the entrance for us. We'll follow in shortly. One young member of North Leg's group couldn't contain his impatience. What are we waiting for? If we don't go now, the treasure will be gone. Patience. The treasure won't be taken so easily. But since the entrance is open, we should head in, Lin Fan said, smiling. Wasting time, the young man muttered, thinking Lin Fan was putting on airs. Lin Fan ignored the remark, but North Leg's expression darkened, and he scolded, Xiaofeng. If you continue this behavior, you'll be confined at home until you reach top-tier status. Master. The young man, Xiaofeng, was stunned. Being grounded was a harsh punishment for someone his age. Master Lin, I apologize for my disciple's behavior. He is young and impulsive. Please don't take offense. North Leg apologized sincerely. No offense taken, Lin Fan replied with a smile. He wouldn't hold a grudge, but he also wouldn't go out of his way to help if danger arose in the vault. Xiaofeng, still upset, failed to notice the subtle shake of the head from the young woman, Tan Jingjing, beside him. Ahead, the large passageway could accommodate several carriages side by side. Judging by the size of the entrance, the space inside was immense. The crowd of martial artists surged into the passageway like fish entering a river, barely causing a ripple. Lin Fan and his group followed suit, disappearing into the darkness. Chasing Life, from his vantage point, noticed Lin Fan entering without hurry and raised an eyebrow. Sir, should we go in now? His subordinate asked, anxious as the crowd thinned. Chasing Life nodded. Yes, but don't rush. If something seems off, withdraw immediately. Yes, sir. The order was passed down, and the Zhenwu division members entered the passageway, leaving the once bustling mountain desolate. As the last of the noise faded, a group of masked figures emerged from the shadows, their leader smiling coldly at the now empty mountain and the underground passageway. The walls inside emitted a soft glow, thanks to some unknown embedded material, dispelling the darkness. The labyrinthine corridors made it difficult to find one's way, even with a treasure map. However, no one cared about directions. Those who entered the passage rushed headlong through any available corridor, fearing that if they slowed down, others would snatch the treasures first. This reckless behavior soon had dire consequences. Suddenly, the once empty corridor walls opened up, revealing dark holes from which countless sharp arrows were launched. These arrows were fired by mechanisms far more powerful than any human could manage. Thwack! Thwack! Aha! The sound of arrows piercing flesh and the ensuing screams echoed through the corridor. Northleg and his group were at the back of the crowd. As they heard the screams from deeper inside, their expressions changed. Only Lin Fan remained calm, as if he had expected this. "I told you. The treasure here isn't so easy to obtain," Lin Fan said calmly. His words, though the same as before, now carried a different weight. Even the previously skeptical young man had nothing to say. "Master Lin, did you notice something?" Northleg, his composure quickly restored, asked. Lin Fan nodded slightly. "I noticed a few things. This place is full of traps. In fact, the entire area is one giant mechanism." What several people exclaimed in shock. Although they had only just entered, the complex network of corridors and the large number of people barely making a dent indicated the sheer size of the place. A place this large, all part of one giant mechanism? Really, one of the middle-aged men couldn't help but swallow nervously. Yes, really, Lin Fan confirmed. With his mastery of mechanism arts, Lin Fan could sense the complexity of the setup even from the corridor entrance. The trap master here was undoubtedly skilled, but Lin Fan's expertise allowed him to grasp the basics quickly. "Be careful where you step," Lin Fan instructed, touching the stone wall before moving forward. The others nodded, carefully watching their steps. "Master Lin, why isn't your wife here?" the quiet Tan Jingjing suddenly asked. Lin Fan glanced at her and smiled. "She's busy with something." Oh, Tan Jingjing nodded and said no more. This brief exchange did not disrupt their progress. Soon, they reached a spot reeking of blood. They found a group of similarly dressed martial artists lying in pools of blood, their bodies riddled with arrows. These are members of the Blood Sand Gang. Though a small sect, they're quite formidable. Their leader, a top-tier expert, is among the dead, Northleg noted solemnly. The previously skeptical young man turned pale and his legs began to shake at the sight. "Let's move on." "This was just a simple arrow trap," Lin Fan said calmly, unaffected by the gruesome scene. The others hesitated, fearing they might meet the same fate. Lin Fan didn't explain further. He casually pulled an arrow from a corpse and threw it into a crevice in the stone wall ahead. With a click, something inside the mechanism jammed. Lin Fan then walked around the corner without triggering any traps. "Are you just going to stand there?" he called back. "Oh, right." The two middle-aged men, now convinced of Lin Fan's expertise, hurriedly followed. The young man, still shaken, reluctantly followed, his legs trembling. Seeing his cowardice, Lin Fan shook his head internally. Originally planning to let the young man learn a hard lesson, Lin Fan now found it too tedious. The group continued, encountering and bypassing various traps with Lin Fan's guidance. He expertly disarmed arrow traps, spike pits and rolling boulders, making it seem effortless. "Master Lin, how do you detect these traps so easily?" Tan Jingjing asked, amazed by Lin Fan's skill. "Traps may seem mysterious, but if you observe closely, you'll find clues. For an expert, they're easy to spot," Lin Fan replied. Really, Tan Jingjing still seemed puzzled. But Lin Fan, sensing something ahead, added, "According to the trap layout, there should be a large chamber ahead, likely the treasure room. Let's hurry." A treasure room. The group quickened their pace. They soon heard the sounds of battle. Up ahead, the corridor walls opened into a chamber. Inside, several groups were fighting over the treasure. One group, wielding iron broadswords, displayed fierce and ruthless combat skills, hacking down anyone in their way. These were unmistakably members of the Iron Blade sect, led by the ambitious Li Sandao. His prowess with the blade had left many opponents crying out in pain. The only one able to challenge him was a wiry old man with vicious and cunning moves, making Li cautious. This old man was Lu Sando from the Five Poison sect, another ambitious individual. The two rivals were now fighting to the death over the treasure. "What do we do?" one of the middle-aged men asked, eager to claim the treasure. The sight of bookshelves filled with martial arts manuals through the open stone door was too tempting. Northleg looked at Lin Fan, who nodded slightly. "Drive them out. This chamber belongs to the Northern Tangia now." "Yes, master." The two middle-aged men, now brimming with confidence, charged forward. Their legs glowed silver as they moved, breaking ordinary weapons with ease. Their powerful kicks sent opponents flying, leaving a trail of defeated enemies. "It's the Northern Tangia." The others, recognizing the newcomers, ceased fighting and fell back. "Leave now. "This chamber is ours," the middle-aged men, now exuding authority, declared. Under normal circumstances, others would yield to the northern Tangia, but this was a treasure from the previous dynasty. The stakes were too high. "This is too much. We found it first," one martial artist protested. "Right. At least let us share," another added. The middle-aged men laughed at the protests, their legs glowing brighter. They swiftly decapitated the dissenters, demonstrating their superiority. "Both are top-tier experts. We can't win." "Retreat," Li Sandao, sensing the danger, ordered his men to fall back. Lu Sando was even quicker to retreat, proving that ambition didn't outweigh survival instincts. With the challengers driven off, the middle-aged men prepared to claim the treasure. But Lin Fan's calm voice stopped them. "Move and you die. Don't move if you want to live." The words were calm, but the two middle-aged men immediately froze, not hesitating for even a moment. After witnessing Lin Fan's extraordinary skills along the way, they had developed an instinct to trust his judgment. "Master Lin, is there a deadly trap in here?" one of the middle-aged men asked, realizing that Lin Fan's warning must have been prompted by something he had detected. "Indeed. This chamber, which appears to be a simple storage room for martial arts manuals, is actually a trap. It's designed to lure intruders into a false sense of security before killing them with hidden mechanisms," Lin Fan explained, as he scanned the room. The two middle-aged men exhaled in relief, realizing the narrow escape they had just had. As top-tier experts, they had easily driven off a large group of fighters. However, the thought of facing even deadlier traps left them uneasy. "If Master Lin hadn't warned us, would we still be standing here?" they wondered. "Is there really a trap here? Or are you just trying to scare us so you can take everything for yourself?" The young man, still skeptical, challenged Lin Fan. This time, before Lin Fan could respond, his teacher, North Leg, slapped the young man hard across the face. "You insolent fool. How did I end up with such a disgraceful disciple?" North Leg berated, his face full of disappointment. "Master," the young man clutched his stinging cheek, completely bewildered. Since being taken in by North Leg, he had been treated with the utmost care and respect, never once punished. But now, after meeting Lin Fan, his master had not only scolded him repeatedly but also struck him. Seeing his disciple's reaction, North Leg's disappointment deepened. He had hoped the young man's behavior was due to youthful ignorance, expecting him to mature in time. But now he realized the problem was much more profound. Ignoring Lin Fan's capabilities and recklessly creating animosity showed a fundamental flaw in his disciple's character. Such behavior would only invite unnecessary trouble. "Once we return, you'll go into seclusion. Perhaps the outside world isn't for you," North Leg sighed, all previous words turning into a weary admonition. The two middle-aged men also shook their heads, acknowledging the young man's raw talent but recognizing his poor judgment. In contrast, the young woman, Tan Jingjing, had shown remarkable composure and a willingness to learn, qualities of a worthy successor. The young man, chastised and humiliated, stayed silent, clutching his swollen cheek. Lin Fan, unfazed, continued to examine the room. Only he knew what was going through his mind. "Master Lin, how do we disable the trap? Do you need my help?" North Leg asked, eager to mend relations. Lin Fan nodded. "Yes, look at the stone lamps on either side of the bookshelf. If you can, destroy them from a distance." North Leg focused on the indicated stone lamps. "Is there anything specific to watch out for?" "No, just break them," Lin Fan instructed simply. "Understood." North Leg took a deep breath and with a powerful kick, launched two golden beams at the stone lamps, shattering them into pieces. The golden light from North Leg's legs, a hallmark of his perfected technique, lit up the chamber. Lin Fan, seeing the power of a top-tier expert in action for the first time, was impressed but remained composed. "All right, the trap is disabled. Move carefully, and there will be no danger," Lin Fan assured them, his expression unchanged. North Leg's respect for Lin Fan grew. Despite witnessing formidable power, Lin Fan's demeanor remained steady, indicating a strong confidence in his abilities. "What depth of skill does this young master possess?" North Leg pondered, intrigued. The group carefully entered the chamber, finding it free of immediate danger. The manuals, however, were not as valuable as hoped, merely ordinary texts. "Though these manuals are basic, they're better than nothing. Let's take them and copy them later," Lin Fan suggested after a brief inspection. The middle-aged men quickly gathered the books into a bag. One of them tried to carry it, but North Leg handed it to the young man instead. "Let's go. If these are the decoys, the real treasures must be even more valuable, assuming no one else finds them first," Lin Fan remarked. As they left the chamber, Lin Fan picked up a discarded sword and threw it back into the room. Clang! The heavy sword struck the floor, triggering hidden mechanisms. Countless fine needles, coated in a deadly green substance, shot out from the walls, corroding the bookshelves upon contact. Seeing this, everyone inhaled sharply. Such deadly traps would have been catastrophic without Lin Fan's intervention. "Thank you, Master Lin. Without your warning, we might have been turned into puddles of poison." The middle-aged men expressed their gratitude. "No need for thanks. It's my job to handle these traps," Lin Fan replied modestly, though his humility only increased their respect. Even North Leg showed his appreciation, knowing the value of having such a capable ally. Lin Fan, leading the way, continued to guide them through the labyrinth of traps, each more deadly than the last. The decoy chambers claimed many lives, leaving a trail of bodies. Meanwhile, deep within the treasure vault, a group of masked men moved silently, having bypassed the initial traps. The leader of the masked men, smirking confidently, looked forward to the chaos their traps would cause. "I hope you enjoy our little gifts. The real fun is just beginning. Your blood will pay for our losses," he thought, his laughter echoing through the hidden chambers. Underground passage. It was far more complex than one could imagine. Groups of people wandered through, twisting and turning until they were dizzy. Though it was supposed to be a treasure trove, it was set up like a maze. And the legendary secret treasures from the previous dynasty? Apart from an initial decoy chamber, they hadn't found any other treasures, just countless deadly traps that had claimed numerous lives. As they walked through the passage, corpses were visible almost everywhere they looked. Is there really any treasure here? Two middle-aged men in Lin Fan's team were growing increasingly uneasy. They had come here hoping for a massive haul, bringing several large sacks with them. But after wandering for what seemed like forever, apart from the initial decoy chamber and a few gains from scavenging corpses, there was nothing else. Their dreams of sudden wealth were now a distant fantasy. The elderly man known as Beauties also frowned slightly. "Master Lin, do you think this place might be a deliberate death trap with no real treasure? Could the so-called treasure map just be bait?" He had only speculated this at the entrance, but now, after seeing the situation inside, his bad feeling was growing stronger. Lin Fan nodded and then shook his head. "It's possible someone set up a trap, but this place is indeed a treasure trove. These outer traps are merely protective measures." Everyone frowned at his words. If this was truly a treasure trove, that was good news. But if someone had already set a trap here, would there be any treasure left for them? "Don't worry. As I said before, the treasures here won't be easy to take. Even if someone else got here first and set up traps, it won't be easy for them either," Lin Fan said with a smile, reading their thoughts. Hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted. One of the middle-aged men asked, "If the treasures are hard to get, do you have confidence in finding them?" Unconsciously he used a respectful tone, clearly impressed by Lin Fan's abilities so far. Lin Fan smiled and said, "I've always said that since we're here, we won't leave empty-handed." Though his words were not a direct answer, they were enough to boost everyone's confidence. Even the young man who had been slapped before showed no reaction now, while the quiet girl's gaze towards Lin Fan changed. A man of such depth always radiated a certain charm. "So, what do we do next?" one of the middle-aged men asked, evidently taking Lin Fan's lead. Beauties didn't object either, showing his approval of Lin Fan's skills. Now that things had become more complicated, they left the professional work to the professional. "Let's keep moving forward," Lin Fan said without hesitation. The two middle-aged men nodded and led the way. With Lin Fan, an expert in mechanisms, they weren't worried about triggering traps. He had never let them down so far. However, unlike Lin Fan's team, the other adventurers were not so lucky. Many had suffered great losses. Some less capable factions had even been wiped out. The Blood Sand Gang was not the only one. "Sir, isn't this place supposed to be filled with treasures? Where are the treasures?" The officers from Zhenwu Command also descended into the passage. With the wise decisions of the divine detective Zhuiming, they stayed at the rear of the group and suffered no losses. However, they hadn't seen any treasures either, just a lot of corpses. Facing this situation, some officers were becoming impatient. The divine detective Zhuiming didn't say much. He simply frowned and surveyed the passage. As a top detective, he had already sensed the oddity of this place. Even if there are treasures, you need to survive to take them. "Do you remember the secret chamber we saw before? Do you want to end up as one of those bodies turned into poisonous sludge?" Zhuiming's cold words acted like a bucket of cold water on the officers. They had passed through a chamber earlier, thinking it held treasures. Instead, it was filled with a toxic green sludge formed from corpses. Though the officers of Zhenwu Command were seasoned, some had still retched at the sight. Seeing their reaction, Zhuiming continued forward without further comment. His mission was not to find treasures, but to uncover the truth about this place and identify the mastermind behind it. Someone had spread false information to lure many adventurers here, clearly with ulterior motives. As for the treasures of the previous dynasty, they had been secretly unearthed by the court years ago, kept under wraps. This new claim of a hidden treasure was nothing but a ruse. Had it been true, there would be more than just a single team from Jinwu Command here. The court would have sent an army to secure the area. While the major factions of the martial world were strong, they were no match for the court's army. After all, if martial factions could produce top fighters, so could the court, ruling over vast lands. The Dalong dynasty was founded on martial prowess. Given the strange situation here, Zhu Yiming was certain there was a hidden agenda at play. What exactly he needed to investigate further. Stay alert. This place is not as simple as it seems, he reminded his men, ensuring they stayed vigilant. Yes, sir, they replied, their movements becoming more cautious. On the other side, those who had pressed on despite the dangers finally passed through the outer area, entering a cleaner, more orderly passage. Inside, the air was fresher, thanks to good ventilation, a stark contrast to the stuffy outer passage. The tension eased among the adventurers, as there were no more traps in sight. Have we passed the Guardians and reached the real treasure? Some of the factions were excited, having paid a great price to get here. They felt they had finally reached the end of their ordeal. However, some like Li Sandao and Lu Sandu remained wary and stopped. Old poison. Something feels off about this place. I sense big trouble ahead, Li Sandao said, having partnered with his old rival instead of fighting. Really? I think it looks fine, Lu Sandu replied, though his eyes flashed with caution. Cut the act, old poison. If we can't cooperate properly, let's split up, Li Sandao snapped. Hey young man, no need to be so hot-headed. Just a joke, Lu Sandu chuckled, seeing his ploy to trick his rival into danger had failed. Li Sandao rolled his eyes. He wasn't about to be anyone's fool. If we're going to work together, let's do it properly. Otherwise we part ways. Agreed. The two cunning veterans, after some bickering, reached a truce and began plotting together. While the mastermind behind this setup was clever, not everyone who entered was a fool. With Lin Fan, the master of mechanisms, leading the way, Beauties and his group successfully reached the inner area. However, they did not encounter the two old-timers but instead met the Jinwu Command team. Master Lin. Detective Zhu Yiming. Confirming they weren't mistaken, both sides greeted each other with smiles. Detective Zhu Yiming. I didn't expect you to lead the team this time. If I had known, I would have joined you. No one would dare trouble us, Lin Fan said politely. Detective Zhu Yiming was equally courteous, smiling as he replied, Master Lin, you're too kind. With your skills, it's me who should rely on you in such a special place. His warm smile was a stark contrast to his usual cold demeanor, leaving his subordinates stunned. Sir, we prefer your usual stern self. Could you be a bit more reserved? But their leader ignored them, his smile only growing. Haha, you flatter me. I'm just here to gain some experience with Senior Beauties, Lin Fan responded, not taking the compliments seriously. Is Senior Tan here as well? Zhu Yiming asked, looking towards the others. Beauties had been standing in the shadows, unseen until now. Given his status as one of the four supreme masters, he couldn't be overlooked. Since this involves the treasures of the previous dynasty, I came to take a look. Does the Iron Blood detective have any advice? Beauties' words were calm, but carried a hint of tension. You are a senior, I, a junior. Have no advice to offer, Zhu Yiming said, maintaining a smile that didn't reach his eyes. It was clear they didn't get along. This wasn't surprising, considering one was part of a violent force dealing with martial factions, and the other was a leader in the martial world. They were naturally opposed. In Lin Fan's presence, they maintained civility, but this was just for appearances. Detective Zhu Yiming intended to exchange a few more words with Lin Fan, given their successful past cooperation which had led to Zhu Yiming's promotion. However, now was not the time for pleasantries. This isn't the place to talk. Let's chat another time. I have a special gift for you regarding the last incident, Zhu Yiming said, smiling at Lin Fan. You're too kind, detective. Serving the people is our duty, no gifts are needed. But I'd love to catch up sometime, Lin Fan responded graciously. In any world, having official connections made many things easier, like dealing with troublemakers. Zhu Yiming also appreciated this relationship. As long as he had reasons to act against martial factions, his career could only benefit. Their mutual interests ensured a strong bond. Master Lin, are you familiar with these court lackeys? A middle-aged man asked hesitantly after the Jinwu Command left. Lin Fan nodded slightly. We've cooperated once or twice, so we know each other. The man looked anxious. Master Lin, these court lackeys are not good people, especially towards us martial artists. They are full of malice. It's best not to get too close to them. Another middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Right, especially the four great detectives. Their fame and positions were built on attacking our martial world. Tui said nothing, but his earlier reaction showed he shared this sentiment. Lin Fan smiled and didn't argue. He wasn't a martial artist but a law-abiding citizen who reported troublemakers without hesitation. Thanks for the reminder. Without further explanation, Lin Fan continued leading the group. He had already mapped out most of the giant mechanism here. Even without an actual map, he understood the general layout, including the core area's location. Finding the core would allow him to control the mechanism and access the real treasure. As for others getting there first, Lin Fan believed the true treasure wasn't easy to obtain. Even reaching the core and controlling the mechanism wouldn't guarantee getting the treasure. Tui and the others, unaware of Lin Fan's thoughts, followed him without hesitation, trusting his expertise. They couldn't handle mechanisms but were ready to deal with competitors. As they advanced, they gradually left the inner area behind and approached the core region. The martial artists, seeing several large spaces ahead filled with giant wooden boxes, couldn't contain their excitement. These boxes, marked for holding official silver, confirmed the presence of valuable treasures. After so much effort and sacrifice, they were finally reaping the rewards. Are there traps here too? Despite their excitement, previous encounters made them cautious. Let's find out. An expert stepped forward, using his eagle claw technique to pry large stones from the wall and throw them into the space. He kept repeating this action, causing loud crashes but triggering no traps. Instead, the stones broke open a few boxes, revealing ingots of silver, each weighing 50 taels. These ingots, in large quantities, excited the martial artists even more. Not everyone had the wealth of Tui. Many were not as well off as they appeared. With Zhenwu command around, few dared to rob openly. This treasure hunt was a rare chance for immense wealth. A triumphant shout broke the silence, and the martial artist rushed into the space, grabbing the silver ingots. However, their greed soon led to conflicts. This is ours. Anyone who tries to take it is our enemy. Who cares about your gang? We'll take what we want. This belongs to us. Touch it and face my blade. Bring it on. Their greed turned the scene into a bloody brawl. Unnoticed by them, the space grew darker as gray smoke seeped from hidden vents, dimming the light. The fighters, blinded by greed, didn't notice. Nearby, in the core area, a masked leader watched through special mirrors, his initial smugness turning to alarm. 3 groups had bypassed the treasure and were approaching the core, one heading straight for his location. Despite the set mechanisms, they easily found the way, opening barrier after barrier. How is this possible? Seeing them approach, the masked leader's confidence vanished, replaced by disbelief as they effortlessly breached the final barrier. Caught unprepared, they now faced each other directly. So, someone is indeed controlling things. The group that arrived swiftly was, of course, Lin Fan's team. Only someone with Lin Fan's mastery of mechanisms could breach the barriers in such a short time. Seeing the masked figure in the core control room confirmed their suspicions. Lin Fan remained calm, having anticipated this. But Tui and his men were not as composed, especially the 2 middle-aged men, whose eyes turned cold upon seeing the mastermind. Tui didn't speak, but his presence exuded extreme danger. The 4 supreme masters were beyond ordinary experts. When they acted, bloodshed was inevitable. Only the top-tier experts could last a few moves against them. Ordinary experts were as good as children. Damn. It's a supreme master. Though the masked leader's face fell, he managed to stay calm, given his own strength and the skilled subordinates around him. But seeing Tui made him freeze. White Lotus sect leader. Recognizing the voice, Tui squinted slightly. Leaders of top factions had naturally crossed paths before, and could recognize each other by voice alone. So? This is the White Lotus sect leader. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, having never met the sect leader despite their previous conflicts. The White Lotus sect leader said nothing, but his silence was confirmation enough. Tui's expression turned icy. So it was you rats who set this trap. Rats from the gutters remain rats, unworthy of any real honor. You insolent. The White Lotus sect leader's rage flared at the insult. The White Lotus sect was a top faction, nearly equal to the 4 supreme powers. Especially with the emergence of the current Saintess, they had even repelled attacks from the mighty Sword Villa, though at great cost. Despite heavy losses, their top fighters remained. Such an insult was unbearable. Insolent. Tia. B2E coldly said, "Take down these gutter rats." By your command. The two middle-aged men, without hesitation, unleashed their inner power, glowing with bright silver light as they charged at the enemy. The young man, having been simmering with anger, seized the chance to vent his frustrations, attacking ferociously. Though his power was darker, his ferocity exceeded the others. The young woman, Tan Jingjing, glanced at Lin Fan before joining the fight, her elegant kicks a sight to behold. Just a few weaklings, and you think you can take me down? The White Lotus sect leader's eyes swept over the four attackers with disdain. As a first-tier expert below the four supreme masters, the White Lotus sect leader was among the very elite. Only B2I himself could challenge him directly. With murderous intent, he launched an attack at one of the middle-aged men, intending to exploit B2I's arrogance. Bring it on. The middle-aged man, though less famous, was an experienced expert. Meeting the attack head-on, his legs shone even brighter with inner power, a testament to his mastery. The White Lotus sect leader remained indifferent, drawing a gleaming white soft sword, a semi-divine weapon. Though barely qualifying as a semi-divine weapon, it was still superior to ordinary weapons. In the hands of a top expert like the White Lotus sect leader, it was deadly. The swift sword strikes easily tore through the leg shadows of the middle-aged man. This was why the White Lotus sect could fend off the sword villa. The sect leader was indeed formidable. The middle-aged man's expression changed, realizing his opponent's strength, but he did not retreat. Taking a deep breath, he gathered more inner power, determined to fight to the end. Fool! The White Lotus sect leader sneered, his attacks becoming even fiercer, aiming to cripple B2I's forces first. Unexpectedly, B2I, who had been watching, suddenly made his move. Or rather, his kick. A signature golden glow flashed, a leg shadow striking directly at the White Lotus sect leader with terrifying force. Old man, you're breaking the code. The White Lotus sect leader hadn't expected B2I to attack, cursing him loudly. Both the young and old seem to disregard the rules these days. You think I'll show honor to gutter rats? B2I's calm demeanor remained unshaken. Honor is for humans, not rats. Isn't that obvious? Damn you, old man. Cursing was all the White Lotus sect leader could do before the attack hit. B2I's decades of experience made his sudden strike nearly impossible to block. Though the White Lotus sect leader resisted, he was ultimately sent flying by the powerful kick. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was slammed against a stone wall, leaving a deep impression. The impact caused further injuries, making him cough more blood. In one strike, the White Lotus sect leader was gravely injured. Unlike the straightforward sword villa, B2I's methods proved more effective. Seeing their leader defeated, the White Lotus sect members lost all morale, while B2I's team spirits soared. The two middle-aged men swiftly defeated several top White Lotus fighters, and the younger members followed suit, clearing the field. Watching this, Lin Fan knew he didn't need to intervene. He walked around the control room, searching for something specific. Finding what he sought, he smiled slightly. This action stood out, catching the attention of the wounded White Lotus sect leader. He had noticed through the mirrored surveillance that this scholarly-looking man was behind his current predicament. You. Seeing Lin Fan up close, the White Lotus sect leader's eyes widened in shock. Oh? You recognize me? Lin Fan smiled, seeing the recognition. I'd recognize you even if you were ashes. It's because of you that our sect suffered heavy losses. The sect leader had never met Lin Fan but had seen his portrait. With a master's memory, he easily recognized him. Today I will kill you. Abandoning all else, the sect leader charged at Lin Fan, intent on avenging his fallen followers. B2I moved to intervene, but crazed sect members blocked his path, sacrificing themselves to delay him. In this costly effort, B2I was momentarily held back. You will die today. The White Lotus sect leader, in a frenzy, focused solely on killing Lin Fan. But Lin Fan simply laughed at the threat. Even the sect's powerful saintess had fallen to him. This leader stood no chance. Facing the leader's semi-divine weapon, Lin Fan dodged effortlessly. Despite no apparent technique, his movements were fluid and effective. Driven by rage, the sect leader couldn't think clearly. He aimed his sword at Lin Fan, believing he couldn't dodge forever. But Lin Fan calmly caught the blade between two fingers, stopping it cold. This simple motion, like catching a cigarette, rendered the deadly weapon useless. How is this possible? The sect leader, stunned, saw his semi-divine weapon and his power completely neutralized by two fingers. This sword is wasted on you. I'll take it. Lin Fan smiled, as if performing a trivial task. With a flick, he disarmed the sect leader. You won't take our sacred sword. Mad with rage, the sect leader struggled, but Lin Fan's grip was unyielding. Instead, it left him vulnerable. Lin Fan kicked him away, the force sending the already wounded sect leader crashing into the wall again, coughing up more blood and bits of his organs. Seeing his fate, the sect leader laughed maniacally. If I die, we die together. Leaping up, he smashed a control panel, triggering a self-destruct mechanism. The underground space began to shake violently. A self-destruct mechanism. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. What? The others, realizing the danger, saw the space start to collapse. Get out now. I can only delay it for a while. Lin Fan directed the others as he approached the control panel. Got it. Without hesitation, Beauties and his men turned to escape. Even the remaining White Lotus members fled. Aren't you leaving? Tan Jingjing hesitated, asking Lin Fan. I'm not in a hurry. This place can't crush me. With a reassuring smile, Lin Fan urged her to leave. Go now. I need to delay the self-destruct and grab something. Okay. With one last look, she turned and left. Once everyone was out, Lin Fan approached the control panel. Using the confiscated semi-divine sword, he inserted it into a specific slot. With a click, the shaking subsided significantly. The sect leader, seeing this, was rendered speechless, his laughter dying in his throat. This can't be. The White Lotus sect leader was in complete despair, utterly devoid of his usual charisma. In the past he hadn't always had smooth sailing, but he had rarely faced such setbacks. But ever since encountering Lin Fan, his fate had taken a sharp downturn. First, the trusted men he sent never returned, and their confidential information was leaked. Since then, his misfortunes escalated, nearly leading to his downfall by the Blade King. It was only thanks to the Saintess's intervention that he managed to regroup and rise again. Everything was going well. This plan had been proceeding perfectly as anticipated. But then, yet again, Lin Fan appeared. Not only did he rapidly dismantle all the mechanisms, but before the sect leader could react, Lin Fan had already reached the control room, bringing the 4 supreme masters with him. Against such top-tier experts, especially a cunning one like Beauties, he stood no chance. Even his final attempt to bring them all down with him was thwarted by Lin Fan. It was as if Lin Fan was a plague upon him, his ultimate nemesis. Lin Fan glanced at the crestfallen White Lotus sect leader without a word. A defeated dog didn't warrant his attention. This disregard deeply stung the sect leader, draining him of any remaining spirit. He had lost completely. Lin Fan ignored him, moving to the edge of the control area where a stone platform stood. It seemed designed to hold something, yet it was empty, made of common bluestone, with no apparent significance. However, upon closer inspection, the stone joints formed a unique pattern. Lin Fan walked over, nodded slightly, and then stepped lightly on specific stones in a precise sequence. It was akin to stepping on a tightrope. With each step, the seemingly ordinary stone platform began to shift, producing a series of clicks. The center of the platform opened up, revealing a metal frame that rose from within, stopping at waist height. The appearance of the frame completed the previously inconspicuous platform. The White Lotus sect leader's eyes widened at this sight. Their sect had been here for a long time, enough to set up this elaborate death trap. They had scoured the area countless times, leaving only bait behind. But now, Lin Fan, with a few casual moves, had activated something they had completely overlooked. Even a fool could see this was the real treasure. At that moment, the sect leader regretted everything, especially provoking this unfathomable man before him. If he had another chance, he would never have accepted the prince's request. But it was too late, his life was nearly over. He could only watch as Lin Fan retrieved a golden Nanu box from the metal frame. Snap. Nut. At that moment, the semi-divine sword wedged in the control panel to delay the self-destruct mechanism was ejected, and the ground started shaking violently again. The passage to the control room began collapsing. The White Lotus sect leader stared in shock before bursting into laughter. Ha ha. You're finished. No matter how powerful you are, you'll die with me? His maniacal laughter even restored some of his vitality. Lin Fan smiled slightly and walked over to retrieve the semi-divine sword before approaching the bluestone wall. Taking a deep breath, he punched the wall. Though it seemed like an ordinary punch, the solid stone wall crumbled, creating a large hole. The sheer force stunned the White Lotus sect leader. But soon he was laughing again. It's useless. No matter how strong you are, you can't escape from here. We'll die together. He prepared to laugh triumphantly, but once again, Lin Fan shattered his expectations. From the hole in the wall came a loud rumbling, louder than the self-destruct sequence. In the sect leader's bewildered gaze, a massive, monstrous black snake head emerged, breaking through the wall. The snake head was enormous, larger than any vat the sect leader had seen, its eerie shine sending chills down his spine. The sect leader, nearing the end of his life, witnessed yet another extraordinary event. "What is that?" he murmured in a daze. Lin Fan, in good spirits after retrieving the treasure, answered with a smile, "A tunneling mechanism snake, a treasure that can move effortlessly underground." A tunneling mechanism snake. The sect leader was once again stunned. "Dear, get in quickly. This place is collapsing." A melodious voice came from the snake's mouth. It was Jianling. "All right." Lin Fan wasted no time, carrying the real treasure, and entered the snake's mouth. As he entered, the snake closed its mouth and began spinning, transforming into a massive drill that burrowed into the wall. Watching the massive creature leave, the sect leader's eyes dimmed, a bitter smile on his lips. A leader of an evil cult had met his end underground. Outside, as the self-destruct mechanism triggered, the martial artists fled for their lives. When the underground space collapsed, turning the mountain into flat land, less than a third of those who entered made it out. Before, the area had been bustling with activity. Now, only a few survivors remained. Some emerged unscathed and left quietly, like Lai Sandao and Lu Sandu. Detective Zhuaiming and his Jinwu command team also escaped, their smiles indicating they had made good gains. Zhuaiming was especially pleased. Not only had they secured treasures, but they also captured several fleeing White Lotus sect members who, under minimal pressure, confessed to setting the death trap. This fortunate outcome allowed him to claim great credit, ensuring his promotion. He could even aim for a noble title, becoming the first among the 4 great detectives to be ennobled. Without interference, you would all be buried underground. One of the captured sect members, seeing Zhuaiming's joy, couldn't help but scoff. "How dare you!" A Zhenwu officer stepped forward, delivering a swift beating. Zhuaiming paid no heed, his smile growing wider. He knew the true hero behind their success, Lin Fan. "Master Lin, you are truly my benefactor." He vowed to maintain a close relationship with Lin Fan. Meanwhile, B2E and his team also believed Lin Fan had survived and returned to their inn. In a nearby mountain stream, several White Lotus sect members, battered and bruised, gathered. Seeing a figure in a silver mask, they wept and knelt. "Did you fail?" The figure, cold and emotionless, asked. "Yes, we failed." The sect members collapsed, exhausted. "Useless." The silver-masked figure's eyes were icy, filled with killing intent. "We deserve death for failing the Saintess. Please punish us." Knowing their doom, the sect members awaited their fate. The silver-masked figure, the White Lotus Saintess, restrained her urge to kill. They had too few elite members left. "Tell me everything." Her voice remained cold but weary. The sect members recounted the events. Hearing of the sect leader's death, she remained silent. But upon learning Lin Fan was responsible, her composure cracked. "That bastard again!" Her rage and killing intent surged. When she calmed down, she was alone. Biting her lip, she vowed, "You will pay dearly." Her hand instinctively touched her stomach, her expression growing colder as she vanished into the mountains. This was far from over. "Husband, did you find any treasures this time?" Jianling, controlling the mechanical snake, emerged from another mountain stream and couldn't help but ask Lin Fan with curiosity. She had really wanted to join the treasure hunt this time, but her responsibilities differed, so she had to stay on standby, waiting anxiously. Lin Fan didn't keep her in suspense. He handed over the small box he was holding. The box, made of golden Nanyu wood, was engraved with mysterious patterns and secured with a gold lock. Its exquisite appearance hinted that it contained something extraordinary. "Is this the treasure you found inside?" Jianling's eyes brightened just by looking at it. Lin Fan nodded. "Yes, this is the greatest treasure from the secret stash." The greatest treasure. Jianling's breathing became slightly heavier. She knew well how vast the underground space was, having navigated it with the mechanical snake. Such a place surely hid something remarkable. What could be inside? Her curiosity was uncontrollable. "You'll see soon enough." Lin Fan smiled at her endearing curiosity. Under their watchful gazes, he gently removed the gold lock. "Take this. I'll make you a phoenix hairpin with it when we have time," Lin Fan said, tossing the gold lock to his wife. Jianling happily accepted the gold lock, appreciating its purity and beauty. Though she didn't lack such items, this one was a special gift from her husband. With the lock removed, Lin Fan slowly opened the box. The box was not very large, about the size of a shoebox, Inside there were no extravagant items, just a few books with gold embroidered edges. Martial arts manuals. Jian Ling's eyes shone even brighter upon seeing the books. She knew exactly what her husband was after on this trip. Lin Fan's eyes also lit up. These were indeed what he sought. The golden Nanmu box was perfect for preserving items, and the books, made from special materials, had not decayed with time. Lin Fan picked up the top book, which looked as fresh as if it had just been printed. Kong Tong's Swordsmanship. The cover was adorned with bold, powerful characters. The Kong Tong Swordsmanship, lost for over a century in the martial world. Jian Ling gasped in awe upon seeing the title. You know this swordsmanship manual? From your reaction, it must be something remarkable, Lin Fan said, recognizing it was something valuable. Among his many wives, Jian Ling was the most knowledgeable. Ordinary items rarely impressed her, only truly exceptional things did. Jian Ling nodded. Indeed it is. Over 100 years ago, the Dalong dynasty's current territory was ruled by another dynasty. In that era, besides our divine sword villa, there was another sect renowned for its swordsmanship, the Kong Tong Sword Sect. This Kong Tong Swordsmanship manual comes from that sect. Lin Fan quickly grasped the significance. Jian Ling nodded again. Yes, the Kong Tong Swordsmanship originated from that sect. I thought it was lost forever when the sect was destroyed by the founding emperor of the Dalong dynasty. But to find it preserved in this secret stash, husband, you truly are a man of great fortune. Lin Fan grinned at her compliment, and then asked, that sect must have been quite influential. Why did the founding emperor destroy it? Jian Ling replied, simple. They sided with the wrong faction. Lin Fan understood immediately, and began examining the other manuals in the box. The top manual was already so valuable, the ones below had to be even more extraordinary. As expected, he was not disappointed. There were 3 more manuals, one detailing supreme spear techniques, another on leg techniques, both on par with the Kong Tong swordsmanship. The third manual was not about techniques but an internal cultivation method. 9 transformations of the reversed dragon. The title, written in powerful calligraphy, exuded an aura of imperial authority. Dear, have you heard of this manual? Lin Fan asked after flipping through it briefly. Jian Ling frowned slightly, thinking hard before shaking her head. I haven't heard of it, but with such a name it must be something extraordinary, perhaps even surpassing the Kong Tong swordsmanship. Indeed. Lin Fan nodded, intending to put the manual away. Wait, husband. Jian Ling stopped him and took the 9 transformations of the reversed dragon manual, quickly flipping through its pages, occasionally frowning in thought. After a while she spoke excitedly, husband, I think I recognize it. You do? Lin Fan paused, intrigued. Yes, Jian Ling nodded eagerly. There were rumors that the previous dynasty's royal family collected all martial arts, aiming to create the ultimate martial art. Unfortunately, they were overthrown before they could complete it. But another rumor said they succeeded, creating the supreme martial art before being destroyed by traitors and the current dynasty's founder. This ultimate art vanished without a trace. You think this 9 transformations of the reverse dragon is that ultimate martial art? Lin Fan grew excited. Jian Ling nodded vigorously. An elder from our divine sword villa once assisted the founding emperor in destroying the royal family. His notes mentioned such an ultimate martial art. I didn't remember initially, but now it matches the description perfectly. Lin Fan held the manual, overjoyed. This was precisely what he had hoped to find. With this ultimate martial art, his guard force could be fully established. Husband, this ultimate martial art created by the previous dynasty's royal family must remain secret. If word gets out, not only will countless martial artists covet it, but even the current royal family might act. Jian Ling warned. Lin Fan nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Jian Ling hesitated before adding, the guards are our people, and they don't specialize in martial arts. We can rename it to keep it hidden. But we promise to share any martial arts we found with Elder Tan. This could be troublesome. As one of the 4 supreme powers, Tan's faction was not monolithic. It likely contained spies from various other factions. Sharing the 9 transformations of the reversed dragon could lead to its exposure. Dear, you contributed the most this time. It's only fair that we keep this one for ourselves, Jian Ling said, showing a rare moment of selfishness. Lin Fan chuckled at her cautious advice. Did they think he was a fool? Although he valued honesty, not at the cost of self-harm. Jian Ling's advice was sound. He had done most of the work and deserved the lion's share. Thank you for the reminder, dear. Don't worry, I'm not so naive. Lin Fan smiled, gently tweaking her nose. Each of his wives was so thoughtful and caring. How fortunate he was. Back at the inn in the city, Beatui and his men waited, as agreed. The young man, still emotionally recovering, couldn't help but speak up. Master, these martial arts manuals and silver, we collected most of them ourselves. Especially the latter we found it alone. Do we really have to share everything equally? He spoke without emotion this time, from a practical standpoint. Much of what they found, especially the wealth, was the result of their hard work. The two middle-aged men said nothing, but their hesitation showed they shared similar thoughts. They respected Lin Fan but felt the division should reflect their contributions. Even Bitui was calculating the benefits, though he remained expressionless. Only the young woman frowned. We made a deal, we should honor it. It's the right way to conduct ourselves. Junior sister, you. The young man started to argue, but the door knocked before he could continue. Lin Fan and Jianling entered, smiling. Their sudden appearance caught everyone off guard, even Beatui. Though Lin Fan said nothing, his keen ears likely heard their discussion. How would they divide the treasures now? Master Lin. Seeing Lin Fan and his wife, everyone except the young man greeted them politely, though they all looked somewhat embarrassed. The young girl felt especially awkward, blushing and lowering her head. Even though she had opposed the idea, her family had given in to greed and been caught red-handed. Lin Fan didn't dwell on it and greeted them with a smile. Once inside the room he spoke, I heard what was said earlier. There's no need to feel bad about it. You weren't wrong. I didn't contribute to the later efforts, so it's fair that I don't share in the distribution. Let's just split what we worked on together. This. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Bitui felt even more embarrassed. He hadn't intended for things to go this way. After all, he had a good reputation in the martial world. But before he could refute his disciples' words, Lin Fan had arrived. How could he explain this now? The two middle-aged men were even more awkward, having indeed considered keeping more for themselves. Seeing this, Lin Fan chuckled. No need to feel this way. It's just some money. He meant it. His pill pavilion was thriving, widely celebrated by martial artists across the nation. Even the Dalong dynasty's army was considering cooperation to supply their daily medicinal needs. Saying he made money hand over fist was an understatement. A few tens of thousands of taels of silver was hardly enough to tempt him. Still, given their stance, he saw no need to share the manuals he had acquired on his own. Half an hour later, they bid farewell at the inn's entrance. Lin Fan didn't take any of their silver, only copying some techniques from the decoy chamber. Although he now had top-tier manuals and the supreme 9 transformations of the reversed dragon, these ordinary techniques were still useful for building a foundation. The young man, oblivious to what his words had cost them, felt smug that Lin Fan had walked away empty-handed, thinking he had gotten some revenge. HMP. In the end, he's just an outsider. He watched Lin Fan leave, feeling secretly pleased. The young girl, however, looked at him with growing disappointment. She had once thought highly of him, admiring his exceptional talent and gentle demeanor. She had even considered her grandfather's matchmaking efforts. But now, she saw him in a different light, finding him lacking and disappointing. Shaking her head, she stopped looking at him and instead watched Lin Fan's departing figure. Unaware of these thoughts, Lin Fan led his wife out of the city towards the mechanical snake. Husband, those people think they've gained, not realizing they've picked up sesame seeds while losing a watermelon, Jianling said with a smile, clearly in a good mood. Lin Fan laughed and shook his head. You're happy even though your husband was treated that way. Why wouldn't I be? Jianling replied. Seeing them suffer such losses, it's a wonder I didn't laugh out loud. All right? As long as you're happy, Lin Fan said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Jianling's smile grew, and she teased, Husband, that Tan family girl has a good temperament and looks charming. Should you take her as well? Lin Fan retorted, Do you think I'm some kind of breeding bull, taking every charming girl I see? If I just kept marrying, I wouldn't have time for anything else. Is that such a bad thing? Jianling teased. Lin Fan snorted, Fine, I'll handle my current business and then go propose to the Tan family. Sure, I'll go with you, Jianling responded with a smile. You cheeky girl. Daring to tease your husband. See if I don't teach you a lesson. Husband, no. Humph. You think saying no will stop me? Watch my dragon claw technique. You're so annoying. He. The couple playfully bantered as they approached the mechanical snake, ready to head back. With their tasks completed, they weren't in a hurry. They stopped at scenic spots along the way, enjoying their time and preparing meals. Having toured with Dao Miao Miao before, Lin Fan was making up for it with Jianling. Of course, he planned to take his other wives out as well when they had free time. Fairness was important. 10 days later, Lin Fan returned to his manor. The old steward was the first to greet him, evidently having waited for his return at the gate, always ready for his master's orders. Then his wives came out to welcome him, Dao Miao Miao especially, her belly noticeably rounder, but still hopping up to hug Lin Fan. This startled Lin Fan, who quickly caught her. "You still haven't gotten rid of that recklessness," Lin Fan said, shaking his head in exasperation. "HMPH. I don't want to change," Dao Miao Miao said, burying herself in his embrace. She had missed him terribly during his absence. Lin Fan sighed. Among all his wives, he had no way to deal with her stubbornness. "All right, let's go inside. Everyone's watching. We can hug more later," Lin Fan said, shaking his head. Though she protested, Dao Miao Miao obediently got down. Dear Yi Xiaoru and the others approached, their eyes full of affection. "Thank you for your hard work these days. Let's go inside, it's cold out here," Lin Fan said, leading them into the house. The reunion stretched from midday into the afternoon. After satisfying their longing, Lin Fan began handling current matters. Wang Erxiao was the first to report. "Brother Fan, we found Yun Niang as you asked. But she said the sixth madam wasn't her girl but was brought by a colleague who couldn't find a suitable family and asked for her help." "Did you find this colleague?" Lin Fan asked calmly. "When the White Lotus Saintess infiltrated them, he couldn't just let it slide." "We did," Wang Erxiao continued, "but the colleague had died when we arrived. Neighbors said it was a sudden illness, and she passed away within 2 days. "A sudden illness?" Lin Fan chuckled coldly. "If she had aided the enemy, her death was just. Let's consider the matter closed then. Call Su Erhu for me," Lin Fan ordered. Wang Erxiao nodded and left. Soon, Su Erhu arrived. "Brother Fan, you called for me?" Su Erhu asked with a smile. Lin Fan nodded. "Yes. Have the guards been soaking in the medicinal baths as instructed?" "Yes, they have," Su Erhu replied. "Not just the men from Sujia village but also the children we took in from the orphanage. They've all become much stronger. Gather them at the training ground." "Understood." A short while later, the training ground was filled with robust men and spirited children, all dressed in black training uniforms. When Lin Fan appeared, they greeted him with fervent respect. Lin Fan smiled, satisfied with their progress. "You've all done well. I see none of you have slacked off." "To serve the master," they responded in unison, their voices brimming with loyalty. Lin Fan's guard force comprised 45 men from Sujia village, all in their prime, and 30 children from the orphanage, ranging from 3.5 to 10 years old. Though the men had missed the optimal age for training, with Lin Fan's medicinal baths and proper resources, they still had the potential to become formidable warriors. The children, hardened by early hardships, were tough and resilient, standing proudly despite the cold. Their specially made uniforms, black with silver edges for the men and all black for the children, gave them a striking appearance. Lin Fan addressed them. "This martial art is our family's supreme technique. I will now teach you the first half. Train diligently, and the most outstanding among you will receive the second half." He then introduced the modified 9 transformations of the reversed dragon, explaining its 9 stages, each representing a higher level of mastery. Hearing this, the guards were ecstatic. Achieving the level of a top master was a dream they had never dared to imagine. "Master, can we truly reach the level of a top master with just the first half?" Su Erhu asked, excited. "Yes, the first half can take you to that level," Lin Fan confirmed. Su Erhu was amazed, understanding the significance of reaching such a rank. "Since you're the guard captain, you'll teach this to the others. Do well, and you'll receive the second half first," Lin Fan encouraged, handing him the manual. "Thank you, master. I won't let you down," Su Erhu promised, holding the manual with determination. Lin Fan also handed him 2 other manuals, one on spear techniques for the main guards and another on swordsmanship for the hidden guards. "This is a leg technique manual for you. It will improve your agility," Lin Fan added, giving him the last manual. "Thank you, Master." Su Erhu was overjoyed, feeling privileged. With these arrangements made, Lin Fan returned to his wives, leaving Su Erhu to manage the training. Meanwhile, the White Lotus Saintess returned to their new headquarters, aided by their hidden forces. Rebuilding had gone smoothly, but without the sect leader, she had to handle all the responsibilities alone. Before she could settle in, a figure in black clothing and an iron mask appeared silently before her. "Saintess, the master requests your presence." The new headquarters of the White Lotus sect. In the grand hall of the new headquarters of the White Lotus sect, a tall and imposing man stood in a dark blue robe, hands clasped behind his back. He gazed at a splendid white lotus painting on the wall above the main seat. Though he stood still, an air of mystery surrounded him. The White Lotus Saintess took a deep breath as she walked into the hall, her usual icy demeanor somewhat subdued in the presence of this figure. Hearing her footsteps, the man slowly turned around. He too wore a mask, but his was golden. His eyes, visible through the mask, were deep and unfathomable. "You're back, Caste." His voice was calm and gentle, carrying no trace of pressure. Yet the White Lotus Saintess, who usually held everyone in contempt, became slightly more reserved. "Yes, I'm back." "Good. Have a seat." The man in the golden mask nodded with a slight smile. "Thank you. Thank you." The White Lotus Saintess took another deep breath before sitting down on one of the side seats in the hall. "I heard that the blood sacrifice ritual failed, and even the White Lotus was lost. Is that true?" Once she was seated, the man in the golden mask spoke again, his tone turning a bit colder. "Yes." The White Lotus Saintess nodded slightly. "Tell me the details. It shouldn't have failed." The man's voice was now laced with a chill. At the manor, Lin Fan woke up feeling refreshed after spending time with his wives, who had become increasingly attentive, bringing him immense joy. A month had passed since the treasure hunt, during which he had tasked his guard force with training. During this month, everything had proceeded smoothly. Not only had the guards been rapidly improving, but even his 3 wives, who hadn't practiced martial arts before, showed significant progress after starting the 9 transformations of the reversed dragon. This supreme martial art not only lacked external requirements but also improved the practitioner's physique. Even those previously unsuitable for martial arts could transform into geniuses. The power of this technique was staggering. It could alter the practitioner's physique, making them suitable for martial arts, a feature that could drive any major power or individual mad with desire. The former royal family's ambition in creating this ultimate martial art was greater than imagined. If they had shared the early stages of this technique with loyal soldiers, the resulting army of first and second tier masters would have been unbeatable. The royal family could maintain control over the army by holding the advanced stages of the technique. Lin Fan was certain that if this ultimate martial art were to leak, the current royal family would be the first to trouble him, putting him in a precarious situation. But that would be temporary. Given enough time, even the royal family would have to think twice before challenging him. "Manager, how many 1,000-year-old ginseng roots have you collected?" Lin Fan summoned the manager and asked directly. The manager, now the head of the Pill Pavilion, commanded respect from countless martial artists. Even the 4 supreme powers treated him with courtesy. But in front of Lin Fan he remained humble and respectful. "Master, through the influence of the Pill Pavilion and exchanging inner strength-enhancing pills, we have collected 10 roots of 1,000-year-old ginseng." "Excellent." Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. 1,000-year-old ginseng, priceless and hard to obtain, was essential for refining the Great Restoration Pill. For the rapid growth of his guard force, this was a necessity. The manager beamed with pride at his master's praise and bowed deeply. "It is my duty to serve." After a brief conversation, the manager presented a long wooden box containing the precious ginseng roots. Lin Fan examined them and found each root well preserved, suitable for refining the Great Restoration Pill. "Continue to collect more, including other medicinal herbs over 100 years old." "Understood." With tasks assigned, Lin Fan prepared to start refining pills but was stopped by the manager. "Is there something else?" The manager hesitated before speaking. "Master, you once instructed that the top spender at the Pill Pavilion each month would be granted an audience with you." "Oh, that. I almost forgot. Has it been decided?" "Yes, he arrived some days ago and is staying at an inn in Tianfeng County. We have been waiting for your availability." "He's already here? Bring him to the manor." "Yes, master." The manager left to make arrangements. At the largest inn in Tianfeng County, Li Sandao had been restless these past days, unable to sleep well. He had spent all his savings and borrowed from friends to top the spending list, earning a chance to meet the divine alchemist. But days passed without news, and he grew anxious. "This isn't a joke, is it? The Pill Pavilion wouldn't do that." Their alchemist joined after witnessing the divine alchemist's miraculous skills. Li Sandao paced his room, unable to calm down. "Young man, calm down. It hasn't been that long," a voice from the room teased. Li Sandao glared at the speaker. "If you want calm, how about I don't repay the money I owe you?" "How dare you?" The previously amused man, now enraged, was none other than Li Sandao's rival, Liu Sandu. "You wanted calm, right?" Li Sandao retorted. Liu Sandu grumbled. "Young people today have no respect for their elders." "Cut the crap, you old rogue. You're no saint yourself," Li Sandao shot back. Liu Sandu was about to respond when there was a knock at the door. "Who is it?" Li Sandao instinctively grabbed his large iron knife, a habit formed from years of danger in the martial world. Lu Sandu quietly prepared a poison dart. It's Chen Dong, the chief manager of the Pill Pavilion. Is Li Sandao here? Hearing this, Li Sandao's eyes lit up like lanterns. It's me. I'm Li Sandao, he exclaimed, rushing to open the door. Standing before him was the chief manager himself. Mr. Li, the divine alchemist is free today. Do you have time? Yes, I do, Li Sandao responded eagerly, nodding vigorously. The manager smiled, pleased with the reaction. An hour later, Li Sandao's excitement turned to apprehension as they approached a familiar manor. Manager, is the divine alchemist staying here? Yes, he resides in this manor. He instructed me to bring you directly inside. Li Sandao's anxiety peaked. This was the place where he had nearly lost his life before. The wound on his backside hadn't fully healed yet, and Lu Sandu had already made a hasty exit, leaving him to face this alone. Cursing under his breath, Li Sandao saw the door to the manor open, and a familiar face emerged. It was the man who had almost killed him last time. Seeing this, Li Sandao instinctively prepared to flee. Master, there's an emergency. The chief manager rushed in, shouting the classic phrase. Lin Fan, sipping tea and teasing the maid Xiao King, looked a bit annoyed by the sudden interruption. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? The manager, still catching his breath, replied. Master, Commander Su Erhu. What happened to Erhu? Lin Fan frowned, thinking something serious had occurred. The manager said. He got into a fight with the top spending guest. Lin Fan was speechless. Indeed, this was no small matter. At the manor entrance, Li Sandao was feeling bewildered. By the time Lin Fan was notified and came out with the manager, Li Sandao had already been captured. 2 arrows were sticking out of his buttocks, making him look quite pathetic. What's going on here? Lin Fan asked. A high-spending guest from the Pill Pavilion being treated this way could damage their reputation, which explained the manager's urgency. Su Erhu, seeing Lin Fan arrive, let go of Li Sandao and stepped forward. He explained, Master, this guy isn't a good person. He was one of the intruders who broke into our home before. I shot him in the butt back then, and I recognized him from a distance by his butt. Oh, Lin Fan looked at Li Sandao and then ordered, take him inside first. Yes, sir. Su Erhu responded promptly and instructed the guards to tie Li Sandao up securely. No need to tie him up. Just bring him in as he is, Lin Fan said, giving the high-spending guest a bit of face. Understood. Su Erhu grabbed Li Sandao like a chicken and brought him inside. Having soaked in the strengthening potion for days and recently received a great restoration pill from Lin Fan, he had reached the level of a first-rate martial artist. The 9 transformations of the reversed dragon was a supreme martial art, and those who practiced it were far superior to ordinary first-rate martial artists. Given his talent as an archer, Li Sandao, who had no intention of fighting back, was easily subdued. Feeling defeated and helpless, Li Sandao was dragged inside. Once inside, he was thrown to the ground. Finally regaining his senses, Li Sandao began to plead, spare me please. I didn't mean to offend before. It was all orchestrated by my sect leader. I was just following orders. I'm actually a good person. A good person, Lin Fan chuckled. Then why did I see you swinging a big knife and chasing people in the underground treasure site? Your blade was practically blunt from all the chopping. Did I see that wrong? Well, Li Sandao was speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't expected to encounter a familiar face. Realizing his tricks wouldn't work, Li Sandao admitted, I'm not a good person, but what happened before was all arranged by my sect leader. I was just following orders. We have no personal grudge. So you think you're not responsible? Lin Fan remained unmoved. All right, I admit I'm responsible. Do what you must. Li Sandao resigned himself to his fate. Lin Fan responded calmly, Erhu, drag him out and deal with him. Yes, master. Master. Su Erhu stepped forward with a smirk, ready to execute. Li Sandao, not expecting such decisiveness, panicked. He had assumed Lin Fan would keep him around for a reason, or at least consider his status as a top-spending guest. Wait. Give me a chance. I'm willing to compensate, Li Sandao pleaded. Oh? Compensate? Lin Fan raised his hand to stop the eager executioner. Playing tricks with him was futile. Yes, compensation. Li Sandao nodded frantically, ignoring the pain in his buttocks. Lin Fan smiled. I'm a renowned alchemist and the master of the Pill Pavilion. I don't settle for just anything. Are you sure you have something worthwhile? Yes, absolutely. Li Sandao replied confidently. Alright, let's see what you've got. Li Sandao struggled to pull out a long wooden box from his robe. Su Erhu snatched it away, checked it, and handed it to Lin Fan. Seeing his hard-earned treasure snatched away, Li Sandao's face was full of pain. Originally he had intended to use this treasure to ask the alchemist for a great restoration pill. Now, he had to use it to save his life. Truly unlucky. What's this? Lin Fan asked, examining the wooden box. Li Sandao painfully replied. It's a wild ginseng root, 3,000 years old. I risked my life to get it from the treasure site. This wasn't an act. He genuinely felt the pain deeply. Such an item, even if consumed directly, could greatly enhance his power. Now it was all gone. A 3,000-year-old wild ginseng. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. You've got some good luck, managing to find such a treasure. This is quite impressive. Hey, not bad. Li Sandao forced a smile, cursing internally. What use was luck when it led to this delivering a treasure and losing it all? This is indeed valuable enough to cover your past actions. Erhu, help this man with the arrows and use the special wound medicine I gave you. Lin Fan opened the box and, seeing the genuine ginseng, smiled in satisfaction. He looked at Li Sandao more kindly. Who wouldn't be pleased with a gift like this? Yes, master. Su Erhu stepped forward, yanking the arrows out, bringing a chunk of flesh with the barbed tips, making Li Sandao howl in pain. Hey, I'm pretty quick, right? Su Erhu's comment added insult to injury. Yeah, very quick. Li Sandao, tears in his eyes from the pain, forced a smile and nodded. He was genuinely afraid of Su Erhu now. This guy was a demon. His buttocks had been shot twice already by him. If he angered him further, he might lose more than just his buttocks. Su Erhu, having had his fun, applied the special wound medicine. The alchemist's special formula worked wonders, stopping the bleeding and easing the pain almost instantly. After a while, Li Sandao noticed his butt didn't hurt anymore and tried to stand. Though a bit stiff, he could move normally. Is this the work of the divine alchemist? Li Sandao's eyes sparkled. In that moment, his thoughts revived. Alright, since you're fine now, you may leave. Lin Fan waved him off, ready to start his alchemy. But Li Sandao didn't leave. Instead, he asked, Master Alchemist, I know of another 3,000-year-old ginseng root. Would you be interested? You're still alive. What are you talking about? The grand herbalist, what kind of existence is he? He didn't even bother to argue with me. I sincerely apologized, and that was it. Also, look at the wound on my butt. It was the grand herbalist himself who treated it. The medicine is absolutely miraculous. In a guest house in Tianfeng County. Lu Sandu looked suspiciously at Li Sandao, who was boldly showing off his rear. Earlier, Lu had fled to a distant place and witnessed Li being captured, with 2 arrows stuck in his butt, carried inside like a chicken. He thought Li had been killed and disposed of. If he hadn't left some things at the inn, he wouldn't have planned to return, intending to run away immediately. But to his surprise, just as he finished packing his things, Li Sandao, whom he thought would never return, came back lively and unharmed. And that wasn't all. Li told him that after being recognized and captured, not only was he fine, but he even met the legendary Grand Herbalist. He offered the treasures from the underground secret stash, and asked the Grand Herbalist to refine a great rejuvenation pill. The first part was already surprising. Whether Li Sandao lived or died didn't matter to Lu, he would only sigh about it in his spare time. But the second part mattered. Lu came here for exactly that reason. Are you sure there's no danger in going in? Lu Sandu looked at Li, his heart restless. Really, no danger. Li Sandao patted his chest, his face full of sincerity. He looked exactly like someone engaged in a pyramid scheme. In reality, he was indeed engaging in one. Because he told Lin Fan there was another 3,000-year-old wild ginseng, which Lu Sandu had. Earlier, they found 2 such ginsengs in the underground stash. They split them after a struggle. So, each had one. He wasn't lying that the Grand Herbalist agreed to help refine a great rejuvenation pill. But it wasn't for his own ginseng. He had to trick Lu into giving his. Logically, Lu Sandu, the sly old fox, shouldn't fall for this. But he really wanted the great rejuvenation pill, and seeing Li Sandao unharmed and lively added some credibility. Are you really not lying? Just go in and offer it. Lu Sandu was completely tempted. Li Sandao was delighted inside, but showed a displeased face. Believe it or not, I came back to share with you as a friend, and you doubt me? You're really ungrateful. Li Sandao finished in displeasure and turned to leave, ignoring Lu. Brother Li, what's wrong? I was just asking. My bad, okay. Seeing Li's reaction, Lu Sandu believed him even more and quickly apologized. After calming Li down, he said a few more apologetic words. Once things settled, he chuckled and said, Brother Li, we are partners who faced life and death. How can you forget about good things? Isn't that right? And then, Li Sandao remained unmoved. And then, Brother Li, help me meet the grand herbalist. You know, I also want to ask for a great rejuvenation pill. Lu Sandu grinned. Oh! Li Sandao kept a calm expression, his acting reaching Oscar levels. Lu Sandu got anxious. This wasn't the response he wanted. But now he was fully hooked, no longer as sharp as usual. In this situation, he gritted his teeth and said, Brother Li, you know I'm an honest person. I wouldn't let you work for nothing. The money I owe you will be your fee for this help. He pulled out a yellow paper with writing and a seal, Li Sandao's eye for borrowing money to get to the top. Li Sandao's eyes lit up at this unexpected gain. Lu Sandu, though heartbroken, smiled seeing Li's reaction. Getting interested was good. Though the debt wasn't small, compared to the great rejuvenation pill, it was nothing. As long as he got the pill, boosting his power, he could overthrow his leader and control the entire 5 poison sect. Compared to that, a small debt was insignificant. Li Sandao was laughing inside but showed a conflicted, hesitant face. Lu Sandu fell for it, believing more as Li hesitated. Otherwise, why hesitate over something so good? Wasn't he afraid of offending the grand herbalist? No matter what, he had to stick with Li Sandao today and get introduced. Half an hour later, Li Sandao got his Ayo back and Lu Sandu's last savings, then opened the guesthouse door, leading the eager Lu out. It was a real journey. At the manor gate, a confused Lu Sandu was immediately tied up. What's going on? Even when pinned down, Lu was still confused. Seeing Li Sandao smiling and bowing to people, he finally understood. Li scoundrel. How dare you trick me? Ashe! Lu Sandu screamed, enraged. He had always schemed against others, never been schemed against. And being sold, and counting the money was infuriating. Old poison, why blame me? Did I force you to come? Did I trick you? Li Sandao casually asked. Lu wanted to curse and vent his anger but realized he couldn't refute. From start to finish, Li never said he would bring him here. It was Lu who begged and paid, and Li reluctantly agreed. But you! Lu's face turned red, unable to argue. He who had always hunted was now prey. He now understood he had fallen into a trap. But could he blame anyone? Only his own stupidity for falling into the trap. Enough talk. Hand over your 3,000-year-old ginseng. Li Sandao didn't want to waste time, aiming to exchange the ginseng for treasures. Never. Lu Sandu glared. You have no choice. Li Sandao laughed, grabbing a similar rectangular wooden box from Liu's chest. He knew Lu, like him, always carried it, in case they needed it urgently. Seeing the Grand Herbalist wasn't easy, missing it due to not carrying it would be regretful. Grand Herbalist, here's the other 3,000-year-old ginseng. Li Sandao offered the box to Lin Fan, who was watching. Lin Fan didn't immediately take it but smiled and asked, Weren't you partners in the treasure hunt? Is it right to betray him? That's old news. Now we are enemies. Li Sandao grinned, swearing. Chi! Lu Sandu almost spat blood seeing his treasure taken, and used to get what he desired. Scoundrel. Bastard. Lu glared, wanting to eat Li alive. Li Sandao laughed. Victory justified all. He was about to rise. Grand Herbalist, this poisoner is dangerous. Let me kill him. Li Sandao wanted to end the trouble. Lin Fan hadn't spoken yet, but the tied Lu panicked. Losing the treasure was one thing, keeping his life meant another chance. But losing his life meant everything was over. Spare me, don't kill me, I'm useful. Lu begged, similar to Li Sandao before. They were two of a kind. This time, Li Sandao outwitted Liu, knowing his weak points. Grand Herbalist, don't listen to him, keeping him is useless. Better to kill him. Li Sandao insisted. If Liu survived, he'd seek revenge. Are you teaching me? Lin Fan calmly glanced at him. No, I dare not. Li Sandao quickly bowed. Nearby, the bowman eyed his butt, ready to shoot again. The uniformed men around, though seemingly weak, felt threatening. Especially their strange ornaments, which made Li's scalp tingle with each glance. Every man carried several such items. If Lin Fan got displeased, Li doubted he'd leave alive. Speak, why should I spare you? Don't say for poison making. Your skills are too basic. Lin Fan questioned after dealing with Li. Lu's face changed. He wanted to offer his poison skills, but Lin's words crushed that hope. A grand herbalist, proficient in poisons, wasn't surprising. Without a better offer, he believed Li would kill him. Desperate, he offered. If you give me a chance and the pill for the ginseng, I can control the 5 poisons sect and serve you. Selling out his sect was his last hope. This had some appeal. The 5 poisons sect, though not a top power, was significant. With a guard it was less useful, but still good for dirty work. For example, dealing with White Lotus sect trouble. Also, they could act as spies in the martial world. Li Sandow saw Lin's interest and panicked. If Lu succeeded, Li would suffer. Grand herbalist, don't mind him. If I control the Iron Knife sect, I'll lead it to serve you. We're more capable than the 5 poisons sect. Li Sandow gritted his teeth, now forced to compete. Bastard! Lu cursed, shocked by Li's boldness. How could he compete now? Thank you for your support. Li Sandow initially felt uncomfortable about selling himself out, but seeing his archenemy in distress made him feel a lot better. Moreover, being able to associate with a grand herbalist was indeed a good thing. Thinking this way, his mood improved further. He even felt somewhat grateful to his archenemy for this reminder. Lu Sandu, seeing his archenemy in high spirits, felt even worse. I've heard of your Iron Knife sect. It's a very strong martial arts faction. But I heard your sect leader is very powerful, at a super first-rate level. Are you confident you can take control? Lin Fan was indeed interested in recruiting some capable external forces to handle dirty work and act as his eyes and ears. Seeing Lin Fan's interest, Li Sandow perked up and patted his chest. Rest assured, Grand Herbalist. Our sect leader is old and should have retired long ago. Once I absorb the Great Rejuvenation Pill, I'll overthrow him. Okay, if you can really do that, I'll accept your allegiance. Lin Fan nodded without hesitation. Thank you. Grand Herbalist Li Sandow was overjoyed. Serving a Grand Herbalist meant endless benefits in the future. As long as he did his job well, he could perhaps get more Great Rejuvenation Pills later. A pill that increases half a century's worth of power could save countless years of hard training, even if the second pill's effect is slightly weaker. Seeing this, Lu Sandow's eyes dimmed, thinking he was done for. But to his surprise, hope shone on him again. Your name is Lu Sandu, right? If you get a Great Rejuvenation Pill, can you take control of the 5 poisons sect? Hearing this, Lu Sandu immediately understood Lin Fan's intention. Lin Fan didn't plan to recruit just one of them but wanted both. Though greedy, this was good news for him. Without any hesitation, he nodded vigorously. Yes, absolutely no problem. Well, since you're so confident, I'll give you a chance too, Lin Fan said. Bring me a wild ginseng over 1,000 years old, and I'll give you a Great Rejuvenation Pill as startup capital. But if you fail, don't blame me for being ruthless. Rest assured, Grand Herbalist. If Li Sandow can do it, so can I. Lu Sandu guaranteed with a bright smile, feeling a sense of relief. Li Sandow gritted his teeth, but dared not question Lin Fan's decision. However, he wasn't worried. Lu still needed to find the ginseng to get the Great Rejuvenation Pill, unlike him who already had it. Once he absorbed it, he'd step into the super first-rate level. By then, he'd definitely suppress Lu completely. Even if they both served Lin Fan, he would be the leader among the subordinates. With this thought, his fighting spirit was rekindled. HMP, HNE? Lu Sandu snorted. Fully aware of their situation, but confident in his abilities. The two arch-enemies exchanged glares and left the manor. Now both had pledged loyalty to Lin Fan and couldn't openly fight. Lin Fan watched his new subordinates leave with a smile. Although he gave away a Great Rejuvenation Pill, he got 2 wild ginsengs over 3,000 years old in return. These true treasures, while not as exaggerated as the Tiger King's Polygonum multiflorum that could awaken intelligence in beasts, had undergone significant qualitative changes after 3,000 years. Ginseng of such age reaches a major milestone every 1,000 years. 3,000 years marked 3 significant leaps. With these 2 ginsengs, I can try refining the Heavenly Yuan Pill, a true top-tier elixir that increases one's power by a full century. It won't conflict with the Great Rejuvenation Pill's effects. If successfully refined, Ling Air and Miao Miao might quickly reach the supreme level. Lin Fan took out the 2 3,000-year-old ginsengs. These ginsengs could refine even stronger elixirs with more potent effects. If successful, Maya, his 2 most powerful wives, had a good chance of reaching the supreme level. Supreme level? This was true transcendence. Through deep discussions with his two wives from powerful factions, Lin Fan was familiar with the martial artist levels in this world. First, second, and third rate. These weren't actual power levels but rather simple combat strength divisions. The true levels of martial artists weren't called that. First, second, and third rate. They actually correspond to the first stage of martial arts, the postnatal realm. Postnatal initial stage corresponds to third rate, mid stage to second rate, and late stage and peak to first rate. Martial artists in this realm primarily refine their bodies and accumulate internal energy, possessing decent combat strength, but not significantly beyond ordinary people. However, super first rate is different. These martial artists have surpassed the postnatal realm, able to release internal energy and achieve extraordinary strength. Ordinary people are like chickens and dogs before them, easily swept aside as long as their internal energy isn't exhausted. Yet this still isn't true transcendence. True transcendence is the supreme level, akin to the four absolutes experts. This level is known in martial arts as the innate realm or martial grandmaster. Transitioning from postnatal to innate, they surpass the mundane, able to fight armies single-handedly. This level of power is similar to Yang Guo's in the latter stages. Decapitating enemy generals amidst thousands of soldiers isn't difficult for them. Super first rate, however, is merely pseudo-transcendence. In martial arts terms, it's the half-step innate level. Compared to true innate experts, half-step innate is far weaker. Only true martial prodigies can barely withstand a few moves, otherwise, it's a one-sided massacre. Yet, such experts aren't weak either. Across the martial world and even the Imperial Army, they are the cream of the crop. Jianling and Dao Miao Miao achieving this strength at a young age was impressive, only overshadowed by Lin Fan, the grand herbalist, with his external advantages. Of course, he couldn't be blamed for being an overpowered cheat. Playing with the two ginsengs, Lin Fan began refining elixirs. This time, no one disturbed him, and the alchemy room was soon enveloped in thick medicinal fumes. With his top-level medical skills, the alchemy proceeded smoothly. 2 days later, when Lin Fan opened the alchemy furnace, 7 glowing elixirs appeared at the bottom of the smoky furnace. The yield was lower. 2 ginsengs and various precious herbs produced just these 7 elixirs. But the heavenly yuan pill was a true top-tier elixir, transcending the mundane. Releasing one could cause a bloody storm in the martial world. Even the lofty imperial court wouldn't remain calm. One pill to increase a century's worth of power could create a super first-rate expert. A talented super first-rate expert taking this might break through to the supreme level. Such divine pills were beyond the reach of ordinary herbalists. Only a top-level cheat like Lin Fan could produce them. Taking out prepared jade bottles, he stored the precious elixirs and opened the alchemy room door. His wives had been waiting eagerly and rushed to greet him with joy. Lin Fan opened his arms to embrace his 5 lovely wives. With so many, he had to hug them one by one, each time feeling different. Of course, there were also times of mutual enjoyment. The feelings involved are understood by those who know. Sigh, having many wives is tiring too. Lin Fan mused, though he was actually delighted. Some people wished for such tiredness, making it quite satisfying. Then came the part everyone least liked, the paid content. Skipping 10,000 words. After 2 days of hard alchemy, Lin Fan enjoyed 4 days in a tender embrace. On the morning of the 5th day, Lin Fan took out a heavenly yuan pill and gave it to Jianling, whose face glowed with satisfaction. This is a heavenly yuan pill. Refining it increases one's power by a full century and helps break through the innate realm. Lin Fan introduced the pill to his wife. Jianling hadn't heard of the heavenly yuan pill, as such an elixir had never appeared in the Da Long dynasty. Not even in previous dynasties. But she understood from Lin Fan's explanation, her eyes lighting up. Does it really have such effects? Jianling asked excitedly. Besides continuing the family line, her main goal was to improve her skills. Coming from a martial family, she was dedicated to this pursuit. Reaching the innate realm and becoming a supreme expert had always been her dream. Now, a single pill could achieve this. How could she not be excited? Lin Fan smiled. When have I ever lied to you? Husband, you're amazing! Jianling couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Fan playfully pinched her fair cheek. Save that for tonight. Saying it now is tempting fate. Jianling blushed but didn't mind. Husband, you've made so many power-enhancing pills. Why haven't you taken any yourself? After some tender moments, Jianling asked the long-held question. Lin Fan had created many such pills but never seemed to take them himself. With plenty to spare, Even some to sell, why not use them himself? Hearing this, Lin Fan sighed. Actually, I've tried. But whether it's pills for internal energy or the Great Rejuvenation pill, or even the Heavenly Yuan pill, they don't work for me. Also, my practice of 9 changes of the reverse dragon didn't result in internal energy, but a different kind of vitality. This baffled him. Despite being a grand herbalist, his pills didn't work on him. Even his martial arts practice was unusual. Others practicing 9 changes of the reverse dragon gained internal energy, but he got vitality. It wasn't weaker, but even stronger, boosting his power significantly, easily overpowering internal energy. However, this made it harder for his wives to conceive. Fewer children meant limited system functionality. Using only half of the system was unique among time travelers. Jianling fell silent, not understanding this either, marveling at her husband's extraordinary physique. Even the Heavenly Yuan pill couldn't help him. How strong was he? No wonder they struggled to match him even together. Jianling's thoughts wandered. Seeing her blush, Lin Fan playfully hoisted her up. Today was free, and he enjoyed his wife's sweet voice. Husband, you are so strong. Even though I've improved a lot, I still feel so weak in front of you. Jianling panted heavily, her chest rising and falling. Then you'll have to work harder, Lin Fan replied with a smile. After thoroughly sparring with his wife, he didn't feel tired at all. Half a month had passed since he refined the Heavenly Yuan pill. In that time, Jianling had completely absorbed the pill, pushing her forcibly into the supreme level. She had transitioned from the postnatal to the innate realm, achieving transcendence. At only 19 years old, reaching this level was unprecedented in the entire Dia Long dynasty. But even at this level, she was still easily handled by Lin Fan. And he completely dominated. Husband, the special blood energy you've cultivated is incredibly effective against internal energy. Even my innate internal energy gets easily destroyed when it comes into contact with it. Why are you so different, even though we practice the same technique? The 9 changes of the reverse dragon. Jianling, having caught her breath, couldn't help but voice her confusion. They had just sparred intensely. Though it wasn't a life and death battle, she hadn't held back. With her supreme level power, even in a non-lethal spar, the strength she could unleash was unimaginable. Last time, the Northern Leg Elder displayed his power. It was like watching a fantasy film with special effects everywhere. He could easily kick apart solid granite from 10 meters away. Later, he even crippled the White Lotus sect leader from dozens of meters away with a single kick. Against such power, super first-rate experts couldn't even defend. People like Li Sandao could be killed instantly with a casual sword QI. Yet, against Lin Fan's blood energy, her power was shattered instantly. It was like snowflakes falling on a red-hot stove. There was no technique, just the simple release of blood energy attached to regular attacks. But the suppression was like a higher being crushing a lower one. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't escape the grasp. How could she not be puzzled? Lin Fan shrugged. I don't know either. We practice the same technique. If I had to guess, maybe my physique is special. Maybe. Some people do have unique physiques. Perhaps you're one of them, Jianling nodded, accepting this possibility. Lin Fan smiled without explaining further. He was almost certain it was the pills from his system causing this. First, the Vitality Dragon pill strengthened his frail body, making it strong enough that even 3 wives couldn't handle him. Then, the Dragon Blood pill completely transformed him, making him extraordinary. 5 wives couldn't withstand him. Pills to enhance internal energy didn't work on him, likely because his physique was too strong. Internal energy, a lower-level power system, wasn't compatible with his extraordinary physique and got absorbed instantly. As for why the supreme technique produced blood energy similar to internal energy, it was because he cultivated it himself. His powerful physique naturally converted it into a matching power system. Though strange and unprecedented, this power was extremely potent, rendering even supreme-level innate internal energy powerless. Perhaps this is the cheat of a time traveler with a system, Lin Fan thought, accepting his unique power system. Being overpowered? What couldn't he accept? While internal energy-enhancing pills were useless, blood energy-enhancing pills were very beneficial. After practicing the 9 changes of the reverse dragon, his blood energy would deplete, transforming into internal energy like blood energy. At this time, consuming blood energy-enhancing pills quickly replenished him, making his practice more efficient. In just over a month, he reached the 5th stage, making other martial geniuses seem insignificant. This stage was equivalent to the supreme level, similar to the current Jianling. Though at the same level, he could easily crush her. Like a father playing with his son. Brother Fan? At this moment, Su-er-hu ran over, his face displaying a goofy smile. What's up? You look so happy. Did something good happen? Seeing his expression, Lin Fan smiled and asked. It's good news. Su-er-hu nodded vigorously, excitedly saying, a few days ago you distributed the great rejuvenation pills. All the guards have absorbed them. The most talented, Su-da and Su-ar, have reached peak first-rate level with the pill's power. Everyone else has reached first-rate level. Additionally, the family martial arts you provided have advanced to the third stage. Now, everyone is transformed, becoming top experts. In just over a month, they transformed from ordinary people with some foundation to first-rate experts. It was a miracle. Only Lin Fan, the grand herbalist, could achieve this. Of course, the 9 changes of the reverse dragon played a crucial role. Without this highly compatible technique, making any physique suitable for martial arts, even Lin Fan couldn't achieve such a miracle with all his pills. It was partly ability, mission, partly luck. Easy. But all credit went to Lin Fan. He created this miracle. All at first-rate level. Lin Fan's lips curved into a smile. A guard team of dozens of first-rate experts was unmatched in the entire land, except for the emperor himself, at least on the surface. But now, there was Lin Fan, the head of a small family in a county. This level of guards, combined with his supreme wives, could crush any martial faction. Even the imperial army wouldn't easily subdue them. At this moment, Lin Fan felt he had the power to stand tall, unafraid of any challenge. And this was just the beginning. Lin Fan aimed to create a guard team of all supreme experts. His core wives, he planned to elevate to an even higher level. By then, even the court would bow before him. With this thought, Lin Fan was full of motivation. You did very well. This great rejuvenation pill is your reward. Elevate your cultivation to the super first-rate level. As the guard leader, you shouldn't be too ordinary. Lin Fan patted Su-er-hu's shoulder, the increased force making him wince. But seeing his reward, Su-er-hu quickly smiled. A little pain was nothing compared to this reward. Thank you, Brother Fan. Su-er-hu thanked him excitedly, using an affectionate term with no outsiders around. Do well, and I'll get you more wives, Lin Fan encouraged with a smile. Sure, Su-er-hu nodded, willing to give his all for his leader's future happiness. After dismissing his guard leader, Lin Fan walked to the garden. Jianling had nothing to do and followed him. The two walked side by side, looking like a golden couple in the sunset. Hurry up. Is this how you serve the family head? Lin Xiaotong, I'm talking to you. Just a fall, and you're whining? You want to protect the family? Dream on. As they approached the garden, they heard a harsh yet young voice scolding. The garden had been remodeled recently, adding artificial hills, streams, and special training obstacles. These obstacles included rope ladders, crawl nets, single wood bridges, and various pits and stone piles. These were for training special dark guards. Unlike the visible guards with big guns, these dark guards had stricter training. They needed not only strength but adaptability to harsh environments for scouting and assassination missions. If the visible guards were elite troops, these dark guards were hidden special forces. In such a setting, absolute loyalty and strength were required. How else could they scout and execute covert missions? I'm not dreaming. The scolded child, Lin Xiaotong, was the youngest dark guard at 3.5. Falling from a rope net, he didn't give up. Despite harsh scolding, he showed no wavering, his small face determined, climbing the difficult rope net again. He was exhausted. Despite soaking in body-strengthening medicine, his young body had limits. Training from morning till afternoon was hard even for strong adults, let alone these young children. But he persisted. Whenever he was exhausted, he thought of a man with a gentle smile, who had placed a hand on his head, named him, and gave him the Lin surname. Lin Xiaotong. A name personally given by the family head, Lin Fan. Husband, is that the child you named? Seeing the child, Jianling asked, heart aching. Yes, it's him, Lin Fan nodded. Isn't this too harsh? They're just children, Jianling said, concerned. Lin Fan shook his head. It wasn't my or Su-er-hu's demand. They set these standards for themselves. No matter the weather, they insist on this training. Jianling fell silent, still feeling pity for the children. Lin Fan smiled, comforting her. Don't worry though, tough, it benefits them. The body-strengthening medicine prevents damage, and the intense training aids absorption, building a solid foundation. He wasn't lying. A strong foundation now would make their future martial arts training more effective. With the right pills, they'd surpass the visible guards, holding limitless potential. Lin Fan was lazy, often avoiding tasks. But he was meticulous, striving for perfection in what he did. Jian Ling, reassured, decided to instruct the kitchen to prepare better meals for the children. If she couldn't change the training, she'd ensure they were cared for in other ways. These children were devoted to protecting the Lin family. They were true confidants. Not disturbing them, Lin Fan and Jian Ling watched for a while and left. Days passed. The Lin family grew stronger daily. Dao Miao Miao was pregnant and couldn't take the powerful heavenly yuan pill. But with Lin Fan and Jian Ling, the family didn't lack top strength. The guards, after establishing a foundation, benefited from Lin Fan's super abilities. With constant enhancements from martial arts elixirs, first-rate experts emerged even among the youngest. Imagine, a child not even as tall as a sword, possessing first-rate power? But it was true. Lin Xiaotong, with a custom short sword on his back, navigated the training ground with ease. No obstacle hindered him, and in combat he was fierce, outperforming older peers. Though the youngest, he had the highest martial talent. His dedication led to his current achievements. "You didn't disappoint me." Lin Fan nodded, patting the child's head, praising him. This made the child work even harder, driving his peers. Inspired by this, his peers also worked harder. The visible guards from Su family village were alarmed. If these children surpassed them, how could they face others? Hence, they too trained harder. "Hey, you little brats trying to steal my position." Su Erhu, seeing his men so competitive, shouted and joined the rigorous training. In this atmosphere, the new year approached. This was Lin Fan's first new year in this world, so he took it seriously. He hosted a grand feast and gave generous red envelopes to everyone. On New Year's Eve, the whole family stayed up together, enjoying your last moments. Tonight's task seems easy. Don't be careless. Even the saint is favored by the Lord fell here. Don't underestimate them. Don't worry. With the Lord's blood pills, we've reached the super first-rate level. Our blood guards are top first-rate. No matter how special this place is, it can't withstand such an assault. As Lin Fan celebrated with his family, a group in dark red robes appeared on a nearby hill. This place, once a haunt of the 13 bandits, now saw another group with similar intentions.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.